These special effects are definitely not cheap grade. There is no way I could feel this immersed otherwise. Wait, where is my popcorn? No, where are my hands? Holy crap, now even my body is gone. Could it be that this isn't some God Sandeman's blockbuster, but that I of all people have actually witnessed Pangu splitting heaven and earth? I just picked up a movie ticket. How could it have sent me straight into the primordial wilderness? As the voice gradually faded, a mass of Xuanqing chi took shape between heaven and earth. Once it had coalesced, a Xuanqing-colored ruler in midair seemed to be drawn by some invisible force. After struggling for a moment, the ruler turned into a stream of light and flew into the Xuanqing chi. At the same time, 3 masses of pure chi slowly rose from Pangu's ruined body. The largest chi mass soared directly into the sky. It not only wrapped the floating pagoda within itself, but also carried away 3/10 of the merit of opening heaven. The second chi mass was equally unwilling to fall behind. It shot straight into the air and swept away 3/10 of the merit of opening heaven. The third chi mass also took 3/10 of the merit. It had intended to chase after the first 2, but then realized that another mass of Xuanqing chi lingered right beside it. After wavering for a moment, it pushed the Xuanqing chi mass onward, gathered up the final 1/10 of the merit of opening heaven, and only then followed the 2 chi masses that had gone ahead. Once the 4 masses of chi had left Pangus, remains his spine transformed into the heaven-supporting giant pillar Buzhou mountain. As for his heart, it hung at the mountainside, turning into a palace steeped in Pangus' majestic pressure. As the saying goes, the primordial age keeps no record of years. In that boundless world, time is the cheapest thing of all. In the blink of an eye, no one knew how many eons had already passed. Dao Xuan, who had become the mass of Xuanqing chi, finally woke from his long slumber. Feeling his own form, he found that he was still that vague, ethereal mass of chi. Dao Xuan could not help sighing. It seems I really have crossed into the primordial age, and I haven't even taken form yet. I just wonder which primordial great one I will transform into. It can't be some cannon fodder, nobody can it. Even as Dao Xuan worried about his future, he suddenly sensed there was a ruler hidden inside his own mass. The ruler was radiating wisps of Xianhuang chi, nourishing his aceton-formed body. A Xuanhuang-colored ruler emitting Xianhuang merit chi. Damn, could this be the Hongming measuring heaven ruler, the one that kills without incurring karmic retribution? And what is this? Now I remember. Isn't this the merit of opening heaven formed when Pangu split the heavens apart? To possess the merit of opening heaven. Could I be one of the 3 pure ones? Drawing on his knowledge of the primordial age, Dao Xuan had already guessed his identity through that very merit. But whether he was Laozi, Yuanshi, Tianzun, or that unlucky Tongtian Jiaozhu, Dao Xuan could not yet tell. Dao Xuan was not a stubborn person, though. Since he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to twist himself into knots. As long as he was one of the 3 pure ones, he would know exactly who he was once he transformed. I draw, I gather, I absorb. Bathing in the merit of opening heaven leaves my skin so smooth. For a long time afterward, Dao Xuan desperately refined that 1/10 portion of the merit of opening heaven. Unfortunately, without a physical body, he could not truly absorb it. He could only keep the merit of opening heaven shuttling back and forth through his Xuanqing chi mass, washing every wisp of Xuanqing aura. In the blink of an eye, who knows how many more eons had passed, Dao Xuan was once again startled awake from deep slumber. Although he was still only a mass of Xuanqing chi without a solid form, he could already sense everything happening around him. With a slight sweep of his perception, Dao Xuan clearly knew the situation for several hundred li in every direction. He was now in a sea of clouds with 3 similar masses of chi beside him. At that moment, one mass of chi was madly absorbing primordial spiritual energy and beginning to twist and change ceaselessly. Moments later, it transformed into an old man who took one step and rose directly to the heavens. I am the true heir of Pangu, Taiching Laozi. Having attained my form today, I take Kunlun Mountain as my dojo. As the first mass transformed into Taiching Laozi, the second also met its destined moment of transformation. In a flash, the second mass turned into a middle-aged man. He too took a single step up to the heavens. I am the true heir of Pangu, Yuanshi Yuanshi Tianzun. Having attained my form today, I take Kunlun Mountain as my dojo. Afterward, Yuanshi Tianzun did not forget to bow to Laozi and say, Yuanshi greets my eldest brother. At the sight, Dao Xuan could not help drawing a sharp breath. At the same time, he muttered to himself, Laozi has transformed and Yuanshi Tianzun has also transformed. The mass of clear chi beside me is probably Tongtian Jiaozhu. Then who am I? Just as Dao Xuan was utterly confused, he suddenly felt the third mass of clear chi bump against him. A moment later, a vigorous and hearty voice came from within it. Little brother, the eldest and second elder brothers have already transformed, and I am about to transform as well. Why have you still made no move? Hearing that voice so warm and full of concern, Dao Xuan was completely thrown into chaos. Little brother, what the hell? Could it be that the 3 pure ones have a little brother? Have I become one of the 4 pure ones? But there is no such person as me in the primordial age. Could it be that because I never managed to transform the 4 pure ones became the 3 pure ones? I can't afford to worry about that now. First I have to find a powerful thigh to cling to. At the very least I must ensure I can transform and don't die before I'm even born. With that decision made, Dao Xuan prepared to forge a bond with the Nodia transformed Tongtian Xiaozhu. But only then did Dao Xuan realize he could not speak a single word and simply could not communicate with the other. Meanwhile, when Tongtian, still not transformed, saw that there was no response at all, he could not help sighing. Little brother, don't worry. Once I transform, I will search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures to help you take form. At last the final mass of clear qi began to twist and shift, and before long it transformed into a young Taoist. The young Taoist took a single step and appeared in the heavens, then declared, I am the true heir of Pangu, Xuanqing Tongtian. Today I have attained my form, and I take Kunlun Mountain as my dojo. Afterward Tongtian bowed to Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun, saying, I greet my eldest and second elder brothers. Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun nodded simultaneously, then reached out to help Tongtian to his feet. The moment he stood up, Tongtian spoke to Laozi and Yuanshi. Eldest brother, second brother, we brothers have all transformed, but our little brother remains completely still. Could he be deficient from birth? The moment Tongtian finished speaking, Yuanshi Tianzun said, Pangu, the great, possesses only the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and human. Where could a 4th soul come from? Therefore he cannot develop spiritual wisdom, let alone take form. This is simply the decree of heaven, because he was never supposed to exist. Yuanshi Tianzun's words made Tongtian frown. Just as he was about to refute, Laozi said from the side, all of this is fixed by the heavenly Tao. Even we as Pangu's true heirs cannot go against heaven's will. The conversation among the 3 pure ones naturally reached Dao Xuan's ears, and he could not help feeling a surge of frustrated indignation. Not bad, at least you two never thought of devouring me outright. There is still some semblance of brotherly affection, but it is only a little, nothing more. In the end, third brother treats me the best. From now on I shall shield third brother. With such thoughts swirling in his heart, Dao Xuan used his innate merit with increasing fervor, madly purifying his own Xuanqing chi cluster. Yet no matter how hard Dao Xuan strove, he simply could not touch upon the elusive chance of transformation. More astonishingly, that 1/10 portion of creation merit had not diminished in the slightest, which inevitably led Dao Xuan to a crucial realization. The creation merit has not lessened. Does that not mean I have failed to absorb even a trace of it? Could it be that all these years of effort have been nothing but labor in vain? The more Dao Xuan pondered, the more regret gnawed at him, until he simply ceased to stir the creation merit to cleanse himself. Instead, he set his sights upon the Hongmeng measuring heaven ruler, beginning to probe it with his faint spiritual sense. Originally, Dao Xuan had thought he would need to refine the Hongmeng measuring heaven ruler, but this tentative probing revealed that such trouble was unnecessary. For the Hongmeng measuring heaven ruler was a companion spirit treasure to Dao Xuan himself. It required no refinement at all to be in harmony with his will. Even so, as Dao Xuan's spiritual sense seeped into the ruler, it let out a low humming sound. With the humming of the Hongmeng measuring heaven ruler, the Xuanqing-colored qi cluster trembled slightly. In the next instant, a succession of images unfolded upon the ruler's surface, the very process of Pangu cleaving heaven and earth. Dao Xuan could now clearly see Pangu slowly rising from within the 36th grade world-creating green lotus. Pangu surveyed the indistinguishable chaos of the world and sighed softly, then summoned forth his companion spirit treasure, the Pangu axe. As Pangu swung the Pangu axe in his hand, the indistinct chaos was split open by a single stroke. At once, 3,000 chaotic gods and demons surged forward in a frenzy, seeking to thwart Pangu's act of opening the heavens. While Dao Xuan was engrossed in observing the spectacle of Pangu opening the heavens, Tongtian's voice suddenly echoed forth. Eldest brother, second brother, look. Our little brother is showing signs of movement. Tongtian's voice brimmed with delight as he arrived beside Dao Xuan. He then directly lifted Dao Xuan into his palm, helping him draw innate spiritual energy into his body. Yet regrettably, no matter how Tongtian assisted, Dao Xuan was unable to absorb even a trace of innate spiritual energy. Even when Tongtian forcibly poured innate spiritual energy into the Xuanqing qi cluster, it was quickly repelled and expelled. Witnessing this scene, Yuanshi Tianzun let out a derisive snort and said coldly, Tongtian, stop wasting your efforts. If he cannot even absorb innate spiritual energy, he is fated never to take form. Laozi, standing to the side, could not help but sigh softly, then turned his gaze toward the highest mountain peak, rising above the sea of clouds. With a wave of his hand, an ancient and austere Dao palace instantly stood tall atop that summit. From this day forth, this peak shall be named Taiqing Peak. This palace shall be called the Eight-Scene Palace, and serve as my Dao abode. Having spoken, Laozi transformed into a stream of light, and flew into the Eight-Scene Palace atop Taiqing Peak. Seeing this, Yuanshi Tianzun imitated the act, and established the Jade Void Palace upon the second mountain peak. In the end, only Tongtian remained amid the sea of clouds, still cradling Dao Xuan, unwilling to give up. Tongtian ceaselessly gathered the surrounding innate spiritual energy, forcefully stuffing it into the Xuanqing chi cluster in an attempt to aid Dao Xuan's transformation. Unfortunately, Dao Xuan was now utterly immersed in the scenes of creation, deaf to everything around him. No one knew how much time passed before Pangu's colossal body finally collapsed, beginning to transform into the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness. At this moment, Dao Xuan's eyes were wide open, terrified of missing even the slightest detail, for the critical juncture had arrived. Within Pangu's upper, middle, and lower danshan's, three distinct chi clusters were already taking shape, the three pure ones birthed from the evolution of Pangu's three souls. Just then, a Xuanqing chi cluster also condensed above Pangu's body. It's coming, it's coming. This is the moment when I crossed over. I must by any means figure out how I came into being. Dao Xuan stared unblinkingly at the formation of the Xuanqing chi cluster and finally discovered that this cluster too was transformed from Pangu's three souls. However, this Xuanqing chi cluster did not belong to any single one of the heaven, earth, or human souls. Instead, it combined all three into itself. Its portion, though, was scarcely 1/10 of that held by the three soul-evolved chi clusters. Even so, this discovery made Dao Xuan wild with joy. The three pure ones, each evolved from a single of Pangu's three souls, dare call themselves Pangu's true orthodoxy. How then should I, who embody all three souls in one, refer to myself? As the vision of creation faded, Dao Xuan's spiritual sense once more spread outward in all directions. Soon Dao Xuan discovered that Tongtian was still tirelessly forcing innate spiritual energy into his Xuanqing chi cluster. Little brother, you mustn't be picky. This innate spiritual energy is of great use to your transformation. You must absorb it. Tongtian's voice already held a faint choke, clearly showing he was frantic with worry. This warmth in turn touched Dao Xuan's heart, and he attempted to control the chi cluster to reach out and make contact with Tongtian. After expending great effort, Dao Xuan finally managed to make the Xuanqing chi cluster tremble once. Even so, Tongtian sensed it at once. Overjoyed, he cried out, alive. Our little brother is alive. Overflowing with happiness, Tongtian finally ceased his reckless attempts to cram more innate spiritual energy into the Xuanqing chi cluster. Muttering to himself, he said, since innate spiritual energy is of limited use to little brother, I shall seek out some heavenly materials and earthly treasures for you instead. At that very moment, two streaks of light flew forth from Taiqing Peak and Yuqing Peak respectively, heading deep into Kunlun Mountain. Sensing this, Tongtian seemed to understand something and immediately spoke to Dao Xuan. Little brother, a spirit treasure is emerging within Kunlun Mountain. I shall go and retrieve it for you. With that, he gently placed the Xuanqing chi cluster upon a cloud bed, then turned into a stream of light and departed. Watching Tongtian's departing back, Dao Xuan's heart was filled with complex emotions. Such a good brother, yet Laozi and Yuanshi failed to cherish him. Instead, they joined hands with outsiders to scheme against their own kin, truly unworthy of being called human sons. Perhaps this is merely the innate aloofness of Laozi and Yuanshi. In their hearts there is room only for themselves, and no place at all for so-called brotherly affection. As Dao Xuan was inwardly despising Laozi and Yuanshi, Tianzun, the Hongmeng measuring heaven ruler, suddenly emitted another buzzing hum. Immediately afterward, the ruler began to turn slowly. A jade pendant that had originally hung from the tassel of the ruler now entered Dao Xuan's field of vision. This jade pendant on the tassel actually has currents of Dao law flowing within it. Wait, heavens, this is actually a fragment of the creation jade disc. With that thought, Dao Xuan unhesitatingly extended his weak spiritual sense to probe into the jade pendant. As his spiritual sense entered the jade pendant, Dao Xuan finally confirmed his suspicion. This was indeed a fragment of the creation jade disc. It was but a shard, however, containing only 3 Dao-level laws within. These were the Dao of pills, the Dao of artifacts, and the most complete of them all, the Dao of slaughter. Aren't these 3 laws of the great Dao controlled by the 3 pure ones? Now that they belong to me, will they still not exist? At the same time that Dao Xuan was worried about the 3 pure ones, 3 streams of light unexpectedly flew out from the fragment of the creation jade plate, directly merging into the Xuanqing chi. Immediately, Dao Xuan felt that his Xuanqing chi was filled with the rhythms of various laws. As long as Dao Xuan directed his divine sense towards those rhythms, he could gradually comprehend the true essence of the laws. This feeling was immensely enjoyable for Dao Xuan, even to the point of being unable to extricate himself from it. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. Dao Xuan's understanding of the 3 different laws of the great Dao had reached the threshold of initial comprehension. At this moment, Dao Xuan finally understood that the comprehension of the laws of the great Dao is divided into initial comprehension, entering the room, minor achievements, integration, reaching the peak, and transcending the ordinary. Reaching the initial comprehension signifies the Tai Dao fruit, which is equivalent to the Tai golden immortal. Entering the room represents the De Luo Dao fruit, a true De Luo level powerhouse. Achieving minor accomplishments indicates the Hun Yuan Dao fruit, attaining the Hun Yuan golden immortal, also known as the Quasi-Saint realm. If one can achieve complete integration of the laws, they would have entered the realm of the Hongjun, the Luo Golden Immortal, also known as the Saint Dao fruit. To reach the peak level of the laws means transcending the saints existing below the heavenly Dao, referred to as the harmonious Dao realm. This is known as the Hunyuan Wuji Dao fruit. If one can comprehend the laws to the realm of transcending the ordinary, they become an existence akin to the Dao, directly referred to as the Dao fruit. If one can comprehend all 3,000 laws to the realm of transcending the ordinary, they would attain the great Dao realm achieved by Pangu. In the wilderness, the levels of cultivation from low to high are Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Xian Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, the Luo Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Hunyuan, the Luo Golden Immortal, and Hunyuan Wuji, the Luo Golden Immortal. It is said that above the great Dao realm there exists an unreachable state, the one pursued by Pangu, though no one has attained it, and it has no accurate definition. Below the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, each major realm is further divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. The Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal and Hunyuan Wuji de Luo Golden Immortal are split into 9 ranks. The Golden Immortal cannot comprehend the laws and can only condense the 5 energies within their chest, thus they are referred to as Qi practitioners. Upon reaching the Golden Immortal realm, one can begin to comprehend the power of the laws. This signifies that the Golden Immortal realm is a significant choice point. One can choose the path of the laws or other cultivation paths, such as body cultivation or technique cultivation. Now, although Dao Xuan has not yet taken form and has not even condensed a physical body, he already possesses the cultivation of the Tai Golden Immortal. This inevitably brought joy to Dao Xuan. The 3 pure ones have taken form as the Luo Golden Immortals, yet I, without taking form, have already attained the Tai Golden Immortal realm. If I deepen my understanding of the laws when I take form, surely I can directly aspire to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The more he thought about it, the happier Dao Xuan felt, as if he could already see himself suppressing the 3 pure ones with every gesture. However, as Dao Xuan's understanding of the laws reached the threshold of initial comprehension, it became increasingly difficult to make further progress. Reluctantly, Dao Xuan had to give up the laws of the Great Dao regarding artifacts and pills, focusing solely on comprehending the laws of Great Dao slaughter. After all, as a transmigrator, he was quite clear about the principle of not overextending oneself. In the blink of an eye, several years passed, and Dao Xuan vaguely felt that his comprehension of the laws of Great Dao slaughter had reached the peak of initial entry. With just a bit more depth in understanding, he could elevate his comprehension of the laws of Great Dao slaughter to the early stage of entering the room. At that moment, a hearty laughter echoed from outside Kunlun Mountain, and soon after Tongtian appeared above the sea of clouds. Then Tongtian was seen holding the Xuanqing Qi in his hands with a beaming smile, and he spoke up. "Little brother, do you know what kind of opportunity one encountered this time with our eldest brother and second brother? It was a 24th grade creation green lotus. Unfortunately, that 24th grade creation green lotus was not accepted by the heavenly Dao. If it hadn't been for our eldest brother's suggestion to split it into 3, it would have likely turned to ashes under the heavenly thunder by now." Hearing Tongtian's words, Dao Xuan guessed that the 3 pure ones had already obtained the artifact of proof of the Dao. As for what was not accepted by the heavenly Dao, Dao Xuan remained skeptical. After all, existence is justified. Since the 24th grade creation green lotus could bloom into 24 grades, it was equivalent to having received the recognition of the heavenly Dao. Thus Dao Xuan was quite doubtful, believing that the reason for such a statement was merely to assuage his conscience, while he dismembered the 24th grade creation green lotus. While Dao Xuan silently cursed the despicable and sordid ways, Tongtian mysteriously produced a green lotus stem. "Little brother, the flower of the creation green lotus has transformed into the coiling dragon crutch in our eldest brother's hands. The lotus root has become the 3 treasures jade rui in our second brother's hands. The lotus leaves are this Qingping sword in my hand. As for this lotus stem, I brought it back for you. I hope you can also turn it into your artifact of proof of the Dao." Dao Xuan did not expect that Tongtian was still thinking of him actually bringing back the lotus stem for himself. Unfortunately, now Dao Xuan could not speak, and even if he wanted to thank his third brother, he had no way to express. The only thing he could do was to make his Xuanqing Qi in Tongtian's hand dance a few times to express his gratitude. "How could I have forgotten this detail? My younger brother is still unable to speak. Then let me give your spear a name. My sword is named Qingping, so how about naming your spear Qinglan? If you think the name I gave you is good, just move a little." Dao Xuan felt somewhat resigned about Tongtian taking away his right to name his own spear. However, the name Qinglan was quite pleasing to Dao Xuan, so he manipulated the azure Qi sphere to tremble slightly. This inevitably brought joy to Tongtian, who then took out several pieces of rare materials and began to throw them into the azure Qi sphere. At that moment, 2 streaks of light came from the sky and quickly arrived above the cloud sea of Kunlun Mountain. Indeed, the newcomers were none other than Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun, who were one step behind Tongtian. Because Tongtian was eager to give the lotus stem to Qing Xian, he naturally sped up his journey. Tongtian, we have been brothers in form for thousands of years. Why are you so persistent? Laozi did not say anything, but his expression indicated his thoughts. Finally, he directly spoke. Second brother, third brother, just now, when I refined the Qinglian, I gained a hint of the aura of creation, which led to some enlightenment for me. I plan to return to the 8 Scenery Palace to refine the 9 turns golden core. I wonder if third brother could lend me some of the rare materials in your possession. This left Tongtian momentarily stunned. He looked at the rare materials in his hand, then at the azure chi sphere, and finally glanced at Laozi. For a moment he did not know how to decide. If he didn't give Laozi anything, he feared his elder brother would be unhappy. But if he did give Laozi something, how would he assist his younger brother, who had not yet taken form? Seeing Tongtian hesitate, Yuanshi Tianzun spoke up. Tongtian, you are wasting rare materials. It would be better to give them to elder brother for alchemy. Without waiting for Tongtian to respond, he waved his hand to take the rare materials from Tongtian and handed them to Laozi. Then he left with Laozi still able to hear Yuanshi Tianzun speaking to Laozi. Elder brother, just now, when I refined the lotus root into the 3 treasures Rui, it gave me some insights into artifact forging. I am preparing to retreat for a while. Laozi glanced at Yuanshi Tianzun and took out several pieces of rare materials from his possession, handing them to Yuanshi Tianzun. Then the two of them returned to the 8 Scenery Palace and Jade Void Palace, ignoring Tongtian and the untransformed Dao Xuan. Seeing this scene, Dao Xuan felt a surge of anger. If he could speak, he would surely scold Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun for being shameless. You two are truly something. You think it is a waste for third brother to give me rare materials. Yet you two turn around and divide third brother's rare materials to pursue your own paths. Such an elder brother seems to have no other use than to dip into sauce. As Dao Xuan felt anger, Tongtian couldn't help but sigh. Younger brother, don't worry. I will go find more rare materials for you right away. Having said that, Tongtian gently placed the azure chi sphere on the cloud sea and set up a spirit gathering array before turning to leave Kunlun Mountain. Watching Tongtian's retreating figure, Dao Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun, those two useless fellows, have found their own laws, but why do I feel that third brother doesn't seem to have any insights? I suppose third brother is focused on me, even ignoring the insights brought by the formation of the Qingping sword. No, when third brother returns, I must find a way to let him know that he should cultivate the path of slaughter. I just wonder if I can share my insights on the path of slaughter with third brother. If I can, it would save third brother from taking a detour and being fooled by that old schemer Hongjun in the Zixiao Palace. Thinking of this, Dao Xuan began to focus his mind and relied on the Qinglan spear to comprehend the law of slaughter. Gradually, the Qinglan spear emitted waves of law and rhythm and hovered in the center of the azure chi sphere. Even the Hongming Liang Tianqi had given way to the Qinglan spear. It was hovering above the Qinglan spear. As for the rare materials Tongtian had just fed, they had gathered together and were now hovering beneath the Qinglan spear. However, this did not attract Dao Xuan's attention, otherwise he would have been astonished by this arrangement. Because if Dao Xuan transformed at this moment, the position of the Hongming Liang Tianqi would be his upper dantian. The position where the Qinglan spear stood would be his middle dantian, and the gathering place of rare materials would be his lower dantian. As the saying goes, the primordial chaos knows no years, and in the blink of an eye tens of thousands of years passed. Now the entire primordial chaos had become increasingly lively, with the Dragon Phoenix and Qilan clans battling in the primordial chaos. This led to countless mountains and river veins being destroyed due to the war between the 3 clans, leaving the entire primordial chaos desolate. However, this did not affect Dao Xuan at all, who continued wholeheartedly to comprehend the law of slaughter. Even for powerful beings like Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun, who were in retreat, it did not have much effect. But for Tongtian, it was different. He was currently searching for rare materials for Dao Xuan throughout the primordial chaos. However, with the destruction of mountains and river veins, how could the rare materials survive? After all, under a collapsed nest, how could there be any intact eggs? In order to obtain more rare materials, Tongtian had no choice but to intervene and stop the battle of the 3 clans. He also began to sort out some of the river veins so that the innate spiritual roots above the spiritual veins could mature. Unbeknownst to him, this action brought him immense benefits. Every time he stopped the war between the Dragon Phoenix and Qilan clans and repaired the river veins, he would receive merit rewards from the heavenly Tao. However, Tongtian was not focused on this. He was wholeheartedly searching for rare materials, so he overlooked this. Thus, Tongtian wandered in the primordial chaos for 129600 years, which was an entire Yuan meeting. During this Yuan meeting, Tongtian not only found countless rare materials, but also obtained a certain quantity of innate spiritual treasures. As for the merits, he also gained a lot. In fact, from a distance, Tongtian's body radiated with golden light. During this Yuan meeting, there were indeed people eyeing Tongtian, but upon learning his identity and the merit golden light on him, they quietly left. After all, at this moment, no one wanted to offend the orthodoxy of Pangu, let alone provoke someone with merits, as it was not easy to deal with. Once one provoked a person with great merits, the lighter punishment would be heavenly retribution, while the heavier would result in being erased by the heavenly Tao. However, Tongtian did not care about these matters. He was eager to return to the cloud sea of Kunlun Mountain to see his younger brother. As soon as he returned to the cloud sea of Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian saw that the azure chi sphere was emitting waves of law and rhythm. Especially at the moment he took hold of the azure chi sphere, the leader of Tongtian actually resonated with it. However, Tongtian did not pay attention to these details. Instead, he directly stuffed all the rare materials he obtained during this Yuan meeting into the azure chi sphere. The reason Tongtian was in such a hurry was that he was worried that he was too slow. Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun would come to borrow from him again. In fact, Tongtian even accidentally stuffed a small cauldron into the azure chi sphere while shoving in the rare materials. As Tongtian stuffed countless heavenly treasures into the swirling mass of primal chaos, he was swept up by the currents of that ethereal energy, merging with the treasures that had been cast in before him. Especially the cauldron that had been inadvertently tossed, in which now radiated waves of azure light. This cauldron, known as the creation universe furnace, was not a supreme innate treasure, but it had already reached the pinnacle of the upper grade. It now hovered beneath the countless heavenly treasures, drawing them all into its depths in one sweeping motion. In an instant, the fire of creation within the furnace ignited on its own, beginning to refine the heavenly treasures automatically. This commotion naturally roused Dao Xuan, who had been deep in contemplation of the great Taoist laws of slaughter. Extending his consciousness toward the creation universe furnace, he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. At this moment, the creation universe furnace exuded two distinct hues of Tao resonance from its entirety, one embodying the law of the grand Tao of alchemy, the other the law of the grand Tao of artifacts. As the fire of creation within the furnace smelted the heavenly treasures, Dao Xuan's comprehension of these two grand Tao laws quietly deepened. The bottleneck that had once seemed insurmountable finally began to give way. Dao Xuan clearly sensed something shattering within him. In that moment, his enlightenment of these two laws reached the threshold of mastery. If I can master three laws to this degree, does that not mean I am invincible at the Deluo realm? Just as joy swelled in Dao Xuan's heart, the Qinglan spear let out a resonant hum. Immediately, the law of slaughter surging through the spear began to circulate with a speed more than twice as fast as before. As the Tao resonance flowed rapidly, Dao Xuan's comprehension of the three grand Tao laws steadily advanced. In merely a few days, the swirling mass of primal chaos had expanded by a full circle, much to Tongtian's delight. It seems these heavenly treasures are indeed useful to my little brother. In that case, I shall go and find more for him. With that, Tongtian placed the swirling mass back upon the sea of clouds and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance. The three pure ones had all manifested at the Deluo golden immortal realm, but it was merely their cultivation base that had reached Deluo. Their comprehension of the laws had not yet attained mastery. Even Tongtian at this point had yet to discover the path of the great Taoist laws of slaughter that he was meant to cultivate. However, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun had already comprehended the law of the grand Tao of alchemy and the law of the grand Tao of Qi, and within the span of this cosmic epoch, they had refined their mastery to the initial stage of true proficiency. Though this was still the early stage of Deluo, this early stage was worlds apart from the ordinary. A typical Deluo initial stage cultivator stood before Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun like a mere chicken or dog. This only deepened Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun's bafflement at Tongtian's behavior, convinced that he was simply squandering his time. In the blink of an eye, another cosmic epoch passed. Dao Xuan had now comprehended all three grand Tao laws to the pinnacle of true mastery. All Dao Xuan needed now was a single opportunity to break through all three laws simultaneously to the early stage of minor accomplishment. Should he manifest, then he would directly ascend to the initial stage of the Hongjun golden immortal realm. As the circulation of the law's resonance came to a halt, Dao Xuan once again extended his divine sense toward Mount Kunlun. Through his spiritual perception, he clearly saw that Laozi had successfully refined the 9-turn golden pill. Yuanshi Tianzun had even forged several postnatal spiritual treasures. Those two rascals are working hard. At this rate, third brother might fall behind. No, when third brother returns, I absolutely cannot let him go out searching for heavenly treasures for me again. Just as Dao Xuan resolved to make Tongtian settle down and focus on comprehending the grand Tao laws, a dragon's roar echoed across the sky. Even though Dao Xuan had not yet manifested, he could clearly see a colossal dragon tens of thousands of feet long, coiling and circling in the heavens above. Then the dragon spoke in human tongue. I am ancestral dragon chieftain of the dragon clan. I willingly sacrifice my soul and body to the great Tao, begging only that a legacy be preserved for my dragon kin. From this day forth the dragon clan shall forever guard the sea, eyes of the four seas, never again participating in the struggle for dominance over the primordial wilds. Let the great Dao bear witness. As soon as the words left his mouth, his body and soul dissolved into specks of golden light in the heavens, scattering down upon the surviving dragons. Immediately after, an irresistible almighty force transported all the surviving dragons into the force. Then a phoenix cry resounded through the primordial wilds. I am Yuanshi, chieftain of the Phoenix clan. I willingly sacrifice my body and soul to the great Dao to leave a legacy for my Phoenix kin. From this day forth the Phoenix clan shall forever guard the South Sea volcano, never again participating in the struggle for dominance over the primordial wilds. Let the great Dao bear witness. As Yuanshi swore this oath to the great Dao, his body and soul instantly dissolved into specks of golden light, descending upon the surviving phoenixes. As the Phoenix clan was forcibly transported to the South Sea volcano, a beastly roar once again thundered across the heavens. I am Xuanqing, chieftain of the Qilin clan. I willingly sacrifice my body and soul to the great Dao to secure a glimmer of hope for my Qilin kin. From this day forth the Qilin clan shall transform into auspicious omens, forever guarding the earth's veins, and shall no longer participate in the struggle for dominance over the primordial wilds. Let the great Dao bear witness. The body and soul of Xuanqing, chieftain of the Qilin clan, likewise dissolved into specks of golden light, securing a thread of survival for his people. In an instant the surviving Qilins were also transported into the depths of the earth's veins, never to emerge unless as auspicious signs. The once boisterous primordial wilds fell into absolute silence as the three great clans withdrew from the struggle for dominance. All that remained was a land scarred and broken, with mountains and veins destroyed by the great war of the three clans. The Dragonhan initial tribulation is over. Then does that mean the conflict between the Dao and the demon is about to begin? Third brother, you must return quickly. Once the Dao-demon conflict erupts, you won't be safe out there. As if answering Dao Xuan's call, Tongtian transformed into a streak of light and arrived just as Dao Xuan was growing anxious. However, Tongtian's appearance at this moment was a sight hard to behold. Dusty and disheveled, utterly bedraggled. Yet despite it all, a smile still beamed across his face. He reached out and cradled the swirling mass of primal chaos, grinning foolishly. That scared me half to death, little brother. I thought Ancestral Dragon and the others were about to self-destruct, but it turned out they were just sacrificing themselves to the great Dao. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have rushed back in such a panic. If the cultivators of the primordial wilds found out, they'd surely laugh at my cowardice. As Tongtian muttered to himself, he pulled out yet another trove of heavenly treasures and stuffed them into the swirling mass of primal chaos. Dao Xuan, however, paid no attention to the treasures being shoved in. Instead, he directly used his divine sense to vibrate the Qinglan spear. Waves of Dao resonance rippled across the Qinglan spear, and the overwhelming aura of the great Daoist law of slaughter spilled out from the swirling mass of primal chaos. Before Tongtian could even react, he was already enveloped by the resonance of the laws. He froze for a moment, then felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity wash over him, as if this power had always been meant to be his. The next moment Tongtian sat cross-legged upon the sea of clouds, holding the swirling mass of primal chaos in his hands, sinking into a state of profound enlightenment. Meanwhile, from different directions across the primordial wilds, 4 streaks of light rose and shot westward. In the blink of an eye, the 4 streaks of light landed at the foot of Mount Sumeru in the west, taking the form of 4 Taoists clad in robes of different colors. One wearing plain robes was none other than the future ancestor of the Dao of the primordial wilds, Hongjun Laozi. Another draped in black and white robes was Yinyang Laozi. The one in azure robes was Yangmei Laozi. And the last, whose robes bore a striking resemblance to Yinyang Laozi's, was the renowned Xuanqing Laozi. The 4 ancestors exchanged formal greetings, then turned their gazes toward Mount Sumeru in the west. Dear Dao friends, Luohua has instigated the 3 clans of Dragon Phoenix and Qilin to war, intending to harness the overwhelming killing intent to forge the 4 swords of extermination to validate his path as a saint of the demon Dao. If we allow him to succeed, this primordial chaos may well become a purgatory. We cannot just stand by and watch him destroy it. As soon as the words of Ancestor Hongjun fell, the other 3 ancestors nodded in unison. At that moment, a middle-aged Taoist in a black robe appeared out of nowhere above Mount Shumi. He was none other than Luohua, whom Hongjun had mentioned. Luohua was seen wielding a pitch-black spear named the God-slaying spear, standing atop a 12-petaled black lotus of destruction. 4 long swords floated behind him, arranged in the directions of southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast. It was indeed the infamous 4 swords of extermination. Luohua smirked slightly. Hongjun, do you think a few old men like you can bring me Luohua to ruin? Today I shall let you witness what the extermination formation formed from the killing intent of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans truly is. After saying this, Luohua formed hand seals with both hands and silently chanted incantations. The four long swords emitted a clear sword cry simultaneously, and then shot into the sky, transforming into four beams of light of different colors. The silver-white beam fell to the east, the pitch-black beam to the west, the grayish-blue beam to the south, and the dark red beam to the north. The moment the four beams landed, they evolved into four formation gates with the four swords of extermination hovering above the gates. Luo was stood atop the central platform, laughing maniacally as he said, "Old men, do you have the courage to enter my extermination formation?" Ancestor Hongjun's expression turned grave as he spoke to the other three ancestors. "Friends, I will breach the extermination gate. The other three gates will be entrusted to you." After saying this, Ancestor Hongjun activated the Jade Book of Creation and directly stepped towards the extermination gate. The ancestor of Yin and Yang focused his thoughts, and the Taiji diagram transformed into a golden bridge leading directly to the absolute extermination gate. "You too, I will venture into this absolute extermination gate. The other two gates will be left to you." The ancestor of Qian manifested the Qian cauldron above his head and stepped towards the gate of entanglement. Only the gate of slaughter was left for Ancestor Yang Mei. Holding a willow branch, Ancestor Yang Mei also stepped into the formation. Seeing the four ancestors set the formation, Luo was sneered coldly and began to activate his spells. As the grand formation was activated, the four swords of extermination radiated with gleaming sword lights. The four swords moved in unison, and the power of the extermination sword formation erupted completely. The sharpness of the extermination sword tore through defenses. The killing intent of the slaughter sword corroded the protective spiritual light. The deceptive nature of the entanglement sword disturbed the mind, and the absolute extermination sword struck directly at the soul. The four worked in tandem, exponentially increasing the power of the formation, far surpassing that of any single sword. Luo had once boasted that the extermination formation could only be broken by the four saints. To this, Ancestor Hongjun could only scoff. After witnessing this, he no longer dared to underestimate the situation. Although the claim that only the four saints could break it was somewhat exaggerated, the reason was that Luo, who was arranging the formation, was not a saint. If Luo had already attained sainthood, the extermination formation could indeed reach the point of being unbreakable by anyone but the four saints. After a brief contemplation, Hongjun found a way to break the formation and quickly conveyed it to the other three ancestors. "Friends, to break this extermination formation, we must simultaneously retrieve the four swords of extermination. Taking just one sword will not suffice." Unfortunately, Ancestor Hongjun's discovery came too late, for the ancestor of Yin and Yang had already gone to retrieve the absolute extermination sword. Upon taking hold of the sword, the ancestor of Yin and Yang felt victorious, and a cold smile inevitably appeared on his face. But at that moment, the absolute extermination sword transformed into countless sword lights surrounding the ancestor of Yin and Yang completely. The ancestor of Yin and Yang was taken aback and hurriedly tried to block with the Taiji diagram. However, the absolute extermination sword took advantage of the situation, and a dark red sword energy silently circled behind him, striking directly at the back of the ancestor of Yin and Yang. He let out a muffled grunt, and his protective spiritual light trembled violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The deathly aura from the dark red sword energy surged towards the Yuanshi, and the ancestor of Yin and Yang felt an intense pain in his soul, as if it were being torn apart. Seeing the ancestor of Yin and Yang injured, the ancestor of Xuanqing rushed to help. He pushed with both hands, using the Qian cauldron to block the absolute extermination sword. Unfortunately, in doing so, the ancestor of Xuanqing was unable to block the entanglement sword, which pierced through his back. With the loss of the ancestor of Xuanqing's control over the Qian cauldron, the absolute extermination sword emitted sword light once more and pierced through the chest of the ancestor of Yin and Yang. In just a moment, both the ancestor of Yin and Yang and the ancestor of Xuanqing were reduced to ashes. The two ancestors who had roamed the primordial chaos for countless eras thus fell within the extermination formation. Ancestor Hongjun's face turned ashen, filled with anguish. Ancestor Yang Mei also sighed deeply. Luo laughed aloud, saying, "Two fools who do not know death dare to oppose me. Hongjun Yang Mei, you shall be next." Ancestor Hongjun fell silent for a moment, slowly raising his head. A determined glint flashed in his eyes, as if he had made an important decision. Ancestor Hongjun brought his hands together and recited the true words of the Tao. The Jade Book of Creation flew from above his head, hovering in midair and radiating an unprecedented brilliance. Within that brilliance, three phantoms slowly emerged, gradually solidifying. The three phantoms transformed into three figures identical to Ancestor Hongjun, yet each exuded a different aura. One wore a white robe, his face benevolent, radiating an aura of tranquility. He was the embodiment of the good corpse. Another donned a black robe, his face cold, surrounded by a chilling aura. He was the embodiment of the evil corpse. The last wore a gray robe, his expression emotionless, surrounded by a void. He was the embodiment of obsession. This was the result of Ancestor Hongjun's countless epochs of hard training, using the Jade Book of Creation to refine the three corpses. With the completion of the three corpse embodiments, it meant that Ancestor Hongjun had reached the threshold of severing the three corpses to attain the Tao. Although he had not yet achieved the integration of the three corpses to become a saint, the appearance of the three corpses had drastically increased his power. As the three corpse embodiments manifested, Ancestor Hongjun spoke to Ancestor Yangmei. "Yangmei, please help me hold Luohua back, while I retrieve the four swords of extermination by myself." Ancestor Yangmei was also surprised that Ancestor Hongjun possessed such capabilities. However, this was not the time to dwell on it. He nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Ancestor Yangmei vanished from his original spot, having deployed the laws of space to appear directly before Luohua. Seeing Ancestor Yangmei suddenly appear before him, Luohua swung the god-slaying spear to engage him in battle. Meanwhile, Ancestor Hongjun's three corpse embodiments entered the Absolute Extermination Gate, the Slaughtering Gate, and the Entanglement Gate respectively. The three corpse embodiments were in sync with Ancestor Hongjun's thoughts, making their cooperation seamless. Additionally, each of the three embodiments had a spiritual treasure to protect them, maximizing their defenses against the sword lights of the four swords of extermination. Ancestor Yangmei engaged Luohua in close combat, every move a deadly strike. Though he could not injure Luohua, he kept him occupied. In that moment, as Luohua could not control the extermination formation, Ancestor Hongjun seized the opportunity to directly retrieve the four swords of extermination. With the breaking of the extermination formation, Luohua was also struck by a backlash, immediately spewing a mouthful of black blood. Luohua realized his fate was sealed, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. He suddenly activated all the demonic energy within him, intending to self-destruct both his body and Yuanshi, taking the two ancestors down with him. "Hongjun, I am unwilling. If it weren't for the ancestral dragon and the others sacrificing themselves to the Tao at the last moment, preventing me from obtaining that last bit of killing intent, I would surely have surpassed you." Before his words could finish, Luohua's body exploded with a thunderous bang, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy. It not only devastated the entire western spiritual vein, but also severely injured Ancestor Yangmei and Ancestor Hongjun. Ancestor Yangmei looked towards the depths of chaos, silent for a long while before finally speaking. "Hongjun, I have decided to leave the primordial chaos." Ancestor Hongjun was taken aback. "Why must you leave, friend?" Ancestor Yangmei sighed. "In this battle my foundation has been damaged, or it will take me many epochs to recover. Moreover, I have observed the fate of the primordial chaos. It has fallen upon you, Hongjun, and it is destined for you to govern the rules of the primordial chaos in the future. I shall not remain to be an eyesore, but instead seek opportunities in the depths of chaos for a carefree existence." After saying this, Ancestor Yangmei transformed into a streak of green light and directly headed towards the depths of chaos. Although the battle between the Tao and the demons did not spread across the entire wilderness like the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era, the overwhelming aura of slaughter filled the skies in an instant, making the entire wilderness seem to mourn. This dense aura of slaughter was precisely what Tongtian needed at that moment. With Dao Xuan's intentional assistance, Tongtian unexpectedly comprehended the laws of the great Tao of slaughter to a profound level in that instant. His cultivation also broke through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, firmly surpassing Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun. Even so, Tongtian remained absorbed in the rhythm of the great Tao of slaughter and did not awaken immediately. Seeing this scene, Dao Xuan felt an immense joy in his heart, even secretly saying to himself, "I didn't expect that Hongjun, this old schemer, would help third brother a little. But I wonder if third brother will owe that old schemer a favor because of this. However, there's no point in worrying about it now. Since it has happened, we can only choose to face it. Now the Yin-Yang ancestor and the Xuanqing ancestor are probably dead. The Yangmei ancestor knows that Hongjun cannot tolerate him, so he should have gone to the chaos world. For a while the wilderness will fall into tranquility, and then Hongjun will attain sainthood. I wonder if I will be able to successfully take form before Hongjun attains sainthood. If I cannot take form, I still need to find a way to remind third brother not to be schemed against by that Hongjun." After making up his mind, Dao Xuan focused his spirit and began to comprehend the laws of the great Tao. At this moment, the rhythm of the great Tao of slaughter swirled around the Qinglan spear, slowly rotating. The laws of the great Tao of pills and the great Tao of artifacts revolved around the Xuanqing creation furnace. The Hongmeng measuring ruler surrounded the merit of the open heavens, also slowly rotating. One could say that Dao Xuan at this moment was like a fully operational machine, rapidly functioning. In the blink of an eye, another 129600 years passed. Dao Xuan had comprehended all three laws of the great Tao to a small degree of achievement. Unfortunately, despite this, Dao Xuan still did not encounter the opportunity to take form and remained a mass of mysterious pure energy. At this moment, the originally calm sky suddenly experienced extraordinary phenomena. Purple energy descended from the east for 30,000 miles, flowers rained down from the sky, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground, with streams of precious jewels cascading from above. Merit transformed into spiritual rain that fell upon the wilderness, allowing the spiritual veins damaged in the battle of the three clans to be restored. Countless beings also gained spiritual intelligence at this moment, and those who had opened their minds directly completed their transformation. At the same time, an unparalleled pressure came from beyond the 33 heavens. In the wilderness, all beings opened their eyes in that instant and knelt in the direction of Yujing Mountain. In the next moment, a giant phantom appeared in the sky. It was the sage form of Hongjun. I am Hongjun. Today I comprehend the Dao and attain sainthood as the Dao ancestor of the wilderness. Acknowledging my responsibility to educate the beings of the wilderness, I will preach for 10,000 years in the Zixiao Palace, 3,000 years from now. Anyone with faith may come to listen. Hongjun's voice was deafening, resonating through the wilderness. All beings could not help but bow and worship, while also remembering to call out the Dao ancestors' compassion. As the pressure of the sage receded, all beings in the wilderness were finally able to lift their heads and immediately directed their gazes towards Yujing Mountain. At that moment, the entire Yujing Mountain unexpectedly lifted off the ground, slowly detaching from the wilderness and drifting into the chaos beyond the 33 heavens. This inevitably made countless beings sigh, as their strength was simply insufficient to traverse the chaotic world. Little did they know this was a form of selection. Only cultivators at the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm could pass through the chaos to reach the Zixiao Palace. Those who had not reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm would thus miss the opportunity to listen to the Dao. How could they not lament? At that moment, two streaks of light came from the Taqing Peak and Yuqing Peak, and in the blink of an eye they arrived before Tongtian. Third brother, the Dao ancestor has attained sainthood and wishes to preach in the Zixiao Palace. You shouldn't waste time here lest you miss the opportunity to hear the Dao ancestors' teachings. Upon hearing this, Tongtian still felt unwilling. After pondering for a moment, he finally spoke to Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun. Eldest brother, second brother, your younger brother have been unable to take form for a long time. It must be due to insufficient source. Since we are brothers, we cannot stand by and watch our younger brother unable to take form. Why not share some of our source with him to help him take form? Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzun's expression turned unfriendly as he spoke. Whether or not he can take form is his opportunity. How can we forcibly intervene? Although Laozi did not speak, his expression clearly indicated his agreement with Yuanshi Tianzun. Seeing this, Tongtian did not persuade his two elder brothers any longer, but did not give up on his own thoughts. Since my two elder brothers are unwilling, I will do it myself. Even if my younger brother cannot take form, I will still take him to the Zixiao Palace. After saying this, Tongtian endured the pain of his source being torn apart, splitting off a portion of his source and directing it towards the mysterious pure energy mass. This also caused Tongshan's cultivation to directly fall from the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal to the early stage. However, Tongtian was completely unconcerned about this, continuously transmitting source power to Dao Xuan. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed, and Dao Xuan finally absorbed all the source power that Tongtian had separated. Unfortunately, despite this, Dao Xuan still could not take form, which made Tongtian feel helpless. However, Tongtian knew that Dao Xuan was on the verge of taking form. It was just that Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun were unwilling to part with their own source. In desperation, Tongtian even prepared to separate his source again to assist Dao Xuan in taking form. But if Tongtian really did that, his cultivation would certainly fall below the Great Luo, and he would no longer have the ability to go to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the Dao. Even so, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun had no intention of using their own source to assist Dao Xuan. Instead, they chose to intervene and stop Tongtian, urging him to calm down and not to make futile efforts. Tongtian ignored them and prepared to take action. At that moment, however, Dao Xuan's voice rang in his ear. Third brother, my source has already been replenished. You do not need to assist me with your source to take form. In a maximum of 10,000 years, or at least several thousand years, I will surely succeed in taking form, so third brother need not worry. Third brother, when you go to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the Dao, remember not to fall for Hongjun's schemes. The 6 cushions in the Zixiao Palace represent the positions of the 6 revered sages of the heavenly Dao. Third brother must not compete for them. Once you sit on a cushion, you will be bound by the control of Hongjun and the heavenly Dao for life. We brothers are of the true lineage of Pangu, inherently possessing the Pangu inheritance. With time, we will surely attain the realm of the great Dao. How can we be subjected to the heavenly Dao? Tongtian slowly placed the Xuanqing Qi group above the sea of clouds, then turned around and spoke to Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun, saying, Elder brother, second brother, since this is our first visit to the Zixiao Palace, and the route is unfamiliar, we should set off early. Seeing that Dao Tongtian was no longer fixated, Yuanshi Tianzun and Laozi both showed expressions of approval. What the third brother said is absolutely right. We should depart for the Zixiao Palace immediately to avoid losing a good position later. Tongtian nodded and glanced back at the Xuanqing Qi group, and then along with Laozi and Yuanshi, Tianzun transformed into 3 streams of light and headed towards the chaos. As for why Tongtian did not bring Dao Xuan along, it was naturally because Dao Xuan was unwilling, otherwise Tongtian would never abandon his younger brother. Watching his third brother and 2 companions leave Kunlun Mountain, Dao Xuan couldn't help but think, I wonder if third brother can avoid the scheming of that old Inbi Hongjun after all the Zixiao Palace is within his territory. In fact, if possible, Dao Xuan would have wanted Tongtian to stay in Kunlun Mountain and not go to listen to that so-called preaching. However, Dao Xuan knew that some things were beyond his control, such as attending the teachings in the Zixiao Palace. Even if Dao Xuan tried to stop Tongtian, Tongtian would still choose to believe. But Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun would not agree. Given Tongtian's deep affection for his brothers, he naturally would not let Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun feel neglected. Therefore, Dao Xuan did not make things difficult for Tongtian. At worst, he could plan well for his third brother later. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye 2,000 years had passed. Now the time for the Dao ancestors' promised teachings had arrived. At this moment, thousands of cultivators stood outside the Zixiao Palace, all staring intently at the tightly closed door. At that moment, the door of the Zixiao Palace slowly opened, and 2 young attendants stepped out from the palace. The time for the Zixiao Palace's teachings has come. The Lord commands you to enter in an orderly fashion to listen to the great Dao. The tender voice of Haotian echoed on the steps outside the Zixiao Palace. At this moment, everyone was eager to enter the Zixiao Palace first to secure a good spot. However, at this time, Tongtian quietly said to Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun, Elder brother, second brother, I have already said what needs to be said, you guys. Before Tongtian could finish his words, Haotian and Yaoqi had already stepped aside, signaling everyone to enter the Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings. Tongtian had no choice but to follow closely behind and walk towards the Zixiao Palace, though not as urgently as Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun. In the blink of an eye, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun had rushed to the front and seized the first and second cushions. Yuanshi Tianzun even placed his hand on the third cushion and said to Tongtian, Tongtian, why not come and sit down to listen to the Dao ancestors' proclamation of the great Dao? Seeing Yuanshi Tianzun had reserved a cushion for him, Tongtian felt a warmth in his heart, but ultimately shook his head at Yuanshi Tianzun. Meanwhile, Fuxi was helping Nuwa and had already rushed to the front, allowing Nuwa to sit on the fourth cushion. Fuxi intended to sit behind Nuwa, but seeing that Tongtian showed no intention of sitting on the third cushion, he stepped forward. Noticing Fuxi's action, Yuanshi Tianzun understood that he wanted to sit on that cushion and glanced at Tongtian again. However, Tongtian had already seated himself on the ground behind them and did not intend to take that third cushion. Yuanshi Tianzun had no choice. Since Tongtian would not sit, he could not stand and deny others a seat. Reluctantly, he glared at Tongtian and then gave the third cushion to Fuxi. Meanwhile, Xuanzi helped Hongjun Laozi secure the fifth cushion, and Xuanqing, relying on his speed, sat on. In the blink of an eye, the 6 cushions in the Zixiao Palace had all been occupied, and the others could only sit on the ground behind the 6 people. Just as the door of the Zixiao Palace was about to close, 2 figures rushed into the palace in a hurry. As soon as they entered the Zixiao Palace, the 2 embraced each other and began to cry. Elder brother, why must we brothers suffer so much? Being born in the impoverished West is one thing, but after finally having the chance to hear the Dao ancestors' teachings, we don't even have a seat. Since the heavenly Dao treats us so poorly, why should we brothers continue to live in this world? As he spoke, one of the sorrowful Taoists was about to dash towards the central platform, seemingly wanting to end his life within the Zixiao Palace. This inevitably moved Hongjun Laozi, who was usually regarded as a good-natured person, and he hurriedly stood up to pull him back, saying, Fellow Taoist, there's no need for that. If you are tired, this seat of mine can be. Before Hongjun Laozi could finish his words, that Taoist had already sat down on Hongyun's cushion and then turned his gaze towards Xuanqing beside him. You, sir, are so lacking in manners. I came here with my junior brother, but you occupy the spot without yielding. Xuanqing was taken aback by this sudden questioning. He thought to himself, how could there be such an audacious person in the world? Just then Yuanshi Tianzun spoke up. You, a creature born from the wet and dark, have no virtue or ability to sit with us. Why don't you step aside? With someone speaking for him, the unseated Taoist finally gained confidence. He waved his hand, and a flash of 7-colored light appeared, and the 7 treasures mysterious tree was already in his grasp, sweeping towards Xuanqing. Before Xuanqing could comprehend what was going on, he felt a sense of danger approaching and instinctively retreated. As a result, he completely vacated the 6th cushion, which was seized by the Taoist. Xuanqing intended to rush forward to reclaim his cushion, but he found that Hongjun had already appeared on the central platform. With Hongjun's appearance, no one dared to cause trouble. They all knelt on the ground and paid their respects. Hongjun's gaze swept over the crowd in the Zixiao Palace, finally landing on the 6 cushions. He was about to speak, saying that since the seats had been assigned, everyone should sit according to their designated spots and not fight over them anymore. However, before Hongjun could finish, he noticed Tongtian behind Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun. He also saw that the position supposed to belong to Tongtian was occupied by Fushi. This inevitably made Hongjun frown, but he could not directly intervene and force Fushi to leave to let Tongtian sit. He could only wave his hand, adding another cushion behind the six, preparing for Tongtian to take his seat. If previously Tongtian believed Dao Xuan's words simply out of brotherly affection, now it was entirely different because Hongjun's action had already proven that Dao Xuan was right. This meant that the seating arrangement in the Zixiao Palace was indeed a trap. Even if Dao Xuan said that if an additional seat was added he could sit, Tongtian still felt insecure. Therefore, when the seventh cushion appeared, Tongtian had already pulled Xuanqing over. "Xuanqing, my friend, why don't you hurry and take your seat? This is a cushion that the Dao ancestors specifically added for you after seeing that you were robbed by the Taoist." Hearing Tongtian's words, Xuanqing could not help but show gratitude, feeling that sitting in this position would help him regain his lost dignity. However, just as Xuanqing was about to take his seat, a sense of killing intent quietly rose in his heart. This made Xuanqing break out in a cold sweat instantly, and he no longer dared to think about sitting on the newly added cushion. He hurriedly said to Tongtian, "Thank you, Tongtian, but I can just find any random place to sit." After saying this, he stepped back a few steps and finally sat next to Emperor Jun and Tai. Given the circumstances, Tongtian could no longer refuse even if he wished to, and could only sit upright on them. Seeing Tongtian settled, Hongjun then spoke, "Next time you come to listen to the Dao, you must take your seats according to today's arrangement and must not fight for positions." This lecture over 10,000 years is divided into 3 parts. Today's discussion is on the great Dao of the Dao. The great Dao is transcendence. To leap beyond the constraints of the river of time, to encompass all possible timelines, to unify my past, future, and present self, and achieve the singular fruit of my Dao. As Hongjun expounded on the great Dao, the sounds of the Dao resonated throughout the Zixiao Palace. Every word uttered by Hongjun transformed into a flower of gold, drifting towards those listening to the Dao. In a moment, the entire Zixiao Palace was adorned with a cascade of celestial flowers, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground, with countless sounds of the Dao echoing in the ears of the people. In the blink of an eye, Hongjun had been lecturing for 1,000 years. A previously tranquil aura above Kunlun Mountain suddenly expanded violently in all directions. Immediately following was the surge of primordial spiritual energy gathering above the clouds of Kunlun Mountain. In an instant, this primordial energy transformed into a lotus of spiritual energy, elevating the Xuanqing Qi group atop the lotus platform. As the Xuanqing Qi group began to twist and distort slowly, a human-shaped silhouette had coalesced. Within the upper dantian of this silhouette, the Hongming Liang Tian Qi emitted waves of merit golden light. In the middle dantian, the Qinglan spear radiated with the resonance of the laws of the great Dao. In the lower dantian, the laws of the great Dao artifact and the laws of the great Dao pills formed a yin-yang symbol above the cauldron of creation. As the upper, middle, and lower dantian took shape, the veins within the human silhouette began to coalesce, and the bones started to manifest. After an unknown amount of time, a perfect innate Dao body had formed, and from the primordial lotus beneath its feet, it transformed into a pure white Dao robe. At this moment, atop Kunlun Mountain, a young man dressed in a pristine Dao robe, appearing to be 18 or 19 years old, held a green long spear, gazing skyward. "I am the true lineage of Pangu Xuanqing, Dao Xuan Tianzun. Today I have taken form using Kunlun Mountain as my temporary Dao venue." The manifestation of Dao Xuan did not cause much astonishment, for all the mighty beings of the primordial era were in the Zixiao Palace, entranced by the sounds of the Dao. However, Dao Xuan did not mind, after all he was merely going through the motions. Now that he had finally taken form, Dao Xuan felt an extraordinary sense of ease. "Just in time, while they are all in the Zixiao Palace listening to the Dao, I will take a stroll around Kunlun Mountain." Dao Xuan clearly remembered that after the lecture at the Zixiao Palace, the innate gourd of Buzhou Mountain would be about to ripen. Even if he could not obtain them all, he at least wanted to claim a share. After all, that was a top-quality, innate spiritual treasure. With this determination, Dao Xuan headed towards Buzhou Mountain. Strangely enough, although Dao Xuan had never been to Buzhou Mountain, he had a clear route in his mind. Not only Kunlun Mountain, but even in the entirety of the primordial world, wherever Dao Xuan wished to go, a perfect route would appear in his mind. This was the true lineage of Pangu. After all, the entire primordial world was evolved by Pangu. How could the true lineage of Pangu, which inherited his legacy, be unfamiliar with it? Dao Xuan stepped on the Qinglan spear, breaking through the void, heading towards Buzhou Mountain. 300 years later, Dao Xuan finally arrived at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, and then put away the Qinglan spear. While others fly with swords, I have turned it into spear flight. But it is quite impressive. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Dao Xuan respectfully performed a bow before Buzhou Mountain. "Great God Pangu, you should know who the junior is." I want to elaborate further. Today the junior comes to Buzhou Mountain to pay homage to the great God Pangu. I ask for your permission to ascend the mountain. As soon as Dao Xuan performed a grand salute to Buzhou Mountain, he felt a powerful pressure emanating from the mountain peak. In response, Dao Xuan did not retreat a single step. Instead, he faced that pressure heat-in and stepped towards Buzhou Mountain. At first, every step Dao Xuan took felt like it weighed 10,000 pounds. In a whole year, he had only ascended a few miles. If this continued, by the time Buzhou Mountain was struck down by Gonggong, Dao Xuan would not be able to reach the summit. However, as Dao Xuan persevered, the impact of Panga's pressure on him diminished more and more. This made Dao Xuan's steps increasingly light, allowing him to finally take the time to observe the surrounding scenery. Eventually, Dao Xuan spent nearly 1,000 years and finally arrived at the mountainside of Buzhou Mountain. Standing on the mountainside, Dao Xuan looked down and saw only a sea of clouds. They say that before the lecture at Zixiao Palace, besides the true lineage of Pangu, no one could ascend to the mountainside of Buzhou Mountain. After the lecture at Zixiao Palace, even the great Luo Golden Immortals can reach the mountainside of Buzhou Mountain and even climb halfway up. After the second lecture at Zixiao Palace, the mountainside of Buzhou Mountain is accessible to all. Until the third lecture at Zixiao Palace, even ascending to the peak of Buzhou Mountain does not require being a great Luo cultivator. Therefore, this lecture at Zixiao Palace is merely the heavenly Dao's attempt to erase your legacy in the primordial world, great god Pangu. In the end, they did not hesitate to instigate the calamity of the witches and demons using Gonggong's hand to completely shatter Buzhou Mountain. Thus, your influence in the primordial world, great god Pangu, will be utterly diminished. It is a pity that even if I Dao Xuan know all this, what can be done? Can I really contend with the heavenly Dao? All I can do is do my utmost to preserve the spiritual roots on Buzhou Mountain, only beyond that it is beyond my capability. Dao Xuan seemed to be muttering to himself, or perhaps he was recounting to the will of Pangu on Buzhou Mountain. In any case, regardless of Dao Xuan's intentions at this moment, he finally received a response from the will of Pangu. The previously inaccessible upper half of Buzhou Mountain unexpectedly opened up completely to Dao Xuan. This inevitably brought joy to Dao Xuan, as the first lecture at Zixiao Palace had not yet concluded. Logically speaking, even as the true lineage of Pangu, reaching this position should have been his limit. It could be said that the position Dao Xuan occupied now was one that no one could reach. This made Dao Xuan feel a slight excitement. After all, he had taken the first bite. If he could not find something good, he would truly be of no use. At that moment, Dao Xuan bowed once more towards Buzhou Mountain, and then began to scour the upper half of Buzhou Mountain. Any innate spiritual roots, heavenly materials, or innate spiritual treasures that Dao Xuan encountered would not escape his grasp. What excited Dao Xuan the most was that he found a top-quality, innate spiritual treasure on the upper half of Buzhou Mountain, named the Eight Treasures Compass. Although this Eight Treasures Compass had no offensive power, it created its own spiritual treasure space, and could also assist Dao Xuan in locating spiritual treasures. Although Dao Xuan had no time to refine the Eight Treasures Compass right now, with it in hand, his speed in collecting innate spiritual items inevitably increased. In the blink of an eye, Dao Xuan had been scouring Buzhou Mountain for over 1,000 years, and the end of the lecture at Zixiao Palace was drawing near. However, what puzzled Dao Xuan was that he had not found the innate gourd vine he was looking for, nor the innate banana. Could it be that I Dao Xuan am fated to be without these two top-quality, innate spiritual roots? Even if I came to Buzhou Mountain early, it is impossible to discover them. Just as Dao Xuan was talking to himself, he felt the ground beneath his feet begin to surge uncontrollably, pulling him in a certain direction. When the earth stopped surging, Dao Xuan found himself before a sheer cliff. At that moment, a towering vine was coiled around the cliff, bearing 7 gourds of various colors. Upon seeing the primordial gourd he had been searching for, Dao Xuan's face instantly filled with joy. He then bowed in the direction of the peak of Buzhou Mountain, saying, "Thank you, Pangu, I shall not disappoint your grace." After paying his respects, Dao Xuan turned around to gaze at the towering vines on the cliff. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind: could he uproot this primordial gourd vine completely? After all, the primordial gourd was not yet mature. If he were to pick it now, it would be tantamount to wasting this primordial treasure. However, if he waited for it to mature, those few would come to share it with him. The key issue was that even if Dao Xuan uprooted the primordial gourd vine, where would he transplant it? After all, he couldn't guarantee whether the primordial gourd vine could continue to grow once removed from Buzhou Mountain. Forget it, the causality of this primordial gourd vine is too significant. It directly concerns Nua's creation of humanity. However, with my current cultivation, if I don't want them to pick the gourd, what can they do to me? With this thought, Dao Xuan no longer hesitated and sat cross-legged beneath the root of the gourd vine. However, at this moment, Dao Xuan was not contemplating his own laws, but was directly taking out the Hongjun measuring ruler. The Hongjun measuring ruler floated at the root of the primordial gourd vine, exuding waves of mysterious yellow aura. As the mysterious yellow energy permeated the root of the gourd vine, it seemed to come alive, beginning to sway its branches and leaves. Thus Dao Xuan sat beneath the gourd vine for a full 1,000 years. It was only when the gourd vine began to emit bursts of light that Dao Xuan finally opened his eyes. Dao Xuan's gaze swept over the 7 gourds hanging from the vine and noticed that 6 of them had already ripened. Even the purple-black gourd, which should not have matured, now radiated vitality, showing no signs of wilting. This couldn't help but bring joy to Dao Xuan, but just then a red light descended from the sky, revealing none other than the elder Hongjun. Elder Hongjun arrived beneath the gourd vine, without greeting Dao Xuan, and prepared to reach for the purpler gourd. Meanwhile, several streaks of light descended from the sky, arriving in the form of Diju and Tai, along with the 3 pure ones Nuwa and Fushi. However, Dao Xuan had no time to greet them. He directly wielded the Hongming measuring ruler to block Elder Hong. My friend, as the saying goes, taking without asking is akin to thievery. How can you wish to pick my gourd without even... Elder Hongyun was momentarily taken aback by Dao Xuan's obstruction, but then he smiled and bowed to Dao Xuan. My friend, this purpler gourd is fated to be with me. Elder Hongyun spoke earnestly. Dao Xuan, with a beaming smile, replied, if this purpler gourd truly has a fate with you, then simply stand here and call for it. If it indeed has a fate with you, it will naturally fall from the vine into your hands, otherwise do not try to play this. Elder Hongyun's smile instantly stiffened, leaving him awkwardly standing in place, unable to advance. At that moment, Tai, who had just arrived, had already taken action. He held the Dongwang bell and moved towards the purple-white gourd. Seeing this scene, Dao Xuan couldn't help but sneer, saying, oh, here comes another stubborn one. As he spoke, Dao Xuan waved his hand, and the Qinglan spear directly blocked Tai's path. Tai, seeing this, showed no fear and prepared to use the Dongwang bell to shake off the Qinglan spear before reaching for the purple-white gourd. At that moment, Tongtian revealed a look of ecstasy, for he had recognized who was before him. When Tongtian first arrived, he sensed a familiar aura from Dao Xuan, but for a moment, he couldn't recall who this person was. After all, when Dao Xuan transformed, Tongtian had already gone to the Zixiao Palace and had not seen Dao Xuan's appearance. However, now that he saw Dao Xuan brandishing the Qinglan spear, if Tongtian still did not recognize that this was his younger brother, he would surely be a fool. While delighted, Tongtian quickly flashed to Dao Xuan's side with the Qingping sword already pointed at Tai. Tai, if you want to snatch my brother's gourd, you should consider whether you have that capability. Actually, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun also sensed a familiar aura, but it was not as strong as Tongshan's. Now, hearing Tongtian refer to Dao Xuan as his younger brother, they quickly guessed who this person was. Without hesitation, they stood in front of Dao Xuan, glaring at Tai. Seeing this, Tai couldn't help but frown. The Dongwang bell he had raised was immediately retracted. However, Tai couldn't understand why, although there were only 3 of the 3 pure ones, another younger brother had appeared. After a moment, Tai arrived at what he thought was the right answer, and sneered, saying, Tongtian, if you want to seize the spiritual treasure, then show your true abilities. Oh, why resort to such tricks against me? Even Nuwa, standing by, couldn't help but ask Dao Xuan, since you discovered this primordial gourd vine, first, my second brother will not allow anyone to rob your spiritual treasure. Dao Xuan turned his gaze to Nuwa and smiled, saying, you must be Nuwa, huh? It seems you do not recognize me. However, that is understandable. After all, when I transformed, you were in the Zixiao Palace listening to the Dao. Listen well, lest you forget who your brother is in the future. I am one of the 4 pure ones of Pangus Orthodox lineage, the Xuanqing, Dao Xuan Tianzun. As Dao Xuan introduced himself, the expressions of those present turned to shock. However, seeing that the 3 pure ones did not refute Dao Xuan's words, they knew he was not lying. Only Nuwa's focus was not on this. Instead, she murmured softly, how shameless. Who are you calling brother? My brother is Fushi, and he stands right beside me. At the same time, Yuanshi Tianzun couldn't help but ask Dao Xuan, since you discovered this primordial gourd vine, first, my second brother will not let others seize your spiritual treasure. As he spoke, the Sanbao Rui appeared in Yuanshi Tianzun's hand. Although Laozi did not speak, he also took out the Panlong crutch, directly gazing at Tai and Hongyun. Seeing Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun like this, Dao Xuan couldn't help but silently think, these 2 fools, now that there's a spiritual treasure they remember, I am their younger brother. When I was having difficulty transforming due to insufficient essence, where were you 2 to recognize me as your younger brother and share some essence? Although he thought this in his heart, there were some things he could not openly say, or else it would be his brothers who would be embarrassed. Thus he directly spoke, eldest brother, second brother, I have guarded this primordial gourd vine for a full 1,000 years. In this 1,000 years, I have continuously nourished it with mysterious yellow energy, allowing this primordial gourd to mature ahead of time. Although I do not know who these 2 are, if they dare to snatch my gourd, do not blame me for being merciless. As he spoke, the aura of a Hunyuan golden immortal gradually emanated from Dao Xuan. Although everyone present had reached the peak of Deluo Golden Immortal after the teachings in the Zixiao Palace, in front of Dao Xuan, who was at the early stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, they felt somewhat inadequate. If all the people present were to simultaneously attack Dao Xuan, they might not stand a chance of victory. The key was that he was one of the 4 pure ones, and would they dare to bully their own younger brother? Seeing this scene, Elder Hongyun couldn't help but sigh, then bowed to Dao Xuan, saying, In that case, I shall. Having said that, Elder Hongjun transformed into a stream of light and departed. Although Tai felt somewhat dissatisfied facing such a powerful figure, even with the Donghuang bell, it was futile. However, unlike Elder Hongjun, he directly snorted and said, I Tai will remember today's events, and will surely seek retribution for this in the future. After saying this, Tai transformed into a long rainbow and left Buzhou Mountain. Upon seeing Tai and Elder Hongjun depart, Dao Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Truly the world is deteriorating, even the common folk dare to come to Buzhou Mountain to flaunt their might. Fuxi and Nuwa's Taoist temple Fengxi Mountain was right at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Thus they had previously attempted to climb Buzhou Mountain. Unfortunately, in the end, they couldn't even reach the mountain's waist, as they were ultimately not of Pangus Orthodox lineage. They hadn't realized it before, but now hearing Dao Xian's words, they felt they had indeed reached the upper half of Buzhou Mountain. However, they didn't think of anything else, only feeling that their cultivation had improved, allowing them to reach this place. Even Laozi and the other two did not catch the hidden meaning in Dao Xian's words. At this moment, Nuwa felt that she was no longer destined to have the purple-green gourd, yet her gaze remained fixed upon it, as she could clearly sense its immense importance to her. Unfortunately, no matter how important it was, what could she do? She was no match for Xiqing, and even if she tried to snatch it, it would be futile. Seeing the look in his sister's eyes, Fuxi felt a pang of compassion and stepped forward to bow to Dao Xuan. Dao Xuan, my friend, I am Fuxi. Although I know this innate gourd belongs to you, my sister truly loves it. I kindly ask you to part with it. Rest assured, I will not take your gourd for free. I am willing to exchange it for 2 innate spiritual treasures. Please grant me this favor. Seeing Fuxi like this, Dao Xuan couldn't help but think. It is said that Fuxi is a doting brother, seeing is believing. He then spoke to Fuxi saying, there's no need for such formality, my friend. Since Nuwa appreciates it, just as he spoke, Dao Xuan directly plucked the purple-green gourd and presented it to Nuwa. Is this the one you like? I knew your gaze never left it. Here, are you satisfied now? Come on, call me brother so I can hear it. Dao Xuan's voice was so soft that only Nuwa could barely hear him, while the others merely sensed that Dao Xuan was speaking to her, but could not make out the words. Upon hearing this, Nuwa's face flushed as she looked at the purple-green gourd, ultimately yielding to Dao Xuan. However, her call of brother was even quieter, only audible to Dao Xuan as he leaned in closer. Dao Xuan did not press Nuwa any further and simply placed the purple-green gourd into her hands. He never intended to take it from her, recognizing its immense significance to her. In the future, Nuwa would become the saint of the demon clan, and this purple-green gourd, also known as the gourd for summoning demons, was key to her control over them. Of course, that was not the main point. The primary reason was that Nuwa would become one of the 6 saints of the heavenly Dao. Dao Xuan was uncertain if he could attain sainthood himself. If in the future Yuanshi, Tianzun orchestrated another 4-saint meeting to eliminate Xian, it would be of great use to have Nuwa on his side. As long as he could win Nuwa over to his brother's camp, the 4-saint meeting would not pose a threat. After all, as long as Nuwa could hold off the Taoist of Xuanqing, the remaining 3 would have no chance of breaking the Xian extermination formation. Hearing Nuwa call him brother, Dao Xuan felt that his plans had taken a good start. He then said to her, since you call me brother, I must not treat my sister poorly. Later, I will pluck the gourd, and the vine will belong to you. There is still something good at the root of that gourd vine, and it will also be yours. Nuwa looked up at Dao Xuan and gently nodded. Fuxi, witnessing this scene, nearly had his eyes pop out, thinking to himself, when did my sister become so obedient? Previously she would shout and threaten him, never this gentle. The main point was that the purple gold gourd held no real value to Dao Xuan. In fact, even when considering the purple-green gourd he had to give to Yuanshi Tianzun, he felt no regret of cordiality. The main point was that the purple gold gourd held no real value to Dao Xuan. In fact, even when considering the purple-green gourd he had to give to Yuanshi Tianzun, he felt no regret. What he genuinely desired were the purple-black gourd, the purple-red gourd, and the purple-white gourd. It is said that the purple-black gourd, also known as the chaos gourd, contains its own world and encompasses nearly all the functions of the other 6 gourds. As for the purple-red gourd, it is famously known as the 99 scattering soul gourd. The purple-white gourd is the Excalibur of Xian extermination. Especially the purple-white gourd, Dao Xuan would absolutely not give it up, as it pertained to the lives of many disciples under his 3rd brother. Even so, Dao Xuan did not forget to give his elder brother a little jab while handing over the purple gold gourd, saying, "Elder brother, this purple gold gourd is for you. After all, you are the elder brother. I, as your younger brother, dare not criticize you." As Laozi reached out, hearing Dao Xuan's words made him feel somewhat ashamed. Fortunately, Dao Xuan directly shoved the purple gold gourd into Laozi's hands, sparing him from embarrassment. Dao Xuan then plucked the purple-green gourd and presented it to Yuanshi Tianzun, saying, "Second brother, my transformation would not have been possible without your encouragement. Otherwise, I would have long given up on myself. Where would I have found the determination to transform?" After saying this, Dao Xuan paid no heed to Yuanshi Tianzun's expression and shoved the purple-green gourd into his hand. He then plucked both the purple-green gourd and the purple-red gourd and placed them into Tongtian's hands. Third brother, these two are for you. Take them. A simple sentence and a heartfelt smile nearly brought Tongtian to tears. Laozi felt increasingly ashamed, and even Yuanshi Tianzun, known for his pride, couldn't help but tone it down a bit. After the excitement, Tongtian directly shoved the purple-eared gourd towards Dao Xuan. Younger brother, one is enough for me. You keep this purple-eared gourd for yourself. Because Dao Xuan referred to Tongtian as third brother, Tongtian no longer considered himself the elder brother, instead adopting Dao Xuan's address. Dao Xuan smiled, waved his hand, and pointed at the gourd vine, saying, "Third brother, take it. There are still two on this vine, aren't there? The two I want are much more powerful than these." After saying this, Dao Xuan's gaze turned towards the still unripe purple-black gourd. He finally approached Nuwa and said to her, "Nuwa, I observe that your innate law should be that of the great Tao of creation. I wonder if you would be willing to help me with a small favor, using the great Tao of creation to help the purple-black gourd mature quickly." Having received the purple-green gourd from Dao Xuan, Nuwa, sensing his request, naturally would not refuse. She nodded to Dao Xuan and followed him to the root of the gourd vine. Nuwa formed hand seals, and boundless power of creation flew from her hands, heading straight for the root of the gourd vine. At the same time, Dao Xuan took out the Hongming measuring ruler and used it to guide the power of creation into the purple-black gourd. With the nourishment of the power of creation, the maturation speed of the purple-black gourd began to accelerate. This brought a smile to Nuwa's face, prompting her to increase the output of the power of creation. Seeing that Nuwa's control over the power of the great Tao of creation was not so effortless, Dao Xuan couldn't help but ask, "Nuwa, have you not comprehended this great Tao of creation? That cannot do. We must not forsake the root for the branches. This great Tao of creation is the path most suitable for your cultivation. When we primal beings were born, we were accompanied by a kind of great Tao law. That was a gift from Father Pangu to us. If you cannot comprehend the most suitable great Tao law for yourself, what would be the point of pursuing any great Tao way?" Hearing Dao Xuan's words, Nuwa nodded, and a hint of shame appeared on her face. Together, through their efforts, Nuwa and Dao Xuan took a full 14 days to finally mature the purple-black gourd. At the moment the purple-black gourd matured, a vast wave of chaotic energy surged all the way to the 33 heavens. To Dao Xuan's surprise, as soon as the purple-black gourd matured, it unexpectedly connected with the illusions of life and death within the chaos. Dao Xuan did not rush to pluck the purple-black gourd, but waited for the phenomenon to subside before stepping forward. He first plucked the purple-black gourd, then turned back to retrieve the purple-white gourd. The reason Dao Xuan had not plucked the purple-white gourd was that he feared a tragedy like that in the original Hongjun timeline would occur again. Dao Xuan remembered that in the original Hongjun timeline, as the 6 matured gourds were plucked, the purple-black gourd completely lost its vitality. Thus Dao Xuan had kept one gourd unpicked to prevent such a situation from reoccurring. Now that the purple-black gourd had completely matured, he naturally could not forget about the purple-white gourd. After taking his 2 gourds, Dao Xuan waved at the innate gourd vine along with the 9 heavens breath soil at the root of the gourd. All were taken out by Dao Xuan. "This gourd vine has a great opportunity with you. When the time comes, you will naturally know. This 9 heavens breath soil is the same. You must keep it well and never use it unless it is a critical moment." After returning to Kunlun Mountain, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun exchanged a few pleasantries with Dao Xuan before each returned to their respective places of cultivation to comprehend the Tao. Tongtian had been focused entirely on Dao Xuan, not even establishing a place of cultivation, and at this time, he had even less inclination to do so. Seeing Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun leave Tongtian, then spoke to Dao Xuan, saying, "Little brother, I know you have some grievances against big brother and second brother." Before Tongtian could finish his sentence, Dao Xuan directly interrupted him with a smile. After all, Dao Xuan had already discerned that Tongtian intended to speak well of Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun. Therefore he smiled and said to Tongtian, "Third brother, no need to say more, I understand in my heart. As long as they still recognize me as their little brother and have not done anything to harm our brotherly bond, I will not hold grudges." Dao Xuan's words were already exceedingly clear. That is to say, they regarded me as their little brother while I regarded them as brothers. Of course, Dao Xuan's words also carried an element of perfunctory acknowledgement towards Tongtian. After all, Dao Xuan was more aware than anyone of what these two would do in the future. But Tongtian was oblivious to the underlying truth and believed that his little brother harbored no resentment towards Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun. At this moment, the worry on his face was swept away, and he began to inquire about Dao Xuan's transformation. Dao Xuan roughly explained the situation, and Tongtian praised him repeatedly. "I didn't expect my little brother to achieve the cultivation level of a Hongjun golden immortal upon transformation. Now I have nothing to worry about." Dao Xuan nodded with a smile, and then asked, "By the way, did anything happen when you went to Zhixiao Palace to listen to the Tao?" Tongtian did not hold back, detailing the events that occurred in Zhixiao Palace to Dao Xuan. Upon learning about the preaching situation in Zixiao Palace, it was not much different from what he already knew except that Tongtian had his own explanation and did not sit on the 6 mats. As for Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun, not heeding Tongtian's advice, it did not come as a surprise to Dao Xuan. As long as third brother did not sit on those mats, it is good. However, this is just the beginning and more events will unfold. Third brother just mentioned that Hongjun said the next topic to be discussed is the Tao of the Quasi-Saint. I wonder if third brother knows what a Quasi-Saint is. After pondering for a moment, Tongtian replied to Dao Xuan, above the great Luo Golden Immortal is the Quasi-Saint, and above the Quasi-Saint are the saints and the saints of the united Tao. Therefore the Quasi-Saint should be a realm above the great Luo, laying the foundation for achieving the saintly Tao in the future. Dao Xuan shook his head directly at Tongtian, saying third brother above the great Luo should be the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and above the Hunyuan Golden Immortal is the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, even up to the Hunyuan Wijidian Great Luo Golden Immortal. As for what Quasi-Saint or saint, these are merely fruit positions, not realms. They correspond to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal and the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Currently Hongjun's cultivation must be at the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal level, but once he merges with the heavenly Tao, he will become the Hunyuan Wijidian Great Luo Golden Immortal, which is the saint of the united Tao he refers to. As for the Quasi-Saint Tao that Hongjun is going to discuss next, if my little brother is not mistaken, it should be the Tao of severing the 3 corpses that Hongjun cultivates. This Tao of severing the 3 corpses is indeed an unparalleled technique that can help the beings of Honghuang break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm swiftly. However, it is not suitable for our Pangu Orthodox lineage, as we already possess the Pangu inheritance. The Pangu Father God cultivates the laws of the Tao, breaking through bottlenecks through an absolute force of cultivation. This is what we, the Pangu Orthodox lineage, should cultivate. Therefore, if the Quasi-Saint Tao that Hongjun speaks of is the Tao of severing the 3 corpses, third brother, remember, it is only for listening and not for cultivation, otherwise it would be tantamount to self-dismantling one's path. If these words were spoken by anyone other than Dao Xuan, Tongtian would have wanted to strike him. That would be truly bizarre. However, since these words came from Dao Xuan, Tongtian had no doubts at all, and even remembered to ask, little brother, the Pangu inheritance you mentioned, is it the great Tao of slaughter and punishment that I comprehended before your discussion in Zixiao Palace? Dao Xuan nodded, saying, third brother, actually all the innate beings in Honghuang are descendants of the Pangu. The 3 clans of dragons, phoenixes, and qilins also originate from the Pangu Father God, and even those like Dijun and Tai were born from the left eye of the Pangu Father God. Thus all innate beings have received the inheritance of the Father God, and have at least grasped one great Tao law upon their transformation. For example, the law of creation, grasped by Nuwa. After hearing this, Tongtian could not help but show a pensive expression. After a moment, he finally spoke, little brother, if what you say is true, then do the 3,000 cultivators we heard about in Zixiao Palace not all possess the great Tao laws inherited from the Pangu Father God? Yet little brother just said that the Tao of severing the 3 corpses passed down by the Tao ancestor can indeed help the beings of Honghuang break through quickly. Isn't this self-contradictory? Dao Xuan looked at Tongtian's conflicted expression, and without beating around the bush, he directly said, so what my little brother refers to is the beings of Honghuang rather than the innate beings. Although we are transformed in Honghuang, we were not born from it, which is why we are called innate beings. I even suspect that Hongjun wants to sever the inheritance left by the Pangu Father God in this Honghuang. Because the Pangu Father God is the great Tao of this Honghuang, as the saying goes, when the great Tao retreats, the heavenly Tao is born, but the heavenly Tao is not complete, leaving behind a glimmer of hope. For the heavenly Tao to replace the great Tao and become the sole rule of Honghuang, it must first complete itself and also sever the possibility of the great Tao returning. At this point, Tongtian finally understood, looking at Dao Xuan with shock, saying, so, if all the 3,000 guests in Zixiao Palace cultivated the Tao of severing the 3 corpses, it would be equivalent to abandoning the inheritance of the Pangu Father God. And those later-born beings of Honghuang who do not possess the inheritance of the great Tao would be even less likely to walk the path of the laws. The result of this would be that the inheritance left by the Father God in Honghuang will be transformed into the Tao of severing the 3 corpses left by Hongjun. The Tao of severing the 3 corpses will become the mainstream of Honghuang. People say Tongtian is straightforward, but after this statement, Dao Xuan did not think so anymore. In fact, Dao Xuan believed that Tongtian was not merely straightforward or lacking in schemes. He simply cared too much for brotherly affection, which led to him being schemed against by Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun. Now calming down to think, he could naturally see through the essence of the matter and understand the stakes involved. Thus Dao Xuan nodded to Tongtian without hesitation and said, third brother is correct, but we cannot change any of this. After all, what governs Honghuang now is the heavenly Tao, and the great Tao has already retreated. We 4 brothers, along with the 12 ancestors of sorcery, are indeed the Pangu Orthodox lineage, but other innate beings are also descendants of the Pangu Father God. To put it simply, we 16 are the legitimate sons of the Pangu Father God, while other innate beings are at best his illegitimate sons or adopted sons. As legitimate sons of the Pangu Father God, we naturally cannot allow the inheritance of the Pangu Father God to be replaced by those with ulterior motives. Otherwise, we would be unfilial sons. After hearing this, Tongtian nodded to Dao Xuan, then turned his gaze towards Taiqing Peak and Yuqing Peak. Little brother, should we not inform big brother and second brother? After all, they are also the legitimate sons of the Pangu Father God, and we cannot just watch them be schemed against by Hongjun, right? Seeing that Tongtian still did not want to give up on Laozi and Yuanshi, Tianzun, Dao Xuan sighed helplessly. Third brother, just like last time, do you think they will really believe you if you tell them? To Dao Xuan's surprise, Tongtian actually nodded and said, last time I told big brother and second brother not to sit on the mats in Zhixiao Palace. They didn't believe me because I had no evidence. But this time is different. Now, little brother, you did not go to Zhixiao Palace to listen to the Dao, did not cultivate the Dao of severing the three corpses, yet you still reached the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. This is a living example. With you as an example, how could they possibly not believe it? Dao Xuan had forgotten this point, but he did not think that it would change Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun's beliefs. After all, the path of the laws is fraught with difficulties and dangers. How could it compare to the smoothness of walking the Dao of severing the three corpses? Dao Xuan's heart was as clear as a bright mirror. He understood that if he did not allow Tongtian to give it a try, his third brother would never be at peace, and would even feel that he had let down their two elder brothers. In the future, when I conspire against him with Yuanshi Tianzun, Tongtian will certainly bear the burden of this guilt silently, without a single complaint. Thinking of this, Dao Xuan's heart softened, and he simply nodded at Tongtian. Since that's the case, third brother, go greet them. As for believing or not, do not force it. Upon hearing this, a warmth flashed in Tongtian's eyes. He nodded, little brother, why don't we go meet our two elder brothers together? Dao Xuan never expected that Tongtian wanted him to personally tell Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun about this matter. How could he agree? What a joke, wasn't that jumping into a pit of fire? Immediately Dao Xuan's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly adopted a posture of calculating the heavenly secrets. Feigning depth, he said, third brother, there isn't much time left. I sense an opportunity above the East Sea. If we are late, it may be hard to find. After speaking, Dao Xuan prepared to slip away quietly, but he was still caught by Tongtian. Little brother, aren't you planning to attend the second lecture of the Zhixiao Palace? Dao Xuan smiled at Tongtian and said, third brother, I have already become a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Why should I go listen to his teachings on the path of slaying the three corpses? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Before his words fell, Dao Xuan transformed into a streak of light, leaving Kunlun Mountain, without looking back, hastening towards the East Sea. Seeing Dao Xuan had slipped away, Tongtian could only sigh helplessly and turned to head towards Taiqing Peak. In the end, even Yuanshi Tianzun was summoned by Laozi. The three sat down and listened as Tongtian recounted Dao Xuan's analysis word for word. After listening, Laozi's expression was grave, and he did not immediately express whether he was willing to heed Dao Xuan's words. However, Yuanshi Tianzun snorted coldly. With some achievements, one dares to belittle the Dao ancestor. What great accomplishments can such a proud person achieve? In any case, Yuanshi Tianzun did not take in a single word. After all, his cultivation had reached this level entirely because he had listened to the Dao ancestor expounding the great Dao. Moreover, he himself had also comprehended the laws of the great Dao, and he knew better than anyone how slow that progress was. Seeing the attitudes of his two elder brothers, Tongtian couldn't help but let out a long sigh, thinking my little brother was indeed not wrong. At this moment, Laozi finally spoke slowly. What Dao Xuan said may not be true, but it may also be true. Therefore, everything must wait until the second lecture of the Zhixiao Palace to make a decision. We brothers cannot indulge in empty fantasies here. Seeing this, Tongtian nodded and said nothing more. He then turned to leave Taiqing Peak and headed towards Xuanqing. Upon arriving at Xuanqing Peak, Tongtian waved his hand, taking out countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, building his own Bo palace. After the palace was completed, Tongtian stood in front of it, looking up at the sea of clouds above Kunlun Mountain. He noticed that there were only 3 tall peaks above the sea of clouds with no 4th peak in sight. This made Tongtian's heart tighten. Where will my little brother's Dao site be built if there is no Xuanqing Peak on Kunlun Mountain? No, I must make Bo Palace larger, leaving half of it for my little brother. Thinking of this, Tongtian took out countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, again forcefully expanding the scale of Bo Palace, ultimately reaching the combined size of the 8 Scenery Palace and the Jade Void Palace. Only then did Tongtian nod in satisfaction, entering the left hall of Bo Palace to enter seclusion and comprehend the Dao. Meanwhile, Dao Xuan, after leaving Kunlun Mountain, began to wander aimlessly in the wilderness. Unknowingly, he discovered a sea of clouds ahead. He searched through his inherited memories, and suddenly his eyes lit up. His heart raced. This is Wui Mountain. Doesn't that mean I have a chance to find the innate enlightenment tea tree and the falling treasure coins? However, thinking further, he felt somewhat disheartened. The third lecture of the Zishao Palace hasn't concluded yet, and the 6 saints of heaven have not achieved Dao. Surely the falling treasure coins have not yet come into existence. I just don't know if I can find that innate enlightenment tea. If I can find it, I must dig it up completely. Resolutely, Dao Xuan headed into Wui Mountain, while not forgetting to hold the 8 treasure compass in his palm. With the 8 treasure compass in hand, whether it was heavenly materials, earthly treasures, or innate spiritual roots and treasures, they all fell within its search range. Thus, during this journey, Dao Xuan reaped quite a bit, but he still did not discover the falling treasure coins or the innate enlightenment tea tree. This place was not the Buzhou Mountain, and without Pangus while assisting him from the shadows, he could only search carefully inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, Dao Xuan searched in Wui Mountain for 1,000 years. He could already see some escape lights passing through the sky, indicating that the second lecture of the Zishao Palace was about to begin. However, Dao Xuan had no intention of attending Hongjun's lecture and continued to bury himself in searching Wui Mountain, which lasted another 500 years. Although he had not found the innate enlightenment tea tree, he discovered a tea tree. He circled around the tea tree looking at it from all angles and couldn't help but murmur to himself, could this be the innate enlightenment tea tree? But it is still in the seedling stage and hasn't matured yet. No, wait, the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots were all rooted in the wilderness at the time of creation, weren't they? Soon Dao Xuan determined that the tea tree in front of him could not possibly be the seedling of the innate enlightenment tea tree. Although somewhat disappointed, he had still found a clue. He began to explore the surroundings centered around this tea tree. As Dao Xuan searched, more and more tea trees appeared in his view, and the spiritual energy became denser the further he progressed. Dao Xuan gently extended his right hand forward, and indeed touched a barrier. He felt a surge of joy. After all, as long as there was an innate protective formation, it indicated that there must be good things inside. Grand innate formation. Dao Xuan gently extended his right hand forward, and indeed touched a barrier. He felt a surge of joy. After all, as long as there was an innate protective formation, it indicated that there must be good things inside. He immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, took out the Hongming measuring ruler, and began to sort through the formation patterns of the innate protective formation before him. Dao Xuan mastered the great Dao of killing inherited from Tongtian, and his comprehension level surpassed that of Tongtian. Therefore, this innate protective formation was almost like a mere illusion to him. Soon Dao Xuan found the method to break the formation from the patterns. However, he did not directly destroy the formation, but merely used the Hongming measuring ruler to pry open a gap, allowing himself to slip inside. As soon as he entered the formation, Dao Xuan saw a tea tree floating in midair. Indeed, this tea tree was suspended in the air, not rooted in Wui Mountain. Before he even approached the tea tree, Dao Xuan felt its extraordinary nature. From a distance, he sensed a clarity in his divine platform, and the problems he usually couldn't comprehend suddenly became much easier. As he drew closer to the tea tree, this feeling became even stronger, and Dao Xuan was convinced. Before him stood the innate enlightenment tea tree. He hurriedly summoned the 8 treasure compass, intending to use the treasure space within the compass to take the innate enlightenment tea tree away. While casting the spell, he murmured, I hope this 8 treasure compass won't let me down, otherwise I really will have to move the entire Wui Mountain. In any case, Dao Xuan was determined not to let go of this innate enlightenment tea tree. If moving the entire tree was not possible, then he would have to take the entire mountain. After all, Wui Mountain was not Buzhou Mountain. He couldn't move Buzhou Mountain just for the innate gourd vine. Not to mention, he didn't have that capability. Even if he did, he wouldn't do that. But this Wui Mountain, Dao Xuan had no burden at all. As the 8 treasure compass flew over the innate enlightenment tea tree, it began to spin rapidly, emitting bursts of treasure light. Suddenly, Dao Xuan was taken aback. Wait, I clearly remember this 8 treasure compass is a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Why does it seem to emit an aura of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure now? Just as he was puzzled, the innate enlightenment tea tree was already completely taken in by the 8 treasure compass. When the compass flew back into his hand, Dao Xuan finally saw clearly. This was clearly a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. After some study, he finally understood. It turns out that this 8 treasure compass could use treasure energy to upgrade its grade, and as long as there was enough treasure energy, it could even be elevated to the level of innate treasured artifacts. Dao Xuan's heart instantly blossomed with joy. After all, a growing, innate spiritual treasure was rare in the wilderness. As the innate enlightenment tea tree was taken away, the innate protective formation also dissipated, and without the object of its protection, there was naturally no need for it to exist. Returning to Wui Mountain, Dao Xuan's gaze fell once again on the 365 innate tea trees. Adhering to the principle that even an ant's thigh is still meat, he did not let go of these tea trees that had reached the innate grade and gathered them all into his possession. Dao Xuan had collected the innate enlightenment tea tree, while the Tongtian brothers had already set off on their journey to the Zishao Palace. Along the way, they encountered Fu, Shi, and Nu Hua. Nu Hua directly inquired of Tongtian why Dao Xuan was absent. Tongtian could not speak plainly, explaining only that Dao Xuan had gone to the East Sea in search of opportunities. If time permitted, he would come later. Nuwa felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this, but said nothing further, and the group continued towards the Zishao Palace. As the seats in the Zishao Palace had already been assigned, there was no contention this time, and soon all 3,000 guests of the palace had arrived. With the doors of the Zishao Palace closing, Hongjun appeared on the central platform and spoke. Last time I spoke of the great Dao. Today, I will discuss the path of the Quasi Saint. The Quasi Saint is the foundation for attaining sainthood, and it is also crucial for choosing which path to take. There are 3 methods to attain sainthood under the great Dao. The strongest is to prove the Dao through strength, understanding the rules of the great Dao, and breaking through barriers with power. The second is to sever the 3 corpses to attain the Dao, where one abandons the 3 corpses of good and evil attachments, and then uses spiritual treasures to house the incarnations of the 3 corpses, ultimately merging them to break through barriers. The third method is to attain the Dao through merit, performing deeds beneficial to the chaotic world to gain vast merit, using the power of merit to dissolve barriers. All 3 methods can lead to sainthood, with proving the Dao through strength being the strongest, followed by the 3 corpses path, and the merit path being the weakest. Now, with the great Dao retreating and the heavenly Dao governing the chaos, proving the Dao through strength is no longer viable. Thus today, I will speak of the path of severing the 3 corpses. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, the expressions of the 3 purities varied. Laozi appeared contemplative, not knowing what he was thinking. Yuanshi Tianzun, on the other hand, showed an expression of realization, feeling that Dao Xuan was short-sighted, only seeing the Quasi Saint realm while neglecting the higher saint realm. He believed that Dao Xuan's path of proving the Dao through strength was ultimately futile, akin to viewing flowers in a mirror or fishing for the moon in the water, making it difficult for him to achieve the status of a saint. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzun had already decided to pursue the path of severing the 3 corpses, hastening to attain sainthood and become an immortal existence. Meanwhile, Tongtian had become even more convinced of Dao Xuan's words. However, there was no time to inquire further with his 2 brothers. He could only silently pray that his 2 brothers would heed his advice and not ruin their Dao path. As for others present, they naturally believed in Hongjun's words without any other thoughts. At this moment, Hongjun also began to speak. The great primordial is without omen, the great simplicity is without form, the dark primordial is hidden and silent, and the ultimate principle is concealed in the dark. All the immortals quieted their minds to hear the profound truths of the half-step mixed-element Quasi Saint, as well as the subtle mysteries of the path of severing the corpses. In an instant, the Zishao Palace was filled with celestial phenomena, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground, enveloping the entire palace. Everyone listened enthralled while Tongtian diligently remembered Dao Xuan's instructions, only noting down the content of the path of severing the 3 corpses without attempting to break through. Without mentioning Hongjun's discussion on the path of severing the 3 corpses, let us return to Dao Xuan, who had indeed set off for the East Sea after acquiring the innate enlightenment tea tree. Dao Xuan's journey to the East Sea was not because he sensed any opportunities, but rather to find the 3 immortal islands hidden within the East Sea. Dao Xuan clearly remembered that the 3 immortal islands were formed from chaotic fragments that fell into the East Sea, namely Penglai Fangzhong and Yingzhou. Currently, Penglai Island had already been claimed by the East King, who would establish a celestial court based on it. Thus Dao Xuan sought Fangzhong and Yingzhou, yet these 2 islands had not appeared in his memories of the chaotic era. However, before his crossing, Dao Xuan had read many chaotic novels. Now that he himself was the protagonist of those tales, how could he not take a chance? Upon reaching the East Sea, Dao Xuan couldn't help but sigh, for the East Sea was far more vast than he had imagined. Before his crossing, he had been a mountain dweller and had never truly seen the ocean. And now this East Sea was not comparable to the East Sea of later generations. Its vastness might rival hundreds or even thousands of East Seas. Wow, such a vast East Sea, searching aimlessly. How long will it take to find the 3 immortal islands? Unfortunately, the 3 immortal islands are not rare treasures, nor are they top-grade spiritual roots, and they are certainly not innate spiritual treasures. My 8 treasures compass is of no use here. Despite feeling utterly hopeless, Dao Xuan had no intention of giving up, for he lacked everything except time. Thus Dao Xuan began his search over the East Sea, employing a simple method, examining every inch of the area. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. Dao Xuan had surveyed all the islands in the East Sea. Unfortunately, aside from Penglai Island, which had been occupied by the East King, he had found no other gains. Not only did Dao Xuan fail to find Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island, but he also did not see Tongtian's Dao site, Golden Ao Island. That day, feeling quite frustrated, Dao Xuan decided to land on a nearby island to rest. Upon arriving at the island, he found it abundant with exotic flowers and plants, precious trees reaching the sky, and spiritual springs flowing gently, capable of purifying mortal bodies. The island concealed a hidden paradise with formations in place to isolate the impurities of the mortal world, and the ferocity of the outside. It was truly a blessed land. Although it did not meet Dao Xuan's requirements, it was still suitable for a brief rest. Upon reaching the island, Dao Xuan did not forget his old profession and began to search for treasures. He took out the 8 treasures compass to see what valuable items he could take from this island. Unfortunately, although this island could be considered a divine dwelling, there was nothing that resonated with the 8 treasures. This left Dao Xuan feeling somewhat helpless. In the chaos, there are countless blessed lands and paradises, but those that can nurture innate spiritual roots are few and far between. As he spoke, Dao Xuan wandered freely on the island, and before long he arrived at the center of the island. There he saw a sea of clouds. Though not comparable to the cloud sea of Kunlun Mountain, it was still quite spectacular. While Dao Xuan was admiring the beauty of the cloud sea, he unexpectedly noticed a gentle breeze, playing with 3 colored clouds frolicking atop the sea of clouds. The 3 colored clouds consisted of a white cloud, a red cloud, and a green cloud, all bouncing around the playful breeze. With just a glance, Dao Xuan could tell that these 3 clouds and the breeze had developed spiritual intelligence. A gentle breeze and 3 colored clouds. Could this be the god of wealth and his 3 sisters? The more he looked, the more likely it seemed, and eventually a hint of a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then Dao Xuan stepped forward and found himself above the sea of clouds, reaching out to grasp the green cloud. Upon seeing Dao Xuan holding the green cloud, the other 2 colored clouds and the gentle breeze lost interest in their playful antics. Instead, they approached Dao Xuan directly, but did not attack him. They stopped in front of him. Dao Xuan could clearly feel the green cloud in his palm, struggling to break free. At that moment, the white cloud surprisingly spoke to Dao Xuan, saying, "Please, senior, spare my little sister. If she has offended you in any way, I will apologize on her behalf." As soon as the white cloud finished speaking, the breeze chimed in, saying, "Please, senior, consider that we siblings have worked hard to cultivate, grant us a path to survival." Knowing they were no match for the person before them, all they could do was plead for mercy. Dao Xuan did not release the green cloud. Instead, he also grabbed the red cloud that had remained silent. He then looked at the white cloud and the breeze, asking the first innate white cloud and the first innate breeze indeed have some origins. "Since you wish for me to spare your sister, tell me who you are and how long you have been here." In unison, the white cloud and the breeze responded, "Reporting to you, senior, we are Yuanshi Zhao Gongming. Since gaining spiritual intelligence, we have been on this island." Upon hearing the self-introduction of the white cloud and the breeze, Dao Xuan finally confirmed that he had not guessed wrong. They were indeed the unfortunate siblings from the Fengshen calamity. Knowing their identities, Dao Xuan felt no need to frighten them further, so he spoke up. "I am of the Pango Orthodox, Xuanqing Dao Xuan. It seems destined that we have a master-disciple bond. Oh, would you like to be my disciples?" Upon hearing that the other party was none other than Xuanqing Dao Xuan Tianzun, one of the 4 purities of the Pango Orthodox sect, Yuanshi and Zhao Gongming couldn't help but feel delighted. Instead of trying to break free from Dao Xuan's grasp, they began to caress his hand back and forth as if attempting to ingratiate themselves with him. At the same time, Yuanshi and Zhao Gongming spoke up, saying, "To be able to worship under the Master is indeed our fortune as siblings. Master, please accept the kneeling homage of your disciples Yuanshi and Zhao Gongming." Although Yuanshi and Zhao Gongming spoke of kneeling, Dao Xuan couldn't discern how they were doing so, considering that they hadn't yet taken form. Because they had not yet taken form, Dao Xuan was not in a hurry to present a meeting gift. However, he felt he should provide some assistance, otherwise wouldn't it seem that he as the master was of no use. Thus Dao Xuan took out 36 pieces of innate enlightenment tea leaves from the 8 treasures compass and laid down a Tianzun gathering spirit formation based on these 36 leaves. "You shall practice in this formation, striving to take form early and accompany me in exploring the vast wilderness." Yuanshi and Zhao Gongming simultaneously acknowledged and flew towards the center of the formation. At the same time, Dao Xuan also tossed Qi Yun, and by Yun namely Qiong Shao, and by Shao towards the center of the formation to join Yuanshi. As the Tianzun gathering spirit formation activated, Dao Xuan sat cross-legged above the formation. In an instant, innate spiritual energy transformed into a lotus, lifting Dao Xuan into the air. He then raised the Hongming, Liantian ruler, descending streams of mysterious yellow energy. The primordial spirit merges with the physical shell. The innate true energy forges the divine fetus, cleansing the mundane body of worldly impurities, dispelling the wild instincts of creatures, inviting the pure spirit into the body to condense spiritual wisdom, absorbing the mysterious light to mold the original fetus, severing the ties of racial burdens, merging yin and yang to shape the immortal body. Form follows the Tao and the mind transforms. The spirit harmonizes with the void, freely opening up. Quickly shed the original form and return to human shape, stabilize the foundation and certify the spiritual fetus. As Dao Xuan expounded the Tao, the 4 siblings gradually entered a state of enlightenment. With the cleansing of the mysterious yellow energy and the clarity provided by the innate enlightenment tea leaves, their cultivation speed surged as if they were advancing by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, Dao Xuan had lectured the four siblings on the Tao for 2,000 years. However, he had no intention of stopping. He planned to lecture for 3,000 years learning from Hongjun. Meanwhile, the second lecture in the Purple Cloud Palace had finally concluded as Hongjun ceased his expounding. Hongjun surveyed the vast Purple Cloud Palace where most were still at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. However, some with exceptional foundations had already severed their good corpses within the Purple Cloud Palace, achieving the early stage of the Primordial golden immortal, which equated to a quasi-saint corpse. Among those seated on mats, all had severed both good and evil corpses, reaching the mid-stage of the quasi-saint Primordial golden immortal realm. Of course, there was an exception, Tongtian. At present, Tongtian's cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, and he had not severed. This inevitably caused Hongjun to furrow his brow. Tongtian is transformed from Panga's primordial spirit. How could he be in such a poor state? After listening to the Tao for 3,000 years, he can't even sever a corpse. The more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Hongjun secretly began to deduce the heavenly mechanisms, wanting to see what had transpired with Tongtian. But just as Hongjun was deducing Tongtian's situation, the 3 layers of open heaven merit within Tongtian began to roll uncontrollably at that moment. This immediately made Hongjun feel a sense of crisis. He quickly halted his deduction, fearing that he might suffer backlash at any moment. The Panga Orthodox sect inherently possesses open heaven merit. If I do not let them exhaust this open heaven merit, I will be unable to control them. Then Hongjun's voice resonated within the Purple Cloud Palace. This time, I will be lecturing on the quasi-saint path. The next time the Purple Cloud Palace opens, I will discuss the saint path. Hongjun's voice startled everyone from their state of enlightenment, making them aware that the time for his lecture had. Though they felt a bit reluctant, they rose to express their gratitude to Hongjun. However, this time Hongjun did not disappear directly from the Purple Cloud Palace like he did after the first lecture. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the 3,000 cultivators present in the Purple Cloud Palace. Ultimately, Hongjun's gaze landed on Dong Wangong and Shi Wangmu, and he waved at the two. Dong Wangong, you are the first manifestation of pure yang energy at the dawn of creation, inherently blessed with great fortune. From now on you shall be the leader of the male immortals in the vast wilderness, taking my place to lead the male immortals. This is the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon head cane. Today I bestow it upon you to command all immortals. Shi Wangmu, you are the first manifestation of pure yin energy at the dawn of creation, likewise blessed with great fortune. From now on you shall be the leader of the female immortals in the vast wilderness. You will take my place to lead the female immortals. This is the supreme innate spiritual treasure, one of the 5 directions flags, the Susei Yunjie flag, also known as the Gathering Immortal flag. I bestow it upon you today to summon all immortals of the vast wilderness. Dong Wangong and Shi Wangmu were momentarily stunned as this sudden fortune left them a bit flustered. After a brief pause, they accepted the innate spiritual treasures bestowed by Hongjun and bowed to express that they would not fail to meet his expectations. Afterward, Hongjun vanished from the Purple Cloud Palace, followed by the other immortals coming forward to congratulate Dong Wangong and Shi Wangmu. Unbeknownst to them, some were already casting envious glances at them. In contrast, Dong Wangong remained completely oblivious, his face brimming with pride. Of course, some regarding the titles of leader of the male and female immortals looked down upon them, and thus had no desire to engage. As everyone left the Purple Cloud Palace and returned to the vast wilderness, Dong Wangong and Shi Wangmu, after discussing for a while, they established the Immortal Court on the basis of Palai Island in the East Sea, widely recruiting male and female immortals from the vast wilderness. In an instant, the vast wilderness was filled with surging winds and clouds as countless backgroundless cultivators flocked to the Immortal Court. Meanwhile, the true powers did not even glance at them. They were all in their own sanctums, closing themselves off to comprehend the insights gained from listening to the Tao. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian realized he did not see his little brother return and thought to search for him, but was unexpectedly called by Yuanshi Tianzun. Tongtian, stop, right there. The Tao ancestor has made it clear enough. Now that the great Tao is retreating, the heavenly Tao governs the vast wilderness, and the path of proving the Tao through strength is no longer viable. Why do you still cling to your ignorance? Could it be that Dao Xuan's few words have convinced you so? Have you completely disregarded the Tao ancestors? Tongtian did not wish to quarrel with Yuanshi Tianzun, as they had already chosen 2 different paths. Even arguing would be futile. Most importantly, Tongtian was eager to find Dao Xuan and had no time to bicker with Yuanshi Tianzun. So he casually replied, second brother, everyone has their own opportunities. Why must you impose your own fortune upon me? Zhao Gongming nodded, transforming into a breeze as he departed toward the island. Third Uncle Master sent his disciple to invite Yu onto the island. Upon hearing the newcomer refer to himself as a disciple and address him as Third Uncle, Tongtian immediately guessed that this person must be Dao Xuan's disciple. However, no matter how Tongtian looked at Zhao Gongming, he felt an inexplicable sense of something being taken away. Although this feeling was quite faint, Tongtian sensed it clearly. Nevertheless, Tongtian did not dwell on this. He waved his hand assisting Zhao Gongming to his feet, saying, "Please lead the way." Zhao Gongming nodded and took the lead, guiding Tongtian above the clouds on the island. "Master, I have brought third uncle in," Zhao Gongming reported, bowing to Dao Xuan. Dao Xuan nodded, and then addressed Yunxiao as well as the still untransformed Xiongxiao and Bixiao. "Hurry and greet your third uncle." Yunxiao quickly stepped forward with her two untransformed sisters to bow to Tongtian, addressing him as their disciple. Tongtian smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze toward Dao Xuan and spoke. "Little brother, what is going on? It has been thousands of years since we last met. Why have you taken on disciples?" Tongtian continued, "But little brother, your eye for talent is quite good. Even I find your disciples to be rather impressive." Dao Xuan silently thought, how could there be no eye for talent? In the original trajectory of the primordial era, these four were your outer sex elite disciples. However, Tongtian no longer had that opportunity. Dao Xuan had already taken the initiative and picked the fruit. He smiled and said to Tongtian, "If third brother finds them impressive, why not pass on some skills to them?" Tongtian nodded without hesitation, saying, "Of course, little brother's disciples are naturally my disciples. I will definitely teach them well. By the way, little brother, you mentioned there is an opportunity in the East Sea. Is it referring to these disciples?" Dao Xuan shook his head and replied, "Third brother, you may not know, but I sense that there should be a location of my Taoist foundation above the East Sea. It's a pity that I have searched the East Sea for thousands of years, but still cannot find that destined place. However, by chance I took in Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao." As soon as Dao Xuan finished speaking, Zhao Gongming revealed a thoughtful expression. After a moment, he stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Master, may I ask what the name of the blessed land you seek is? Is there anything particularly unique about it?" Dao Xuan looked at Zhao Gongming, sensing he seemed to know something. "The island I seek is called Hongjun, formed from the fragments of chaos that fell into the East Sea during the time of creation. Its counterparts are Dongwengon's Panlai Island and the more mysterious Yingzhou Island." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming immediately smiled and said, "Master, 30,000 miles southeast from here, there is an island that appears and disappears. Sometimes it vanishes for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years. Moreover, each time it appears, it only stays above the East Sea for 7 days. I've heard from the East Sea water tribes that whenever that island appears, there won't be any storms within a radius of 10,000 miles. And all the water tribes within 10,000 miles will be taken by that island. Thus, whenever that island appears, it becomes a forbidden area for the East Sea water tribes. Although I cannot be certain if it is the Hongjun island, master is searching for this island is certainly not ordinary." Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's words, Dao Xuan could not help but nod. "Gongming, do you know when the island last appeared?" Zhao Gongming thought for a moment and said to Dao Xuan, "The last time it vanished was during the moment when Daozu attained enlightenment. It has been nearly 10,000 years since then." Dao Xuan, upon hearing this, turned to Tongtian and said, "Third brother, shall we go take a look?" Tongtian smiled and replied, "If little brother wishes to go, then I shall accompany you. Let us depart." After speaking, Tongtian transformed into a beam of light and sped away, prompting Dao Xuan to sigh helplessly. Third brother still has that impatient temperament. After saying this, he also transformed into a beam of light heading southeast. For Tongtian and Dao Xuan, 30,000 miles was but a fleeting moment. Soon Tongtian and Dao Xuan arrived at the location Zhao Gongming described. However, at that moment the sea was churning with waves, showing no difference from other areas. Dao Xuan couldn't help but shake his head. "Third brother, it seems we have come at the wrong time." Tongtian smiled and said, "It's no problem. As long as we know the location, we just need to pay more attention, and sooner or later little brother will be able to see it." Dao Xuan nodded. "It's a pity I don't know the rules governing the appearance and disappearance of this island, otherwise it would be much easier." As he spoke, Dao Xuan had already taken out several jade slips and began to draw formation patterns on them. Indeed, Dao Xuan intended to set up a grand formation here. As soon as the immortal island Zhao Gongming mentioned appeared, the formation would be triggered. Once the formation was activated, Dao Xuan would certainly sense it, thus avoiding the need to send someone to watch over this place unnecessarily. Seeing Dao Xuan set up the formation, Tongtian couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised and said, "Little brother, I didn't expect you to have such attainments in formations. We should have a good discussion on this sometime." Dao Xuan certainly knew that Tongtian's obsession with formations was no less than his expertise in swordsmanship. Thus he nodded without hesitation and planned to temporarily return to Zhao Gongming and his sister's island with Tong. However, just as Dao Xuan turned around, he felt an invisible pressure descending from the heavens. This caused Dao Xuan's brows to furrow as he followed the source of the pressure. Unfortunately, what entered his view was only a vast blue expanse with no tangible entity appearing in Dao Xuan's line of sight. Even when Dao Xuan extended his divine sense, he could not detect any target. Yet that pressure was undeniably real. Even Tongtian standing beside him felt it and immediately spoke to, "Little brother, could it be that the Hongjun island you mentioned is about to appear?" After all, this kind of pressure only arises in chaos. Previously, Dao Xuan had mentioned that Hongjun Island was born from chaos fragments, so the emergence of chaotic pressure could signify the island's appearance. Dao Xuan cautiously replied, but right now I cannot sense any tangible presence within this 10,000-mile radius. At that moment, as Dao Xuan was filled with confusion, the space before him was suddenly torn apart. From the crack, an immortal island flew out. As the island fell into the East Sea from the spatial rift, the once tumultuous sea surface instantly became incredibly calm, without a trace of waves. At the same time, Dao Xuan could clearly see that the island seemed to possess a tremendous suction force, drawing all the water tribes within a 10-mile radius into the island. Seeing this scene, Tongtian couldn't help but say to Dao Xuan, "Little brother, let's go to the island and take a look." Before Tongtian could act, Dao Xuan immediately stopped him, pointing at the still unmerged spatial rift. "Third brother, don't rush. The immortal island has its own spirit. If we disturb it, it might flee this sea area at the first opportunity and never return. The spatial rift is healing. Once it closes completely, we can go onto the island. At that time, even if it wants to run, it will be too late." Upon hearing this, Tongtian looked at the spatial rift and indeed noticed it was gradually healing. At the moment the rift completely healed, Dao Xuan directly pulled Tongtian, charging toward the immortal island. "Third brother, let's work together to break the protective grand formation of this island. Remember to act quickly." Tongtian nodded, taking out the Qingping sword while directing his divine sense toward the protective formation. Dao Xuan and Tongtian blurred into motion, vanishing into the island as the mist before them instantly dispersed. The moment they set foot within the grand protective formation behind them, sealed shut once more as if it had never been breached. The sight that greeted them on the island was enough to make even the seasoned Dao Xuan and Tongtian draw in. Before them lay an immortal isle spanning tens of thousands of miles. Lofty immortal mountains rose in layered splendor, and spiritual energy was so dense it nearly condensed into a tangible form. The air itself carried a primordial essence, as if born from the very dawn of chaos. A single breath left one feeling refreshed and clear-minded, and their cultivation base faintly stirred, as if on the verge of advancement. Tongtian surveyed their surroundings, astonishment gleaming in his eyes. "Little brother, the spiritual energy here is so rich it rivals even Kunlun Mountain. I wonder if this is the Hongjun Island you've been seeking, one of the 3 legendary immortal isles beyond the seas." Dao Xuan's face broke into a wide smile as he replied, "The 3 immortal isles beyond the seas were born from fragments of primordial chaos, and the aura here matches that origin perfectly. Even if this isn't Hongjun Island, it must be Yingzhou Island. It seems my future Taoist sanctuary has finally found." As he spoke, Dao Xuan had already begun moving toward the island's heart. Only by reaching its core could they determine whether this was truly Hongjun or Yingzhou. Tongtian naturally followed close behind, exploring the island alongside his brother. They had barely traveled a few hundred miles when Dao Xuan abruptly halted. There within a valley ahead grew a dazzling array of innate spiritual roots. Among them were the 9-fold miraculous glossy Ganoderma capable of bringing the dead back to life, and the 9-fold purple gold ginseng. In short, every single innate spiritual root on this island would spark fierce contention among countless mighty figures in the primordial wilderness. To think the island holds so many innate spiritual roots, and most of them at the upper grade at that. Tongtian's eyes were practically bulging. During the Dragonhan calamity, countless innate spiritual roots were destroyed in the war of the 3 ancient clans. Now in the primordial wilderness, even a mid-grade innate spiritual root was nearly impossible to find, let alone an upper-grade one. As for supreme-grade innate spiritual roots, the entire primordial wilderness boasted only a dozen or so. Even on Kunlun Mountain, upper-grade innate spiritual roots were few and far between. The only supreme-grade one was the 24th grade creation green lotus. Yet here on Hongjun Island, upper-grade innate spiritual roots grew in sprawling patches as common as wild vegetables. Dao Xuan's heart raced with excitement, but he quickly steadied himself. He realized that since this island had fallen into his hands, everything upon it was already his. Since it was all his, there was no need to rush collecting it. Better to first see what the island truly had to offer. "Third brother, let's venture deeper. Perhaps we might even find a supreme-grade innate spiritual root." With that, Dao Xuan led Tongtian further into the island. Along the way, celestial treasures and rare herbs appeared in endless succession. It was like a colossal treasure trove. Tongtian clicked his tongue in amazement. "Little brother, the treasures on this island are probably several times more numerous than all of Kunlun Mountain combined." Dao Xuan chuckled. Before we brothers took form, Kunlun Mountain was already visited by countless cultivators. Even if there were innate spiritual roots or top-tier treasures, they'd likely have been taken long ago. But this island is different. Since its inception, no one has ever set foot here except us. Tongtian nodded in agreement. "You're right. They say when the Eastern Prince found Penglai Island, he too acquired countless celestial treasures. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the confidence to establish the immortal court with Penglai as his foundation. Hearing that the Eastern Prince was about to establish the immortal court, Dao Xuan smiled inwardly. That poor soul is still being played by Hongjun. But to be schemed against so blissfully, I suppose that counts as a blessing. The brothers pressed on for nearly 10,000 miles until a massive pool suddenly appeared before them. The pool spanned several hundred miles, its water crystal clear to the very bottom, yet displaying 3 distinct colors: gold, silver, and purple. They intermingled within the pool, yet remained perfectly separate, a truly magnificent sight. This is the three-light divine water. Tongtian recognized its origin at a glance, his voice trembling slightly. The three-light divine water was condensed from the primal essences of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight, each one a fearsome force when used alone. The sunlight divine water could corrode flesh and meridians, the moonlight divine water could erode the soul's origin, and the starlight divine water could devour a being's true spirit. Each was among the deadliest poisons in the world. Yet when the three waters merged into one, their malevolent energy transformed into a supreme creation of divine nectar, capable of curing all poisons, healing grievous wounds, reviving the dead, restoring flesh to bone, stabilizing one's Dao foundation, and nourishing the primordial spirit. It was truly a peerless healing treasure of the primordial wilderness. In the original course of events during the investiture of the gods' tribulation, the Jie sect disciple Yue Xian sought to flood Shichi with water. Zhang Zia urgently summoned the waters of the North Sea to shield the city, yet he could barely withstand the great rock's divine power. However, when Yuanshi Tianzun sprinkled a single drop of the three-light divine water onto the North Sea's surface, Yue Xian furiously flapped his wings all night, yet the water only rose higher. He could not break through, and Shichi remained unharmed. This alone showed the extraordinary power of the three-light divine water. No wonder Tongtian was so utterly astounded. Dao Xuan was equally shaken, but he quickly noticed something at the very center of the three-light divine water pool, a white lotus in full bloom. The lotus was pure white, radiating a serene light that seemed to purify the world. It had 12 petals, each one crystal clear and translucent, as if carved from the purest white jade. Where the lotus blossomed, all foulness within 100 miles dissolved into nothing, and even the dust in the air vanished without a trace. The 12-grade world-purifying white lotus. Dao Xuan and Tongtian shouted in unison. In the chaotic world before the primordial wilderness, there existed the 36-grade creation green lotus, which nurtured Pangu the god, who split heaven and earth. During the great tribulation of creation, the 36-grade creation green lotus was shattered by the force of that cataclysmic event, scattering into several innate spiritual treasures across the primordial wilderness. Its 5 lotus seeds also fell, though only the green one was fully mature. The green lotus seed landed on Kunlun Mountain, where it later bloomed into the 24th grade creation green lotus, the famed treasure from which the 3 pure ones derive their proof of Dao artifacts. The other 4 seeds, though not fully mature, gave birth to the 12-grade merit golden lotus, the 12-grade karmic fire red lotus, the 12-grade world-destroying black lotus, and the 12-grade world-purifying white lotus before them. Each of these 4 lotus thrones was a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure of unimaginable power. Tongtian trembled with excitement. Little brother, this is the 12-grade world-purifying white lotus. Even among supreme grade, innate spiritual treasures, this is among the very pinnacle. Dao Xuan took a deep breath, suppressing his own excitement. Third brother, look at the innate Dao patterns on that boundary stele. As he spoke, Dao Xuan strode toward the stele with Tongtian following closely behind. Soon the brothers stood before it, and by deciphering the innate Dao patterns confirmed that this was indeed Fangzhong Island. Learning that this was the very Fangzhong Island Dao Xuan had been seeking, Tongtian was overjoyed. Little brother, this truly is your fortune. Once you refine this boundary stele, the entire island will be yours. But Dao Xuan shook his head. Third brother, refining this island would take who knows how long. If I cannot complete it before the third sermon at the Purple Void Palace, wouldn't that delay matters of great importance? Tongtian was momentarily taken aback, then asked, Little brother, you mean to say you plan to attend the third sermon at the Purple Void Palace? Dao Xuan nodded. I believe the third sermon at the Purple Void Palace will be the most fraught with schemes. If I'm not by your side, third brother, I fear Hongjun might scheme against you. Though Dao Xuan's words were not baseless, there was one thing he deliberately left unsaid: the distribution of treasures at the treasure-dividing cliff after the third sermon. Since Dao Xuan had accepted Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shao fairy sisters as disciples, he would do everything in his power to retrieve the innate spiritual treasures that rightfully belonged to them. He even worried that by taking the 4 siblings as his disciples and severing their karmic bond with Tongtian, he might inadvertently prevent Tongtian from obtaining the Calming Sea Pearl and the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. Naturally, Tongtian was unaware of all this. He simply nodded and said, With you by my side, little brother, I have nothing to worry about. But if we leave now, who knows how many years it will be before we can find this Fangzhong Island again. Dao Xuan smiled at Tongtian and took out the purple-black gourd, shaking it at Tongtian. Since I have encountered it, how could I let it escape again? I will set a spatial anchor point here with the purple-black gourd. As long as it is on this Hongjun island, I can come here. As he spoke, Dao Xuan placed the purple-black gourd on the boundary stone of Hongjun Island. At that moment, Hongjun Island began to tremble incessantly, as if it had encountered something that brought it immense joy. Just as Dao Xuan was trying to figure out what was happening, the boundary stone transformed into a stream of light and flew into his brow. What on earth is going on? It can't be that Hongjun Island wants to reverse refine me, right? While worrying, Dao Xuan released his divine sense to envelop the boundary stone of Hongjun Island that was entering his sea of consciousness. As his divine sense enveloped the boundary stone of Hongjun Island, Dao Xuan sensed the goodwill it emitted. It actually opened a portal to Dao Xuan, allowing his divine sense to refine it quickly. Moreover, it could be said that the Hongjun Island had chosen to recognize Dao Xuan as its master without requiring him to refine it. In the next moment, the layout of the entire Hongjun Island suddenly appeared in Dao Xuan's mind. He even clearly understood where the innate spiritual roots were on the island and what they were. At the same time, Dao Xuan comprehended a top-tier protective formation through Hongjun Island. This formation was named the Chaos Sky Shielding Formation, and the purple-black gourd was the key to setting up this formation. The formation required chaotic energy as its power. The purple-black gourd, also known as the Chaos Gourd, just happened to fill this gap for Hongjun Island. Dao Xuan also understood why Hongjun Island often disappeared, and why it appeared above the East Sea and collected the water tribes of the East Sea. It turned out that Hongjun Island needed to venture into the chaos to replenish its chaotic energy. It would then transform the chaotic energy into the innate spiritual energy of Hongjun Island. Once replenished, Hongjun Island would appear amidst the wilderness. However, it wasn't just the East Sea, but would appear all over the wilderness. Yet its appearances were brief, and it would never stay in the same place for more than 7 days. Wherever it went, it would collect the nearby innate spiritual roots, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, innate spiritual treasures, and those sentient beings that had not yet awakened. In short, Hongjun Island desired to independently evolve into a world. Unfortunately, it ultimately could not exist independently outside of the wilderness. Thus, even after countless epochs, Hongjun Island had not achieved its wish. However, it had become a massive treasure. Now that it had the purple-black gourd to provide chaotic energy, there was naturally no need for it to venture into chaos anymore. This was why it chose to acknowledge Dao Xuan as its master. After learning all this, Dao Xuan couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. If you want to evolve into an independent world, you need to have celestial bodies like the sun, moon, and stars. You only contend with these innate spiritual treasures and roots while forgetting to absorb the power of the stars. No matter how many epochs you go through, it will be hard to achieve your wish. Tongtian was unaware of what Dao Xuan had experienced. He only saw the boundary stone of Hongjun Island merging into Dao Xuan's brow. However, Tongtian did not dare to disturb Dao Xuan, as this was likely the critical moment for Dao Xuan to establish a connection with Hongjun Island. It wasn't until Dao Xuan opened his eyes that Tongtian asked, "Little brother, what's going on? How did that boundary stone fly into your brow?" Dao Xuan smiled and said, "Third brother, from now on this will be our home." The fact that Dao Xuan referred to it as home rather than a dojo touched Tongtian's heart. Then he smiled and said to Dao Xuan, "I built a Bayou Palace on Kunlun Mountain's Qingfeng. Originally, I planned to live together with you, but I didn't expect you to have such a blessed land and cave. My Bayou Palace has been for nothing. Third brother, this place is not just your blessed land and cave, but also yours." Tongtian nodded at Dao Xuan, saying, "All right, in the future when I have time, I'll come to visit you here. But the Bayou Palace on Kunlun Mountain cannot be moved here. Otherwise, what about elder brother and second brother?" Before Tongtian could finish, Dao Xuan nodded at him, as if to tell him he understood. "If you don't move now, you will have to move eventually. The Sanqing will separate. No, it should be the Xiqing separating, and that is unavoidable. After all, if the Pango lineage were to unite, that person in the Zixiao Palace would not even be able to sleep soundly." This was merely Dao Xuan's internal thought, and he did not voice it. After all, even if Dao Xuan said it now, Tongtian would superficially believe it, but harbor doubts internally. "I will listen to you, third brother. After all, this Hongjun Island will always be your home, and you can return anytime." While speaking, the 8 treasures compass appeared in Dao Xuan's hand, and a golden light also emerged from his lower dantian. Immediately after, a furnace flew out from Dao Xuan's lower dantian. It was the creation chi furnace that Tongtian had accidentally stuffed into the Xuanqing chi group back in the day. The moment Tongtian saw the creation chi furnace, he recognized it, and asked Dao Xuan, puzzled, "Little brother, this furnace was something I got from the Qilin clan during the Longhan initial calamity. How did it end up with you?" Dao Xuan looked at Tongtian helplessly and said, "Third brother, how can you still ask? Have you forgotten how many good things you stuffed into the Xuanqing chi group back then? This creation chi furnace was directly stuffed into my Xuanqing chi group after you returned from the Longhan initial calamity. Now I have used this creation chi furnace as a foundation to condense my lower dantian. Even if you want it back, it can't be returned now. Tongtian scratched his head helplessly and smiled at Dao Xuan, saying, "Third brother doesn't refine pills or weapons. What would I do with it? I originally planned to give it to elder brother, but now that elder brother has the yin-yang bagua furnace, he naturally has no need for it." Dao Xuan smiled and nodded, then tossed countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures into the creation chi furnace. As the fire of creation and the dual energies of heaven and earth twisted together, a palace soon appeared within the furnace. Upon seeing the palace take shape, Dao Xuan added more fire, refining it to the level of a postnatal spiritual treasure before retrieving it. This series of actions left Tongtian utterly amazed, and he kept swallowing his saliva. "Little brother, your weapon refining skills surpass even second brother's. Just like that, a postnatal spiritual treasure was refined by you." Dao Xuan smiled and said, "Don't you know, third brother, that in our family the elders spoil the youngest the most? Elder brother inherited the laws of the Dao pill from Pangu, the father god, and second brother inherited the laws of the Dao weapon. Although you third brother are proficient in sword formations, you still fall within the laws of killing and warfare, while I have inherited all three of yours." Upon hearing this, Tongtian couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. No wonder little brother transformed late, and upon transforming, he became a Hongjun Jinxian. "It seems you received special care from Pangu, the father god." While holding the palace, Dao Xuan said to Tongtian, "Your special care is also crucial." As he spoke, Dao Xuan threw the palace into the air towards the San Guang divine water pond. The palace grew as it caught the wind, quickly transforming into a magnificent complex of palaces. With a gentle press of Dao Xuan's palm, the palace complex descended instantly, encircling the San Guang divine water pond within. Laozi, Yuanshi, Tianzun, and Tongtian Jiaozhu each built their own Taoist palaces. However, those were merely single palaces, and compared to Dao Xuan's palace complex, they were simply incomparable. After all, Dao Xuan's palace complex was not something that could be casually constructed. It was designed by drawing inspiration from the palaces of various dynasties in later generations. The 4 palace gates were named after the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise. The main hall for preaching was called the Xuanqing Dao Palace, but this was merely a place for Dao Xuan to preach, and not his residence. In short, Dao Xuan's Taoist palace had dozens of palaces. Moreover, it was built around the San Guang divine water pond, creating a vast and grand garden. This inevitably left Tongtian gaping in awe, nearly causing him to rush back to Qingfeng Peak and demolish his Baiyu Palace to rebuild it. As Dao Xuan took countless innate spiritual roots from the 8 treasures compass, Tongtian was lost in those ordinary innate spiritual roots were scattered across Hongjun Island by Dao Xuan, while the superior innate spiritual roots were directly transplanted into the back garden. As for the innate enlightenment tea tree, it was transplanted in front of the Xuanqing Dao Palace by Dao Xuan. This way, whether it was Dao Xuan giving a lecture or Tongtian comprehending the Dao, they could benefit from the innate enlightenment tea tree. Seeing the innate enlightenment tea tree, Tongtian was once again stunned. He then stepped towards the tree. As he arrived beneath the innate enlightenment tea tree, Tongtian felt a sudden clarity in his divine platform, and his comprehension of the principles of the Dao's killing methods subtly improved. Ultimately, he sat cross-legged directly beneath the innate enlightenment tea tree. Seeing this, Dao Xuan couldn't help but wave his hand, causing several leaves from the tea tree to fall and form a great array around Tongtian. Lastly, Dao Xuan did not forget to take out the Qinglan spear and toss it towards Tongtian, planting it beneath the enlightenment tea tree. The Qinglan spear contained Dao Xuan's comprehension of the principles of the Dao's killing methods, which had already reached a minor achievement. Under Dao Xuan's intentional guidance, it naturally resonated with Tongtian's understanding of the principles of killing methods. In the timelessness of the primordial wilderness, as he saw the 3 lectures of the Zixiao Palace approaching, Dao Xuan couldn't help but sigh. If I can't break through, then there's nothing to be done, and I can only wait for the next time. After all, I cannot miss the 3 lectures. Just as Dao Xuan was about to wake Tongtian, the aura around Tongtian suddenly changed, and the Qingping sword manifested above his head, exuding the aura of the principles of killing methods. This made Dao Xuan's eyes light up, instantly realizing that his third brother had already comprehended the principles of killing methods to a minor achievement. Indeed, the next moment Tongtian's aura suddenly surged, reaching the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Tongtian opened his eyes, his face filled with joy as he looked at Dao Xuan and spoke. "Little brother, I have broken through. I am now a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Let's see if big brother and second brother will still doubt my words." As soon as these words were spoken, the joy on Tongtian's face instantly vanished, followed by a sigh. "It's a pity that even if they believe me now, what use is it? My 2 elder brothers have already perished in the Zixiao Palace." Seeing Tongtian's despondent expression, Dao Xuan stepped forward and patted his shoulder, speaking. "Third brother, everyone has different affinities. Oh, why must you impose your own on others?" Once upon a time, Tongtian had said this to Yuanshi Tianzun, and now it was returned to him by Dao Xuan, causing a hint of relief to appear on his face. Tongtian nodded heavily at Dao Xuan, a smile returning to his face. By the way, little brother, weren't you going to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the Dao with me? Calculating the time, it was about time for us to set off. Dao Xuan nodded, then inscribed an array on Hongjun Island before leaving with Tongtian. As Tongtian and Dao Xuan left Hongjun Island, it instantly vanished into the East Sea, leaving no trace. Unless a sage passes by, no one would be able to tell that this place is different from other ordinary sea areas. After leaving Hongjun Island, Tongtian and Dao Xuan did not head directly to the Zixiao Palace, but sought out Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiao fairies. Upon seeing his disciples, Dao Xuan briefly recounted his visit to Hongjun Island. After giving them some instructions, he utilized the Great Array to send Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiao to Hongjun Island. As for the overseas 3 immortal islands that originally belonged to the 3 Xiao, it became a no man's land. After all, Dao Xuan would not allow his disciples to reside in such ordinary blessed lands, as that would be akin to bringing shame to himself, as Dao Xuan Tianzun. Having taken care of his disciples, Dao Xuan and Tongtian returned to Kunlun Mountain together. As the 2 brothers returned, they overheard Yuanshi Tianzun complaining to Laozi. Big brother, the 3 lectures at the Zixiao Palace are about to begin, but there is still no sign of third brother's return. What should we do? I must say big brother is too indulgent towards third brother. If he keeps entangled with Dao Xuan, third brother will truly be ruined. Laozi sighed and said, second brother need not worry, third brother knows his limits. Moreover, Dao Xuan is also our brother. We, the 4 pure ones of Pangu, cannot create discord among ourselves. Otherwise we would become a laughingstock for the beings of the primordial wilderness. Yuanshi Tianzun responded, big brother, I understand this well. If anyone dares to speak ill of Dao Xuan before second brother and me, I would certainly not allow it. However, when we brothers are closed off, there are some things that second brother must address. Now that third brother has believed Dao Xuan's words and refuses to practice the method of eliminating the 3 corpses, isn't that self-sabotage? Tongtian was truly afraid that Yuanshi Tianzun would say something unacceptable to Dao Xuan, and upon hearing this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Dao Xuan felt a sense of helplessness at Yuanshi Tianzun's words. This is truly Yuanshi Tianzun, capable of exemplifying double standards to the utmost. It's typical, oh, I can criticize my own brother, or even hit him. But if someone else gazes at him, this brother won't. In the original trajectory of the primordial wilderness, Yuanshi Tianzun and Tongtian had always maintained this state. It wasn't until the separation of the 3 purities due to differing doctrines of the Chan and Jie teachings that the 2 brothers gradually drifted apart, eventually leading to calamity within their own ranks. Thus Dao Xuan could not feel grateful for Yuanshi Tianzun's words, nor would it change his view of Yuanshi. The main point was that his opinion of Yuanshi Tianzun was already deeply ingrained. Even if Yuanshi Tianzun said pleasant things to him every day, it would be hard to alter. At that moment he spoke towards the 8 Scenes Palace, saying, big brother, second brother, little brother, Dao Xuan pays his respects. Tongtian was momentarily taken aback by Dao Xuan's actions, thinking that he could simply step inside to see his elder brother. Why go to such lengths? However, Dao Xuan waited for Laozi to speak before he stepped towards the 8 Scenes Palace. Entering the 8 Scenes Palace, Dao Xuan once again bowed to Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun and spoke. Little brother has come to see both elder brothers. Now that the 3 lectures at the Zixiao Palace are about to begin, I would like to accompany my elder brothers to broaden my horizons. After hearing this, Laozi smiled and nodded, then said, in that case, the 4 pure ones of Pangu shall go together to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the Dao. As soon as Laozi's words fell, his gaze turned towards Tongtian beside Dao Xuan, and he was momentarily taken aback. He then asked Tongtian, third brother, you have broken through to the initial stage of the Quasi Saint. Seeing Tongtian nodding, a smile appeared on Laozi's face, and Yuanshi Tianzun also expressed satisfaction, saying, that's right. The method of eliminating the 3 corpses passed down by the Dao ancestor cannot be self-sabotage. Yuanshi Tianzun instinctively believed that Tongtian was certainly practicing the method of eliminating the 3 corpses, otherwise how could he possibly break through to this level of comprehension of the principles so quickly? However, soon after, Yuanshi Tianzun was hit by Tongtian's words, and it was a resounding slap. Second brother, I did not practice the method of eliminating the corpses, rather my comprehension of the principles of the Dao of killing methods has improved, thus raising my realm to the early stage of the Hongyun Golden Immortal. Yuanshi Tianzun was left speechless for a while, finally gritting his teeth and saying, foolishness. Even if you now comprehend the principles of the Dao and can raise your cultivation, what about the future? Will you be able to break through barriers and attain sainthood? The 4 brothers entered the Purple Cloud Palace, and an awkward scene ensued. Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun had their mats, and even Tongtian had a mat newly provided by Hongjun. However, Dao Xuan had no mat to sit on. What Dao Xuan did not expect was that Laozi would actually offer his own mat to him, which truly surprised Dao Xuan. Seeing Laozi offering his seat to Dao Xuan, Yuanshi Tianzun also stood up. Whether it was from the heart or out of helplessness, he ultimately spoke up. Eldest brother, how can there be a reason to give up your seat? Let Dao, my younger brother, sit here with me. Dao Xuan smiled as he pressed Yuanshi Tianzun back onto the mat, then said, there is naturally no reason for eldest brother to give up his seat, so there is also no reason for second brother to do so. My younger brother can just find a place to sit, you two brothers can sit here and listen to the teachings to avoid angering the Dao ancestor. As for Tongtian, he never thought of giving his mat to Dao Xuan from the beginning. Because Tongtian knew that even if he offered his seat to Dao Xuan, he wouldn't actually sit down, and Dao Xuan would not even want to let him sit. In the end, Dao Xuan sat down behind Tongtian. Even so, it was still much farther forward than the other cultivators. However, no one dared to voice their dissatisfaction at this moment, for the name of the four clears had already spread throughout the Hongjun. It is said that the youngest among the four clears, Xuanqing Dao Xuan Tianzun, is even stronger than his several elder brothers. The incident that brought Dao Xuan such fame was naturally the matter of picking gourds on Kunlun Mountain. Thus Tai Yi's gaze towards Dao Xuan inevitably carried a hint of killing intent. As for Hongjun, he did not pay much attention, and even greeted Dao Xuan, embodying the persona of the old good person of Hongjun to the fullest. Before long, the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace slowly closed, and Hongjun appeared within the palace. His gaze swept over the gathered crowd, finally landing on Dao Xuan behind Tongtian. The teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace are divided into 3 sessions, and this is the only time a newcomer has entered the palace. This left Hongjun quite puzzled, for after the first lecture in the Purple Cloud Palace, even if someone broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, they could not step foot into the palace. This does not mean that no one has ever come, as many have tried to attend the second lecture in the Purple Cloud Palace. Unfortunately, just as they reached the chaos, they lost their way and ended up returning to Hongjun in confusion. Even those who had previously accompanied them in the Purple Cloud Palace would also get separated in the chaos and eventually return to Hongjun. The reason for all this, of course, was caused by Hongjun. This was to indicate that listening to the teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace relies on fate and not on cultivation level. This has invisibly raised the status of the teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace by more than one level. This has completely elevated Hongjun's prestige. But under the circumstances he had set, how could Dao Xuan's arrival at the Purple Cloud Palace not surprise Hongjun? Thus, upon seeing Xuan, Hongjun began to use his sage methods to deduce Dao Xuan's roots. At first, he sensed that the aura on Dao Xuan was strikingly similar to that of the 3 clears. However, it stopped there. Attempting to deduce further, Hongjun felt a sense of crisis. Even though he had attained sagehood, he still sensed that this crisis could tear him apart. This was just like when Hongjun deduced Tongtian back then, knowing that he could not proceed further lest he face backlash. There should only be the 3 clears. How could there be a 4th clear? Has an anomaly already been born, even confirmed in this 4th clear? At this moment, Hongjun's thoughts were entirely on Dao Xuan, and he momentarily forgot to speak. This inevitably left the cultivators listening in the Purple Cloud Palace unsure of how to react, so they could only sit quietly and wait for Hongjun to speak. After a moment, Hongjun finally returned to his senses and addressed Dao Xuan, saying, "Why did we not see you during the first 2 lectures?" Before Dao Xuan could respond, Tongtian quickly interjected, saying, "Dao ancestor, you may not know, but he is our younger brother Xuanqing, Dao Xuan Tianzun. Due to insufficient origin, he has been unable to take form, which is why he missed the Dao ancestor's teachings." At the same time, Dao Xuan stood up to greet Hongjun, saying, "Junior Dao Xuan, greetings to the Dao ancestor." Hongjun waved his hand, and a mat flew to Dao Xuan's side. "Since you are Xuanqing, one of Panga's rightful 4 clears, you are qualified to sit on the mat and listen to me teach." Dao Xuan, feeling helpless, could only thank Hongjun, and then sat cross-legged on the mat. This made Dao Xuan feel increasingly that there was something wrong with this mat, otherwise Hongjun would not be so eager to give him one. It seems that even the subsequently added mats are a matter of cause and effect. I have underestimated Dao ancestor Hongjun. Hongjun's gaze swept over the gathered crowd again before he began to expound on the teachings of the sages. The great Dao is silent, and without omen, chaos unbroken. The sage embraces the profound void and governs all phenomena, extinguishing right and wrong, discarding glory and disgrace, forgetting life and death. Do not rely on wisdom to discern things, do not take credit, and follow transformation, maintain harmony, and respond to yin and yang, following the nameless pivot, silently breathing in unison with heaven and earth. In an instant, the sound of the Dao enveloped the entire Purple Cloud Palace beneath the resonance of the Dao. However, this time very few could comprehend what Hongjun was teaching, unlike before, when they quickly entered. Even if they could not understand the sage's teachings, being under this resonance of the Dao was still beneficial for cultivation rather than harmful. In fact, cultivating in this environment for 3,000 years was comparable to spending a yuan hui in Hongjun. Dao Xuan naturally would not miss this opportunity and began to comprehend the laws of the great Dao of slaughter, and in the blink of an eye 3,000 years had passed. Only when Hongjun stopped expounding the great Dao and awakened everyone did they realize that the Dao ancestors' teachings had concluded. Seeing that most cultivators had made progress in their cultivation, Hongjun could not help but nod in satisfaction. Then he said, "The teachings of the sage have concluded. If you have any questions, I can clarify for you." As soon as Hongjun finished speaking, Laozi stood up and bowed, saying, "The Dao ancestor once said that there are 3 ways to become a sage, all of which can prove the Dao of Hongyuan. Then how many chances are there to attain sagehood?" Hongjun nodded at Laozi, then spoke. "Under the great Dao there are 12 for great perfection. Under the heavenly Dao there are 9 for extremes. Now the great Dao has retreated while the heavenly Dao governs Honghuang, so there should be 9 sages among the beings of Honghuang. Among these there will be 1 sage under my guidance, leaving a sage position for the beings of Honghuang, preserving a glimmer of hope." As soon as Hongjun's words were spoken, the entire purple cloud palace was filled with gasps. In Honghuang, how many beings exceed tens of thousands, yet the chance to attain sagehood is merely 7. One could argue that it should be 8. However, that glimmer of hope is not so easily pursued. At this time, Yuanshi Tianzun also stood up and asked, "Dao ancestor, who can attain sagehood?" Yuanshi Tianzun's question was even more straightforward, almost directly asking Hongjun if he could be. Hongjun did not beat around the bush and immediately turned his gaze to Laozi, saying, "Laozi transformed from Pangus, primordial spirit, the elder of the 3. For clears will have the responsibility of educating the beings of Honghuang in the future. He can be my direct disciple and may attain sagehood in the future." As soon as Hongjun finished speaking, even Laozi could not help but feel overjoyed. He immediately stood up to pay his respects to Hongjun as a disciple, and it was the kind of 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Ordinary disciple ceremonies require only 3 bows. However, if one is to be personally taught, 3 bows and 9 kowtows are necessary. Hongjun waved his hand, helping Laozi to his feet, while also waving his hand to send a stream of purple energy flying from his hand. This is the foundation of the great Dao, the primordial purple energy, which can aid you in attaining sagehood. The primordial purple energy instantly flew into Laozi's hands, making him even more excited, and he once again bowed to Hongjun in gratitude. At this moment, Tongtian heard Dao Xuan's voice in his heart. This feeling was reminiscent of when Dao Xuan had not taken form. It was precisely because Tongtian had shared his origin with Dao Xuan that their origins were connected. Even in the Purple Cloud Palace, through their origins, Hongjun could not possibly discover it. Third brother, that primordial purple energy is Hongjun's greatest scheme. Later, Hongjun will also send you a stream. Remember, do not integrate it into your divine soul. After hearing this, Tongtian could not help but worry for Laozi, but he also knew that he could not tell Laozi in this situation. After all, communicating through their origins was something only he and Dao Xuan could do. Even Tongtian and Yuanshi Tianzun could not accomplish. In the end, he could only speak to Dao Xuan with a hint of blame, saying, "Younger brother, since you know that the primordial purple energy is Hongjun's scheme, why did you not say so earlier? Third brother, you have wrongfully accused me. I only realized this after seeing the Hongmeng purple qi." Dao Xuan would not tell Tongtian that he had long known the Hongmeng purple qi was a pitfall. Otherwise, given Tongtian's temperament, he would undoubtedly blame him for not informing Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun. Moreover, third brother, do you think that even if I had known in advance and told eldest brother and second brother, they would believe me? Would they be willing to give up the foundation of this great Dao? Tongtian couldn't help but sigh. He knew that Dao Xuan was right. Even if he told Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun, they would not believe him. It was third brother's mistake. I hope you don't get angry. What are you saying? Third brother, we are brothers. There is no need for such calculations. If someone knew that Tongtian and Dao Xuan were chatting privately in the Zishao Palace, I wonder what their expression. After all, this was not merely about the Zishao Palace. It was a crucial moment for Hongjun to determine the positions of the saints. What cultivator wouldn't be listening attentively? Then Hongjun turned his gaze back to Yuanshi Tianzun and said, Yuanshi Tianzun's pan is transformed from the ancient primordial spirit, one of the 4 purities. He will have the responsibility of teaching living beings in the future and can be my direct disciple and become a saint. Yuanshi Tianzun also stood up to pay 3 bows and 9 kowtows to Hongjun, receiving the foundation of the great Dao, the Hongmeng purple qi. Immediately afterward, Hongjun turned his gaze to Tongtian and said, Tongtian is transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, one of the 4 purities, and will have the responsibility of teaching the living beings of the Honghuang in the future and can be my direct disciple and become a saint. Tongtian couldn't help but be taken aback, as he had already developed a resistance to acknowledging Hongjun as his master. However, at that moment, Dao Xuan's voice echoed in his heart, Third brother, don't hesitate, quickly pay respects to your master. Only by acknowledging Hongjun as your master can you repay the cause and effect of listening to his teachings. After all, once you become a master and disciple, it is only natural for the master to teach the disciple. Hearing Dao Xuan's explanation, Tongtian no longer hesitated, and directly performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows to Hongjun, ultimately receiving a piece of Hongmeng purple chi as well. However, unlike Laozi and Yuanshi or Tianzun, who immediately integrated it into their primordial spirits, Tongtian did not do the same. He merely stored it temporarily in his sea of consciousness, wrapping it with the laws of the great Dao's killing and cutting essence. Little did he know that Tongtian actually did not need to go through such trouble, as he had not severed his corpses. Even the Hongmeng purple chi could not penetrate his divine soul. But unlike Laozi and Yuanshi or Tianzun, who had long severed their good and evil corpses, these 2 corpses were precisely the vessels of the Hongmeng purple chi. Therefore, even if Laozi and Yuanshi or Tianzun did not wish to integrate it into their divine souls, as long as they came into contact with the Hongmeng purple chi, it would resonate with the 3 corpses they had severed. Then Hongjun mentioned that Nuwa would have great merits in the future and could achieve enlightenment and become a saint, thus making her a direct disciple. Seeing that Hongjun did not speak, the 2 saints of the West once again cried out like children wanting milk, fully leveraging the situation. Seeing this scene, Dao Xuan couldn't help but silently say to himself, 2 fools being played by Hongjun without even realizing it. Hongjun owes a great cause to the West and must leave 2 saint positions for you. Yet he does not speak directly, waiting for you to ask him for it. Sure enough, after the 2 saints of the West cried for a while, Hongjun finally spoke, accepting them as registered disciples and also granting them the Hongmeng purple chi. As for registered disciples, while they are not as good as direct disciples, the 2 saints of the West were still satisfied, as the main thing was the Hongmeng purple chi. They had obtained the foundation of the great Tao. Hongjun had said that he would have 7 saints under him, and now 6 had already been distributed. Who would the remaining piece go to? With 8 people on the mat, 6 had already received the Hongmeng purple chi. It is likely that the last piece of Hongmeng purple chi would be contested between Fu Shi and Dao Xuan. Even now, Fu Shi couldn't help but clench his fists, hoping that this great fortune would fall upon him. Only Dao Xuan felt quite relaxed, for he knew that this last piece of Hongmeng purple chi was reserved for scheming against Hongyun Laozi. Hongyun Laozi, being a good person, made way for the Daorin, causing Kuan Peng to lose the mat representing the saint position, which had already made Kuan Peng dissatisfied. If Hongyun Laozi were to receive the Hongmeng purple chi again, while Kuan Peng got nothing, how much hatred do you think Kuan Peng would harbor against Hongyun Laozi? Yet I wonder what Hongjun's true intentions are. Could it be just to incite conflict between the 2? That seems. By the way, it is said that Hongyun Laozi's reincarnation is one of the 3 emperors of the human race Shin-Nong. Has Hongjun already begun to lay out plans for the human race? As Dao Xuan's thoughts wandered, Hongjun's voice rang out again. Dao Xuan is one of the 4 purities of Pangus orthodox lineage, born with the merit of opening the heavens, and can be my disciple and become a saint. Dao Xuan was waiting to spectate, but unexpectedly this melon fell on him, leaving him momentarily stunned. What surprised Dao Xuan even more was that Hongjun did not even wait for him to pay his respects before directly granting him the Hongmeng purple chi. Moreover, it was in a manner that the chi was directly sent into Dao Xuan's divine soul, leaving him no chance to refuse. However, as soon as that piece of Hongmeng purple chi entered Dao Xuan's divine soul, it was absorbed into the creation Qiankuan furnace and began to be refined with the source fire. This sudden turn of events caused Dao Xuan to be startled. At that moment, he had no time to ponder. He could only reluctantly pay his respects to Hongjun. Although Dao Xuan did not intend to become Hongjun's disciple at this point, he had no other choice. However, this did not mean that Dao Xuan would engage in any kind of master-disciple affection with him. When it came time to scheme against him, Dao Xuan would definitely show no mercy. Because Hongjun only said that he could be his disciple, he did not specify whether he was a direct disciple or a registered disciple, so Dao Xuan merely performed the formalities of a registered disciple and did not bow 3 times and kneel 9 times. Hongjun's words, of course, had a purpose. Whether to become a direct disciple or a registered disciple would have to wait. As the 7 saints were already determined, everyone couldn't help but sigh, especially Fu, she who felt an immense disappointment. Meanwhile, Dao Xuan silently thought, if this last piece of Hongmeng purple chi is given to me, what plans does Hongjun have for Hongyun Laozi? If plotting against Hongyun Laozi is to lay the groundwork for the human race, then Hongjun would definitely not let it rest so easily. At that moment, Hongjun spoke again, this time addressing Hongyun Laozi. Hongyun, your character is the most compassionate. You cannot bear to see the suffering of sentient beings. Just based on this benevolence, you are qualified to achieve enlightenment and become a saint. However, I only have 7 fully refined pieces of Hongmeng purple chi in my possession, and they have already been given to my disciples. However, there is 1 piece of unrefined Hongmeng purple chi which I will give to you today. As for whether you can refine it and achieve enlightenment, that will depend on your fortune. After finishing his words, Hongjun prepared to bestow the 8th piece of Hongmeng purple chi upon Hongyun Laozi, but at that moment Nuwa directly interjected. Master, among the 8 mats in the Zishao Palace, 7 people have received the Hongmeng purple chi. I humbly request Master to give this 8th piece to my elder brother. Hongjun glanced at Fushi and said directly, "Knew why you need not worry about your brother. His future achievements will not be inferior to yours. However, the Hongming purple chi is of little use to him. Even if I gave it to him, it would only be a burden." While speaking, Hongjun had already thrown the Hongming purple chi to Hongyun Laozi, making him the target of everyone's ire. This inevitably made Dao Xuan curse inwardly. Damn. Is Hongjun really so sinister? Even resorting to such means? I understand now, of the Hongming purple chi in his hands is definitely not limited to these 8 pieces. Hongjun must have more in his possession, and there should be quite a few. While Dao Xuan was inwardly cursing Hongjun spoke again back. When I had not yet achieved enlightenment and become a saint, I traveled through the Honghuang and obtained many innate spiritual treasures. Now that I have achieved enlightenment and become a saint, ordinary innate spiritual treasures are of no use to me today. I will distribute them to you all. As he spoke, Hongjun waved his hand at Laozi, and a small red flag along with a Taiji diagram flew. This diagram is called the Taiji diagram, one of the 3 innate supreme treasures drawn by the handle of the Pangu axe. In the future, when you teach the living beings of the Honghuang, you can use this Taiji diagram to suppress the luck of the great teachings. This flag is one of the 5 directions flags, the southern Li Di Yin Guan flag. When unfurled, it is inviolable by all laws, and no evil can enter. It is a supreme innate spiritual treasure. I never expected not only to receive the foundation of the great Tao, the primordial purple energy, but also to acquire a supreme innate spiritual treasure and an innate supreme treasure that I could hardly dare to imagine. He hurriedly bowed to Hongjun in gratitude, extending his hands to receive the Taiji diagram and the southern Li Di Yin Guang flag. This is the Pangu banner transformed from the blade of the open heaven axe, and it is one of the 3 supreme treasures of the open heaven. In the future, when you establish a sect to enlighten sentient beings, you can use it to suppress the fortune of the sect. This is the Central Wu Ji apricot yellow flag, one of the 5 directions flags. Although it is not as good as the Pangu banner, it is also a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Then a cold light flashed in Hongjun's hand, and an array diagram wrapped around 4 swords appeared in his grasp. This is the 4 swords of Zuzhen, which can set up a Zuzhen formation when combined with the Zuzhen array diagram. Once the Zuzhen formation is established, it cannot be broken except by the 4 saints. After saying this, he handed it over to Tongtian, which startled Tongtian, making him hesitate to accept the 4 swords of Zuzhen and the array diagram. After all, Hongjun's remark about it being unbreakable by anyone other than the 4 saints was truly shocking. Not only was Tongtian astonished, but the entire Zhixiao palace fell silent. Both I and Yuanshi Tianzun felt a tinge of envy towards Tongtian. At that moment, Tongtian heard Dao Xuan's voice in his heart. "Third brother, don't be dazed, hurry up and accept it, and also ask him if these 4 swords of Zuzhen can suppress the fortune of the sect." Tongtian came back to his senses, extended his hand to accept the 4 swords of Zuzhen and the array diagram, and bowed deeply to Hongjun. "Thank you, master, for bestowing the treasures. However, I have one question. Can these 4 swords of Zuzhen suppress the fortune of the sect?" Hongjun looked at Tongtian and replied, "The 4 swords of Zuzhen are treasures of slaughter, primarily for killing, so they cannot increase the fortune of the sect." Hearing this, Tongtian knelt down with a thud. "I implore you, master, to bestow upon me a spiritual treasure that can suppress the fortune of the sect, lest in the future, when I establish the sect and enlighten sentient beings, the fortune of the sect cannot endure." Dao Xuan, upon hearing Tongtian's words, couldn't help but think, "Third brother, that was a beautiful statement." Hongjun, of course, would not grant him a spiritual treasure capable of suppressing the fortune of the sect just because of Tongtian's words. After all, if Tongtian were to possess a treasure capable of suppressing the fortune of the sect, how would the Fengshen calamity proceed? He then spoke, as the saying goes, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. "If you wish for a treasure that can suppress the fortune of the sect, I can indeed offer you a trade." Tongtian did not expect Hongjun to be so stingy, and he was about to tell Hongjun that he still wanted the force, but before he could speak, Dao Xuan's voice echoed in his heart again, "Third brother, let him trade." Tongtian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Although he did not understand why Dao Xuan would choose this, he felt he should trust Dao Xuan. He then presented the 4 swords of Zuzhen wrapped in the Zuzhen array diagram, and spoke, "Master, this Zuzhen array cannot be broken except by the 4 saints. It is truly too defiant, and I dare not accept it lightly. If master can trade a treasure that can suppress the fortune of the sect for me, that would be the best." Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. After all, he never expected Tongtian would truly give up the 4 swords of Zuzhen. Yuanshi Tianzun, hearing Tongtian's words, felt anxious and immediately spoke to Tongtian. "Third brother, how can you pick and choose when master bestows treasures? Hurry and put away the 4 swords of Zuzhen and the array diagram." Even I could not help but urge Tongtian, hoping he would choose the 4 swords of Zuzhen. This made Dao Xuan, who was beside them, quite furious. "Which side are you two on? I told third brother to give up the Zuzhen sword. Does that mean I truly want him to not have the 4 swords of I just want Hongjun to give a little more. Why are you both causing trouble?" Unfortunately, Dao Xuan could only feel anxious in his heart at this moment and could not express his thoughts. Meanwhile, Hongjun was also watching Tongtian and did not reach out to accept the 4 swords of Zhuzhen, as if giving Tongtian time to consider. However, Tongtian had no intention of retracting the 4 swords of Zhuzhen, maintaining his posture of bowing. Tongtian's persistence made it difficult for Hongjun to proceed, as he could not truly take back the 4 swords of Zhuzhen, otherwise the Fengshen calamity would surely be affected. In helplessness, he could only say to resist such a precious treasure is indeed a source of great comfort to me. The fortune of the sect does not necessarily have to be suppressed with innate spiritual treasures. It can also be done with great formations. Today I will pass on to you a set of the 10,000 Immortals Great Formation. When you establish the sect, you can use the 10,000 Immortals Formation as the foundation to suppress the fortune. As he spoke, Hongjun waved his hand and sent a diagram of the formation to Tongtian. At this point, Tongtian had no choice but to relent. He then put away the 4 swords of Zhuzhen and received the diagram of the 10,000 Immortals Formation. Disciple, thanks, Master. In the future, I will surely teach the beings of the primordial world well and will not bring shame to Master. Hongjun nodded, feeling somewhat mixed inside. But at least he did not disrupt his own plans. Little did he know Dao Xuan was exceedingly pleased in his heart, even secretly saying to himself, Yuanshi Tianzun always said that third brother does not discriminate when taking in disciples. Now that he has the 10,000 Immortals Formation in hand, can you still say anything, Yuanshi Tianzun? Indeed, this time Tongtian was truly appointed to take in disciples by his master, for with the 10,000 Immortals Formation, he would need corresponding immortals. Whoever does not allow Tongtian to take in disciples would be equivalent to not allowing him to guard the fortune of the sect, which is nearly tantamount to a mortal enemy. However, at this moment I and Yuanshi Tianzun did not think that much. Seeing Tongtian secure the 4 swords of Zhuzhen, we could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, now that the 4 clear brothers are united with Tongtian possessing the Zhuzhen formation, it is equivalent to them being the foremost group beneath Hongjun in the primordial world. In the next moment, Hongjun presented the map of mountains and rivers and the red embroidery ball to the goddess Nuwa. Seeing that Hongjun had no intention of bestowing more treasures, the 2 saints of the west knelt down again in tears, starting to lament. So I can't go directly to the 9th floor. It seems Hongjun has placed restrictions on the treasure allocating cliff, fearing someone might see through the key and descend from the top. Left with no choice, Dao Xuan had to begin his search from the 1st floor, scouring it completely, before he finally found the path leading to the 2nd floor. Though he searched, Dao Xuan did not touch a single spiritual treasure on the 1st floor. Even on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, Dao Xuan left everything untouched. It wasn't until he reached the 5th floor that Dao Xuan's eyes lit up, for he had come upon a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure. Could it be that my guess was wrong? Is it not true that the higher the floor, the higher the grade of treasure stored? Fortunately, I activated the 8 treasures compass the moment I entered the cliff, or I might truly have missed this supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure. Though Dao Xuan was somewhat puzzled, encountering a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure meant there was naturally no reason not to claim it, especially since it was the renowned Northern Profound Yuan Water Controlling Banner. With a mere thought, the Northern Profound Yuan Water Controlling Banner flew into the treasure space of the 8 treasures compass. Finally, on the 6th floor, Dao Xuan found 12 calming sea pearls. On the 7th floor, he found 5 lotus seeds. On the 8th floor, the emerald twin ember lamp. Ironically, the 9th floor, which Dao Xuan had anticipated the most, proved utterly disappointing, for he discovered not a single supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure. This isn't right. I've searched the entire treasure allocating cliff, and apart from these few items, everything else is merely low-grade, innate spiritual treasures. The treasures of the 8 Scenery Palace lineage, though few in number, should still be present. And the treasures of the Jade Void lineage are also quite numerous. As for the treasures of the Third Brothers Green Tour lineage, they should be beyond counting. Yet how is it that not a single one is here? Could it be that Hongjun did not place all the spiritual treasures on the cliff, but instead waits to see who enters and bestows them accordingly? If that's truly the case, then Hongjun is rather cunning. You didn't even place the spiritual treasures on the cliff, so what use was it letting me enter first? Just as Dao Xuan was inwardly cursing Hongjun's treachery, he noticed a dull, lusterless bead at his feet. This bead was not only dim and lifeless, but covered in cracks. It didn't look valuable in the slightest. Even the 8 treasures compass failed to detect its presence, yet Dao Xuan found himself inexplicably drawn to it. Could this be a sealed chaos pearl? Would Hongjun really be so generous as to leave such a supreme, innate treasure for me? I can't worry about that now. There's nothing else worth taking here, so I might as well keep it. With that thought in mind, Dao Xuan bent down and picked up the bead. Holding it before his eyes, he vaguely sensed what seemed to be a door within the bead, wrapped within some mysterious force. What disappointed Dao Xuan the most was that he could not detect any trace of primordial chaos energy from the bead, suggesting it was unlikely to be a chaos pearl. Even so, Dao Xuan stored away the damaged bead and then wandered the 9th floor for some time. After finding nothing more, he descended from the 9th floor and meticulously searched every level once again. Alas, he still did not find a single treasure belonging to the 3 teachings. In the end, with no other option, he activated the 8 treasures compass. In an instant, all the innate spiritual treasures Dao Xuan could see were drawn toward the compass. Unfortunately, after collecting just over a dozen items, Dao Xuan noticed that all the treasure radiance had completely dimmed. It seems my guess was correct. The treasures on this cliff cannot be taken freely. How everyone has a limit on how many they can claim. With no further advantage to be gained here, Dao Xuan had no desire to linger. In a single step, he exited the treasure allocating cliff. The moment he stepped out, Dao Xuan saw that the area outside the cliff was already crowded with people. Upon seeing Dao Xuan emerge, they prepared to rush into the cliff without delay. But no sooner had they moved than a cyan sword light shot into the sky. It was the green lotus sword in Tongtian's hand. Gripping the sword, Tongtian stood before the cliff and spoke to Laozi and Yuanshi. Tianzun. Eldest brother, second brother, you two enter the cliff first. Once you come out, it will be third brother's turn. Seeing Tongtian's gesture, Laozi and Yuanshi, Tianzun both nodded and turned to enter the cliff. Dao Xuan let out a helpless sigh as the cyan ripple spear in his hand emitted a soft hum. Third brother, you go as well. They'll hold the fort here. Tongtian glanced at Dao Xuan, nodded, and made his way into the cliff. After the 3 brothers entered, Laozi immediately raised the Taiji diagram, sweeping up all the treasures of the 8 scenery palace. Yuanshi, Tianzun raised the Panga banner, and likewise packed away all the Jade Void treasures. Though Tongtian was a step behind, it didn't hinder him from claiming the Green Tour Palace treasures. What was rightfully his, not a single piece missing. It wasn't until the 3 brothers emerged from the cliff that Dao Xuan nodded toward Fuxi and Nuwa. The 2 gave him a grateful look before heading into the cliff themselves. Before long, Fuxi and Nuwa also emerged fully laden. They once again bowed to Dao Xuan in gratitude. Meanwhile, the 2 sages of the West had already charged into the cliff with other cultivators following closely behind. In the blink of an eye, only the 4 pure ones and the Fuxi siblings remained outside the cliff. Dao Xuan then spoke. Everyone, the master placed spiritual treasures on the cliff for us to seek our fortunes. This is tantamount to bestowing treasures upon us. So, I believe we should return to Zhixiao Palace to thank the master. After all, courtesy costs nothing. The others nodded in agreement, and together they set off towards Zhixiao Palace. Along the way, Dao Xuan couldn't help but ask, third brother, on which floor did you find your destined treasure? Dao Xuan's question caught Tongtian off guard. What floors? Isn't the treasure allocating cliff just a vast platform? Even Laozi and Yuanshi, Tianzun nodded in unison. Fuxi and Nuwa also cast strange glances. Seeing this, Dao Xuan realized that the cliff he had entered seemed different from what the others saw. He spoke up. How could it be a platform? The cliff I entered clearly had 9 floors. Each floor held different innate spiritual treasures. Then Dao Xuan proceeded to describe in detail the cliff he had witnessed. After hearing Dao Xuan's account, Yuanshi, Tianzun remarked, didn't the master say that everyone's fortunes differ? Naturally, the cliff each person sees would differ as well. If everyone saw the same thing, then our youngest brother would have swept up all the innate spiritual treasures the moment he entered. What would be left for those who came after? The others found Yuanshi Tianzun's reasoning sound and dropped the matter. However, Tongtian's face now bore a thoughtful expression. But by then they had already arrived at the gates of Zhixiao Palace, so Tongtian kept his suspicions to himself and followed the others inside. The moment they stepped into Zhixiao Palace, they saw Hongjun seated upon the central platform. Seeing Hongjun still present, Dao Xuan thought to himself, just as I suspected, Hongjun's Tentasandir's sermon isn't finished yet. The 6 entered the palace and bowed to Hongjun, simultaneously thanking him for his gift of treasures. Hongjun raised his head, looked at the 6, nodded, and gestured for them to take their seats upon their respective cushions. Not until the great doors of Zhixiao Palace closed on their own did anyone else arrive. As the doors sealed shut, Hongjun's voice resonated through the hall. This poor Taoist was to preach for 10,000 years to the beings of the primordial world. 3 sessions totaling 9,000 years have passed, leaving 1,000 years of the great Tao yet to be spoken. As the saying goes, under heaven's mandate, 9 is the ultimate number. Those who have heard 9,000 years of the Tao already possess profound blessings. Only those with grateful hearts who receive treasures at the cliff and return to thank this poor Taoist shall have the chance to hear the full 10,000 years and attain perfection. This time I shall speak on attaining the Tao through laws and principles. Though the great Tao has now receded and heaven's mandate has emerged, making it exceedingly difficult to attain the Tao through laws, the Tao must still be transmitted. The Tao encompasses all laws originating from the void. Formless forms, imageless images beginning in chaos, dividing into yin and yang. Laws reside in the great void, motion and stillness follow their origins, rise and fall align with fixed fate, ebb and flow accord with true principles. As Hongjun expounded upon the laws of the Tao, the creation jade disk manifested above his head. Strands of law and Dao resonance surged forth from the creation jade disk, completely enveloping the six in their profound embrace. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Hongjun finally ceased his discourse on the great Dao, and the creation jade plate flew back into his body. In that moment, the resonance of the laws receded like a tide, and the six individuals slowly regained their senses from the mysterious ocean of Dao rhythm. When the six opened their eyes, Hongjun spoke up, asking, "The laws of the great Dao are profound and difficult to comprehend. How much of it do you understand?" Laozi was the first to bow and respond, reporting to Master, "I am dull-witted and have only grasped about 1/10 or 1/12 of it." Yuanshi Tianzun sighed lightly and said, reporting to Master, "I understand even less than my elder brother, not more than 1/10. Tongtian was about to speak when suddenly a voice from Dao Xuan echoed in his heart, urging him to remain humble. Thus his answer was no different from Yuanshi Tianzun's. As for Fu Shi and Nu Hua, they were no better off than Yuanshi Tianzun. When it was Dao Xian's turn, he helplessly admitted, "Master, I am ignorant and did not understand anything at all. However, I feel that if one wishes to understand the path of these laws, the creation jade plate must assist. Just now I saw the fragment of the creation jade plate floating above Master's head. May I borrow it for 10,000 years of comprehension?" Upon hearing this, Hongjun's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he thought to himself, "This Dao Xian is truly bold, daring to ask to borrow the creation jade plate from me." He initially intended to refuse outright, but unexpectedly the creation jade plate began to move on its own, rising uncontrollably from Hongjun's head and flying straight towards Dao Xian. The creation jade plate slowly spun above Dao Xian's head, but did not release any law resonance. However, Dao Xian's heart was tumultuous. He could distinctly feel that the three laws he had cultivated were resonating with the creation jade plate. Right? How could I forget this? Isn't the measuring cord of the Hongming also a fragment of the creation jade plate? Although it is insignificant compared to Hongjun's piece, it cannot be denied that it is a fragment of the creation jade plate. Could it be that the creation jade plate sensed its kin and wishes to devour and merge with it to complete itself? The more he thought about it, the more he felt this possibility was immense. As for whether he could devour the creation jade plate in return, he had never even considered it. Not to mention that attempting such a thing in front of Hongjun would be akin to courting death. Simply swallowing something larger was nearly impossible. Sure enough, moments later, the measuring cord of the Hongming transformed into a stream of light, flying out from Dao Xian's body and merging into the creation jade plate. At this point, Dao Xian could not help but feel like crying, without tears, thinking to himself, "My fragment of the creation jade plate was just taken away." As the fragment merged, the laws began to manifest from the creation jade plate. It seemed to be using this method to exchange for that small fragment of law. The most troublesome part was that it did not allow Dao Xian to refuse. At this moment, Hongjun naturally saw everything clearly and spoke to Dao Xian. "I did not expect you to be able to trigger a resonance with the creation jade plate. Such fortune must be grasped firmly." Dao Xian was filled with indignation. "What fortune? It was clearly you who robbed me of my belongings and are now trying to repay me." But what could he do at this moment? He could only exert all his effort to comprehend the law resonance released by the creation jade plate. Unfortunately, in such a hurried situation, how much could Dao Xian remember? In the end, it was likely to be a futile endeavor. Just then, the 8 treasures compass within Dao Xian stirred, and a dim gray bead slowly flew out from the compass. Before Dao Xian could figure out what was happening, the bead began to assist him in recording the law resonance released by the creation jade plate. As more and more innate Dao patterns appeared on the bead, the original cracks on it began to heal slowly. Once the cracks on the bead were fully healed, its true form finally emerged, revealing the words "Dragon Gate" inscribed in Dao patterns on the door within. At that moment, Dao Xian had almost guessed what this bead was, but unfortunately he had no time to delve into it. Meanwhile, the creation jade plate had flown back into Hongjun's palm, and the bead returned to the 8 treasures. Hongjun looked at the creation jade plate in his hand, and said to Dao Xian to know to use the Hongming purple qi to record the laws within the creation jade plate. Shows you have some wisdom. Unfortunately, the creation jade plate in my hand is merely a larger fragment, and the recorded 3,000 great Dao laws are incomplete. Each type of law requires you to comprehend from the beginning. So do not think that having grasped the seeds of the great Dao laws means you can walk the path of law and attain enlightenment. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. Not to advance is to retreat. You must not aim too high and must be grounded in your efforts. Hongjun instinctively believed that the recording of the great Dao laws was thanks to the Hongming purple qi he had given to Dao Xian. Dao Xian naturally understood that Hongjun was admonishing him to cultivate the Dao of slaying the 3 corpses. Thus he nodded directly at Hongjun. "Master, do not worry. I know what to do and will not let you down regarding this opportunity you have given me. I only hope that in the future I will have the chance for you to lend me the creation jade plate again. After all, I did not obtain any decent spiritual treasure within the treasure dividing cliff. If my cultivation is still low, I will have no means to protect myself." Dao Xuan clearly indicated to Hongjun that he was aware of the tricks played on him. Hongjun, however, did not mind this, and simply nodded at Dao Xuan. In the future, if you wish to comprehend the creation jade plate, you may come to the Zixiao Palace at any time. Hongjun's words were not out of newfound conscience, but rather owing a great karmic debt to Dao Xuan. After all, he had devoured the fragment of the creation jade plate in Dao Xuan's possession, and simply allowing him to comprehend it once would not suffice for atonement. After finishing, Hongjun looked at the others present, and continued, now that the preaching of 10,000 years has come to a successful conclusion, it will not be long before I merge with the Tao, replenishing the deficiencies of the heavenly Tao. Once I merge with the Tao, I will no longer concern myself with the trivial matters of the Hongwang. At that time, the heavenly Tao will be Hongjun, but Hongjun will not be the heavenly Tao. Once I merge with the Tao, the management of the Hongwang will be entrusted to you, the saints of the heavenly Tao. You must not neglect your cultivation. The six stood up simultaneously and pledged to Hongjun, who then nodded in satisfaction. When I merge with the Tao, I will notify you all to come and witness. After saying this, Hongjun disappeared from the Zixiao Palace, and the doors of the Zixiao Palace opened accordingly. After returning to the Hongwang Nuwa and Fu, she planned to return to their own Taoist venue, Fengqi Mountain. However, Dao Xuan stopped them. After all, while others might not know the current situation in the Hongwang, it did not mean Dao Xuan was unaware. Having listened to the great Tao for 1,000 years in the Zixiao Palace, they must have guessed that Emperor Jun and Tai Yi had already begun to consolidate the demon clan. And with Emperor Jun and Tai Yi consolidating the demon clan, they would surely pull Fu Shi and Nu Hua in, making Fu Shi the demon emperor and Nu Hua the demon empress. Thus Dao Xuan's stopping of Nu Hua was naturally to prevent her from becoming too entangled with the demon clan. As for why Dao Xuan would help Nu Hua, it was not because he found her beautiful and had some ideas. Rather, in Dao Xuan's heart, he still believed he was a human, not one of the four cleansings, the Xuanqing. Without Nu Hua creating humans from clay, how could there be a human race? Without Nu Hua mending the sky, the human race would likely not even have a place to rest. Of course, in later Hongwang literature, Nu Hua was often portrayed negatively, as if she had given birth to humans but did not nurture them. That Nu Hua created humans merely to prove the path to sanctification and did not truly consider them her descendants. Otherwise, she would never have stood by and watched as the demon clan slaughtered the human race, allowing the human race to nearly face extinction at the hands of the demon clan. But Dao Xuan felt that if he were in Nu Hua's position, he would have acted similarly. For this was something the human race needed to endure. Without this painful history, the human race could not stand strong and independent. Nu Hua was unaware of the intricate thoughts swirling in Dao Xuan's mind. All she knew was that his initiative to invite her alone was enough to stir an irrepressible joy deep within her heart. Go to your dojo. I've never been to Kunlun Mountain, so I might as well take a look along the way. Nu Hua instinctively assumed that Dao Xuan's dojo was also on Kunlun Mountain. After all, that was the sacred land that nurtured the three pure ones. But Dao Xuan smiled and shook his head, then spoke to Nu Hua. Kunlun Mountain is the dojo of my 3 elder brothers, not mine. My dojo is in the East Sea. As soon as these words were spoken, Nu Hua was stunned, and even Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun's brows furrowed. Yuanshi Tianzun directly asked, "Little brother, why abandon the perfectly good Kunlun Mountain for the East Sea? People might think we as your elder brothers cannot tolerate you." Indeed, the second brother's words were a reprimand. Dao Xuan felt a wave of disgust inside, but his expression remained largely unchanged. He merely replied calmly, "Second brother, your words are mistaken. Although Kunlun Mountain is excellent, it is not suited for me. Moreover, even if I establish my dojo in the East Sea, it doesn't mean Kunlun Mountain is no longer my home." Dao Xuan offered no further explanation, only a perfunctory remark. Yuanshi Tianzun felt a pang of displeasure upon hearing this. Just as he was about to lecture again, Laozi interjected, "Since the little brother has established a dojo in the East Sea, I, as your elder brother, must find an opportunity to visit." Dao Xuan smiled and nodded. "My dojo is the dojo of my 3 elder brothers. I will always prepare to welcome you." Laozi smiled and nodded. "In that case, once I have digested the insights from this sermon, I shall visit the East Sea." Tongtian originally wanted to accompany Dao Xuan to Hongjun Island, but on second thought, if he didn't return to Kunlun Mountain now, it might cause resentment between his 2 elder brothers. He immediately communicated with Dao Xuan using his origin. "Little brother, I'll head back to Kunlun Mountain first, and find you on Hongjun Island later." Subsequently, the 3 pure ones bid Dao Xuan farewell and returned straight to Kunlun Mountain. Fu Shi was about to speak, but Nu Hua preempted him. "Brother, you go back to Fengqi Mountain first. He'll go with Dao Xuan to his dojo and be back in a while." Without waiting for Fux's reply, she pulled Dao Xuan towards the East Sea. Even Dao Xuan felt a bit embarrassed by this. He glanced back at Fu Shi and said in a low voice, "Daoist Fu Shi, if the demon race invites you to join them, be sure not to agree easily. Otherwise you and your sister will be entangled in boundless karma." Fu Shi was taken aback and wanted to ask for details, but saw Dao Xuan being dragged away by Nu Hua towards the East Sea. Watching their receding figures, Fu Shi murmured to himself, I have a feeling I might not be able to keep my little sister by my side. He also firmly etched Dao Xuan's warning into his heart. He could bear karma himself, but dragging Yuhua into it was absolutely unacceptable. This was the bottom line of the ultimate sister-doting man in the Primordial era. Everything revolved around his sister. Meanwhile, Dao Xuan and Yuhua, unaware of Fux's thoughts, walked hand in hand towards the East Sea. But at that moment, Dao Xuan suddenly felt the sun overhead become scorching hot. As he looked up, he saw two golden crows flying out from the sun, star manifesting their golden divine forms in midair. Idly and Tai hereby establish a new race named the Demon Race and found the Demon Court at the summit of Buzhou Mountain. Using the Eastern Bell and the Hichu Luoshu to suppress the court's fortune, witnessed the heavenly Tao. In the Primordial era, all beings, beasts with fur and horns, creatures born from moisture or eggs, plants, minerals, birds, and animals, who awaken their intellect, cultivate to take form and cycle spiritual energy, are all of the demon race. As the voice faded, a colossal heavenly gate appeared at the summit of Buzhou Mountain. The gate slowly opened and countless demons emerged, filling the sky. Witnessing this scene, Dao Xuan sighed. With the demon court established, the Primordial era is likely to be thrown into turmoil. Yuhua also saw the celestial anomaly and heard the voices of Dijuan and Tai. She then asked, Dao Xuan, you warned my brother not to join the demons. Do you think their race won't last? But it seems to me that the demon court has immense fortune from its inception. Even the three ancient tribes of your probably didn't possess such fortune. Hearing Yuhua's words, Dao Xuan thought to himself, it seems the Yuhua in the original trajectory was indeed drawn in by this overwhelming fortune. Knowing she could gain great merit and attain sainthood in the future, she still got involved with the demon race. This must be what they mean by irresistible temptation. With these thoughts in mind, Dao Xuan remained silent on the matter, merely smiling at Yuhua. What does soaring fortune matter? What counts is endurance. Otherwise, a fleeting blaze of fortune is nothing but a passing cloud. Hearing Dao Xuan's vague reply, Yuhua grew even more puzzled and pressed. Why? What makes you say that? Since he intended to change Yuhua's mind, some things naturally couldn't be hidden from her. He needed to explain clearly in a different way. Dao Xuan looked down and spotted a valley brimming with spiritual energy. He said to Yuhua, that valley ahead is rich in spiritual energy. Let's rest there, and he'll tell you a few things. Yuhua nodded, allowing Dao Xuan to lead her by the hand into the valley. Once inside, Dao Xuan frowned and muttered to himself, what a blessed haven. This primordial spiritual energy is almost liquefied. Could there be some supreme spiritual root nurtured here? As Dao Xuan pondered aloud, Yuhua also surveyed the valley, then said directly to him, Dao Xuan, you call this Yuchuan mountain a blessed haven. I think it's rather ordinary. It can't even compare to my Fengqi mountain, let alone Kunlun mountain. Don't tell me your dojo in the East Sea is even worse than this Yuchuan mountain. If so, I suggest you move. Hearing this, Dao Xuan felt a wave of helplessness. What's happening? Am I being looked down upon by Yuhua? Did I really seem like someone who's never seen the world? No way, right? Smiling bitterly inwardly, Dao Xuan led Yuhua deeper into the valley and sat cross-legged on a flat stone. As for my dojo, you'll see for yourself when we get there. For now, let's talk about the demon race's fortune. Yuhua obediently nodded and sat cross-legged opposite him. Once they were seated, Dao Xuan began. Dijuan and Tai established the demon race, but listen, what does their definition include? They claim that whether furred or horned, born from moisture or eggs, plants, minerals, birds, or beasts, any who awaken intellect, cultivate form, and cycle spiritual energy are demons. If that's the case, who in the primordial era isn't a demon? Even you and I might not escape the label. Yuhua nodded in agreement. Indeed. Most beings in the primordial era first gain sentience, then take form. They all fall within the demon category. Dao Xuan nodded. This shows just how vast Dijuan and Tai's ambitions are. What they established isn't just a race, it's a demand for submission from all beings in the primordial era. Even the Dragon Phoenix and Qilan tribes failed to achieve that. Do you think Dijuan and Tai can? Moreover, will the beings of the primordial era accept the demon race, as Dijuan and Tai define it? Yuhua shook her head without hesitation. First, the 3,000 guests of Zixiao Palace would never identify as demons. If not all, certainly the majority. Also, the immortal court founded by Dong Wanggong would never accept demon status, and might even come to challenge them. Dao Xuan nodded again. That's why I said the primordial era will face turmoil now that the demon race has established a heavenly court. Right now, some weaker beings might take pride in being demons, but soon enough demon will become a derogatory term, especially in the eyes of my second brother Yuanshi Tianzun. Beings with fur and horns born from moisture and eggs are inherently beneath notice. How could he ever accept this definition of the demon race? With such forces fueling the fire, it would be strange if the demon race's fortune could last long. Yuhua seemed thoughtful. So that's why you warned my brother not to accept their invitation. Dao Xuan nodded. Knowing the demon race cannot endure entangling oneself in that karma for a bit of fortune is simply not worth it. Yuhua suddenly rose, bowed to Dao Xuan, and said, thank you for protecting my brother. This kindness will be remembered by us siblings. Dao Xuan reached out, pulled Nuwa back down to sit, while the Hongming measuring ruler appeared above his head. At this moment, the jade pendant on the measuring ruler had disappeared, replaced by the pearl Dao Xuan obtained from the Finbao cliff. In an instant, the Xianhuang aura, accompanied by the rhythm of laws, enveloped Dao Xuan and Nuwa, completely obscuring the heavenly secrets. Seeing Dao Xuan like this, Nuwa couldn't help but show a grave expression, knowing that what Dao Xuan was about to say was extremely important. If they were at Fangzhong Island or on Kunlun Mountain, even at Nuwa's Fengqi Mountain, Dao Xuan wouldn't have to be so caught. After all, in such places, unless the heavenly Dao deliberately investigates, everything that happens there would automatically shield the heavenly secrets. But this ordinary valley lacks such innate advantages. If you dare to mention Hongjun's name here, Hongjun in the Zixiao Palace can instantly sense it. After shielding the heavenly secrets, Dao Xuan finally spoke to Nuwa. Nuwa, what I say today must not be passed on to others. Seeing Nuwa nod, Dao Xuan continued, I transformed later than my 3 elder brothers, by who knows how many Yuan Hui. Little did I know this is precisely my karmic fate. This has granted me a glimpse into the river of time. Although it consumes my essence, it allows me to comprehend future events. The Zixiao Palace will not finish its teachings for another 1,000 years, which I foresaw from the river of time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to remind you. Nuwa's face showed astonishment upon hearing this. To be able to foresee the river of time, what kind of defiance against heaven is that? Even the ancestor Witch Xuan of the Witch clan who mastered the laws of time probably cannot foresee the future, at most only retrieving past events through the river of time. Even when the 6 saints of the heavenly Dao attain the Dao in the future, the river of time will not be an easily treaded place for them. At most, they can only use the means of saints to deduce the direction of the river of time in conjunction with heavenly secrets. However, the time that can be deduced is also quite limited, merely a few years. Therefore, even saints would not easily deduce the direction of the river of time, as the gains do not justify the costs. But Dao Xuan actually claimed to be able to foresee the river of time and know future events. How could that not shock Nuwa? The main point is that Dao Xuan also presented evidence, which was his prior knowledge that the Zixiao Palace had yet to impart teachings for another 1,000 years, compelling Nuwa to believe. After all, without Dao Xuan's reminder, even Nuwa thought that the 3 teachings of the Zixiao Palace were all of Hongjun's teachings. Because besides the 9,000 years of teachings, there is also Hongjun resolving doubts for everyone, and their time of comprehension in the Zixiao Palace adds up to exactly 10,000 years. Yet Dao Xuan knew that there was still 1,000 years left, which indicated that he was not deceiving her. He truly could foresee the river of time. Though Nuwa was shocked, she did not interrupt Dao Xuan, but listened attentively as he continued. Thus the demon race cannot be the true masters of this primordial chaos, for the scope of the demon race is too broad to be considered a true race. The true masters of this primordial chaos have yet to be born, because this race requires you to create it with your own hands. Unfortunately, the river of time I can perceive is quite limited. I cannot know what race you will create. At this, Nuwa could no longer remain calm. She even couldn't help but murmur softly, the master of the primordial chaos will be created by me. Could this be the great merit that my master spoke of? If this is true, creating the true masters of the primordial chaos, how immense would this merit be? No wonder I can attain sainthood through this. Combined with what Hongjun said and the trust Dao Xuan gave me, Nuwa has nearly believed everything Dao Xuan said. If it weren't for Dao Xuan mentioning that it would consume essence to perceive the river of time, Nuwa would have really wanted him to take another look at what kind of race she had created. At this moment, Dao Xuan's voice resounded once more. Although I do not know what race you have created, I do know that the great Dao creation laws you master will assist you in creating this race. Therefore, when I was enlightened by the creation jade tablet, I paid special attention to these great Dao creation laws. Now I will expound them to you. You must listen carefully. Upon hearing this, Nuwa showed a grateful expression, nodding at Dao Xuan, while also calming her emotions. Once Nuwa was ready, Dao Xuan began to elaborate on the great Dao creation laws. The Dao gives birth to the Xuanqing, transforming into the Hongming. The creator is neither form nor substance, neither void nor reality. Chaos divides into clarity and turbidity, yin and yang intertwine, giving birth to myriad spirits following the undetermined trajectory, guarding the nameless order. The innate primordial energy nurtures the transformation of the 3 talents, manifests the spirits of the 4 images, conceals the secrets of the 5 elements, and unifies the mysteries of the 8 trigrams. One cannot see its beginning nor witness its end. Things transform by themselves, forms nurture themselves, destinies are determined, and the Dao exists. As Dao Xuan expounded the great Dao creation laws, Nuwa's understanding of them gradually deepened. Meanwhile, the rhythm of the great Dao laws flowed around Dao Xuan and Nuwa. Even the large stone they sat upon was permeated by the great Dao creation laws. Nuwa practiced the path of severing the 3 corpses, and now she had already severed the 2 corpses of good and evil. Therefore, even with Dao Xuan expounding the great Dao creation laws, Nuwa could not return to the path of law attainment. This is the so-called truth of the Dao path, having no turning back. Once you have made a choice, there is no room for regret, unless you are willing to forfeit your cultivation and start over. Yuan naturally felt that she seemed to be on the wrong path. Even when she heard Hongjun's last teachings of 1,000 years, she had already developed this thought. Now hearing Dao Xuan expounding the great Dao creation laws, this thought deepened even further, causing Yuan to vaguely feel some remorse. Dao Xuan instantly sensed Yuan's emotional fluctuations, and he stopped expounding the great Dao creation laws, placing his hand on the top of Yuan's head. The next moment, the pearl on the measuring ruler released a burst of light, enveloping Yuan within it. In the blink of an eye, 300 years passed, and Yuan's state of mind finally calmed down, allowing Dao Xuan to let out a sigh of relief. Yuan slowly opened her eyes, looking at Dao Xuan in front of her, who was full of concern and couldn't help but show a smile. Dao Xuan, do you think I can turn back? Dao Xuan naturally understood what Yuan was asking, and smiled, nodding. Why must you cling to this? Whether it is attaining the Dao through merit or severing the three corpses, both are paths to sainthood. What difference does it make from attaining the Dao through the laws? At most, it's just a matter of strength. How strong was the demon ancestor Luohu? What was the final outcome? Did he not end up with his soul scattered? You will create the masters of this primordial chaos in the future, meaning that the masters of the primordial chaos will be your offspring. What is there for you to worry about as a mother? Of course, if you as a mother are not qualified and are abandoned by your own children, then just consider that I said nothing. Dao Xuan had already begun to subtly influence Yuan, so that after she created people, she could become a qualified holy mother of the human race. After hearing this, Yuan revealed a relieved smile, and said to Dao Xuan, you must help me when the time comes. Dao Xuan would naturally not refuse, so he reached out to pull Yuan up, and said, now your comprehension of the great Dao creation laws has reached a level of thorough integration. Moreover, you have severed the two corpses of good and evil, and in the future you will gain a great opportunity. Therefore, I think you can attempt to cultivate all three paths to the Dao simultaneously. If you truly succeed, you will undoubtedly become the first saint of the primordial chaos. Don't forget to protect me when that time comes. Yuan smiled, and replied, Dao Xuan, you may not believe it, but the two spiritual treasures I used to house the two corpses of good and evil happen to contain the laws of creation. When Hongjun expounded the laws of attainment, he also mentioned that the path of severing the three corpses requires spiritual treasures of the same attribute, as only spiritual treasures of the same attribute possess the same laws. Only in this way can the three corpses be unified, otherwise one can only forcibly fuse them using the Hongmeng purple qi. This is why Hongmeng purple qi is called the foundation of the great Dao. Now hearing Yuan say that the spiritual treasures housing the two corpses of good and evil contain the laws of creation, Dao Xuan's eyes instantly lit up. It is not difficult to find two innate spiritual treasures of the same law. What is truly hard to find is a high-grade innate spiritual treasure of the same law. Hongjun's statement that the higher the grade of the innate spiritual treasure used to embody the three corpses, the stronger one becomes, completely misled the cultivators of the primordial chaos. Those who can use top-grade innate spiritual treasures to embody the three corpses would never resort to using inferior-grade innate spiritual treasures, not even if they had just one. For instance, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun each used the Panlong Bianguai and the Sanbao Rui, two top-grade innate spiritual treasures, to embody their virtuous corpses. However, finding another top-grade innate spiritual treasure of the same law afterward is not as simple as it seems. Yet due to the lack of powerful innate spiritual treasures, Yuan ultimately had to settle for less. In the end, she could only use the inferior-grade Qian Kuan Zhao Huaping and a similarly graded Zhao Hua Lingzhu to embody her virtuous and evil corpses. These two inferior-grade innate spiritual treasures were obtained by Yuan after her transformation during an accidental encounter in Fengqi Mountain. Unexpectedly, Yuan's compromise brought her immense fortune. Perhaps this is the reward for her lack of greed. At that moment, Dao Xuan spoke to Yuan, saying, if you truly wish to try cultivating along the three paths to enlightenment, then when you gain great merit, you must not directly attain sainthood. Instead, you must retain the merit within your body until your three corpses are merged, and you have comprehended the principles of Dao and transformation to a profound level. Only then can you achieve sainthood in one fell swoop. Yuan nodded at Dao Xuan, saying, I will do as you say. Dao Xuan could not help but feel something was amiss in her words, as if the young girl was entrusting her life to him. The key was that Dao Xuan was genuinely affected by this. As soon as Yuan spoke, it instantly awakened his protective instincts. He smiled, and said to Yuan, rest assured, your matters will henceforth be my concerns. After all, once you attain sainthood, I will need your protection. Yuan rolled her eyes at Dao Xuan, and replied, as if you are unable to attain sainthood. If even you need my protection, then wouldn't I become the strongest being in the primordial chaos? To Yuan's surprise, Dao Xuan actually nodded, saying, what do you think? Our sister Yuan is definitely the strongest. While speaking, Dao Xuan had already put away the Hongmeng Liang Tianqi, and was holding Nuwa's hand preparing to leave Yaoquan Mountain and continue their journey to Hongjun Island. Unbeknownst to them, just as they were about to depart, the originally seated flat boulder suddenly cracked open in the middle. A crystal-clear jade small cauldron floated out from the stone and appeared before Dao Xuan. The small cauldron swayed up and down 3 times in front of Dao Xuan, seemingly bowing to him. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the small cauldron spoke directly to Dao Xuan. If the immortal had not been here to preach, I would not have awakened my spiritual intelligence. Now that my spiritual intelligence is awakened, please enlighten me, immortal. Seeing the crystal-clear jade cauldron before him, Dao Xuan couldn't help but furrow his brows while a storm was brewing in his heart. Yaoquan Mountain. A jade cauldron. No way could this be the jade cauldron Jinren. That is one of Yuanshi Tianzun's disciples, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect in the future. When Yuan mentioned this place was Yaoquan Mountain, Dao Xuan felt a sense of familiarity, but did not delve deeper into it. Now that he saw this jade cauldron, if he could not recall where Yaoquan Mountain was, then he truly would have traversed through time in vain. While Dao Xuan was lost in thought, Nuwa had already reached out and held the jade small cauldron in her palm, speaking. Dao Xuan, since it was born from your preaching, it indicates that it has a connection with us. Why not use the principles of Dao and transformation to enlighten it? This way it won't have to spend countless years cultivating to take form. Dao Xuan came back to his senses and directly shook his head at Nuwa, saying, if I truly enlighten this jade cauldron to take form, it would be equivalent to severing its foundation. I observe this cauldron is also an innate object. If it can naturally take form in the future, it will surely achieve something. How about this? Since it has a connection with me, I will accept it as my disciple. Hearing Dao Xuan's intention to take it as a disciple, the jade cauldron began to jump up and down to express its excitement. Master, please accept my 3 bows. After speaking, it floated directly in front of Dao Xuan and jumped up 3 times, each time crashing to the ground with a muffled sound. Upon hearing this thing refer to itself as the jade cauldron, Dao Xuan was completely certain of its identity. He just didn't know whether this jade cauldron was the one from Fengshan or the one from Bao Liandeng. If this jade cauldron was the one from Bao Liandeng, then Dao Xuan would indeed have many more worries in the future. However, he had no time to dwell on that, so he waved his hand and stored the cauldron in the 8 treasure luo pan. Then he and Nuwa left Yaoquan Mountain and once again set out for Hongjun Island in the East Sea. Along the way, Nuwa and Dao Xuan encountered more than one fierce battle. Without needing to ask, Dao Xuan already knew it must be Emperor Jun and Tai Yi consolidating the demon clan. Just as Dao Xuan said, not all beings would accept the identity of the demon clan. Thus the final result was that Emperor Jun and Tai Yi fought until they were recognized by them. One of the most representative figures in this was the Xuanqing in the North Sea. It was thoroughly suppressed by Tai Yi before it willingly joined the demon court and became a demon master. From originally denying its identity as a demon to being forced to become a demon master, one can imagine what Xuanqing had to endure. Dao Xuan and Nuwa did not intervene in the war for the consolidation of the demon clan, but continued their journey towards the East Sea. After an unknown period, the two finally beheld the vastness of the East Sea. At that moment, Dao Xuan saw thousands of escape lights rising from the direction of Penglai Island. This inevitably made Dao Xuan sigh. It seems the East King has already sensed the threat posed by the demon clan. He can no longer sit still. Nuwa asked in confusion. That's strange. The East King is the male fairy lord personally appointed by Master. And his Dao partner, the West Queen Mother, is also the female fairy lord personally appointed by the Dao ancestor. Even if Emperor Jun and Tai Yi established the demon clan, they could not surpass them. Is there really a need for them to trouble the demon clan? Seeing Nuwa react this way, Dao Xuan couldn't help but pat her head. You are too naive, unable to imagine how great the temptation of power is for them. Do you think that after Emperor Jun and Tai Yi established the demon clan, they would still obey the East King and West Queen Mother? Not to mention them, even the demon clan under them only recognizes the demon court and not the primordial immortal court. If the East King and West Queen Mother had no ambitions, it would indeed be possible to coexist peacefully. The key is that their ambitions are not less than those of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Since the Dao ancestor made them the heads of the men and women of the primordial world, they have been thinking of becoming the first under the Dao ancestor. Unfortunately, later when the saint positions were divided in Zixiao Palace, they were not included. This made them feel a sense of crisis, so they planned to crazily expand the strength of the immortal court. Now that the demon clan has obstructed the expansion and development of the immortal court, how could they ignore the demon clan? This great war is ultimately unavoidable. While speaking, Dao Xuan reached out and pointed forward, and a spatial crack instantly appeared. Then Dao Xuan took Nuwa and stepped into the spatial crack, appearing inside Hongjun Island. Seeing the sudden change of scenery before her, having moved from the East Sea to a blessed land cave, Nuwa couldn't help but be stunned. Upon witnessing the even more abundant innate spiritual energy than in Fengqi Mountain, Nuwa guessed that this was Dao Xuan's Dao field. At the same time, a question inevitably arose in her mind. Dao Xuan, since you can return directly to your Dao field, why didn't you do so back then? Why waste thousands of years? Dao Xuan would not tell Nuwa that he enjoyed the pleasure of traveling after all, with a beauty accompanying him no matter how far the journey it was close at hand. Not only would Dao Xuan not reveal his thoughts, but he also spoke with a serious demeanor, saying, "Isn't it for you? I know you have rarely traveled in the primordial chaos since your transformation at Xuanqing Mountain. So I prepared to take this opportunity to show you the primordial world. It's just a pity that some people do not appreciate it and think him wasting time. Truly good deeds go unrewarded." Looking at Dao Xuan's heartbroken expression, Nuwa couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. After all, she wasn't foolish. While she couldn't accurately pinpoint Dao Xuan's thoughts, she wouldn't believe his casual words. At this moment, however, Nuwa had no time to argue with Dao Xuan. She was utterly captivated by the breathtaking beauty of Hongjun Island. Dao Xuan did not disturb her, silently following behind her. Only when Nuwa posed a question did Dao Xuan speak to answer. Gazing upon the countless supreme-grade innate spiritual roots and the heavenly treasures and low-grade innate spiritual treasures that even Dao Xuan had not collected, Nuwa felt deeply wounded. If these things were in the primordial wilderness, they would have sparked a frantic scramble long ago. Yet in your Dao field they are left discarded like wild grass and clutter. No wonder you don't live in Kunlun Mountain. It turns out this is your true blessed land and cave heaven. Dao Xuan smiled and said to Nuwa, "If you like it, stay for a while longer." Without a second thought, Nuwa nodded to Dao Xuan. But then she felt it was not quite dignified. Seizing the moment, she changed the subject and said, "By the way, where is your Dao Palace? Why haven't I seen it until now? How big could Xuanqing Mountain be?" Given the pace at which Nuwa and Dao Xuan were walking, they should have already traversed the entire Xuanqing Mountain by now. So Nuwa didn't think Hongjun Island would be much larger than Xuanqing Mountain. Even if it were twice the size, she should have been able to see Dao Xuan's Dao Palace by now. Dao Xuan smiled and pointed forward, then said to Nuwa, "Keep walking in this direction, and after 3,000 li, you should be able to see it." The moment Dao Xuan uttered these words, Nuwa was stunned, even forgetting to take another step. Her sudden halt caught Dao Xuan, who was following behind her, off guard, and he bumped straight into her. "Why did you stop so suddenly? You know this could cause a rear-end collision, right?" As for what a rear-end collision meant, Nuwa had no time to ponder, nor did she care whether Dao Xuan's action was intentional or not. She directly asked Dao Xuan, "Are you sure you didn't misspeak? I have to go forward 3,000 li to see your Dao Palace. Then just how large is your Hongjun Island?" Dao Xuan looked at Nuwa helplessly and said, "Sister Nuwa, your cultivation is even higher than mine. Why don't you just release your divine sense and see for yourself?" Nuwa shook her head and said, "This is your Dao field. How could I casually release my divine sense to probe it? Would that not make me appear devoid of propriety?" Dao Xuan was rendered speechless by Nuwa's words. Finally, he could only say, "The entire Hongjun Island spans tens of thousands of li in circumference, roughly the size of the eastern and western Kunlun combined." Seeing how casually Dao Xuan dismissed it, Nuwa directly lifted her leg and stomped heavily on his foot. "Come on, take me to see your Dao Palace right now. If you want me to stay in your Dao field, you need a beautiful Dao Palace. Otherwise, I won't stay to keep you company." Although Nuwa's stomp didn't cause Dao Xuan much pain, he still had to put on an exaggerated expression. Subsequently, the two of them, playfully bantering, made their way towards the Xuanqing Dao Palace. Before long, they had arrived outside it. Seeing the towering city walls, Nuwa couldn't help but furrow her brows. "Dao Xuan, don't tell me this is your Dao." Because the walls were too high and Nuwa didn't want to be rude by probing with her divine sense, she naturally couldn't see the full view of the Xuanqing Dao Palace. Thus, Nuwa instinctively assumed that the Azure Dragon Gate before her was Dao Xuan's Dao Palace. The walls extending on either side of the gate, however, left her confused, unable to understand why a perfectly good Dao Palace would be built in such a manner. Dao Xuan couldn't be bothered to explain to Nuwa. He simply reached out, took the Lady Nuwa's hand, and prepared to enter the Azure Dragon Gate. But at that very moment, a burst of silvery bell-like laughter echoed from within the gate. Immediately after, two young girls came dashing out like mad. These two girls, one clad in a crimson rosy garment, the other in an emerald green one, were none other than Xiao and Bixiao. Running out closely behind them was naturally Yuanshi, dressed in a white rosy garment. She called out as she ran, telling Bixiao and Xiao not to forget their manners. The last to walk out was naturally Zhao Gongming. Looking at his three younger sisters, his face was full of doting affection mixed with a hint of helplessness. Although Xiao and Bixiao's transformation into human form hadn't shocked Dao Xuan, the fact that his four disciples had come out to receive him caught him off guard. After all, he had just reached out to hold Nuwa's delicate jade-like hand, and his four disciples had witnessed it clearly. Especially Xiao and Bixiao, who had already rushed up close. Before they could even bow to Dao Xuan, they saw the hands of Dao Xuan and Nuwa clasped together. Immediately, Xiao and Bixiao exchanged a glance, then bowed deeply to Lady Nuwa and said, "Disciple Xiao Bixiao pays respects to Master's wife and to Master." This address of Master's wife instantly caused Nuwa's cheeks to flush crimson. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The only thing she could do now was cast a pleading look at Dao Xuan, hoping he would explain things to his disciples. But when Yua's gaze fell upon Dao Xuan, she was surprised to find that he wasn't embarrassed at all. If anything, he seemed to be enjoying it. Just then Yunxiao and Zhao Gongming also walked over. They likewise bowed to Dao Xuan and Yua. Meanwhile, Xiao and Bixiao had already flanked Yua, taking her by the arms and leading her towards the Azure Dragon Gate. As they walked, they chatted animatedly to Yua. Master's wife, Masters, Xuanqing Dao Palace is huge, and it's full of wonderful things, especially the innate Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree. Watching Yua being led away by Xiao and Bixiao, Dao Xuan looked at Yunxiao with concern. Yunxiao or Xiao and Bixiao going to cause any trouble for Yua? I have a feeling those two girls aren't very— Yunxiao was completely speechless, a line of black lines appearing on her forehead. Rest assured, Master. This disciple will go over right away and make sure they don't cause any trouble. Having said that, Yunxiao hurried towards the Azure Dragon Gate, fearing that if she was too late, her two younger sisters might say something inappropriate in front of her master's wife. With Yunxiao gone, Zhao Gongming finally spoke to Dao Xuan with a look of grievance. Master, you're finally back. Otherwise this disciple would have been tormented to death by those two. Zhao Gongming then began to vividly describe the torment he had endured during Dao Xuan's absence. His face was full of grievance, and he looked just like a wronged young wife. Master, you don't know, but the moment you left, Xiao and Bixiao successfully transformed. After transforming, they haven't stopped causing trouble. That girl Bixiao insisted on pruning the innate Dao Enlightenment tea tree. Luckily, Yunxiao stopped her after she had only trimmed a few branches. That tea tree, Master, you hardly even bear to pick its leaves. But those two, they went ahead and ruined nearly 10,000 leaves. Zhao Gongming wiped away tears that weren't really there and continued. Later they got their hands on a bunch of heavenly treasures from who knows where, saying they wanted to refine some filial piety to master pills for you. This disciple tried to dissuade them, but they wouldn't listen. In the end, the alchemy furnace exploded, blowing a huge hole in your alchemy room. Fortunately, your alchemy room was protected by a restriction, or else it might have blown up the entire Dao Palace. Dao Xuan's forehead veins throbbed as he listened. He hadn't expected those two girls to be so troublesome. They heard from somewhere that you kept some spirit beasts in the back mountain and insisted on going to see them. When they got there, they complained that the spirit beasts weren't good-looking, saying things like Master's aesthetic sense is so poor. Then they took out some paint and painted those spirit beasts all sorts of garish colors. That white crane is still multicolored now, no matter how much it's washed. Dao Xuan took a deep breath. Are they causing trouble every single day? As their elder brother, can't you control them? Zhao Gongming said with a look of utter despair. This disciple would like to, but the problem is they just won't listen. Did Dao Xuan not know this? Zhao Gongming clearly couldn't bear to punish his own two younger sisters. It was Yunxiao, the eldest sister, who was willing to be strict. That's why Xiao and Bixiao feared Yunxiao, but not Zhao Gongming. Just then Yunxiao hurried out from the Azure Dragon Gate. Seeing Dao Xuan and Zhao Gongming, she quickly said, Master, please come quickly. Xiao and Bixiao have taken Master's wife to the innate Dao Enlightenment tea tree, saying they want to invite her to have some tea. Dao Xuan was taken aback. Tea? How do those two girls know that tea is for drinking? Zhao Gongming quickly interjected. Isn't it because they discovered it the last time they wreaked havoc on the Dao Enlightenment tea tree? Upon hearing these words, Dao Xuan's expression was nothing short of spectacular. He thought to himself that these two young girls were quite talented, actually knowing that tea is brewed. But what would the taste be like if one brewed tea directly with fresh green leaves? Dao Xuan didn't even dare to think about it. Let's take a look inside. Dao Xuan raised his foot and walked into the Qinglong Gate, with Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao hastily following behind. At this moment, Dao Xuan was preoccupied with thoughts of Xiao and Bixiao, wondering what they would make Yua endure. Dao Xuan was genuinely worried that these two young girls might speak too freely, causing Yua to feel embarrassed and reluctant to stay with him. Before long, Dao Xuan and his group had arrived beneath the Primordial Enlightenment tea tree. At this moment, Xiao and Bixiao were pulling Yua, sitting beside the stone table under the Primordial Enlightenment tea tree. On the stone table, a set of exquisite tea utensils was displayed. The teapot and teacups were carved from primordial warm jade, completely translucent. You have to admit, this tea set is quite impressive. It seems these two young girls have some talent. Yua sat on the stone bench watching as Xiao and Bixiao hurriedly served her tea, her expression quite subtle. Master, you should try it quickly. This is what we researched. Drinking it will enhance your comprehension. Xiao respectfully presented the teacup to Yua, took the teacup and gently sipped. The moment the tea entered her throat, she felt a wave of bitterness. However, her mind became clear, and many profound truths that she had previously struggled to understand suddenly became clear at that moment. Although this tea is bitter, it truly clears the mind and greatly enhances comprehension. It is indeed worthy of being a premium primordial spiritual root. Seeing that Yua enjoyed it, Xiao's eyes turned crescent-shaped with joy. If you like it, Master, then please come to the Dao Palace more often. I will brew tea for you every day. Yua felt her face flush at being called Master so many times. She wanted to explain her relationship with Dao Xuan, but the words caught in her throat, leaving her unsure of how to begin. She couldn't very well say I'm not your master, I'm just an ordinary friend of your master, could she? After all, over the past thousands of years, she had enjoyed exploring the mountains and rivers with Dao Xuan, and her mindset had long since changed. Especially since Dao Xuan often held her hand, which had now been seen by his disciples. The main issue was that Dao Xuan showed no intention of explaining anything, and simply accepted his disciples' titles as if it were the most natural thing in the world. As luck would have it, Dao Xuan was walking over with Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao at that moment, prompting Nuwa to roll her. Xiong Xiao by Xiao. Dao Xuan cleared his throat and called out. Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, who were serving tea to Nuwa, turned around upon hearing his voice and bowed in unison. Disciple pays respects to master. Dao Xuan nodded and sat down in the pavilion, glancing at the pot of enlightenment tea on the stone table, feeling a pang of heartache. You two young girls had the idea to brew tea using the morning dew. That is indeed quite creative. But unfortunately, brewing tea like this would be quite torturous. It's such a waste of the primordial enlightenment tea. With that, Dao Xuan waved his hand, and several hundred tinder leaves fell from the primordial enlightenment tea tree. Immediately, a large iron pot appeared before Dao Xuan, with fierce flames igniting beneath it. Then Dao Xuan began frying the tea in the pot, his movements fluid and graceful. As Dao Xuan fried the tea, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, making Nuwa and the Zhao Gongming siblings feel refreshed. After Dao Xuan finished frying the tea, he didn't forget to ask Yun Xiao to fetch the 3 light divine water from the 3 light divine water pool. Dao Xuan then boiled the 3 light divine water with true fire and used it to brew the Longjing tea he had just fried. As the boiling 3 light divine water was poured over the Longjing tea, an invigorating aroma of tea instantly filled the air. At this moment, even just the fragrance of the tea could significantly enhance one's comprehension. Dao Xuan personally poured a cup of tea for Nuwa and said, "Now you try it. Oh, will it still be so bitter?" Nuwa picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip, instantly feeling a sense of clarity wash over her. At that moment, there was no trace of bitterness left. It was simply fragrant and left a lingering aftertaste. Seeing Nuwa's blissful expression, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao simultaneously raised their teacups, looking at Dao Xuan with pitiful eyes. Dao Xuan could only helplessly pour a cup for each of the 2 young girls, and of course, he didn't forget about Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao took the primordial enlightenment tea that Dao Xuan poured for her, and then shooed Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao away. Naturally, she and Zhao Gongming didn't stay either. In the blink of an eye, only Dao Xuan and Nuwa remained beneath the primordial enlightenment tea tree, and the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Nuwa set down her teacup and looked directly at Dao Xuan, asking Dao Xuan, "Your disciples called me master. Did you hear that?" Dao Xuan nonchalantly nodded. "I heard it. The voice was so loud, how could I not hear?" Nuwa almost spat out the tea she had just sipped, due to Dao Xuan's words. "Since you heard it, don't you think you should explain our relationship?" Dao Xuan shamelessly said, "You're a Hongjun golden immortal. Why would you quarrel with children? They can call you whatever they want." Nuwa put down her teacup, frowning at Dao Xuan, and asked each word deliberately, "So you mean to say that you don't?" Dao Xuan immediately sensed a killing intent, and hurriedly replied to Nuwa, "That's not quite it. The key is that when they call you master, I find it quite enjoyable, don't you think?" As soon as Dao Xuan said this, Nuwa's heart skipped several beats, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. She couldn't help but think, what does he mean? Does he really want me to be called master by his disciples? So should I agree to him, or not? While Nuwa was lost in her thoughts, the red embroidery ball unexpectedly flickered above her head uncontrollably. In the next moment, the red embroidery ball shone brightly, enveloping both Nuwa and Dao Xuan within it. Perhaps because she had just drunk the primordial enlightenment tea, or because Nuwa and the red embroidery ball had already resonated with each other. At that moment, Nuwa felt the true mission of the red embroidery ball. No wonder Master said to carefully comprehend the red embroidery ball. It turns out this red embroidery ball can actually upgrade to become a treasure of fate. But what exactly are the 3 marriages of heaven, earth, and humanity? How should I use the red embroidery ball to determine these 3 marriages? Hearing Nuwa mutter to herself, Dao Xuan spoke up, "Why think so much about it? When the 3 marriages appear, you will naturally sense it. So just go with the flow. There's no need to be overly attached, or it may become a burden for you, and even lead to an inner demon." While speaking, Dao Xuan had already reached out to take Nuwa's hand, and said, "Where did Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao take you to? Did you get a good look at my Xuanqing Dao Palace?" Nuwa, while putting away the red embroidery ball, spoke to Dao Xuan. "Your 2 disciples are quite mischievous. They dragged me here under the enlightenment tea tree and made me drink." Dao Xuan could only shake his head helplessly, already resolving in his heart to have Yun Xiao manage those 2 girls properly when he had the time. "Since you haven't toured yet, let me be your guide. Come, let's go see the 3 light divine water pool first." Nuwa instinctively nodded, but then she looked directly at Dao Xuan and asked, "What did you say? 3 light divine water pool?" At this moment, Nuwa's tone was filled with disbelief, as she was well aware of what the 3 light divine water was. Not to mention that it was hard to come by, it was almost impossible to find. But Dao Xuan had added a pool at the end. Did this mean Dao Xuan had an entire pool of 3 light divine water? If that were the case, Nuwa was almost afraid to think further. Dao Xuan, however, nodded, as if it were the most natural thing. What else could it be? If there were only a few drops, what would I have to brag about to you? After all, you said that if there were no good things here, you wouldn't stay with me and suffer. As he spoke, Dao Xuan had already taken Nuwa toward the garden, soon arriving at the 3 light divine water pool, which radiated with golden, silver, and purple light. Looking at the entire pool of 3 light divine water before him, Dao Xuan whispered in Nuwa's ear, "Do you want to go in for a bath?" After all, opportunities to bathe in the 3 light divine water pool are rare. Nuwa surely knew that Dao Xuan was mocking her. She shot him a fierce glare. To be honest, even if Nuwa dared to wash, Dao Xuan wouldn't dare to look. As the 8 treasure compass spun, 5 lotus seeds flew out from it. These 5 lotus seeds were colored blue, red, white, black, and gold. They perfectly corresponded to the 5 elements and matched the attributes of the 5 lotus platforms. This inevitably surprised Nuwa, who directly asked Dao Xuan, "Where did you obtain these 5 lotus seeds?" Dao Xuan, looking at the shocked Nuwa, said with a puzzled expression, "Of course, from the treasure-splitting cliff." What's the big? While speaking, Dao Xuan intended to plant the 5 lotus seeds in the 3 light divine water pool, but was directly stopped by Nuwa. "It's easy to say, but what's the big deal about it? These are 5 mature, innate lotus seeds." She continued, "I take it you want to plant them in this 3 light divine water pool. But have you considered whether such innate items can be cultivated later? Isn't that just wasting them?" Dao Xuan was momentarily taken aback by Nuwa's question. He naturally understood the laws contained within these 5 lotus seeds. However, whether they could be cultivated was something Dao Xuan had never considered. After Nuwa's remark, he even hesitated for a moment. "Nuwa, are you saying that even if I throw them into the 3 light divine water pool, they cannot take root and sprout?" Nuwa nodded seriously. If it were at the beginning of creation, it would naturally be possible. But in today's primordial world, the innate spiritual energy is far inferior to what it once was. There simply isn't a nurturing environment for these 5 innate lotus seeds. Do you think they can take root and sprout if you plant them? At this moment, Dao Xuan seemed to grasp a key point and directly responded to Nuwa. "Wait a minute, Nuwa, you said these 5 lotus seeds are what? Innate lotus seeds. Aren't they the seeds produced by the 5 lotus platforms?" Nuwa rolled her eyes at Dao Xuan and said, "Let's not talk about the 5 lotus platforms. 4 of them only reached the 12th grade. Even the 24th grade of the transformation green lotus didn't have time to produce lotus seeds before your 3 brothers. How could the 5 lotus seeds in your hand possibly be produced by the 5 lotus platforms? These are the seeds of the Genesis green lotus." Nuwa's tone was filled with a hint of gritted teeth when she mentioned the Genesis green lotus. Upon hearing this, Dao Xuan couldn't help but feel astonished. He even asked Nuwa in disbelief, "Wasn't it said that each lotus platform can only produce 5 lotus seeds? Can the transformation green lotus produce 10 seeds?" Nuwa looked at Dao Xuan a bit incredulous and asked, "Aren't you supposed to have received the most from the Panga deity's legacy? How could you not know such a superficial question?" Dao Xuan felt somewhat awkward at Nuwa's question, as he only possessed memories from later generations. Such untransmitted secrets were things he could hardly know. Nevertheless, Dao Xuan still forced himself to say, "It's precisely because this question is so superficial that the Pangu Father God didn't pass it down to me. If the teachings were only about such trivial matters, how could I possibly remember the profound principles?" Nuwa rolled her eyes at Dao Xuan again and began to narrate the origin of these lotus seeds. It turned out that the Genesis green lotus not only nurtured 5 lotus seeds. More importantly, more than 1 green lotus seed matured. Instead, every 9 yuan cycles, it would produce 5 lotus seeds. Once the lotus seeds matured, they would leave the mother body. As for the 5 lotus seeds that transformed into the 5 lotus platforms in the primordial world, it was due to Pangu opening the heavens, causing 4 of them to not fully mature. The lotus seeds that had been previously nurtured had long scattered into the chaotic world. Most of them were found and devoured by the 3,000 chaos deities and demons to gain greater power. Some were fortunately not captured by the chaos deities and demons, but they mutated in the chaos. Ultimately, they were completely shattered when Pangu opened the heavens. After hearing Nuwa's explanation, Dao Xuan once again looked at the 5 lotus seeds in his hand and asked Nuwa, "Are you saying that these 5 lotus seeds had already separated from the Genesis green lotus during the 9 yuan cycles before Pangu opened the heavens?" Nuwa nodded. "It should be like that. If it were any earlier, they would have either been devoured by the chaos deities and demons or mutated in the chaos." What Nuwa did not expect was that once she spoke, Dao Xuan's face revealed an uncontainable smile. "Doesn't that mean if my 5 lotus seeds can bloom, they would at least reach the 24th grade? While speaking, Dao Xuan had already thrown the 5 lotus seeds into the 3 light divine water pool. To prevent the pure world white lotus from absorbing nutrients, Dao Xuan also remembered to pluck it directly. Seeing Dao Xuan's smooth and flowing movements, Nuwa was completely stunned, taking a long time to react. "Dao Xuan, do you not understand human language? Didn't I tell you that these innate lotus seeds cannot take root and sprout? Why did you still plant them? Dao Xuan chuckled, and then waved his hand towards the three-light divine water pool, instantly causing the water to part to both sides. As the three-light divine water parted, the soil at the bottom of the pool appeared before Nuwa. This inevitably left Nuwa dumbfounded again. The bottom of this three-light divine water pool is actually all nine heavens resting soil. What kind of divine place is this? At this moment, Nuwa's worldview was about to be overturned by this square island, a drop of Hartokumbi three-light divine water, and a pinch of rare nine heavens resting soil. Here there was simply no difference from ordinary water and ordinary mud. Seeing Nuwa's shocked expression, Dao Xuan spoke again. Do you still think these few lotus seeds cannot sprout and take root? Just relax. When the 24th grade transformation green lotus matures, you can come and pluck it directly. What did you say? You want to give me the mature 24th grade transformation green lotus? No way, that's too valuable. Dao Xuan reached out and wrapped his arms around Nuwa's waist, pulling her into his embrace. Consider it as my betrothal gift. After all, my disciple has already called you Master Mother, and you haven't objected, have you? Hearing Dao Xuan's frank words, Nuwa's cheeks flushed. She symbolically struggled a couple of times, and then nestled in Dao Xuan's embrace. For a moment, the whole world fell silent, as if it were just Dao Xuan and Nuwa. Just as this warm scene lasted for a moment, a rather untimely voice suddenly rang out. Master Mother, the meat is already grilled. Oh no, how did I end up in the wrong place? Where was I supposed to go? However, Bai Xiao's voice shattered this warm scene, causing Nuwa to blush deeply. Although Bai Xiao had already left, she hurriedly pushed Dao Xuan aside and walked towards the three-light divine water pool. Soon after, Nuwa produced a jade bottle and began to collect the divine water. Dao Xuan did not stop Nuwa, as both the three-light divine water and the nine-heaven spirit soil were indispensable for her future creation of humanity. In the original course of the primordial era, Nuwa personally shaped 3,000 innate human beings, but finding this too slow, she added more water to the soil. After mixing the muddy water, she used a gourd vine to sprinkle it, creating countless human beings. These humans created by the gourd vine were the ordinary human race. They did not possess the foundation of the innate human race. Yet could it be that the limitation was due to the finite amount of nine heavens spirit soil and three-light divine water in Nuwa's hands? Ultimately, Nuwa had to use this method to create more humans. What if she had an endless supply of three-light divine water and nine heavens spirit soil? Thinking of this, Dao Xuan waved his hand towards the three-light divine water pool, and the water parted once more. Then he produced a storage treasure and collected the nine heavens spirit soil beneath the pool into it. With this quantity, along with the three-light divine water, it would be more than enough for Nuwa to create all of humanity. Seeing Dao Xuan pass the storage treasure to her, Nuwa accepted it without hesitation. Then she spoke. What did Bai Xiao mean when she mentioned roasting meat? What is going on? Dao Xuan explained to Nuwa this was back on another island, the island where Zhao Gongming and the Sanxiao were conceived. I remember that at that time Xiao and Bai Xiao had not yet taken form. Dao Xuan then recounted his experience of roasting meat on the island to Nuwa. But I truly did not expect that Xiao and Bai Xiao, who had not taken form, would remember this. Since they have roasted the meat, let us go and taste it to see how skilled they are. Nuwa nodded to Dao Xuan and then left the garden with him. Before they even saw Zhao Gongming and the Sanxiao, Dao Xuan heard Bai Xiao's voice. Big brother, if you roast it any longer, it will burn. It is already ready to eat. A bit burnt is better. What do you know? Master roasted it this way last time, and the taste was indescribably good. That was because Master overcooked it. Burnt meat is not as good as tender meat. Bai Xiao rebutted Zhao Gongming. Not only did Dao Xuan hear this, but Nuwa also clearly understood, and she immediately spoke to Dao Xuan. Dao Xuan, actually Xiao and Bai Xiao are quite clever, and their foundations are excellent, but their personalities tend to be too unruly. If not restrained, it will undoubtedly hinder their cultivation. Therefore, you must pay attention to your disciples. Dao Xuan smiled at Nuwa and said, teaching Gongming is naturally no problem, but guiding the Sanxiao presents some difficulties for me. After all, these three little girls are eccentric, and scolding them is not effective, nor is hitting them. The key is there are two of them that are quite troublesome. How about this? You stay and help me teach them, since sooner or later you will be their master. Nuwa first shot Dao Xuan a glance, then surprisingly nodded in agreement to his request. This made Dao Xuan's heart swell with joy, and he led Nuwa forward. Upon seeing Dao Xuan and Nuwa enter, Xiao and Bai Xiao fluttered over like two butterflies. Bai Xiao even pushed Dao Xuan aside and pulled Nuwa to taste their roasted meat. Master, you have no idea to catch this spirit tiger at the Xian immortal realm, my second sister, and I put in a great... Though Nuwa was no longer the queen of the monster race, she still believed that one should not casually slaughter spirit beasts for the sake of satisfying one's appetite. Thus she spoke. Xiao Bai Xiao, all things possess spirit. Since they have developed intelligence, they should not be easily slain. Moreover, doing so just to satisfy one's hunger will inevitably entangle you in great karma. Hearing Nuwa's words, Xiao quickly shook her head and said, "Rest assured, master, we will not slay beings that have developed intelligence. Furthermore, there are no spirit beasts that have developed intelligence on this Hongjun island. Even if we wanted to kill, we wouldn't be able to find one, would we?" Upon hearing this, Nuwa was taken aback, thinking how could there be no intelligence at the Xian immortal realm. Dao Xuan, having guessed Nuwa's confusion, spoke up, "Nuwa, this Hongjun island is unlike other blessed lands of the primordial era. Although the beings here possess high realms, they cannot develop intelligence nor take form. Therefore, not to mention spirit tigers at the Xian immortal realm, even those at the Great Luo realm exist on Hongjun island. However, their cultivation only exists in their physical bodies, not in their souls." Then Dao Xuan also told Nuwa how he discovered Hongjun island, how to gather spiritual roots and spiritual materials amidst the chaos to evolve the world. After hearing this, Nuwa finally understood the key. No wonder there are so many innate spiritual roots and heavenly materials here. It turns out they were all stolen from the primordial era by this Hongjun island. Dao Xuan smiled and nodded. That could be one way to explain it. It's just that it stole from various places in the primordial. Unfortunately, from now on it can no longer steal and can only honestly remain above the East Sea. In the following period, Dao Xuan and Nuwa secluded themselves on Hongjun island, digesting the insights gained from their teachings while refining the treasures obtained from the Finchen Cliff. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years passed, and Dao Xuan's cultivation finally succeeded in breaking through from the early stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal to the mid-stage. Finally reaching the mid-stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, I no longer have to be overshadowed by that. By the way, I remember when we parted, my third brother was also at the early stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, which is a minor realm lower than those two weaklings. I wonder if my third brother's cultivation has improved over these 10,000 years. And what about those two weaklings? Have they slain their corpses again? As Dao Xuan was lost in thought, Nuwa's voice rang beside him. "You have finally broken through to the mid-stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. But I still cannot sever the corpse of my obsessions." Nuwa, following Dao Xuan's guidance, was preparing to follow the path of three-way cultivation. Thus, in addition to comprehending the laws of creation, Nuwa also had to periodically reflect on her own obsessions. This slowed her cultivation speed. Although she had been in seclusion for 10,000 years, her progress was quite limited. Looking at the dejected Nuwa, Dao Xuan reached out and pulled her close, then spoke. "Your obsession lies in that great merit. Now that merit has yet to arrive, how can you possibly sever it? Did I not tell you before my seclusion to calm your mind and comprehend the principles of Tao and creation? Why are you researching obsessions again? Forget it. It has been 10,000 years since I entered seclusion. It is time for us to venture out. After all, traveling 1,000 miles is more rewarding than reading 1,000 books." As he spoke, Dao Xuan pulled Nuwa, preparing to leave Hongjun Island and wander the wilds. However, just as they were about to rise, a hearty laugh rang out. "Little brother, I, along with big brother and second brother, have come to pay a visit." Upon hearing Tongtian's voice, Dao Xuan could not help but show a joyful expression and immediately pulled Nuwa to personally greet them at the island's exit. Seeing his three elder brothers, Dao Xuan hurriedly clasped his fists in salute, adhering to the utmost propriety. As for Dao Xuan holding Nuwa, the Xuanqing had seen it more than once, so they were not particularly surprised. Instead, they were delighted by Dao Xuan's cultivation improvement, prompting Tongtian to speak directly. "Little brother, your cultivation has risen again. I thought this time third brother would surpass you, but it seems I was overly optimistic." As soon as Tongtian finished speaking, Yuanshi Tianzun shot him a fierce glare and said, "It is a good thing that the little brother's cultivation has improved. Does that mean the little brother's cultivation must remain stagnant for you to surpass him?" This was typical of Yuanshi Tianzun, who would always escalate matters. A mere joke turned into a matter of principle in his eyes. Dao Xuan did not take it to heart. After all, this troublesome character was just like that, and one could not explain anything clearly to him. He gestured invitingly and said, "Three elder brothers, let us speak inside." As he spoke, a portal to the innate protective formation appeared, allowing Dao Xuan and the others to enter Hongjun Island smoothly. Although Tongtian could enter Hongjun Island directly, even bringing Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun along would not be a problem. However, Tongtian did not do so. In his view, Hongjun Island belonged to his little brother. Even though his little brother had stated that this would also be his home in the future, that could only be in private. Before long, Dao Xuan led the Xuanqing to the exterior of his Xuanqing Dao Palace. This time they entered through the Vermilion Bird Gate, but there was not much difference between the Vermilion Bird Gate and the Azure Dragon Gate. They merely had different attributes. Seeing this, Yuanshi Tianzun furrowed his brow and said to Dao Xuan, "Little brother, why is your Dao Palace arranged with a fire attribute? Could it be that the little brother is also proficient in alchemy and artifact forging? Even so, the little brother should not have arranged the Dao Palace in such a manner. It looks inappropriate, lacking the grandeur of a Dao Palace." Before Dao Xuan could respond, Tongtian could not contain his laughter and directly said, "Second brother, this is merely the entrance to my little brother's Dao Palace. The true Xuanqing Dao Palace is behind this door. Do not be so quick to lament here." Yuanshi Tianzun felt a bit awkward after Tongtian's remark and retorted, wanting to save face. Even if it is just the entrance, it should not be so hastily constructed, or else wouldn't it bring shame to our Pangu Orthodox? Helpless Dao Xuan could only smile and say, "Three elder brothers, let us not waste time here. The water inside has already boiled, waiting for you to drink tea." Although the Xuanqing did not understand what Dao Xuan meant by drinking tea, they still followed him into the Vermilion Bird Gate. As soon as they stepped into the Vermilion Bird Gate, Yuanshi Tianzun's expression darkened even further. He even felt a strong urge to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Is this a Dao Palace? How has it been constructed like this? Even Master Zhixiao Palace is not as grand as this. What does Dao Xuan intend to do? Yuanshi Tianzun pondered, while following closely behind Laozi, heading toward the main hall of the Xuanqing Dao Palace. Before long, the group arrived at the main hall of the Xuanqing Dao Palace, which lay beneath the innate enlightenment tea tree. As soon as they stepped into the main hall, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun instantly felt a sense of clarity. Laozi directly asked Dao Xuan, "Little brother, why does entering your Xuanqing Dao Palace feel like one's understanding has greatly expanded?" Dao Xuan did not hide it, and pointed directly at the innate enlightenment tea tree, saying, "Big brother, this is a supreme, innate spiritual root, the innate enlightenment tea tree. I transplanted it here from Wui Mountain. Cultivating under the enlightenment tea tree increases one's comprehension, and the insights into the Tao far exceed the ordinary." Yuanshi Tianzun hurriedly asked Dao Xuan, "Little brother, when did you go to Wui Mountain? How did you find such a supreme, innate spiritual root?" Dao Xuan glanced at Yuanshi Tianzun and smiled, saying, "Was it not during the second lecture at Zhixiao Palace? Did I not mention that I would go listen to the Tao? Thus I found this innate enlightenment tea tree." As he spoke, Dao Xuan had already led them to stand beneath the innate enlightenment tea tree. The group sat down around the stone table and did not immediately enter the main hall of the Xuanqing Dao Palace. Just as they settled, Yuanshi arrived with his two sisters carrying exquisite tea sets. He first placed the tea set on the stone table, then Yuanshi led Xiao and Bixiao to bow to the elders. Just after the three sisters finished their greetings, Zhao Gongming dragged a jade bottle back. He placed the jade bottle on the stone table, then similarly bowed to the elders like the three sisters. After greeting Zhao Gongming, and the three sisters stood neatly to the side. At this moment, Dao Xuan also spoke, "Three elder brothers, these are a few disciples I have taken in. The first disciple is Zhao Gongming, who is the first manifestation of the innate pure breeze. Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao are the manifestations of the innate colorful clouds. This is your master uncle Taiqing Laozi, your second master uncle Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzun, and your third master uncle Xuanqing Tongtian. Aren't you going to greet them?" Although they had previously bowed, now that Dao Xuan officially introduced them, Zhao Gongming and his siblings could not help but step forward to pay their respects again. As Zhao Gongming and his siblings were bowing for the second time, Tongtian also heard Dao Xuan's voice in his heart. "Third brother, please cooperate with me later. Let big brother and second brother bleed a little. They have not gained little from the treasure division cliff." Tongtian responded, using his primordial voice to communicate with Dao Xuan, "Little brother, that is rather unkind of you. Clearly you want to take the spiritual treasures from big brother and second brother, yet you call them troublesome characters. That is not important. What matters is that you third brother must cooperate with me and present the meeting gift first. By the way, you should have obtained 24C stabilizing pearls, as well as the dragon binding rope, golden jiao scissors, and 4C's bottle from the treasure division cliff, right? How do you know what treasures I have obtained, third brother? You did not take them when you saw them. Did you leave them intentionally for me?" Dao Xuan said, "That was because I couldn't find it, otherwise I would have brought it back for my disciple myself." Then Dao Xuan spoke to the four siblings of Zhao Gongming, saying, "Since you have met your three masters, why not tell them about your current cultivation levels?" Zhao Gongming was the first to speak, saying, "At the time of my transformation, I reached the golden immortal realm. Now my cultivation has reached the late stage of Tai golden immortal." Following that, the three sisters of Yuanshi also expressed their cultivation levels, but only Yuanshi had reached the late stage of Tai golden immortal. As for Qiongxiao and Bixiao, they not only transformed late, but were also quite playful still at the late stage of golden immortal. This realm in the current primordial chaos was akin to that of a common hen or a tile dog. After all, even a casual demon king at this time was at the Daoyuo realm. Indeed, before the calamity of the witch and demon Daoyuo beings were everywhere, and golden immortals were as common as dogs. This inevitably gave Yuanshi Tianzun a chance to subtly suppress Dao Xuan's momentum. After all, ever since entering Hongjun Island, Yuanshi Tianzun had been constantly slapping faces. He then spoke to Dao Xuan, "Little brother, your disciples have decent foundations, but their cultivation seems a bit too low. Since you have taken them as disciples, as their master, you must teach them well, and absolutely cannot delay their path." Hearing this, Dao Xuan nodded repeatedly. "Second brother is right. During this time I have indeed focused solely on my own cultivation and neglected to teach them. Since that's the case today, I shall gift them a few spiritual treasures for protection, so they won't embarrass us for Qing." While speaking, Dao Xuan had already taken out 12 Calming pearls and presented them to Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming, these are the 12 Calming pearls I obtained from the treasure separation cliff. I am gifting them to you today. These Calming pearls come in a set of 36. Oh, unfortunately, Master only obtained 12. If I find the remaining 24 in the future, I shall present them to you all together. Yuanshi, this is the 12th grade pure world white lotus, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure born on this Hongjun island. Today I shall gift it to you. Xiongxiao, this is the purpler gourd I obtained on Buzhou Mountain, another supreme, innate spiritual treasure, and I shall gift it to you today. Bai Xiao, this is also a purple-white gourd I obtained on Buzhou Mountain, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, and I gift it to you. Remember, you must refine these well. In the future, they will be your life-saving cards in the primordial chaos. The four siblings of Zhao Gongming hurriedly accepted the spiritual treasures from Dao Xuan and bowed in thanks. After bestowing the treasures, Dao Xuan's gaze turned towards Tongtian, as if saying, "Third brother, it's your turn to perform." Tongtian was quite cooperative and laughed heartily, saying, "Gongming, it seems you have some fortune. The 24 Calming pearls your master couldn't find are in my possession. Today I shall gift them to you, completing the set of 36. After saying this, Tongtian took out the 24 Calming pearls and handed them to Zhao Gongming, while also adding, "However, this does not count as a greeting gift from your third master. It's merely completing this set of treasures for your master. This is the dragon binding rope which your third master obtained at the treasure separation cliff, and I shall gift it to you as a greeting gift." Then Tongtian also gifted the Hunyuan gold Dao to Yuanshi, the golden Jiao scissors to Qiongxiao, and the 4C's bottle to Bai Xiao. After Tongtian finished his greeting gifts, he did not forget to glance at Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun. When Dao Xuan and Tongshan's gazes turned towards him, Laozi knew that he couldn't avoid giving something today. At that moment, Laozi flipped his palm and 3 gourds appeared in his hand. These are the 9 revolutions golden pills personally refined by the great master, and today I shall gift each of you a gourd as a greeting gift. Dao Xuan did not expect Laozi to be so generous. A greeting gift was actually a gourd of 9 revolutions golden pills. Originally, Dao Xuan thought it would be great if Laozi could give each of them a single pill, as each 9 revolutions golden pill would become a priceless treasure after the calamity of the witch and demon. Dao Xuan then spoke, "Why aren't you hurrying to thank your great master? These 9 revolutions golden pills are not ordinary pills. One can create a Daoyuo golden immortal." Zhao Gongming and the 3 sisters hurriedly bowed in thanks to Laozi, who waved his hand and helped them up. He also did not forget to instruct, "However, you must remember you absolutely cannot use the 9 revolutions golden pills to enhance your cultivation. They can only be used to stabilize your realm. Otherwise, it would be severing your path." The 4 siblings of Zhao Gongming thanked Laozi once again, assuring that they had noted it down and would never rush to take shortcuts in seeking progress. Now it was Yuanshi Tianzun's turn. Everyone else had given greeting gifts, and if he didn't give anything, it would be somewhat embarrassing. At that moment, a spiritual treasure appeared in Yuanshi Tianzun's hand, the 8 treasure glazed lamp. Seeing Yuanshi Tianzun take out the 8 treasure glazed lamp, Dao Xuan had already guessed that Yuanshi Tianzun intended to use the 3 light divine water as a greeting gift. At that moment, Dao Xuan took out the jade purifying bottle from the stone table and said, "This is the 3 light divine water that Gongming retrieved from the 3 light divine water pool. Today we will use it to brew the innate enlightenment tea for the 3 elder brothers to taste." As he spoke, Dao Xuan began to breathe the true fire of Samadhi, heating the 3 light divine water, preparing to brew tea. However, at this moment, Yuanshi Tianzun felt a bit awkward. Everyone was using the 3 light divine water to brew tea, and he still wanted to use the 3 light divine water as a greeting gift. That would be quite embarrassing. However, the 8 treasure glazed lamp had already been taken out, and it could not be put back. Helpless, he could only take out a few innate spiritual treasures and place them on the stone table. Second master doesn't have the 9 revolutions golden pills, but I do have a few innate spiritual treasures. You all can take a look, whichever you like. Take it as a greeting gift from your second master. Seeing this scene, Dao Xuan couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder he is Yuanshi Tianzun. His adaptability is truly remarkable. Clearly, it was the 8 treasure glazed lamp that couldn't be taken back once brought out, yet he was reluctant to gift it away. Thus he thought of this method. If Zhao Gongming and the others chose the 8 treasure glazed lamp, my second brother would probably be heartbroken to the point of vomiting blood. However, for my disciples, this 8 treasure glazed lamp is too useless. I doubt anyone would choose it. As expected, neither Zhao Gongming nor the 3 sisters chose the 8 treasure glazed lamp, even though its quality, after all, producing a drop of 3 light divine water each year might be a rare treasure for others, but for Zhao Gongming and them, it would be better to wash their hands by the 3 light divine water pool. In the end, Zhao Gongming and the 3 sisters each took a steel whip and 3 celestial swords. This inevitably made Dao Xuan think, what is going on? Could it be that in the original trajectory of the primordial chaos, Zhao Gongming's weapon, the steel whip, was also given by Yuanshi Tianzun? Unfortunately, Dao Xuan could no longer verify this, and could only say to Zhao Gongming and the three sisters, "Why aren't you hurrying to thank your second master?" Only after Zhao Gongming and the three Xia sisters had each selected a spiritual treasure to their liking did the expression of the primordial heavenly honored Yuanshi finally ease somewhat. Though his heart still ached over the loss of those spiritual treasures, he maintained his dignified and solemn appearance, sitting upright, as if nothing had happened. Tongtian suppressed a smile and turned to Dao Xuan, saying, "Younger brother, your disciples are indeed of exceptional aptitude and are worthy of joining our four pure ones lineage." Although Tongtian had long ago met Yunxiao and Zhao Gongming, he acted as if it were their first encounter. Neither Dao Xuan, Zhao Gongming, nor Yunxiao saw fit to expose this pretense, simply greeting him with smiles. Dao Xuan then said with a laugh, "Elder brothers, since we rarely gather like this, let us enjoy a fine drink today. I have had Yunxiao prepare some spirit fruits which, paired with this primordial enlightenment tea, should offer a unique flavor." As he spoke, Dao Xuan channeled his Samadhi true fire to boil the three light, divine water within the jade vase. He then took some leaves of the primordial enlightenment tea, placed them into an exquisite teapot, and steeped them. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance filled the air. All those present felt their minds clear and their enlightenment expand, as if their comprehension of the great Tao had deepened. Tongtian took a deep breath and praised, "Truly a supreme, innate spiritual root. Even the mere aroma of this tea is profoundly beneficial." Laozi raised his cup, took a gentle sip, closed his eyes to savor the moment, then opened them and spoke. "Excellent tea. This tea not only enhances enlightenment, but also purifies the Tao heart and dispels inner demons. Younger brother, your Fangzhong Island is truly a land of fortune." Yuanshi also raised his cup and took a sip. Though he said nothing, the subtle relaxation of his brow betrayed his satisfaction. At that moment, Yuwa spoke directly, "Everyone, why not take advantage of this primordial enlightenment tea to engage in a discourse on the Tao?" Yuwa's proposal was met with immediate approval, and they began their discourse beneath the primordial enlightenment tea tree. First, Laozi spoke of his understanding of alchemy. He also shared his insights on the path of severing the three corpses. Yuanshi likewise expounded on his own experiences with the three corpses method and his knowledge of artifact refinement. Tongtian, having never cultivated the three corpses path, naturally discoursed on the ways of the sword and formations, focusing on slaughter and combat. When it came to Dao Xuan, his discourse was far more profound, covering the 1,000 great Daos recorded within the jade die of creation. After 10,000 years of seclusion, Dao Xuan had fully comprehended that pearl. The Tao patterns upon it recorded 1,000 of the 3,000 great Tao laws. Moreover, this pearl was not the chaos pearl, nor was it an unnamed object. It was the soul dragon pearl left behind when the ancestral dragon fell. However, Dao Xuan could not fathom why this dragon pearl was capable of transmitting 1,000 great Tao laws. Yet, letting his imagination run wild, he speculated that the Qilin seal of the primordial Qilin and the phoenix plume of the primordial phoenix might also possess the ability to record the 3,000 great Tao laws. This only solidified Dao Xuan's resolve to seek out those two spiritual treasures and then visit the Zixiao Palace to borrow the jade die of creation from Hongjun once more. Even though Dao Xuan currently mastered only 1,000 great Tao laws, and merely the seeds of those laws, it was already more than enough to surpass his three elder brothers. For a moment, Laozi and Yuanshi felt that perhaps they too should attempt to cultivate the laws. After all, even Hongjun had said that attaining the Tao through laws granted the greatest power. Yet Laozi and Yuanshi said nothing at the time, for having chosen the path of severing the three corpses, they could not show any regret. Otherwise, would they not be ridiculed by Tongtian and Dao Xuan? Even if they wished to switch to the path of laws, they would have to cultivate it in secret. After Dao Xuan finished his discourse, Nuwa spoke on the laws of creation and her own insights into the three corpses path. Throughout the entire process, Zhao Gongming and the three Xia sisters attended to them. Naturally, they absorbed the entire discourse. Yunxiao, seizing this opportunity, broke through directly to the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, just a hair's breadth away from the Deluo Golden Immortal stage. Seeing this, Laozi immediately instructed Yunxiao to consume a 9-turn golden pill to stabilize it. Yuanshi smiled and said to Dao Xuan, "Younger brother, we three elder brothers have yet to take any disciples, and you've already taken 4. How about you entrust Yunxiao to your second brother? Let me take her back to Kunlun Mountain for proper cultivation." Dao Xuan never imagined that Yuanshi could be so shameless. He dared to try and take his disciple right to his face. Dao Xuan inwardly remarked, "Now you see how promising my disciples are and want to steal them. Do you know that in the original trajectory of the primordial world, these very individuals sent your disciples fleeing in panic? In the end, you had to stoop to bullying the younger generation and personally break the 9 bends Yellow River formation of the three Xia sisters." Just as Dao Xuan was mentally ridiculing Yuanshi, Tongtian spoke up directly, "Second brother, that's not. If you want disciples, go find them in the primordial world yourself. How can you snatch younger brothers?" After we leave Hongjun Island, I'll go recruit disciples in the primordial world. After all, my 10,000 immortal formation diagram requires 10,000 immortals as array eyes to be activated. Yuanshi's mouth twitched involuntarily at these words. He thought to himself, if you take 10,000 disciples, wouldn't Kunlun Mountain descend into utter chaos? He then said, Tongtian, since you have the 10,000 immortal formation diagram bestowed by our master, I naturally won't hinder your recruitment. But I must make myself clear, if you dare take in those creatures born of fur, horns, wetness, or eggs, don't blame me for turning against you. Only those with exceptional origins and impeccable virtue may join our three pure ones lineage. Anything less would defile the name of the four pure ones. Tongtian retorted defiantly, second brother, you're wrong there. Among the 3,000 guests who attended Master's lectures at Zhixiao Palace, there were no shortage of demons. Even Master never deemed demons unworthy of hearing the great Dao at Zhixiao Palace. Why must you classify the beings of the primordial world into hierarchies? As the saying goes, the great Dao has 50 paths, of which 49 are manifested. The one that escapes leaves a glimmer of hope for all beings of the primordial world. In other words, any being of the primordial world, as long as they harbor a heart that seeks the Dao, is qualified to hear the great Dao. What right do you have to sever their path to enlightenment? Watching Yuanshi and Tongtian clash, Dao Xuan couldn't help but think to himself. They haven't even established their sects yet, and already these two brothers are at odds over taking disciples. No wonder the three pure ones are destined to split apart. Right now it should be the four pure ones splitting, and I'm one of them. But since I don't live on Kunlun Mountain, I won't have to participate in the division. Meanwhile, Laozi let out a helpless sigh and said, from now on, when we four pure ones take disciples, let the four siblings of Zhao Gongming be our standard. If they cannot measure up to this standard, they are not qualified to become our personal disciples. Hearing these words from Laozi, Dao Xuan couldn't help but think to himself, using the Zhao Gongming siblings as a standard, in the entire Honglong, one would be hard-pressed to find many who could enter the four pure gates. However, upon further reflection, Dao Xuan felt relieved. Although Laozi's words seemed harsh, they were actually a way to leave himself an escape route. After all, Laozi only mentioned direct disciples and did not impose this standard on outer disciples. Otherwise, Tongtian would likely have turned hostile at that moment, as this would nearly equate to cutting off his chances to set up the 10,000 immortals array. After hearing Laozi's words, Yuanshi Tianzun's expression lightened somewhat, and he slightly nodded, saying, what the elder brother says is indeed true. How could the four pure gates be mixed with fish and dragons? If those who are covered in fur and horns who spawn in wet conditions could all become our direct disciples, wouldn't that be a source of ridicule for the beings of Honglong? Yet Tongtian merely curled his lips, wanting to say something more, but was silenced by a glance from Dao Xuan. Dao Xuan lifted his teacup and chuckled, saying, three elder brothers, the reason we are gathered here today is to discuss Dao and enjoy tea, not to debate the matter of accepting disciples. Moreover, each person has their own fated connections when it comes to accepting disciples. It cannot be forced. Tongtian's eyes darted, and with a cheerful smile, he said to Dao Xuan, younger brother, those few disciples of yours truly look impressive to me. How about this? Once I have thoroughly studied the 10,000 immortals array diagram, I can have Gongming and the others come to assist me. Before Dao Xuan could reply, Yuanshi Tianzun spoke up, sternly, nonsense. How can your younger brother's disciples assist you? If you want to gather the 10,000 immortals, go find them in Honglong yourself, and do not lay your sights on the younger brother's disciples. Tongtian never imagined that in the blink of an eye Yuanshi Tianzun would return his words in this manner. However, Tongtian was not angered. He simply smiled and said, second brother, your words are not correct. Younger brother's disciples are also our four Pierce juniors. Isn't it only natural for juniors to assist their... Moreover, I only asked Gongming and the others to help me, though I did not intend to have them transfer their allegiance to me as a master. Tongtian's words were undeniably insidious, clearly indicating to Yuanshi Tianzun that he was merely borrowing them for help, while Yuanshi was trying to seize the disciples, and the two of them were not the same. Seeing that the two brothers were about to quarrel again, Dao Xuan quickly intervened, saying, third brother, if you wish to set up the 10,000 immortals array, let's discuss it later. The immediate priority is to finish this cup of tea, otherwise it will get cold. Upon hearing this, Tongtian laughed heartily, raised his teacup, and drank it all in one go, then praised, good tea. Younger brother, this innate enlightenment tea of yours, if sold outside, would likely fetch the price of a piece of innate spiritual treasure for just one cup. Dao Xuan shook his head. This tea, while excellent, should not be easily shown to others. Otherwise it may attract covetous individuals, which would be undesirable. Laozi nodded, saying the younger brother is right. This innate enlightenment tea is of the finest innate spiritual roots. If it spreads, trouble will inevitably follow. Even though we four pure do not fear it, it's better to avoid unnecessary issues. This matter is best kept from spreading. Of course, Fushi and Nuwa are exceptions. After all, we are not outsiders, but fellow disciples. Nuwa smiled and nodded, saying, then I thank all of you elder brothers for not treating me as an outsider. Since my elder brothers are visiting Dao Xuan's retreat for the first time, you should not be unaware of the uniqueness of this Hongjun island. How about I take you on a tour? Niwa was clearly indicating to the three pure that she was even more familiar with Hongjun Island than they were, after all who is truly the outsider. Dao Xuan naturally understood the underlying meaning and smiled as he spoke. Three elder brothers allow me to. After speaking, Dao Xuan and Niwa took the lead, guiding the three of Laozi around Hongjun Island. When they arrived at the Sanguang Divine Water Pool, Yuanshi Tianzun was completely stunned. I was still planning to bring Mountain Light Divine Water as a gift, but they have a complete pool here. He then spoke to Dao Xuan, saying, younger brother, the 12-petal pure white lotus you gifted to Yuanshi, could it have originated from this Mountain Light Divine Water Pool? Dao Xuan nodded. Second brother is correct, and there are also different kinds of lotus flowers in here, but they have not bloomed. In the future, when all kinds of lotus flowers bloom, I will definitely invite second brother to admire the lotuses. Yuanshi Tianzun nodded, and then shifted his gaze back to the Sanguang Divine Water Pool. Seeing this scene, Laozi couldn't help but say, younger brother, why don't we discuss Dao by the Sanguang Divine Water Pool? Niwa also nodded, saying, earlier we each spoke of our own Dao, why not ask and answer each other now? It would also help clarify any misunderstandings in our hearts. As Niwa spoke, Dao Xuan waved his hand towards the Sanguang Divine Water Pool, and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures appeared out of thin air. In the next moment, a corridor extended directly to the center of the Sanguang Divine Water Pool, where an octagonal pavilion appeared. The pavilion was fully equipped with stone tables and stone benches, and even had tea-making utensils and various tools for grilling meat. He also instructed Zhao Gongming and the three Shaos to gather various spirit fruits and return to assist. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming and the three Shaos couldn't help but feel overjoyed and hurriedly followed Dao Xuan's instructions. After all, they did not think Dao Xuan was treating them as mere servants, rather he was giving them the chance to listen to the discourse among the four. This was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a once missed. It was uncertain when they would have the chance to encounter such a gathering again. As Dao Xuan brought the innate enlightenment tea to everyone, the discussion resumed. This time one side asked questions while the other side answered. The atmosphere quickly became much more intense than when they were each stating their Dao. Especially between Tongtian and Yuanshi Tianzun, the debate was incredibly fierce. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed, and the enlightenment tea in the cups had lost all its spiritual essence. Only then did everyone conclude their discussion. After these 3,000 years of discourse, each person's understanding of the Tao had significantly deepened. Especially for Dao Xuan, he gained even deeper insights through the explanations of the three elders regarding the Tao laws they mastered. After all, Dao Xuan embodies the strengths of the three pure, so their interpretations were undoubtedly greatly beneficial to him. Even Zhao Gongming had now broken through to the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal stage, while Qiong Shao and Bai Shao had also advanced to the early stage of Tai. Yin Shao had vaguely touched the threshold of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Had it not been for Dao Xuan's timely intervention to suppress her, she would likely have already broken through. This was not because Dao Xuan wanted to suppress his own disciple, but rather to ensure that Yun Shao would determine her main Dao laws before breaking through to Great Luo. In any case, Dao Xuan's disciples would absolutely not be allowed to pursue the path of severing the three corpses. When Laozi and the others left Hongjun Island, Dao Xuan did not forget to give each of them 100 pieces of innate enlightenment tea. This made Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun return to Kunlun Mountain with beaming smiles. As for Tongtian, although he also left Hongjun Island, he did not return to Kunlun Mountain with Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun. Just as the three brothers left, a beam of golden light shot up into the sky from the Sanguang Divine Water Pond, which left Dao Xuan momentarily stunned. What is happening? Could it be that those lotus seeds have sprouted? While Dao Xuan was talking to himself, a jade cauldron had already flown out from the Sanguang Divine Water Pond. Dao Xuan then remembered that the jade cauldron he brought back when he returned with Niwa had been tossed into the Sanguang Divine Water Pond. At this moment, Niwa also spoke up. Dao Xuan, this jade cauldron must have comprehended something while listening to our discussions and is about to transform. Dao Xuan nodded. I just wonder what cultivation level it will have after the transformation. If the level is too low, I won't accept it as my disciple. Meanwhile, Dao Xuan couldn't help but think to himself, if it's that jade cauldron true man who could break through the Zhu Xian array, it might still be worth keeping around. If it's that jade cauldron true man who only knows how to read but has no cultivation, I would have to return it to my second brother. In any case, Dao Xuan couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the Jade Emperor's son being illiterate, let alone having to face the main character every day. Meanwhile, the laws and Tao principles flowed around the jade cauldron, faintly forming the shape of a sword. Finally, the sword sank into the cauldron, and then the jade cauldron began to transform, turning into a Taoist, holding a sword in the blink of an eye. The Taoist looked at his new body and then descended from midair to stand before Dao Xuan and Niwa. Disciple Yuding, greetings to Master and Master Mother. Without the teachings of Master and Master Mother, I wouldn't know when I could transform. At this moment Nuwa was already immune to the title of Master Mother, so she nodded naturally. Dao Xuan stepped forward to help the Jade Cauldron True Man up, then circled around him twice. So Jade Cauldron, what is your cultivation level after transforming? It wouldn't just be the heavenly immortal level, would it? Dao Xuan clearly remembered that the Jade Cauldron True Man from the Bao Yin Lantern was always stuck at the heavenly immortal level. Fortunately, the Jade Cauldron True Man shook his head at Dao Xuan saying, Master, I first gained spiritual intelligence after listening to your and Master Mother's teachings. Now after hearing you and Master Mother discuss with the 3 senior brothers, I was able to transform. How could I possibly only have the cultivation level of a heavenly immortal? If I had only the heavenly immortal level, I wouldn't even qualify to be your disciple. Otherwise, wouldn't that be embarrassing for you, Master? So, Dao Xuan never expected that this Jade Cauldron True Man would be so talkative, and he interrupted him saying, Stop, no more nonsense, just tell me what your current cultivation level is. If you don't say, I'll check myself. Although Dao Xuan could see the Jade Cauldron True Man's cultivation level, by simply opening his divine eye he refrained from doing so, as he was his disciple after all. The Jade Cauldron True Man, who still had many things to say, was choked by Dao Xuan's words, and felt a bit frustrated, unable to express himself comfortably. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to continue chatting in front of Dao Xuan, so he spoke up saying, Master, my cultivation level is at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. When the Jade Cauldron True Man reported his cultivation level, even Dao Xuan was a bit surprised. After all, even the Jade Cauldron True Man, who could enter the Zhu Xian array, didn't have such impressive stats during transformation, did he? However, upon further thought, Dao Xuan felt relieved. After all, as the Jade Cauldron True Man said, he had encountered a plethora of opportunities. Dao Xuan nodded in satisfaction and said, Not bad, this level of cultivation barely qualifies you to be my disciple. From today onward, you are my 5th direct disciple. Before you there was 1 senior brother and 3 senior sisters. Your senior brother is Zhao Gongming, who is currently at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal level. The 2nd senior sister Yunxiao is about to break through to the Deluo. The 3rd senior sister Qiongxiao and the 4th senior sister Bixiao have cultivation levels similar to yours, both at the Tai Golden Immortal level, so you can get close to them in the future. After hearing this, the Jade Cauldron True Man couldn't help but feel delighted and immediately promised Dao Xuan, Master, rest assured, I will definitely get closer to my senior brothers and sisters. After all, as the junior brother, I should listen to my senior brothers and sisters. Seeing the Jade Cauldron True Man starting to ramble again, Dao Xuan thought for a moment and called Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos over. Then he pointed at the Jade Cauldron True Man and said, This is your junior brother called Jade Cauldron True Man. Qiongxiao and Bixiao, you two take him to tour Hongjun Island. Upon hearing that they had a junior brother, Qiongxiao and Bixiao's eyes lit up, and they immediately split to the left and right, sandwiching the Jade Cauldron True Man in between. Master, rest assured, we will make sure to show our little junior brother around Hongjun Island thoroughly. After saying this, Qiongxiao and Bixiao led the Jade Cauldron True Man away. This made Yunxiao feel worried. Master, letting Qiongxiao and Bixiao take care of the little junior brother might cause trouble. How about I go instead? Dao Xuan waved his hand at Yunxiao saying, No need, your little junior brother is quite talkative. Let him suffer a bit with Qiongxiao and Bixiao, or it will help him learn a lesson. Nuwa couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dao Xuan, why do I feel like you're being a bit childish? How can you hold a grudge against your own disciple? Dao Xuan sighed, helplessly, thinking to himself he had calculated everything, but did not anticipate that this Jade Cauldron True Man would be a composite version. The Jade Cauldron True Man from the Bao Yin Lantern was indeed quite annoying, but he had low cultivation, making him easy to handle. Yet this Jade Cauldron True Man was both annoying and had high cultivation. What was he supposed to do? Unfortunately, this was something Dao Xuan could only mutter to himself in his heart, as he couldn't find anyone to. With no other choice, he spoke to Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao, saying, Master is going out for a journey. You all stay here and take good care of the place, don't cause any trouble. After saying this, he pulled Nuwa along and headed out, still talking to her as they walked. It has been over 10,000 years, but it's time to visit my friend Fushi, or he might think I sold you off. Nuwa nodded at Dao Xuan, but secretly thought to herself, I haven't been sold, but I have become the master mother of your disciple, which is not much different from being sold. As Dao Xuan and Nuwa entered the Honghuang, they felt a strong malevolent aura permeating the air. However, Dao Xuan couldn't be sure if this malevolent aura was caused by the battle between the Wu and Yao tribes, or the conflict between the Immortal Court and the Demon Clan. But soon Dao Xuan found the answer. As they approached Buzhou Mountain, more and more Wu tribes appeared in their line of sight. They even witnessed several battles between the Yao and Wu tribes. Of course, for the Wu tribe it was called hunting. At the same time, Dao Xuan did not forget to guide Nuwa. When he first saw the Wu tribe, Dao Xuan said to Nuwa, Nuwa, do you see the people of the Wu tribe? How are they different from the Yao tribe? Nuwa glanced at the situation and spoke, the physical bodies of the Witch clan are more robust than those of the Demon clan, but the Witch clan lacks a primordial spirit, which is their greatest flaw. Without a primordial spirit, one cannot wield spiritual treasures. No matter how strong the physical body is, it will inevitably be at a disadvantage in the presence of an opponent with spiritual treasures. As for the demon clan, although they possess a primordial spirit, their intelligence is not high. This is somewhat similar to the witch clan. Currently, the ability of the demon clan to contend with the witch clan is due to their large numbers and their ability to command spiritual treasures. The answer Nuwa provided was absolutely standard. Even Dao Xuan could find no fault with it. Of course, Dao Xuan had no intention of finding faults. He nodded at Nuwa and said, "It seems that Sister Nuwa has a keen eye," effortlessly revealing the strengths and weaknesses of both clans in just a few words. The witch clan has a physical body, but no primordial spirit, while the demon clan has a primordial spirit, but lacks wisdom. What do you think would happen if there were a race that possessed both a physical body and a primordial spirit along with high intelligence? Nuwa looked at Dao Xuan as if he were foolish and then replied, "What would happen? They would be innate beings. All our guests from the Purple Sky Palace are like that. What's so strange about that?" Dao Xuan originally intended to advise Nuwa to consider these strengths when creating the human race, but he did not expect to be looked down upon. This left Dao Xuan feeling somewhat gloomy, but he did not dare to speak too directly for fear of affecting Nuwa's path to enlightenment. Reluctantly, he could only seek another opportunity. In any case, Dao Xuan would not give up. He must ensure that Nuwa creates a powerful human race. This trip to Mount Buzhou was not like the leisurely journey to Hongjun Island with stops to admire the scenery. Perhaps Nuwa missed her brother, or maybe she had seen enough of what needed to be seen, but the pace of their journey was quite fast. When the two returned to Fengqi Mountain, Fuxi was actually there, smiling and welcoming them. Nuwa pulled her hand from Dao Xuan's and ran towards Fuxi. "Elder brother, little sister is back. Did you miss me?" Fuxi sighed. "How can you still have the face to ask your elder? You have been gone for over 10,000 years. I fear you have long forgotten your elder brother." Nuwa hurriedly waved her hand at Fuxi, saying, "How could that be? Little sister was in seclusion on Dao Xuan's Fangzhong Island, and it has been 10,000 years of seclusion." She continued, "Then I debated with those four brothers, and after discussing the Dao, I rushed back to see you, elder brother." Meanwhile, Dao Xuan had also approached and bowed to Fuxi. "Fuxi, my friend, I presume you calculated that Nuwa and I would come to Fengqi Mountain, which is why you have been waiting here." Fuxi smiled and nodded. "A few days ago, I did a divination and predicted that little sister would soon return, so I waited here." Indeed, as Dao Xuan expected, Fuxi was quite skilled in divination, and he immediately spoke to Fuxi. "It seems that the method of divination you have grasped should be the principles of the great Taoist deduction, but I wonder to what extent you have comprehended these principles, my friend." Dao Xuan's words surprised Fuxi. After all, he had not truly comprehended the principles of the great Taoist deduction, merely dabbling in divination. At the same time, Fuxi finally understood why he could predict events 1 or 2 years into the future, but not further. The reason lay in his lack of understanding of the great Taoist deduction principles. He realized that he should comprehend the principles of the great Taoist deduction and then apply them to enhance his divinations, allowing him to predict further into the future. "Thank you, Dao Xuan, for guiding me through this dilemma," Fuxi said. Dao Xuan was taken aback. "Fuxi, how can you say that? I believe I have said nothing of significance." Fuxi smiled as he gestured for Dao Xuan to enter Fengqi Mountain, saying, "All along, I have been studying the deduction of divination. But it has only been about divination itself. Just now, when I heard you mention the principles of the great Taoist deduction, I realized I had made a critical mistake by focusing solely on its form while neglecting its essence." Nuwa, who had been listening, seemed to understand and asked Dao Xuan, "Did you not inscribe 1,000 great Tao principles on that dragon pearl of yours? See if there are any great Tao deduction principles that elder brother has mastered." Dao Xuan nodded. "There are indeed, but they are merely seeds of principles not as profound as those mastered by you, my friend Fuxi. However, I have been researching them recently and have gained some insights into the path of deduction, so I can discuss the Tao with you." Upon hearing Dao Xuan say this, Fuxi could not help but feel delighted, and he immediately pulled Dao Xuan to discuss the Tao. This left Nuwa aside, making her stomp her feet in frustration. However, she did not disturb her elder brother, but returned to her cave dwelling. After all, she had been away for 10,000 years and should go back to take a look. Meanwhile, Dao Xuan and Fuxi sat facing each other in a pavilion, beginning to discuss the principles of the great Taoist deduction. First, Fuxi spoke. "I take all things of the wilderness as divination. As it is said, without divination there are no lines, all things are divination. The one who divines must have a calm heart, observing the present with their eyes, responding to its symbols. The symbols are formless, inferred by similarity, and felt by emotion. Fortune and misfortune do not reside in the symbol, but in the harmony of the symbol in my heart." Fuxi spoke for several years, fully conveying his insights on divination to Dao Xuan. After listening, Dao Xuan pondered deeply, realizing how he should guide Fuxi from here. "Today, listening to you, Fuxi, speak of the principles of the great Taoist deduction, I have gained some insights myself. Moreover, based on my previous understanding of the great Taoist deduction, I have come up with a different method of deduction. As it is said, Qian receives Jia, Kuan receives Ili, receives Ren In Wu, and Su Kan receives Shun Zi Chun, and Gui, Sun receives Xian Jin, receives Bing, Zhun receives Gong Dui, receives Ding. The 12 dragons of Yin and Yang determine fortune and misfortune, with 8 symbols interacting. As Dao Xuan expounded the Tao, the innate 8 trigrams diagram began to manifest above his head. As Dao Xuan's discussion deepened, Fux's expression grew increasingly solemn, ultimately reaching a state of enlightenment. Even so, Dao Xuan did not stop until he had fully conveyed his understanding of the innate 8 trigrams and illustrated each one. In the blink of an eye, the two had been discussing the Tao for 14 years. This left Nuwa feeling quite distressed. She had come by more than once during this time, and seeing them still discussing the Tao, she left by herself. Nuwa crouched by the stream, gazing at the clay figurine that had once again crumbled into dust before her eyes, a sense of frustration stirring within her heart. The creations she molded were bizarre beyond measure. Beasts with 6 legs, birds with 4 wings, and strange serpents bearing 3 heads. Yet no matter how she shaped them, these creatures never lived long before returning to dust. More importantly, the beings she crafted could never truly constitute a new race, forever unable to escape the bounds of the demon clan. Where exactly is the problem? Nuwa rested her chin on her hand, her brows furrowing slightly. Dao Xuan had already appeared silently behind her, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the piles of yellow earth upon the ground, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Nuwa, what manner of trinkets are these you fashioned? I can't help but feel you're merely toying about. Could it be you intend to forge new members for the demon clan, thus to bolster their strength? Nuwa turned around, and upon seeing that it was Dao Xuan who spoke, a flicker of joy unconsciously crossed her face. Yet hearing his teasing words, she shot him a fierce glare. What would you know of this? I am experimenting, exploring. Dao Xuan crouched down, picking up a lump of clay that had not yet fully dissolved, examining it for a moment. A wolf with 3 legs, a bear with 2 heads. And what is this thing? A body like a fish, a head like a bird, yet somehow sporting 4 legs. Nuwa, your talent for creating life truly opens my eyes. Nuwa rose to her feet in a huff. Dao Xuan, if you came here to mock me, then you've succeeded. Dao Xuan quickly waved his hand, smiling. No, I wouldn't dare. It's just that I believe your approach to creation may be fundamentally flawed. What flaw? Nuwa hastily inquired. Dao Xuan pointed at the yellow earth on the ground, speaking seriously. Think about it. In this primordial wilderness, what kind of being is the strongest? What kind of being is best suited to inherit the great Tao? Nuwa paused, pondering for a moment before replying. The innate beings are the strongest. All of U.S. guests of the Zixiao Palace belong to this category. But innate beings were born from heaven and earth itself. They are not something I can create. Then consider this. Why have the Wu and Yao clans managed to establish themselves in the primordial wilderness? Dao Xuan posed the question once more. Nuwa seemed lost in thought. The Wu clan possesses formidable physical bodies, while the Yao clan can wield spiritual treasures. Do you mean? I mean, when you create life, shouldn't you have some reference? Dao Xuan interjected. This sent Nuwa into deep contemplation, also bringing to mind the sights and experiences from when Dao Xuan had taken her traveling through the primordial world. In an instant, the forms of countless races flashed through Nuwa's mind, and a glimmer of enlightenment began to dawn upon her. Seeing Nuwa like this, Dao Xuan spoke again. Look around this primordial land. Is there any being that doesn't possess its form before it possesses its spirit? Those 3-headed, 6-armed monstrosities you've been molding, they don't even have a proper appearance. How can you possibly expect them to survive for long? As he spoke, Dao Xuan couldn't help but think to himself, sometimes I truly wonder if the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were disciples taught by Nuwa. During the great tribulation of the investiture of the gods, they turned their own disciples into beings neither human nor ghost. Quite similar to your methods here, wouldn't you say? Nuwa was unaware of Dao Xuan's inner mockery as she had gradually sunk into deep thought. Seeing her silent, Dao Xuan continued. In my view, to create a new race, you must first determine what form that race should take. What kind of physical form can house the unity of body, primordial spirit, and wisdom? Nuwa lifted her head, glancing at Dao Xuan, then lowering it to look at herself, a light gradually kindling in her eyes. The Wu clan's physical bodies are powerful, yet they lack a primordial spirit. So let the Wu clan have a primordial spirit. The Yao clan possess primordial spirits, but their wisdom is lacking, so grant them greater wisdom. While I cannot create innate beings, I can certainly borrow from the innate Dao body they possess. Seeing that Nuwa had grasped the very essence of the matter, a satisfied smile couldn't help but spread across Dao Xuan's face. He quietly watched Nuwa, refraining from speaking further, lest he interrupt her train of thought. Nuwa pondered carefully, and realized it was indeed so. The innate beings were powerful precisely because they possessed both perfect form and spirit. If she could create a race that resembled the innate beings in form, even if their power couldn't match the true innate beings, they would still be far superior to those misshapen monsters. What you say makes sense. Yuan nodded, crouching down to scoop up a handful of yellow earth. This time, she didn't fashion any strange or outlandish creatures, but instead carefully shaped a human figure, modeling it after Dao Xuan's own appearance. Dao Xuan stood by, watching a hint of a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. He knew that Yuan had found the key to creating humanity, and that the human race was about to emerge. Yuan molded with great care, head, body, limbs, facial features, each detail meticulously carved. Before long, a small figure the size of a fist took shape in her hands. She took a deep breath, infusing her creative power into it. The tiny figure trembled a few times in her palm, then slowly opened its eyes. Though its gaze was somewhat dazed this time, it didn't collapse after a few steps like the previous monsters. Instead, it stood steadily in Yuan's palm, curiously looking around. It's alive? Truly alive. Yuan was overjoyed. But before she could celebrate for long, the small figure took a few steps, and its body began to stiffen, its skin gradually cracking and drying. In mere moments, it crumbled into a handful of yellow earth, slipping through Yuan's fingers. Her smile froze on her face, and she said with deep disappointment, "Still not working. Where exactly is the problem?" Dao Xuan let out a soft sigh. Yellow earth is, after all, just yellow earth. It lacks spiritual essence and cannot bear the power of creation. If yellow earth won't do, then what about the 9 heavens sacred soil? As she spoke, Yuan had already taken out the 9 heavens sacred soil that Dao Xuan had given her. Dao Xuan nodded. The 9 heavens sacred soil contains boundless vitality. Using it to create life should succeed. Yuan took the 9 heavens sacred soil, and indeed sensed the immense life force pulsating within it. She then looked at Dao Xuan again. Soil alone isn't enough. I also need water. And ordinary water probably won't suffice either, so I'll use the 3 lights divine water. As she spoke, Yuan had already produced her jade purification vase. She placed the 9 heavens sacred soil on the ground, poured out some 3 lights divine water, and began to mix them together. The 9 heavens sacred soil, meeting the 3 lights divine water, immediately became soft and pliable, emitting an even richer aura of vitality. Yuan began to mold again. This time she shaped with even greater devotion, striving for perfection in every detail. Before long, a palm-sized figurine was formed. The figurine had distinct facial features, complete limbs, and bore a striking resemblance to Dao Xuan. Yuan took a deep breath, slowly infusing her creative power into the clay body. The figurine began to glow. The color of clay gradually faded, replaced by the hue of real skin. Its chest began to rise and fall, and its eyes slowly opened. Its gaze was far clearer than before. It leaped down from Yuan's hand and landed steadily upon the ground. The clay figure landed and instantly grew in size, reaching that of a normal creature in the blink of an eye. It took a few steps, jumped, then raised its head to look at Yuan, making babbling sounds. Yuan was so excited that she nearly jumped up. Dao Xuan, look. It hasn't melted, it has truly come to life. But at that moment, the little figure suddenly yawned, and its gaze became vacant again. It stood there unmoving, as if it had lost its soul. What is happening? Yuan crouched down and waved her hand in front of the little figure. The little figure showed no response, merely standing there blankly like a walking corpse. Dao Xuan furrowed his brows, observing carefully for a moment, and sighed. It has a body, but no soul, a form, but no spirit. The 9 heavens soil has given it a physical form, and the 3 lights divine water has bestowed it with vitality, but these can only allow it to exist, and cannot grant it intelligence. What should we do then? Yuan asked anxiously. Dao Xuan remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I have heard that the Wu clan was born from the blood of the 12 ancestral shaman, transformed through the blood pool in the ancestral shaman hall. Why not imitate the ancestral shamans of the Wu clan and try using your own life essence? Yuan was taken aback, but quickly understood Dao Xuan's meaning. However, she spoke with a worried expression. But a single drop of life essence will cost at least 10,000 years of cultivation. How many drops can I actually extract? She looked down at the little figure standing there in a daze, and an inexplicable emotion surged within her heart. It was a feeling she had never experienced before, like a mother gazing at her child, wanting to give it the best. In the end, Yuan gritted her teeth, raised her hand to her chest, and a drop of radiant life essence seeped from her fingertip. The drop of life essence seemed to possess its own spirit, swirling in the air for a few moments before slowly flying towards the little figure and merging into its forehead. In an instant, the little figure's eyes lit up. They were no longer vacant, but filled with a spark of life. It looked around, its gaze brimming with curiosity and a desire to explore. Upon seeing Yuan, it opened its arms and ran towards her. Yuan crouched down, holding it in her embrace, her tears having blurred her vision unbeknownst to her. It worked. I finally succeeded. Yuan's voice was filled with excitement and joy. She held the being she had created with great affection. She gently stroked its small face with her finger, laughing happily as the little hand grasped her finger tightly. It has intelligence now. It has intelligence. Hearing it call her mother Nuwa was overwhelmed with tears of joy. Dao Xuan smiled at Nuwa and said, not just intelligence, if you sense carefully, isn't this a primordial Dao body? Given time, it will grow, cultivate, and even possess potential comparable to that of primordial beings. Nuwa carefully sensed and discovered that there was indeed a faint energy circulating within the little figure. Though weak, it was pure and filled with infinite possibilities. Especially with this primordial Dao body, it was already stronger than any existing race in the wilderness. After all, the primordial Dao body is the form recognized by the heavenly Dao. As long as one possesses a primordial Dao body, they can comprehend the laws. This means the race Nuwa created has already far surpassed the Wu clan and the Demon clan. I want to create more. Nuwa wiped her tears and began to mix the 9 heavens soil once more. She shaped one after another, each modeled after herself, and Dao Xuan, both male and female, with various forms. With each creation, she consumed a drop of life essence to awaken their intelligence. 1, 2, 3. By the time she crafted the 9th, Nuwa's complexion had turned pale and her body trembled slightly. Dao Xuan stopped her, saying, take a break. If this continues, your cultivation will suffer greatly. At this point, Dao Xuan had already noticed that Nuwa was exhausting her cultivation if she continued to create the human race like this. Nuwa might not only fail to achieve enlightenment, but even struggle to maintain her current cultivation level. It seems I underestimated the situation. Merely the 9 heavens soil and the 3 lights divine water are far from enough. To make the human race strong, the key is still Nuwa's life essence, and not the 3 lights divine water and 9 heavens soil. Will the human race eventually revert to its original path? Wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? Though Dao Xuan felt regret at this point, he had no other choice but to watch Nuwa exhaust herself completely. Dao Xuan held Nuwa's hand and gently said, Nuwa, your life essence is limited. You cannot exhaust it infinitely. Why not try dividing a drop of life essence into several parts? Perhaps that could also allow them to come to life. Nuwa nodded in agreement, and then took out more 9 heavens soil and 3 lights divine water. Seeing Nuwa's face still pale, Dao Xuan hurriedly took out a 9 revolutions golden pill for her to consume. As soon as Nuwa swallowed the 9 revolutions golden pill, the pallor on her face disappeared, instantly replaced by a healthy flush. This made Dao Xuan see a new path, which was to exchange life essence for 9 revolutions golden pills. He immediately said to Nuwa, if there are enough 9 revolutions golden pills, wouldn't that mean your cultivation won't suffer from extracting life essence? Nuwa shook her head at Dao Xuan. The cultivation restored by the 9 revolutions golden pill is ultimately not the result of one's own training. In the short term, it can compensate, but over time it will still be of no use. Moreover, I aim to create a race, not merely a few beings. Relying on the 9 revolutions golden pill to supplement my cultivation, I fear it will be difficult to succeed. However, your method can be tried. As for how long it can last, only experimentation will reveal the answer. As she spoke, Nuwa reached out her hand towards Dao Xuan, clearly asking him for 9 revolutions golden pills. After all, Nuwa clearly remembered that when Laozi left, Dao Xuan had given him enlightenment tea, and she had not returned empty-handed. The return gift was the 9 revolutions golden pills, a total of more than 10 gourds, adding up to at least several thousand pills. Dao Xuan was not stingy. He promptly took out all the 9 revolutions golden pills that Laozi had given him. Nuwa smiled at Dao Xuan and then began to fill her mouth with the golden pills. With each pill she swallowed, she forced out a drop of life essence. In the blink of an eye, Nuwa had consumed more than half of the 9 revolutions golden pills Dao Xuan had brought out. She had already created 3,000 members of the human race. At this point, Nuwa stopped consuming the 9 revolutions golden pills and sighed at Dao Xuan. The 9 revolutions golden pills are no longer effective on my body, can no longer quickly convert the 9 revolutions golden pills into cultivation. Dao Xuan couldn't help but speak, saying, shall we take a break for now? When your body recovers, we can continue. Nuwa smiled and shook her head at Dao Xuan. No, creating a race must be done in one go. We cannot pause in between, or else we will be abandoned by the heavenly Dao. As she spoke, Nuwa took out a large cauldron and poured the remaining 3 lights divine water and 9 heaven soil into it. Then, straining against her declining cultivation, she forced out 9 drops of life essence into the cauldron. This made Dao Xuan secretly sigh in his heart. 3,000 primordial human beings are ultimately a hurdle that is hard to overcome. Although Dao Xuan was reluctant and did not want to see the innate human race reduced to merely 3,000, he understood very well that this was already Nuwa's limit. He said nothing further and quietly stood beside Nuwa while putting away the 9-turn golden core. Nuwa waved her hand, grasping the innate gourd vine, and then plunged it into the great cauldron, beginning to stir. Soon the 9 heavens essence earth and the 3 light divine water in the great cauldron completely fused with Nuwa's 9 drops of vital blood. Dao Xuan knew that in the next moment Nuwa would use the gourd vine in her hand to create those ordinary humans. However, Dao Xuan did not intend to stop Nuwa as he realized that intervening too much might not be beneficial for him. But what followed surprised Dao Xuan greatly, for Nuwa actually tossed the innate gourd vine aside. Then he saw Nuwa pick up the blended nine heavens essence earth and began to shape clay figurines with her own hands. Moreover, Nuwa's speed was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, she had molded countless clay figurines. She placed these clay dolls in front of her in rows, creating a magnificent sight. Only when the great cauldron was completely empty did Nuwa wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead. Then Nuwa sat cross-legged and began to channel the laws of creation. In an instant, boundless creative power emanated from her, spreading in all directions. All the clay figurines were enveloped in the laws of creation, and they thus gained life. One by one, the humans sprang to life beside Nuwa, instantly knowing their identities. As all the humans came to life, they knelt on one knee before Nuwa. At this moment, Nuwa nodded in satisfaction and turned to Dao Xuan, smiling as she spoke. Dao Xuan, I have succeeded. Although there are only 99999, they are already qualified to be called a race. Dao Xuan also smiled and nodded. Nuwa, then let's give the race you created a name. Nuwa nodded again to Dao Xuan and then stepped into the air. In the next moment, Nuwa's true form appeared above Mount Buzhou. I am Nuwa. Today I have discerned the heavenly mysteries and realized that the creatures in the wilderness are not complete. I hereby create a new race for the wilderness to be called humans. The human race is crafted by me, Nuwa, and they are my children. Within 10,000 years, if anyone dares to harm the human race, they are my enemy. The heavenly Tao bears witness. The human race shall stand. Some say that Nuwa should not vow to the heavenly Tao when creating humans, but to the great Tao. Little do they know the great Tao has withdrawn, and the heavenly Tao governs the wilderness. In such circumstances, can you really obtain the protection of the great Tao by swearing to it? What difference does it make to play around with it? Thus, as Nuwa vowed to the heavenly Tao, golden clouds of merit began to condense in the sky, and soon vast rays of golden light descended from above. Since the human race was created by Nuwa herself, she received a full 80% of the immense merit. 1/10 scattered as tiny golden glimmers falling upon the humans that Nuwa had created. The last 10th was divided into 3 parts, one of which landed on the innate gourd vine, instantly turning it into a postnatal treasure of merit known as the creation whip. Another portion landed on the great cauldron, causing it to reveal its true form, which was surprisingly the Qian. Seeing the Qianquan cauldron appear, Dao Xuan was greatly astonished, as he had not expected this cauldron to have long been in Nuwa's hands. As for why it had not revealed its true form before, Dao Xuan truly could not figure it out. Regardless of the reason, now that the Qianquan cauldron had revealed its true form, it represented that Nuwa had acquired another treasure. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, the remaining portion of merit fell directly upon Dao Xuan. After all, Nuwa's creation of humans could not be accomplished without Dao Xuan's assistance, and the heavenly Tao being just would naturally not forget him. Feeling the merit enter his body, Dao Xuan immediately reacted by directly returning that merit to the human race. This was not because Dao Xuan looked down upon the merit of the heavenly Tao, nor was it due to concerns about any side effects from absorbing it. It was simply that Dao Xuan felt this heavenly Tao merit was not of much use to him, who cultivated the laws. It was better to use this opportunity to strengthen the human race. Most importantly, Dao Xuan still had 1/10 of innate merit within him, which was incomparably greater than this portion of merit. While Dao Xuan returned the merit he received to the human race, Nuwa also sensed the stirring of the primordial purple energy. At this moment, Nuwa needed to do nothing. She only had to quietly wait for the primordial purple energy to merge with the heavenly Tao merit, which could assist her in reaching the Tao and becoming a saint in one fell swoop. However, Nuwa clearly remembered Dao Xuan's instructions, which were that to cultivate the 3 paths simultaneously, she must not attain sainthood through merit. Thus, Nuwa directly drew upon the immense merit of creation, beginning to help herself comprehend the laws of creation. Moreover, having just created the human race, her comprehension of the laws of creation had reached a minor peak. Now, with the immense merit accelerating her comprehension of the laws of creation, Nuwa quickly broke. The laws of creation instantly reached the realm of thorough comprehension, which also meant that Nuwa could break through to the first grade of the Hongjun Daluo Jingxian at any time using the laws of creation. Nuwa's every move was naturally observed by Dao Xuan, making him inwardly murmur. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Not only do the 3 pure ones not need to walk the path of severing the 3 corpses relying on their own inheritance is enough to attain the Hongjun Daluo Jingxian, it turns out Nuwa is the same. The merit gained from creating humans is already sufficient for Nuwa to use it to comprehend the laws of creation and attain the Hongjun Daluo Jingxian in one fell swoop. It's a pity that in the original trajectory of the wilderness, Nuwa was influenced by Hongjun, giving up on comprehending the laws of creation and instead leaning towards the path of severing the 3 corpses. Moreover, the primordial purple energy accelerated Nuwa's attainment of sainthood through merit. Ultimately, she naturally could no longer break through using the laws. At the same time, this also made Dao Xuan understand one thing: the primordial purple energy was not uncontrollable. Otherwise, at this moment, Nuwa would definitely have attained sainthood under the influence of the primordial purple energy. This made Dao Xuan feel much more at ease about the primordial purple energy within him. He could even affirm that the heavenly Dao's impartiality was not an empty saying, or it might even be possible that the heavenly Dao itself was a kind of rule without consciousness. All calculations came from Hongjun, who wished to transcend and not be bound by the heavenly Dao, which led to various schemes. Meanwhile, Nuwa's heart was inevitably filled with some confusion, not knowing what she should do now. If she followed Dao Xuan's instructions to cultivate the three paths simultaneously, then she absolutely could not attain sainthood through the laws. Otherwise, she would never be able to sever her obsessions. Furthermore, using merit to comprehend the laws of the great Dao, the remaining merit was no longer sufficient for her to attain sainthood through merit. Nuwa looked down at Dao Xuan, and then at the human race she had created. At this moment, Dao Xuan was smiling at her, while her creation, the human race, was kneeling on the ground, sincerely bowing to her. If I cannot attain sainthood, how can I protect the human race for 10,000 years? Nuwa thought wisely, she was a saint, and with a single decree no one in the vast wilderness would dare to offend her. But if she were not a saint, her words might not be able to intimidate all beings in the wilderness. Especially the demon and witch tribes would never give her Nuwa any face. For the sake of her own path, should she just watch her children be exterminated by other races? Originally, the Nuwa in the trajectory of the wilderness would not think of such things, for she would unhesitatingly choose to achieve Dao through virtue. But now she had a choice, and the source of all this was Dao Xuan. Dao Xuan not only taught her the laws enabling her to become a stronger saint in the wilderness, but also made her understand what it means to be a mother and what a mother should do for her children. Finally, Nuwa steeled her heart and made a decision she was reluctant to make, yet would not regret, to directly attain the first level of the mixed Yuan de Luo Jin Xian through the laws of creation. However, just as Nuwa was about to release her suppressed cultivation, the primal purple qi within her body unexpectedly stirred again. She saw that the primal purple qi shot out from the top of her head, drawing down a beam of golden light from the heavens. Then that golden light passed through the primal purple qi and fell onto Nuwa's head, bathing her in golden light. Indeed, the primal purple qi had drawn down nothing less than the merit of heaven. With the new merit of heaven, Nuwa began to draw the merit into her body, aiding her in comprehending her obsessions. Now, having successfully created the human race, she had just decided to attain the mixed Yuan de Luo Jin Xian through the laws of creation. This meant that Nuwa had given up on the obsession of slaying the corpse of obsession. This was the key to slaying the corpse of obsession. With the help of the merit of heaven, Nuwa soon severed the corpse of obsession. Moreover, she entrusted the corpse of obsession to the Qian Ding. As Nuwa severed the corpse of obsession, the three corpses were also completely expelled from her body. The primal purple qi began to draw upon boundless merit to forcibly merge the three corpses. Unfortunately, the spiritual treasure Nuwa used to entrust the three corpses was all part of the laws of creation. After all, the Qian Ding had another name, the Qian Creation Ding, which was also a supreme treasure of creation. Thus, Nuwa did not forcibly fuse the three corpses using the primal purple qi, but instead used the power of merit to merge the three corpses back into her body. This scene was naturally seen by Hongjun in the Purple Sky Palace. After all, when Nuwa declared the establishment of the human race, Hongjun had already begun to pay attention to this side. However, Hongjun did not realize that Nuwa had already comprehended the laws of creation to the level of integration. Even the consumption of primal purple qi to comprehend the laws of creation was interpreted by Hongjun as Nuwa planning to use merit to sever the corpse of obsession. Because of this, seeing that Nuwa's remaining merit was insufficient for her to attain Dao, Hongjun did not hesitate to bestow the merit of heaven once more. Of course, this merit of heaven was not given by heaven itself, but was drawn from Hongjun's own resources. After all, he wanted to control the wilderness and could not allow any variables to arise. Now, seeing Nuwa about to attain sainthood through the severing of the three corpses, Hongjun naturally could not allow this development. In the next moment, Hongjun appeared at the top of Mount Buzhou, saying, Nuwa created the human race with all the merits of heaven. It is destined by heaven that Nuwa shall attain sainthood through virtue. At the same time, another merit descended from the heavens along with the primal purple qi above Nuwa's head, which was forcibly infused into Nuwa's body, assisting her in attaining sainthood. In an instant, the purple qi surged from the east for 30,000 miles. Heavenly flowers fell like rain, and earthly golden lotuses erupted with strings of jewels cascading from the firmament. The spiritual rain of merit fell upon the wilderness, nurturing all beings, marking the celebration of the heavenly Dao for Nuwa's attainment of sainthood. In that moment, all beings in the wilderness prostrated themselves on the ground, bowing in the direction of Mount Buzhou, chanting congratulations to Nuwa for attaining sainthood. Even the three pure ones in Kunlun Mountain had to pay their respects to Nuwa. Naturally, the two saints from the west were no exception. As the celestial phenomena dissipated, countless powerful beings rushed towards Mount Buzhou to personally congratulate Nuwa. At this moment, Hongjun's voice echoed, "Nuwa, you have now attained sainthood. Do not meddle lightly in the matters of the wilderness, or it will bring about immeasurable calamities." Nuwa bowed to Hongjun, saying, "Thank you, Master, for assisting Nuwa in attaining sainthood. Nuwa will certainly remember your words and will not meddle excessively in the affairs of the wilderness." Hongjun nodded in satisfaction, then vanished into the air, returning to his purple sky palace. Back in the purple sky palace, Hongjun let out a breath. Fortunately, at the critical moment, everything was turned back on the right path. If Nuwa had truly attained the mixed Yuan de Luo Jin Xian by severing the three corpses, the fate of the human race would entirely belong to Nuwa. My plans would inevitably be affected. Without mentioning Hongjun's sigh of relief, Nuwa descended from the sky, directly grasping Dao Xuan's hands. Then she spun joyfully in circles until Dao Xuan was left dizzy and disoriented before she finally stopped. "Dao Xuan, I have finally attained sainthood." Then Nuwa leaned in close to Dao Xuan's ear, whispering, "Not only have I attained sainthood through virtue, but the three corpses have also been unified, and I have comprehended the laws of creation to the level of integration. This means that the three paths you allowed me to walk have already been completed. However, I did not dare to directly break through the path of the three corpses and the path of the laws." Dao Xuan did not expect that Nuwa had accomplished so much in such a short time, but his heart was filled with immense joy. "You are clever. Wait until we return to Fangzhong Island before you break through. Remember before that you must not tell even Fushi, my friend." Nuwa obediently nodded at Dao Xuan, then turned to look at the human race she had created. At this moment, the first 9 humans created by Nuwa had already knelt on the ground, followed by the others, who also knelt down again. The human race said, "We bow to the Holy Mother, and we bow to the Holy Father." Then all the humans led by those 9 paid their respects to Dao Xuan and Nuwa. Hearing the human race addressing Dao Xuan as the Holy Father, Nuwa not only was not angry, but also felt a bit relieved. "Your disciple, regardless of right or wrong, calls me mistress. Now my children also call you Holy Father. We are even now." Nuwa whispered to Dao Xuan, her tone filled with arrogance and a sense of relief. At that moment, Fux's voice also rang out, "Congratulations, little sister. Congratulations, little sister. You have finally attained sainthood." Hearing that her brother had arrived, Nuwa hurriedly released Dao Xuan's hands and went towards her brother. However, before the two could exchange many words, the 12 ancestors of the witch tribe had already appeared at the foot of Mount Buzhou, congratulating Nuwa on her attainment of sainthood. The leader of the 12 ancestor witches, Di Jiang, stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, "It is indeed a great fortune for the Honghuang that Nuwa Nyang Nyang has attained sainthood. Our witch clan has come to offer our congratulations, wishing the Nyang Nyang an everlasting life." Nuwa smiled faintly, waved her hand, and helped the 12 ancestor witches up, saying, "You ancestor witches, I will establish a teaching ground outside the 33 heavens, and in 3,000 years I will preach for 3,000 years to the beings of the Honghuang. At that time you are welcome to come and listen." Nuwa's words were essentially an eviction order, informing the 12 ancestor witches that she had no time to attend to them now. Those who wished to listen to her teachings should go to the 33 heavens at that time. Di Jiang bowed again to Nuwa and said, "Although our witch clan cannot understand the Tao, we will surely attend to support you when the saint speaks." After saying this, he bid farewell to Nuwa and led the 12 ancestor witches back to the ancestor witch palace. However, Hodu turned back 3 times, frequently glancing at Nuwa. Ultimately, they did not stay. After the 12 ancestor witches had gone far, Fushi frowned and whispered, "Little sister, is it a bit inappropriate to treat the 12 ancestor witches this way?" Nuwa shook her head and softly replied, "Elder brother, these 12 ancestor witches appear to be congratulating us, but in reality, they are testing my stance." Fushi was taken aback and then suddenly understood. "You mean?" Nuwa's eyes flashed with a glimmer. "I have established the human race on Buzhou Mountain and pledged to protect the human race for 10,000 years. Now that I have attained sainthood, which powerful being in the Honghuang isn't watching? They want to know whether I will ultimately support the demon race." Dao Xuan, listening nearby, nodded silently. Nuwa truly lived up to her name. After attaining sainthood, her vision and perspective had indeed changed. Her earlier statement about establishing a teaching ground outside the 33 heavens had already made her stance clear. She would not intervene in Honghuang affairs. Not long after the 12 ancestor witches left, members of the demon race arrived, led by the demon emperor Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Di Jun respectfully bowed and said, "Congratulations, Nuwa Nyang Nyang, on attaining sainthood. We, the demon race, would like to appoint Nuwa Nyang Nyang as our Wahuang, enjoying the fortunes of the demon race." Compared to the 12 ancestor witches, the demon race was much more direct, showing no signs of probing, but rather attempting to win her over. After a saint attains sainthood, they must have the support of fortune to endure long. Otherwise, the 12 ancestor witches would not worry that Nuwa would lean toward the demon race. The demon race naturally understood this, hence they directly agreed that Nuwa could enjoy the fortunes of the demon race. Upon hearing Dijun's words, Nuwa's lips curled up, revealing a profound smile. She then spoke. I have already mentioned that I will establish a teaching ground outside the 33 heavens to preach for 3,000 years to the beings of the Hongjun. As for the position of Huawang, she paused, her gaze sweeping across the faces of Dijun Tai Yi and Kuan Peng, taking in their expressions. Since I have attained sainthood, I must adhere to my master's words and not easily intervene in Hongjun matters. I will accept the title of Huawang in my heart. Upon hearing this, Dijun's smile slightly stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure. As the heavenly emperor of the demon race, he naturally understood the meaning behind Nuwa's words. Not easily intervening does not mean not intervening at all. Every word and action of a saint carries deep meaning. Today Nuwa did not make her stance definitive, leaving room for the demon race. Dijun bowed again and said, in that case we shall not disturb the Niang's tranquility. In 3,000 years, when the Nyang begins her teachings of the Tao, the demon race will surely come to support you. After saying this, Dijun Tai Yi and Kuan Peng turned and left, disappearing into the horizon amidst clouds. Fushi watched the three from the demon race leave, frowning, and turned to look at Nuwa. He could only sigh in the end, saying nothing further. He knew that his little sister was now a saint, and her thoughts and considerations were naturally different from the past. Though he was the elder brother, he dared not interfere further. After all, the vision of a saint is something he could not dare to imagine. Dao Xuan stood silently by, not uttering a word. His gaze fell upon Nuwa, his mind swirling with thoughts. He had clearly witnessed the moment when Nuwa attained. Hongjun Laozi suddenly appeared, forcibly assisting Nuwa in attaining the Tao. On the surface, it seemed to fulfill Nuwa, but in reality, he was preventing her from using the method of eliminating the three corpses to achieve the mixed Yuan Daoyuo Jingxian. Dao Xuan understood the intricacies involved. Hongjun desired a Nuwa who attained sainthood according to his planned trajectory, not an unpredictable variable beyond his control. Fortunately, Nuwa was astute enough. Before Hongjun intervened, she had already completed the unification of the three corpses and comprehended the principles of Tao and creation to a profound level. Dao Xuan. Nuwa's voice brought Dao Xuan back from his thoughts. He returned to his senses and saw Nuwa smiling brightly at him, her eyes filled with joy. Let's return to Fangzhong Island, Nuwa said, then looked at Fushi. Elder brother, you should come with us. Fushi nodded, not declining. He was no longer the weak Fushi of yesteryear. However, having a saintly sister as a support in the Hongjun was undoubtedly a good thing. Before leaving, Fushi still spoke to Nuwa, saying, little sister, what will become of the human race you created? Nuwa looked at the human race she had created, her face softening as she spoke. For the human race to stand firm in the Hongjun, they cannot rely on anyone but themselves. I used my vital essence to create 3,000 human beings, each possessing the cultivation of the great Luo Jingxian realm. They are strong enough to protect the human race's stability. After finishing, she turned her gaze to the first 9 human beings she had created and spoke. You 9 have inherited my teachings the most, so you must bear the responsibility of protecting the human race. Remember, our human race's foundation in the Hongjun does not rely on ambition, but rather on wisdom. In 10,000 years, unless the human race faces extinction, I will not intervene, so do not expect me to protect you at all times. The 9 leaders of the human race knelt down again, and one of them spoke directly. Rest assured, Nyang, we will never bring shame to you, and we will surely strive to survive in the Hongjun. Upon hearing this, Nuwa nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand at the human race. Streams of creation light fell upon them. In 10,000 years, this creation light will dissipate, and at that time it will depend on you all. After saying this, Nuwa left Buzhou Mountain with Fushi and Dao Xuan, heading directly towards Fangzhong Island. After all, Nuwa was anxious. She was eager to return to Fangzhong Island to complete her 3 paths of co-cultivation. Seeing Nyang and the Saint Father leave, the human race knelt down to worship until the light completely vanished before finally standing up. The first 9 human beings created by Nuwa exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination. Nyang and the Saint Father have left, but they will always be watching over us in the shadows. From today onwards, we must strive to thrive at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, living up to the expectations of Nyang and the Saint Father. The other 8 nodded in agreement, then began to divide their tasks. Some went to gather wild fruits, some went to chop down trees, and others went to search for water sources. The human race, this newly born species, began their difficult journey of survival in the Hongjun world. Nuwa, accompanied by Fushi and Dao Xuan, traveled eastward, cutting through clouds and mist, heading straight for Fangzhong Island. As the 3 arrived outside Fangzhong Island, 5 streaks of light shot out from within the island, coming directly towards them. As the 5 streaks of light drew near, their forms became clear. They were Dao Xuan's 5 disciples, Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, Bixiao, and Master Yuding. Upon seeing Dao Xuan, the 5 of them bowed in unison, saying, "Disciple respectfully welcomes Master back to the island." They did not forget to pay their respects to Nuwa, saying congratulations master on finally achieving sainthood. From now on we shall have a saint as our backing. Xiao and Bixiao even stepped forward to take Nuwa's arm, asking her various questions, showing no signs of awkwardness despite her recent attainment of sainthood. Nuwa responded with a beaming smile devoid of the sternness she displayed in front of the 12 ancestor witches and Emperor Jun. This left Fuxi standing nearby dumbfounded as he had just heard the human race refer to Dao Xuan as Holy Father and felt something was amiss. Now hearing Dao Xuan's disciples refer to Nuwa as Master Mother and noticing that his younger sister had not rejected it, Fuxi finally understood everything. He then reached out and patted Dao Xuan on the shoulder saying, "Friend, you're quite unorthodox." At this moment Fux's eyes seemed to say, "You've taken my family's cabbage without even giving me a heads up." Dao Xuan looked helpless and smiled at Fuxi, saying, "Fuxi, this matter is a long story. Once Nuwa finishes her business, I will definitely explain everything to you in detail." Fuxi nodded, wanting to assert his status as a big brother, but Nuwa was already being pulled away by Xiao and the others towards the depths of Hongjun Island. Helpless, he swallowed the words that were about to leave his lips, planning to talk to Dao Xuan about it when he had the chance. As Nuwa entered Hongjun Island, her steps involuntarily quickened. Dao Xuan followed behind, watching Nuwa's hurried pace, unable to help but shake his head, though a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Fuxi walked at the back, glancing back and forth between Dao Xuan and Nuwa, silently sighing. His sister had always had a cool demeanor, appearing indifferent towards everyone. Now, however, she seemed like a young girl newly in love after achieving sainthood. "Friend, what exactly did you do to make my sister feel this way about you?" Fuxi leaned closer to Dao Xuan, lowering his voice to ask. Dao Xuan glanced at him and smiled, saying, "Fuxi, once Nuwa is done, you can ask her yourself." Fuxi pouted, understanding the hint and refraining from further questioning. Before long they arrived at the Xuanqing Dao Palace and took their seats beneath the Primordial Enlightenment tea tree. Just as Nuwa was seated, Bixiao leaned in and asked, "Master Mother, are you really going to attain enlightenment here again?" Nuwa nodded and reached out to pat Bixiao's head, saying, "When I achieved sainthood at Buzhou Mountain, I was interfered with by my master and could only attain enlightenment through merit. Now that I'm back at Hongjun Island, which is not under the heavenly Dao, I can perfectly complete the 3 paths of cultivation. Does that mean Master Mother will become the strongest saint in the chaos?" Bixiao's face was filled with anticipation. Nuwa smiled but did not answer. Instead, she turned to Dao Xuan, saying, "Dao Xuan, I will again attain enlightenment beside the 3 light divine water pool shortly. Are you sure that Hongjun Island can conceal the heavenly secrets of my reattainment of enlightenment so that they won't be discovered by the heavenly Dao and Hongjun?" Dao Xuan nodded, saying, "Rest assured, Hongjun Island is a fragment of chaos that evolved and is not under the heavenly Dao." At this moment Fuxi was completely bewildered, thinking to himself that his sister had already attained sainthood. Why did she need to attain enlightenment again? Little did he know this was precisely why Dao Xuan had advised Nuwa not to inform Fuxi in advance. After all, the concept of the 3 paths of cultivation was shocking, and anyone hearing it would find it hard to remain calm. If it were to be revealed to Hongjun due to Fux's reasons, it would probably make Nuwa's second attainment of enlightenment much more difficult. Seeing Fux's doubts, Nuwa smiled and said, "Elder brother, you talk with Dao Xuan, I'll go prepare a bit." Ultimately, the task of explaining naturally fell to Dao Xuan, who would personally tell Fuxi that Nuwa was pursuing the 3 paths of cultivation. Although Fuxi had understood, he still asked with concern, "Dao Xuan, do you really think my sister can succeed?" Dao Xuan smiled and replied, "It's not a matter of whether she can succeed, but rather that she will definitely succeed." Fuxi was taken aback, incredulously asking, "You have such confidence in my sister?" Dao Xuan maintained a gentle smile, saying, "Because Nuwa has prepared everything, she merely needs to sort it out to directly attain enlightenment and become a saint." Dao Xuan's words rendered Fuxi speechless, as he never even dreamed that his sister could be so powerful. Fuxi sighed, saying, "All along I thought I should protect my sister, but I never expected that in the end she would be the one protecting me, her brother." Dao Xuan chuckled and patted Fuxi on the shoulder, saying, "What matters is not who protects whom, but the bond of brotherhood between you two." After hearing this, Fuxi smiled and nodded, about to say something more when he noticed movement by the 3 light divine water pool. Dao Xuan quickly said to Zhao Gongming, "Aren't you hurrying over to witness the ceremony? If you miss it, there won't be another chance." Zhao Gongming naturally understood what Dao Xuan meant and prepared to take his junior brothers and sisters to attend Nuwa's enlightenment ceremony. However, Zhao Gongming ultimately found that only Master Yuding remained by his side. Master Yuding looked helpless as he said, "Senior brother, the 3 senior sisters have already gone with Master Mother, leaving me here to wait for you." Zhao Gongming sighed helplessly. Just as he wanted to inform Dao Xuan that Yun Xiao and the others had already left, he found that Dao Xuan was already nowhere to be seen. Zhao Gongming's face was filled with grievance, and he could only take Master Yuding with him towards the 3 light divine water pool. By the time they arrived, Nuwa was already floating in midair above Hongjun Island. The first path Nuwa attained was the path of the 3 corpses. Since the three corpses had already fused, they could no longer appear above her head as the three flowers. Hence what appeared beside Nuwa were three spiritual treasures embodying the three corpses. Among them, the Qiankuan Ding was prominently displayed in front of Nuwa's chest. In the next moment, Nuwa held the creation bottle in one hand and the creation pearl in the other with the Qiankuan Ding atop her head. Her aura surged violently, and in the blink of an eye she completed the breakthrough. Her cultivation soared from the first rank of the primordial golden immortal to the third rank. And this was merely the beginning. The next moment the laws of creation began to flow around Nuwa, completely enveloping her. Ultimately, Nuwa, like a spring silkworm spinning silk, wove a massive cocoon around herself. As she broke free from the cocoon, her cultivation rose again, directly reaching the fifth rank of the primordial golden immortal. At this point, Nuwa finally completed the three paths of cultivation, becoming a true primordial golden immortal rather than a saint who took shortcuts. As Nuwa retracted her divine might, an uncontrollable smile spread across her face. She descended from the sky, directly grasping Dao Xuan's hand, her face radiating happiness as she spoke. Dao Xuan, I have finally achieved the simultaneous cultivation of the three paths. I am now at the fifth stage of the Hongjun Daiyuo Golden Immortal Realm. Do you think I stand a chance against Master in a fight now? Dao Xuan was utterly astonished by Nuwa's words. After all, he never expected her to have such a whimsical thought. He immediately placed his hand on Nuwa's head and murmured to himself, "You don't have a fever, so why are you spouting?" Nuwa swatted Dao Xuan's mischievous hand away and shot him a fierce glare. "I was just asking. Is that really something to make such a fuss about?" Nuwa replied with defiance. Dao Xuan shook his head helplessly and sighed. "Although you have achieved the simultaneous cultivation of the three paths, you are still a Hongjun Daiyuo Golden Immortal. At most, compared to other saints at the time of their enlightenment, your cultivation is slightly higher, and the main point is that you won't be controlled by the heavenly Tao. But what about Hongjun? He has been a saint for a long time. Moreover, he follows the genuine path of slaying the three corpses. Besides, Hongjun possesses the Chaos Jade Disc. Do you think he is not adept at the laws of the Tao? Furthermore, he has slain Luo Hu for the heavenly Tao, and that merit is no less than your act of creation. Thus, even if Hongjun is not a simultaneous cultivator of the three paths, he is still quite formidable. What do you have to compare with him?" Of course, this is just referring to Hongjun before he merged with the Tao. After merging, his realm is no longer that of a Hongjun Daiyuo Golden Immortal, but rather that of a Hongjun Wujie Daiyuo Golden Immortal. The Hongjun Wujie Daiyuo Golden Immortal is the strongest cultivation in the primordial world. You are still a great realm away from him. When you can break through to the Tao realm, or even higher realms such as the Great Tao and the Primordial Supreme Realm, then you can consider challenging Hongjun. Although Dao Xuan's words were somewhat harsh, he felt it was necessary to say them. After all, Nuwa had become quite inflated in her ego. If he didn't give her a painful reminder, she might not. Indeed, Dao Xuan's words nearly shattered Nuwa's Tao heart. With a face full of sorrow, she spoke. "I thought I was the only one in the primordial world, but it turns out I was just leftovers from Master." Just when Dao Xuan thought Nuwa would be disheartened by this, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. "But it doesn't matter. After all, I won't go looking for Master to fight unless necessary. As long as I can defeat you, Dao Xuan, that is enough for me." At this, Dao Xuan was taken aback, for he never imagined that the one Nuwa had always wanted to suppress was himself. Before Dao Xuan could regain his composure, Nuwa waved her hand, and the primal chaos purple chi flew directly from her palm. Big brother, little sister has already become a Hongjun Daiyuo Golden Immortal, so this primal chaos purple chi is no longer needed. This primal chaos purple chi is left for you, big brother. After all, it is the foundation of the great Tao, isn't it? Dao Xuan did not expect Nuwa to gift the primal chaos purple chi to Fuxi, leaving him quite perplexed. After all, he still had a strand of primal chaos purple chi in his possession, guarding it like a thief, wishing he could toss it far away. Now Nuwa had actually given the primal chaos purple chi to Fuxi. Wasn't that akin to endangering Fuxi? Nuwa seemed to read Dao Xuan's thoughts as she smiled, and said to him, "Dao Xuan, this primal chaos purple chi is merely a lifeless object. What truly makes one defenseless is the person controlling it from behind." She continued, "As you said, his realm is that of a Hongjun Wujie Daiyuo Golden Immortal, the strongest beneath the heavenly Tao in this primordial world. So even without the primal chaos purple chi, if he wants to interfere with you, how can you stop him? Just like how he made me attain enlightenment through merit, I couldn't refuse, either could I." As Nuwa's words fell, it felt as if something in Dao Xuan's heart shattered. The issues that were once incomprehensible suddenly became clear at that moment. Right? How did I forget about this? The primal chaos purple chi is merely a strand of purple energy that contains the laws of the great Tao. It can merge different laws together, forcibly integrating the three corpses' avatars. As Dao Xuan mused, Nuwa couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "At least you still have some intellect left. Indeed, this primal chaos purple chi cannot help you attain sainthood. It can only assist in merging the three corpses when they cannot unify. In other words, the primal chaos purple chi can only lay a foundation for your path to sainthood. Whether or not you can successfully walk the path of slaying the 3 corpses depends on you. Thus, the primal chaos purple chi is merely called the foundation of the great Tao, not the fruit of Hongyuan Daoyuo, because it cannot directly help you attain sainthood. At this point, Dao Xuan began to grasp the key and curiously asked Nuwa, since it cannot assist anyone in attaining sainthood, what use is it to give it to my friend Fushi? After giving Dao Xuan a glance, Nuwa replied, haven't you already said it? This primal chaos purple chi contains the laws of the great Tao's inclusivity. Since it is inclusive, it can naturally encompass all things. With this primal chaos purple chi in hand, doesn't it mean that Big Brother can also leverage other laws to solidify his own great Tao's deduction? This is the perspective of a Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal far beyond that of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Different heights allow one to see different things. Thus, even if Dao Xuan is intelligent and possesses memories from a later life, he cannot compare with Nuwa in her current state. At least in terms of discerning the essence of things, Dao Xuan is nothing but a junior in front of the current Nuwa. At this moment, Dao Xuan suddenly conceived a bold idea to use the primal chaos purple chi to merge the laws of the great Tao pill, the laws of the great Tao artifact, and the laws of the great Tao of slaughter. If he truly succeeded, it would mean the unity of the 3 pure ones. As for whether he could summon Panga, Dao Xuan dared not even think about it. But it would certainly not be comparable to the simultaneous cultivation of 3 laws. Seeing that Dao Xuan understood her implicit guidance, a smile unconsciously appeared on Nuwa's lips. She then shifted her focus away from Dao Xuan and looked towards the side, searching for the 2 little girls she adored so. Soon Nuwa spotted the figures of Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao by the 3 light divine water pool, and even Yun Xiao was sitting in front of her 2 sisters. Even Zhao Gongming and the Jade Ding True Person were sitting cross-legged, all having entered the state of enlightenment without exception. This made Nuwa smile and nod her head. These 5 little ones are truly exceptionally fortunate. They only saw me attain sainthood, and it seems they gained insights falling into a state of enlightenment. Once they wake up, their realms will surely rise significantly. The Fujiang Island lineage is poised for a rise. At that moment, while Nuwa was focused on the 5 disciples of Xuanma, Fushi finally gathered the Hongmeng purple chi. He patted Dao Xuan on the shoulder and said, Dao Xuan, my friend, I am a bit worried about your future. As he spoke, Fushi cast a glance at Nuwa, as if to convey something to Dao Xuan. Dao Xuan naturally understood Fux's implication, which was that Nuwa would surely bully him in the future. Inevitably, it would make him lack confidence. Of course, Dao Xuan did not think so. At the very least, he did not believe that he could not achieve Dao and become a sage. After all, he was a traveler, the only protagonist endowed with foresight. He smiled and said to Fushi, don't worry, Big Brother, I will take good care of Sister Nuwa. Hearing Dao Xuan call him Big Brother, Fushi could not help but grit his teeth. But in the end, it turned into a face full of helplessness, and he sighed. Just as Dao Xuan wanted to take the opportunity to kick a man when he was down and tease his future brother-in-law, a bit more, a ripple of laws appeared around Yunxiao, slowly revolving around her. Ultimately, the laws formed an auspicious cloud above Yunxiao's head, where 3 beams of light flickered indistinctly. Just a glance was enough for Dao Xuan to realize that Yunxiao was about to break through to the realm of Deluo Jinxian. As long as 3 flowers sprout from the auspicious cloud above her head, it would represent that she had reached the early stage of Deluo Jinxian. Each flower that blooms represents an elevation in her cultivation realm, and when all 3 bloom, it signifies the peak of Deluo Jinxian. Dao Xuan had yet to comprehend what laws Yunxiao had understood when a similar phenomenon appeared around Zhao Gong. These 2 are actually about to break through to Deluo at the same time. The key is, what main laws have you comprehended? At this moment, Dao Xuan could not help but feel a bit worried. After all, he thought that Yunxiao should comprehend the reincarnation laws, given that she wielded the Hun Yuan Golden Dipper. As for Zhao Gongming, he was destined to become the future god of wealth. If he did not cultivate the laws of wealth, he would not deserve the title of god of wealth. Thus, when Dao Xuan taught his disciples, he emphasized that they must find the most suitable laws for themselves. Moreover, before breaking through to Deluo Jinxian, they must comprehend their chosen laws to the level of initial understanding. However, Dao Xuan remembered that when he and Nuwa went out, these 2 disciples of his, though having reached the peak of Tai Jinxian, had not comprehended the main laws. Thus, Dao Xuan could not help but feel anxious, his gaze fixed on Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao. While Dao Xuan was lost in thought, he felt as if someone had tugged on his ear. Turning around, he saw Nuwa's slightly angry face. How can you be a master? Your disciple is about to break through to Deluo Jinxian, and you don't plan to help. Although you don't have the creation jade disc, you have the dragon pearl. If you don't bring it out now, are you waiting to give birth? After being scolded by Nuwa, Dao Xuan finally remembered, hurriedly took out the dragon pearl and suspended it above Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao. As the dragon pearl slowly rotated, the myriad laws etched upon it began to emit their rhythmic essence. Though these rhythmic essences were not complete laws, they were the foundation of the great laws. As long as one could capture, even one it could coalesce into a seed of the great Tao. It is said that as long as you have a seed in hand you need not worry about the land not yielding sprouts. The real fear is having no seeds at all. Soon Dao Xuan noticed a rhythm of laws above Zhao Gongming's head growing increasingly bright. Just as Dao Xuan was about to discern what this law's rhythm was, 36 Dinghai pearls appeared out of thin air. In the blink of an eye they fused with that rhythmic essence of the great laws and scattered above Zhao Gongming's head in the auspicious cloud. In the next moment, the 3 flowers sprouted from Zhao Gongming's head, 3 buds of lotus flowers emerging from the auspicious cloud. At this time Zhao Gongming's aura was vastly different from before. He had indeed reached the early stage of Deluo Jinxian. Meanwhile, Yunxiao also stirred as the Hongjun golden dipper manifested above her head, similarly merging with a rhythm of the great laws. In the end, she successfully broke through to the Deluo realm, becoming the second disciple of Dao Xuan to achieve Deluo Jinxian. At this moment, Nuwa took action again. With a casual wave, the Qian Koan Ding flew out and poured down a vast expanse of creation light. As the creation light fell, the early stages of Deluo for Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao were solidified, and they slowly opened their eyes. While Dao Xuan was retracting the dragon pearl, he asked Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao, "What great Dao laws did you comprehend?" Zhao Gongming spoke first, saying, "Master, during your and mistress' absence, while I was refining the Dinghai pearl, I comprehended the laws of space. Just now, while witnessing mistress ceremony, my understanding of the laws of space is about to break through to a higher level." Dao Xuan was not in the mood to hear how Zhao Gongming broke through. He only wanted to know which great Dao laws Zhao Gongming had chosen. Upon hearing Zhao Gongming mention the laws of space, Dao Xuan could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Although it wasn't the laws of wealth he had imagined, the laws of space were indeed in line with the Dinghai pearl. In the original trajectory of the Honghuang, Zhao Gongming's Dinghai pearl fell into the hands of the lamplighter, who used it to evolve the 24 heavens. Although he ultimately did not achieve sainthood, he became a half-step sage. After all, he did not primarily cultivate the laws, but the path of the 3 corpses. Seeing Dao Xuan's gaze on her, Yunxiao directly spoke about the great Dao laws she had understood. "Master, my understanding is similar to Big Brother's. It was during my comprehension of the Hongyun Golden Dipper that I grasped the great Dao of reincarnation laws. It was also because of mistress enlightenment that I was inspired to reach a higher level of understanding." Hearing that Yunxiao's chosen great Dao laws were indeed the laws of reincarnation, Dao Xuan's heart finally settled. He even shot a glare at Zhao Gongming, saying, "Look at the laws that Yunxiao chose, then look at yours." Zhao Gongming instantly felt utterly bewildered, thinking to himself, "My laws of space don't seem inferior to the laws of reincarnation, do they? After all, Zhao Gongming would never have imagined that Dao Xuan had long decided, due to preconceived notions, to have him cultivate the laws of wealth. But knowing or not knowing was no longer important, because Dao Xuan would not really allow Zhao Gongming to give up on the laws of space for his own amusement. After all, the laws of space are far superior to the laws of wealth. They are one of the top 10 supreme laws. Moreover, who says one cannot be a god of wealth while cultivating the laws of space? After all, it's much better to have space to store money." At that moment, Xiong Xiao Bai Xiao and Yu Ding Zhenren also opened their eyes at the same time. However, their cultivation did not break through to the Deluo realm. Xiong Xiao broke through to the late stage of Tai Yi Jin Xian, Bai Xiao to the mid stage of Tai Yi Jin Xian. Instead, Yu Ding Zhenren surprisingly reached the peak of Tai Yi Jin Xian, demonstrating significant progress. Dao Xuan was somewhat surprised to hear that Master Yuding had reached the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. It is worth noting that in the original trajectory of the Primordial era, when Master Yuding entered the teachings of the Primordial Supreme Venerable, he was merely at the Golden Immortal stage. Even when Guang Qingzi and the others first became disciples, they were also at the Golden Immortal level, which later led to the saying of the 12 Golden Immortals. Thus, the term 12 Golden Immortals refers not to their cultivation at the time of the Fengshen Calamity, but rather to their cultivation at the time they became disciples. By the time the Fengshen Calamity began, the 12 Golden Immortals were all fully fledged great Luo Golden Immortals. Even so, compared to the direct disciples of the Jie sect, they were not lacking by just a bit. But how long has it been since Master Yuding joined my sect? Not only did he transform into the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, but now he has also reached the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal. This inevitably led Dao Xuan to believe that the reason the 12 Golden Immortals were lacking in strength was not due to their poor aptitude, but because the Primordial Supreme Venerable was incapable of teaching his disciples. Thinking of this, Dao Xuan directly asked Master Yuding, "Yuding, have you comprehended any great principles?" Master Yuding respectfully bowed, and then replying to Master, "I am of dull aptitude. Although I vaguely touched upon the threshold of the sword of the great Taoist principles, while watching my master's enlightenment, I have not yet reached the initial stage of comprehension. The principles of the sword of the great Tao." Dao Xuan's eyes brightened. This was indeed one of the principles with great offensive power. However, Nuwa's enlightenment seemed to have no relation to the sword path. Where did Master Yuding gain insight into the principles of the sword of the great Dao? Although Dao Xuan found it somewhat incomprehensible, he did not think it inappropriate for Master Yuding to cultivate the principles of the sword of the great Dao. He nodded and said, "Indeed, while the principles of the sword are not as profound as those of space or reincarnation in terms of offensive power, they are also among the top ranks." Yuan nodded in praise from the side. "Your disciple has a firm will which is quite suitable for walking this path." Hearing this, Master Yuding quickly bowed again. "Thank you for your praise, Master." Dao Xuan then turned his attention to Xiao, "And Bai Xiao, what about you two? Do you have any insights?" Upon hearing Dao Xuan's inquiry, Xiao and Bai Xiao both lowered their heads. "Master, I am dull and have not yet touched the principles. But Master, rest assured, when I reach the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, I will definitely comprehend the principles to the initial stage of understanding." Xiao and Bai Xiao spoke in unison to Dao Xuan, but their voices lacked enthusiasm, and there was hardly any confidence. After hearing this, Dao Xuan felt utterly helpless. He knew very well that these two girls had delayed their cultivation due to their playful nature, yet he couldn't bear to truly punish them. With no other choice, he turned his gaze to Yun Xiao and spoke. "Yun Xiao, Xiao, and Bai Xiao are naturally playful and find it hard to focus on their cultivation. Today I assign you a task. Take them to seclusion. They may only emerge once they master the main principles and achieve the great Luo." As soon as Dao Xuan finished speaking, Xiao and Bai Xiao instantly displayed pitiful expressions and ran directly to Nua's side. Seeing the two pitiful girls, Nua prepared to plead with Dao Xuan for them. However, before Nua could speak, Dao Xuan spoke first. "Nua, there's no need to plead for them. You're not protecting them, you're harming them. If they lack strength, how will they survive in the primordial era in the future? Should they wait to be slaughtered by others?" Nua sighed helplessly after hearing this, and said, "You all cannot only indulge in play and forget about cultivation. How about this? After I return from preaching in the 33 heavens, I will personally preach to them for 10,000 years to help them raise their cultivation." Upon hearing this, Xiao and Bai Xiao couldn't help but feel overjoyed, and they turned to Dao Xuan quietly asking, "Master, do we still need to go into seclusion?" Dao Xuan replied expressionlessly, "Stop the nonsense. If you don't go into seclusion, now don't blame me for resorting to family discipline." Eventually, Xiao and Bai Xiao were taken away by Yun Xiao looking aggrieved. As for Zhao Gongming and Master Yuding, they also took their leave from Dao Xuan to return to seclusion and stabilize their cultivation. At that moment, Fuxi approached Nua and said, "Little sister, it's time to open up the Taoist temple in the 33 heavens, so that when it comes time to preach, we won't even have a decent Nua palace and be laughed at by the beings of the primordial era." Dao Xuan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Fuxi's words made sense. If they didn't even have a proper Taoist temple, it would indeed be unacceptable. However, Nua looked reluctantly at Hongjun Island, and then at Dao Xuan, softly saying, "Dao Xuan, if I go to the 33 heavens, won't it be difficult to see you in the future?" Dao Xuan couldn't help but laugh, saying, "What kind of talk is that? You are now a saint. A single thought can traverse the primordial era. Are you afraid you won't be able to see me? Moreover, you are building a Taoist temple in the 33 heavens. It doesn't mean you have to live there. You can still stay on Hongjun Island most of the time." After hearing this, Nua instantly beamed with joy. She nodded and said to Fuxi, "Elder brother is right. Let's go take a look at the 33 heavens." Meanwhile, the Three Purities, Ming He, the two saints of the West, and Zhen Yuanzi, along with many other powerful beings of the primordial era, arrived at Buzhou Mountain, but did not see Nua. They inquired with the humans left at the foot of Buzhou Mountain and learned that Nua and the others had long since departed. However, they also heard from the humans that Nua would establish the Nua Palace in the chaos, and that 3,000 years later, she would preach the great Tao for 3,000 years in the Nua Palace. After receiving this news, the two saints of the West and Ancestor Ming He returned to their respective temples, waiting for Nua to begin her teachings, to go and listen, as well as congratulate her. As for Zhen Yuanzi, he planned to stay among the humans to observe what made this race created by Nua so different that it allowed her to attain sainthood through it. The other mighty beings of the primordial era also had their own choices, yet the Three Purities neither stayed among the humans nor returned to their own temples, but headed directly to the East Sea. They knew that at this moment Nua must be at Dao Xuan's Hongjun Island. As soon as the three brothers arrived at Hongjun Island, they encountered Nua and the others, who were preparing to head to the 33 heavens. After some polite exchanges, they planned to go together to witness the opening of the Nua Palace. Nua establishing a Taoist temple in the chaos was not about creating an entire world, nor was it like Hongjun, who moved the entire Yujing Mountain into the chaos. It was merely about finding a place at the boundary between chaos and the primordial era, dispersing the chaotic energy, setting up a barrier, and establishing a palace. With everyone working together, it naturally did not take much effort to successfully build Nua's Taoist temple. Before them appeared a magnificent heavenly palace at the boundary of chaos and the primordial era. Nua nodded in satisfaction, casually pointing, and 3 innate Tao patterns appeared on the main gate of the heavenly palace, marking it as the Nua Palace. The moment the three characters of Nuwa Palace manifested the innate Dao patterns, the entire primordial world trembled. It was not an earthquake that shook the mountains, but rather a resonance that arose naturally as the heavenly Dao sensed the emergence of a saint. Since the merging of Hongjun with the Dao, the first primordial golden immortal to attain the Dao through merit finally had their own Taoist temple. The three pure ones gazed at the magnificent palace before them, each harboring their own sentiments. Laozi maintained his indifferent expression, merely nodding slightly, as if everything was within his expectation. A complex expression flickered in the eyes of Yuanshi Tianzun, filled with envy and reluctance, yet more so with an indescribable sense of urgency. After all, in Yuanshi Tianzun's understanding, even if he could not be the first to attain the Dao and become a saint, Laozi should have been the one, and it absolutely should not have been Nuwa. However, now that Nuwa had not only attained the Dao and become a saint, but had also established her own Taoist temple, she had far surpassed them. Tongtian was rather carefree, directly laughing and saying, "Junior sister Nuwa, your Nuwa Palace is indeed impressive. It far surpasses my Taoist temple at Kunlun Mountain." Nuwa smiled and glanced at Tongtian, saying, "If senior brother Tongtian thinks it's good, you could also build one outside the 33 heavens." Tongtian waved his hands repeatedly. Forget it. I'm not fond of trouble. Kunlun Mountain is quite good. Moreover, even if junior sister Nuwa had a temple outside the 33 heavens, she probably wouldn't stay for long. While speaking, Tongtian also glanced at Dao Xuan beside him, making Nuwa's cheeks flush. Yuanshi Tianzun's lips twitched, slightly thinking to himself, who wants to join your lively gathering? It hadn't been long, and he had already accepted several disciples. If this continued, Kunlun Mountain would surely become chaotic. Yet in front of others he couldn't erupt in anger, and could only snort coldly, directing his gaze elsewhere. Tongtian paid no heed to Yuanshi Tianzun's expression, and directly began chatting with Dao Xuan. His words conveyed how outstanding his three disciples were, and even expressed a desire to compare them with Dao Xuan's disciples. Dao Xuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking that if you knew Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao were both golden immortals, you would probably hesitate to propose a competition. At this time, Fushi stepped forward and clasped his hands to the crowd, saying, "Dear friends, now that Nuwa Palace has been established, why not enter and have a seat? Let my sister extend her hospitality." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, and then walked towards Nuwa Palace. Once inside, they took their seats and began to inquire about Nuwa's insights on attaining the Dao. With Dao Xuan's instructions, Nuwa did not mention that she practiced all three paths simultaneously, but only stated that she attained the Dao through merit. Unbeknownst to them, it was already time for Nuwa Palace to commence the teachings. Countless powerful beings from the primordial world flocked to Nuwa Palace to listen to the Dao. Unlike Hongjun, Nuwa did not employ any futons. All who came to listen were seated within Nuwa Palace. Seeing that many had arrived, Nuwa began to expound on the great Dao, and for a moment the sounds of the Dao were ethereal and magnificent. The audience was entranced, lingering even after the 3,000 years of teachings concluded. Regrettably, the opportunity was limited. Even with strong desires, they could not compel more, and could only bid farewell to Nuwa and return to their own temples. Tongtian directly spoke to Dao Xuan, "Little brother, you head back to Fangjong Island first. I will return to Kunlun Mountain, gather my disciples, and then seek you out." Dao Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, thinking that his third brother was quite persistent. Seeing the three pure ones depart, Nuwa finally turned to Dao Xuan and said, "Dao Xuan, you must inform Gongming and Yun Xiao to show some respect to senior brother Tongtian." Dao Xuan smiled and nodded, then turned to Fushi, saying, "Fushi, my friend, why not accompany me and Nuwa back to Fangjong Island for a short stay?" Fushi shook his head helplessly. "Forget it. I will return to Buzhou Mountain and help keep an eye on the human race." In truth, Fushi had another thought. "I want to disturb your time together to avoid causing annoyance." However, before leaving, Fushi reminded Dao Xuan to take good care of Nuwa. Thus, the Nuwa Palace, constructed with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, was left unused. As for when Nuwa would return, even she could not say. After all, compared to the vast and desolate Nuwa Palace, Nuwa preferred Dao Xuan's Fangjong Island, as it was filled with the warmth of human life. Unfortunately, Xiao and Bi Xiao were forced into seclusion by Dao Xuan. Otherwise, with the companionship of these two girls, it would definitely not be lonely. After returning to the primordial world, Laozi asked Yuanshi Tianzun and Tongtian whether they wanted to travel through the human realm with him. Tongtian was solely focused on bringing his disciples to showcase at Dao Xuan's place, having no mood to accompany Laozi on a journey. Thus he directly replied, "Elder brother, I won't be going with you. I need to take Duobao Jinling and Wudong to Fangjong Island to discuss the Dao with my little brother." As for Yuanshi Tianzun, he was even less concerned with the human realm. How could he possibly travel through it? Ultimately, only Laozi transformed into an ordinary mortal and headed towards the human settlements. After 6,000 years of reproduction and growth, the human race was no longer the mere 100,000 it had started as. Now the area beneath Buzhou Mountain could no longer accommodate the human population. After all, tribes that were too close to one another found it difficult to obtain resources. Eventually, after discussions, the human race was divided into numerous tribes led by the primordial humans to settle across the primordial world. In the original trajectory of the primordial world, only those 3,000 primordial humans possessed cultivation, and their levels were merely at the golden immortal stage. However, now, it was vastly different. All 3,000 humans had reached the great Luo stage, and even the remaining humans possessed celestial, immortal cultivation. Regrettably, the second generation of humans once born were merely ordinary mortals with lifespans of only a few hundred years. As generations continued to reproduce, the lifespan of the human race gradually diminished, ultimately dropping to around 100 years. Even so, the human race did not become despondent due to their short lifespan. Instead, they cherished their fleeting lives even more. Each human played their part, striving to achieve infinite deeds within their limited lifespan, fighting for a better future for the human race. After all, compared to the witch and demon races, the human race was indeed too weak. Once Nuwa's Tentasandier period arrived, the situation for the humans would become even more dire. Thus, the human race continually sought ways to strengthen themselves. Regrettably, whether it was the first batch of humans or the primordial humans, they only possessed cultivation levels, but lacked methods of practice. Consequently, the human race dispatched countless talented young members to various places in search of methods of cultivation. Although with the powerful Saint Nuwa as a backing, the human race still faced numerous obstacles in their pursuit of cultivation, as the practices of the witch and demon races were not suitable for them. After all, the lifespan of the human race was limited, making it impossible for them to embark on the path of cultivation within their lifetimes. Naturally, Laozi, who was wandering through the human realm, observed all of this, and often would unintentionally guide some humans. The old sage walked among the human settlements for decades, witnessing the birth of children who could run and play within mere years. He observed young couples falling in love and marrying, becoming parents by the age of 20. He saw the middle-aged gradually stoop with age, their hair turning gray by 50. All of this was silently witnessed by the sage, who even began to believe that humans were not suited for cultivation. Until one day he arrived at a small human tribe named Qingshi. The tribe consisted of just over 300 people living in the mountains and surviving through hunting and gathering. The oldest elder in the tribe was 96 years old, emaciated, and lying on a straw mat, his murky eyes gazing at the sky as he murmured to himself. The sage approached and squatted down, asking, "Elder, what are you saying?" The elder turned his head with great difficulty, glanced at the sage, and hoarsely replied, "I am thinking this life has simply passed by. When I was young, I heard my great-grandfather say that our human ancestors could live for 10,000 years and could soar through the sky and burrow into the earth. But why is it that in our generation we cannot even live for 100 years? Isn't it too unfair for the heavens towards humanity?" The sage fell silent for a moment and softly asked, "Do you feel it is unfair, elder?" The elder coughed twice and slowly said, "I once thought it was unfair, but I have come to understand. Though our ancestors lived longer, there were only a mere 100,000 humans back then. Now humans are spread throughout the vast wilderness with a population exceeding 10 million. If everyone lived for 10,000 years, there would be no place left for other races to exist in this world." The sage was slightly taken aback, surprised that this dying old man could express such thoughts. The elder continued, "In my lifetime, though it has only been a short 100 years, I have personally witnessed our Qingshi tribe grow from just over 50 to more than 300. I have watched my children and grandchildren grow into adulthood. My life has been worthwhile." After saying this, the elder revealed a contented smile and slowly closed his eyes. The sage reached out to check the elder's breath, which had ceased. Yet a satisfied smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. The sage stood up, gazing at the setting sun on the horizon, and suddenly an idea emerged in his heart. Though humanity's lifespan is short, they cherish life more than any other race. It is precisely because of their brevity that they live more passionately and authentically. In contrast, the three races of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins were once immensely powerful with long lifespans, yet they nearly faced extinction due to constant infighting. The witch and demon races today are thriving, yet they still secretly vie for power without restraint. Ironically, it is the short-lived humans who have steadily thrived on this vast land, never initiating any conflict. The sage, filled with deep reflections, decided to stay in the Qingshi tribe. He watched the humans rise with the sun and rest with the sunset, observing their hunting, weaving, pottery making, and their cycles of life and death. Gradually, the sage's understanding of humanity deepened, and he began to comprehend why Nuwa valued this race so highly. Humans may not be the strongest, the smartest, or the longest-lived of races, but they possess a quality that no other race has: a relentless spirit of pursuit for transcendence within their limited lifespan. This spirit reminded the sage of a saying once spoken by Dao Xuan. The Tao is within the ants, within the weeds, within the walls, and within the filth. The Tao is everywhere. It is just that humanity has yet to find the path to the great Tao. A vague thought began to form in the sage's heart, but it would take time for this thought to crystallize. He lived in the Qingshi tribe for 3 years, helping them solve numerous challenges. In the river near the tribe, there was a malevolent flood dragon that often overturned fishing boats and devoured tribesmen fishing in the river. The sage casually drew a talisman and affixed it to a giant rock by the riverbank. From then on, the flood dragon dared not approach this area. When a woman in the tribe faced complications during childbirth, the sage brewed a soup from a medicinal herb for her, ensuring both mother and child were safe. The people of the tribe were unaware of the sage's true identity, believing him to be a wandering practitioner and affectionately calling him Old Mister. The sage did not mind, or in fact he enjoyed this ordinary life. One day, while meditating under a large tree outside the tribe, he suddenly sensed a faint presence. The presence was calm and aligned with the Tao, yet it carried a hint of obsession. As he journeyed along, the sage increasingly felt that humanity needed a cultivation path of its own. He had seen many young humans travel great distances to join the witch or demon races in pursuit of longevity. Yet the cultivation methods of the witch race required a robust physical foundation which the frail human body could not withstand. The cultivation methods of the demon race needed long years to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, but the mere century of human life was insufficient for even entry. As a result, those young humans either fell into madness during their cultivation and died, or wasted their years in vain, achieving nothing in the end. The sage observed all of this, and increasingly felt that humanity required a completely different cultivation path from that of the witch and demon races. This path could not rely on physical strength, for human bodies are weak. It could not depend on long years, for humanity's lifespan is short. However, humans possessed wisdom surpassing any other race and immense perseverance. Moreover, humans inherently have a Tao body with a compatibility with the heavens far exceeding that of other races. Thus, the sage believed humanity should have its own cultivation method, though they had yet to discover it. As the sage walked, he unknowingly arrived at the foot of a great mountain. This mountain was not high, but was rich in spiritual energy, with clouds swirling among the peaks, and a waterfall faintly visible, accompanied by the sound of birds and fragrant flowers. Just as the sage was about to ascend the mountain to take a look, he suddenly heard a cow's moo from the foot of the mountain. He turned toward the sound and saw a massive blue bull leisurely grazing beside a bamboo grove at the foot. This blue bull was enormous, with a dark blue-black body, hooves like pillars, and horns curving like crescent moons. At first glance, it seemed no different from an ordinary plow bull. However, the sage recognized the extraordinary nature of this blue bull at a glance. It was clearly a divine beast, its body subtly radiating golden light, though it deliberately concealed its aura, pretending to be an ordinary creature. The sage found this amusing and approached to scrutinize the blue bull closely. The bull seemed to sense the sage's gaze, lifting its head to stare back with large eyes like bronze bells, while still chewing on the grass. Upon hearing this, the azure bull immediately became displeased and let out a loud moo, surprisingly speaking up. "Who is the beast here?" "I am the ancient divine beast, the azure bull, of noble blood and esteemed status. How dare you address me like that?" Laozi was slightly taken aback, not by the fact that the azure bull could speak, but by its attitude. Generally, divine beasts, upon encountering someone like me, even if they do not recognize me, can sense the subtle Tao rhyme emanating from me, and would feel some degree of reverence. But this azure bull was different. It showed no fear, and even dared to argue back. This inevitably piqued Laozi's interest. Intrigued, Laozi asked, "You claim to be an ancient divine beast, so I must ask, why would an ancient divine beast be grazing here?" The azure bull raised its head, snorting 2 puffs of white vapor, and replied proudly, "Because I want to. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and the grass is fresh and delicious. I can graze wherever I wish. Do you have any control over that?" Laozi nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, I have no say in the matter. However, I see that your roots are not bad, and your cultivation is not weak. Why not take human form instead of revealing your true self?" The azure bull huffed, "What's so good about taking form? With your 2 legs, how can you run as fast as my 4? Look over there, isn't that a human kneeling? If it weren't for me, he would have died countless times already." Following the direction pointed by the azure bull, Laozi indeed saw a young human kneeling at the foot of the mountain. Merely glancing at him, Laozi felt an inexplicable connection, sensing a bond with the youth. At this moment, the azure bull spoke again. "I remember meeting him 30 years ago. It said he once cut me a handful of grass, so I decided to follow him to repay this kindness. Who would have thought this fellow would turn out to be a fool? Every time he reaches a tall mountain, he kneels and does not rise. At least 1 or 2 years of kneeling, and possibly 2 to 3 years. Can you imagine how long your kind can endure that? If it weren't for me providing him shelter in winter and shade in summer, and using innate spiritual energy to protect his life, he would have perished long ago." Listening to this, Laozi couldn't help but nod with a smile. He felt quite satisfied with the resilience of the young man before him. "Bull, do you know who I am?" Laozi reached out and patted the azure bull's head, saying. At this moment, when the azure bull looked at Laozi again, he no longer appeared as an ordinary old human, but rather as a transcendent being. It could be seen that Laozi was radiating the pure aura of Taiching, and the pressure belonging to the authentic lineage of Pangu caused the azure bull to instinctively kneel down. I am the authentic lineage of Pangu, the foremost of the four purities, the Taiching Laozi. Seeing that you and I have a fateful connection, would you be willing to serve as my steed? The name of Laozi naturally resounded throughout the primordial chaos, and to be able to serve as his mount was a dream sought after by countless divine beasts. However, the Azure Bull hesitated, saying, "Esteemed Taiching, it is not that I do not wish to serve you as a mount, but what will happen to that person if I leave? If he does not have me, this mountain will be his grave. He will never find another who can impart the Tao to him." Laozi smiled and nodded, then directly waved his hand towards the young man in the distance, summoning him before himself. I am the authentic lineage of Pangu, the foremost of the four purities, the Taiching Laozi. Sensing that you and I share a master-disciple bond, would you be willing to take me as your master? Upon realizing that the person before him was the illustrious Laozi, the young human naturally would not refuse. He immediately bowed 3 times to Laozi, saying, "Disciple Xuandu of the human race pays respects to master." As Xuandu bowed, Laozi took note of his roots. As he helped Xuandu to his feet, he turned to the Azure Bull and said, "You bull have not spoken a single truth. This disciple Xuandu is one of the 3,000 innate human beings and already possesses the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. Though he may lack practical skills, how could bitter cold, scorching heat and hunger bring about his downfall?" The Azure Bull retorted, "He never mentioned it, how would I know? I thought he was just an ordinary mortal." Xuandu hurriedly explained for the Azure Bull, saying, "Master, do not blame the Azure Bull. He truly does not know my roots. Over the years he has indeed helped me a lot." The Azure Bull's cultivation was already not as high as Xuandu's, so it naturally could not see through Xuandu's level. This made the Azure Bull regard Xuandu as an ordinary mortal, especially since those with higher cultivation than him all had the power to move mountains and fill seas. But what about Xuandu? He had never demonstrated even basic escape techniques. Usually he could be seen kneeling at the foot of the mountain or walking on 2 legs. When he was truly tired, the Azure Bull would carry him for a while. With such a performance, who would believe he was a great Luo golden immortal? Unbeknownst to them, this was Xuandu's sincerity. He intended to seek a path of cultivation for the human race with a devoted heart. After understanding the situation, Laozi was even more pleased with Xuandu. However, he did not plan to directly. In Laozi's eyes, Xuandu only possessed the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, but lacked the corresponding strength to match it. Thus, Laozi intended to have Xuandu start anew, for only then could he truly become a great Luo golden immortal. After accepting Xuandu and the Azure Bull, various tribes of the human race began to see a young man leading a bull with an old man seated atop. Wherever they went, they would stay for a while, and then quietly depart at an unknown time. Unbeknownst to them, Laozi had been in the human realm for several hundred years. The number of tribes they visited was countless. One day, Laozi personally witnessed a human about to achieve cultivation success only to fall short because his lifespan had reached its limit. This inevitably caused Laozi to sigh. The hindrance to human cultivation ultimately lies in their short lives. If only a method could be found to extend human lifespans, then wouldn't the dilemma of human cultivation be resolved? The more he thought about it, the more feasible Laozi felt this idea was. Eventually, he sat cross-legged on a large flat stone and entered a state of enlightenment. Xuandu and the Azure Bull quietly stood by the giant stone, never daring to disturb Laozi. Meanwhile, Tongtian had also been residing on Hongjun Island with his 3 disciples for several hundred years. Since Zhao Gongming and the others had all gone into seclusion, Tongtian's hope of having his disciples bring him glory had yet to materialize. Until one day, Nuwa said to Dao Xuan that she had previously promised Xiongxiao and Bixiao to give them a lecture on the Tao. Now it was time to fulfill that promise. Upon hearing this, Tongtian hurriedly said to Dao Xuan, "Little brother, being able to listen to Sister Nuwa speak on the Tao is their fortune. So you must quickly call your disciples over, and before listening to Sister Nuwa's lecture, discuss the Tao with Duobao and the others." Tongtian nodded with great excitement, saying, "Of course it is essential to spar among peers, as it helps in enhancing one's cultivation. As the saying goes, it is difficult to advise a stubborn fool." Since Tongtian was so persistent, Dao Xuan refrained from further persuasion. He immediately used a secret method to notify his 5 disciples that they could leave seclusion. Meanwhile, Tongtian's 3 disciples were also immensely excited. After all, they had heard their master speak numerous times about how outstanding the disciples of their 4th senior uncle were. Just as Dao Xuan and the others were preparing to bring honor to their master, Zhao Gongming and the other 4 had already emerged from seclusion. With 5 flashes of light descending, they arrived beneath the primordial enlightenment tea tree. First, they saluted Dao Xuan and Yuan Yang, then performed a grand bow to Tongtian. As Zhao Gongming and the others bowed, the smile on Tongtian's face froze. He even looked at Dao Xuan with disbelief, as if questioning how their cultivation had advanced so rapidly. At the same time, Dao Xuan and the others turned their gaze toward Tongtian, as if asking, "Master, are you really our true master?" It's no wonder these few would look at Tongtian in such a way. After all, even Dao Xuan, with the highest cultivation, was merely at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. As for the cultivation of Jinling Shengmu and Wu Dang Shengmu, they were only at the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Yet now the five before them had the lowest cultivation Xiao, and by Xiao at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Although Yuding Zhenren hadn't broken through to Deluo, he was at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, just a step away from Deluo. The most terrifying were Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao, both of whom were at the Deluo Golden Immortal level. To have them discuss the Tao with these five, while trying to bring honor to their master, would be a joke. Seeing the expressions on Tongtian and his disciples' faces, Dao Xuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He then spoke to Tongtian saying, "Third brother, how do you plan to conduct this discussion on the Tao?" Tongtian felt a deep sense of frustration, thinking to himself, how should we even discuss it? Was there even a need for a discussion? Even if Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao didn't make a move, Yuding Zhenren could easily overpower his three disciples. However, since the words had already been spoken, he could not take them back, and could only bravely say, "Younger brother, let's do this. Let my few unambitious disciples each choose an opponent and engage in a discussion on the Tao." After speaking, he turned to Dao Bao Dao Run and the others saying, "Remember, this discussion is to broaden your horizons, so you must exert your full strength. Even if you lose, you should learn from the defeat and not judge based on victory or defeat." Once Tongtian uttered these words, even Dao Xian's gaze towards him changed. Is this really my third brother Tongtian? Why do I feel he resembles that second brat quite a bit? The way he speaks is so meticulous and righteous. Who would dare to say Tongtian is simple and honest in front of me again? Just see if I don't teach him a lesson. Nuwa beside them also suppressed a smile, secretly giving a thumbs up to Tongtian's words. As for Dao Bao Dao Run and the others, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, allowing them to choose their opponents meant they wouldn't suffer too humiliating a defeat, right? Jinling Shengmu stepped forward, first bowing to Dao Xuan and Yuan Yang, then turning her gaze to, "I am Jinling Shengmu, a disciple of Master. May I ask how to address you, senior sister?" Qiong Xiao, looking at the polite Jinling Shengmu, returned the bow and said, "Younger sister need not be so formal. My Dao name is Qiong Xiao. In that case, I invite senior sister Qiong Xiao to teach me a thing or two. If I gain anything, I will surely be." After speaking, Qiong Xiao reached out, and a flying golden sword appeared in her hand, while the four symbols pagoda manifested above her head. Knowing that her cultivation was a small realm lower than her opponent Jinling, Shengmu naturally dared not be careless, and went all out from the start. Seeing this, Qiong Xiao couldn't help but smile. She also reached out into the void, grasping a celestial sword in her hand. In the blink of an eye, Qiong Xiao and Jinling Shengmu were engaged in battle, each evenly matched. Of course, this was also due to the advantage of the four symbols pagoda above Jinling Shengmu's head, as it had unparalleled defense. Although Qiong Xiao had spiritual treasures, they were not suitable for use, as their power was simply too great. The purpler gourd given to him by Dao Xuan contained the 99 scatter soul red sand, which could corrode flesh and blood and extinguish the soul once released. The golden dragon scissors given by Tongtian when activated were equally fearsome, both being life-taking spiritual treasures. In a discussion among fellow disciples, if one were to use lethal force, even if they won, Dao Xuan would probably not spare her. Reluctantly, she could only rely on the celestial sword in her hand, using its fierce momentum to seek weaknesses in Jinling Shengmu. Gradually, Jinling Shengmu began to show signs of falling behind. With no other choice, she took out the dragon tiger Rui and aimed it at Qiong Xiao's head. Seeing the dragon tiger Rui coming towards her, Qiong Xiao waved her hand casually, and the celestial sword radiated a series of sword lights around her. The sword lights instantly formed a massive protective shield, forcefully sending the dragon tiger Rui flying. At the same time, Qiong Xiao took advantage of the gap when Jinling Shengmu summoned the dragon tiger Rui to seize the opportunity. Her figure transformed into nothingness, leaving only a celestial sword aimed at the center of Jinling Shengmu's brow. Jinling Shengmu hurriedly used the flying golden sword to block, but felt a chill on her shoulder. Turning her head, she discovered a pair of golden scissors had already pressed against her shoulder. Upon seeing this scene, Jinling Shengmu immediately retracted the flying golden sword and bowed to Qiong Xiao. "Thank you, senior sister, for your mercy, who I have lost." After saying this, she retreated back to Tongtian's side. At this time, Dao Xuan also spoke up, saying, "Jinling, I see that your four symbols pagoda is indeed a top-quality, innate spiritual treasure. But you are using it as a defensive spiritual treasure, which prevents it from exerting its true power. Within the four symbols pagoda resides the energy of the four symbols. Using the energy of the four symbols as a foundation can set up a four symbols great formation. If you first trap Qiong Xiao with the four symbols formation, even if Qiong Xiao's cultivation is higher than yours, she will still be flustered. At that time, you can launch a sneak attack with the dragon tiger Rui, and the flying golden sword can attack directly. Even if Yun Xiao was not defeated, she would have to reveal her trump cards." Hearing Dao Xuan's guidance, Jinling Shengmu instantly had an epiphany and respectfully bowed to Dao Xuan. "Thank you, fourth senior uncle, for your guidance. Jinling will remember this." After speaking, she did not forget to bow to Xiao again, to express her gratitude. Meanwhile, Wu Dangshengmu also stepped forward before Dao Bao Ren and bowed to Bai Xiao. You must be senior sister Bai Xiao, right? I am Wu Dangshengmu, a disciple of Master, and I hope senior sister Bai Xiao will provide some guidance. As the Wudong Holy Mother stepped forward, Dao Bao Daoist could only retreat helplessly. Initially, he intended to challenge Bi Xiao, for their cultivation levels were comparable, and with the spiritual treasure in hand, he was confident of victory. However, now that the Wudong Holy Mother had been chosen in advance, he could only select from Zhao Gongming Yunxiao and the Jade Ding real person. Naturally, he dared not choose a Deluo Golden Immortal, so he ultimately had to select the Jade Ding real person. But that also put him at a slight disadvantage in cultivation level. Seeing someone challenge her, Bi Xiao stepped forward with a beaming smile and bowed respectfully to the Wudong Holy Mother. Junior sister, you are too polite. Since you have the intention, let us spar a bit just to test our skills. With that, Bi Xiao reached into the void and grasped, and a high-grade celestial sword was immediately in her hand. Seeing that Bi Xiao was prepared, the Wudong Holy Mother did not dare to be presumptuous, reaching out to grasp, as well summoning another high-grade celestial sword. At the same time, the Wudong flying wheel was swirling around her, emitting a whirring sound as it cut through the air. What surprised everyone even more was that above the Wudong Holy Mother there hovered an immaterial tower with a string of immaterial pearls hanging around her neck, showcasing all her treasures and exerting her full strength. Dao Xuan nodded slightly upon seeing this. The Wudong Holy Mother truly understood how to assess the situation. Aware that her cultivation was inferior to Bixio's, she compensated for the gap with her treasures. Bi Xiao, seeing the Wudong Holy Mother's formidable setup, remained calm. With a flick of her celestial sword, a sharp beam of sword light slashed toward the Wudong Holy Mother. The Wudong Holy Mother flickered her figure, dodging the sword light, and simultaneously urged the Wudong flying wheel to spin and strike at Bi Xiao. With a thought, Bi Xiao summoned the Four Seas bottle above her head. It instantly emitted streams of water spirit energy, forming a curtain of water that blocked the Wudong flying wheel. Meanwhile, Bi Xiao wielded her celestial sword, repeatedly unleashing a torrent of sword light toward the Wudong Holy Mother. Seeing this, the Wudong Holy Mother hurriedly urged the immaterial tower, summoning a myriad of invisible defensive powers to envelop herself. Bixio's sword light struck against the defenses of the immaterial tower, producing a clanging sound, yet it could not break through even a fraction. Dao Xuan furrowed his brows at this sight. The Wudong Holy Mother relied too heavily on her treasures for defense, losing the edge of her offense. If this continued, although she would not be defeated, there was no chance of victory. Indeed, upon realizing that her sword light could not breach the defenses of the immaterial tower, Bi Xiao changed her strategy. The water spirit energy in the Four Seas bottle erupted violently, transforming into a water dragon that coiled toward the Wudong Holy Mother. The Wudong Holy Mother hurriedly urged the Wudong flying wheel to cut down the water dragon, but unexpectedly, after the water dragon was severed, it instantly turned into countless droplets surrounding her from all directions. Although the immaterial tower had astonishing defensive power, it struggled against such a comprehensive encirclement. Helpless, the Wudong Holy Mother could only summon the immaterial pearls, spreading a mesmerizing power outward. Bi Xiao felt a moment of disorientation before realizing the danger. She quickly shielded the Four Seas bottle in front of her and retreated rapidly. At that moment, Dao Xuan's voice echoed in the Wudong Holy Mother's ear. Wudong girl, your immaterial pearls are a treasure of illusion. Why do you only use them for defense and not for proactive attacks? If you could use the immaterial pearls to disrupt Bixio's mind, combined with the Wudong flying wheel and celestial sword for offense, the outcome would still be uncertain. But now you have no chance left. If Bi Xiao were not considering her fellow disciple with the Xinyuan gourd in her hands, she could take your life. Indeed, the Wudong Holy Mother now saw that Bi Xiao was holding a purple-white gourd. The Wudong Holy Mother, being straightforward, immediately retracted her treasure and bowed to Bi Xiao. Thank you, senior sister Bi Xiao, for your mercy. If you had used this spiritual treasure from the start, I fear I would not have been a match for you. Seeing the Wudong Holy Mother voluntarily concede, Bi Xiao did not make things difficult, smiling as she returned the bow. Junior sister, you are too polite. If you were as Dao Xuan said, I might not have gained any advantage either. The Wudong Holy Mother returned to Tongtian's side and respectfully bowed, saying, disciple is incompetent and has brought shame to the master. Tongtian waved his hand, saying, victory and defeat are common in battles. Being able to receive guidance from your fourth master is also a chance for you. After speaking, Tongtian turned his gaze to Dao Bao Daoist, his meaning clear. You are the only one left, why not step up quickly? Seeing this, Dao Bao Daoist felt a deep sense of bitterness. Both of his junior sisters had lost. Estimating his own chances, he too would likely be defeated, but since the master had spoken, he could not feign death. With that thought, Dao Bao Daoist took a deep breath, stepped forward, and cupped his fists at the Jade Ding real person. Senior brother Jade Ding, I am Dao Bao, and I seek your guidance. Seeing Dao Bao Daoist challenge him, the Jade Ding real person did not dare to be negligent. After all, this one was known as Dao Bao, possessing an astonishing number of treasures. Although his cultivation was not as high as his in a real fight, the outcome was indeed uncertain. Thus the Jade Ding real person stepped forward and bowed to Dao Bao Daoist. Junior brother Dao Bao, you are too polite. Let us spar a bit. As he spoke, the Jade Ding real person reached out into the void and grasped, summoning a celestial sword into his hand. At the same time, the mountain river Ding and the Four Seas Pearl appeared around him, radiating treasure light. Seeing the formidable display of the Jade Ding real person, Dao Bao Daoist could not help but gasp in awe. This Jade Ding real person's cultivation was already above his, and now he brought out so many treasures. Was he trying to take his life? However, overthinking would be of no use. Dao Bao Daoist gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and a treasure tower descended from the sky, which was the Dao Bao Tower. At the same time, the Dao Bao sword appeared in his hand, emitting sharp sword light. Even more astonishing was that behind Dao Bao Daoist hovered hundreds of treasures, swords, and blades, bells, and Ding densely packed, dazzling to behold. Dao Xuan shook his head and chuckled at this sight. Dao Bao Daoist truly lived up to his name. The quantity of treasures was enough to make even him envious. The Jade Ding real person, seeing Dao Bao Daoist produce so many treasures, remained calm. With a flick of his celestial sword, a sharp beam of sword light slashed toward Dao Bao Daoist. Dao Bao Daoist, seeing this, hurriedly activated the Dao Bao Tower, and a wave of treasure light enveloped him. The sword light from the Jade Ding real person struck the defenses of the Dao Bao Tower, only creating ripples, unable to break through at all. Meanwhile, the hundreds of treasures behind Dao Bao Daoist flew out, transforming into a sky full of treasure light, enveloping the Jade Ding real person. The Jade Ding real person's expression remained unchanged. The mountain river Ding suddenly shook, and waves of mountain river power spread outwards, blocking all the treasure light in an instant. Seeing this, Dao Bao Daoist was secretly astonished. The mountain river Ding indeed lived up to its name. Its defensive power was incredibly formidable. However, Dao Bao Daoist was not discouraged, and continued to urge his treasures, attacking the Jade Ding real person from all directions. At the same time, the Dao Bao sword in his hand waved repeatedly, sending sharp beams of sword light straight at the Jade Ding real person. When Dao Bao Daoist made his move, he did so with all his might, leaving nothing in reserve. Hundreds of magical treasures floated behind him, radiating colorful lights, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. Even the usually composed Yuanshi couldn't help but glance a few more times, secretly applauding in his heart. This Dao Bao Shidi is indeed deserving of his reputation. With this ability to command hundreds of treasures, he could easily look down upon his peers. Facing the dazzling array of treasures, Yuding remained unfazed, wielding his celestial sword as waves of sword light wove a dense net in front of him. The clanging sounds echoed endlessly as Dao Bao Daoist's treasures collided with the sword net, bouncing off one after another. However, Dao Bao Daoist was clearly prepared. Those treasures that were knocked away spun in the air and charged again toward Yuding. This cycle seemed endless. Seeing this, Yuding couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although his cultivation was higher than Dao Bao Daoist's, being besieged by hundreds of treasures, he feared he would struggle to hold on over time. After all, each of these treasures was extraordinary, and several even faintly emanated the aura of innate spiritual treasures. Meanwhile, Dao Bao Daoist began to feel anxious. Despite having many treasures, Dao Bao Daoist found no flaws in Yuding tight sword net. Moreover, Yuding had only used his celestial sword and the Shanha Ding for defense, without yet employing the Sihai Pearl. This made Dao Bao Daoist feel uneasy, unsure of Yuding true intentions. Dao Xuan, watching from the side, couldn't help but nod slightly, saying, "Third brother, should we let them stop? At this rate, it will take hundreds of years to determine a victor. After all, Dao Bao is like a hedgehog. Those endless spiritual treasures are enough to keep him undefeated." Of course, if Dao Bao were willing to sacrifice and choose to self-destruct his spiritual treasures to attack Yuding, he would have likely defeated him long ago. Hearing Dao Xuan's words, Dao Bao Daoist's eyes lit up, and he cupped his fists towards Yuding. "Thank you for your mercy, Yuding Shixiao." In this round, Dao Bao concedes. Yuding hurriedly returned the courtesy, saying, "Why does Dao Bao Shidi say such things? It was merely a tie between us. If, as the master said, Dao Bao Shidi had self-destructed his spiritual treasures to attack me, I would have likely lost long ago." After saying this, both of them approached Dao Xuan and the other seniors, bowing respectfully. Then Dao Xuan led everyone into the Xuanqing Dao Palace. Tongtian Yuhua and Dao Xuan sat atop the cloud beds, while disciples like Zhao Gongming sat cross-legged on either side. After settling down, Tongtian spoke directly. "After this debate, all your shortcomings have been fully exposed. Next, let me summarize for you so you may learn from it, and not repeat the same mistakes in the future." Initially, Dao Xuan thought Tongtian would only give a little guidance to these 8 juniors, but unexpectedly the conversation turned, and the blame fell upon himself. At this moment, Dao Xuan was even more certain that Tongtian was definitely not an honest person, and might even be a little cunning. Helpless, Dao Xuan turned his gaze to Qiong Shao and began to speak. Xiao, your cultivation is higher than Jinling's. Yet instead of using your advantages to win quickly, you have given your opponent countless opportunities to turn the tables. Even if Jinling only seized one of those chances to set up a large formation with the four symbols tower, today's defeat would surely be yours. So remember, in future battles, do not think about courtesy before aggression. Just remember one thing: a dead ally is better than a living enemy. If you can defeat your opponent in one strike, do not give a second chance. If you can kill in one blow, do not allow them to beg for mercy. Dao Xuan's words caused the temperature in the Xuanqing Dao Palace to drop several degrees. However, Tongtian and Nuwa both nodded in agreement with Dao Xuan's words. At this moment, Dao Xuan changed the subject and continued, "Of course, this time is a discussion among fellow disciples, so we naturally cannot be ruthless. Thus I only tell you how to act in future battles, and not that you should harm your fellow disciples in this debate." Xiao hurriedly stood up and bowed to Dao Xuan, saying, "Thank you, master. I will remember it." Dao Xuan nodded in satisfaction and let Xiao take her seat again, then turned his gaze to Bai Xiao. "Bai Xiao, you excel in offense, but lack defense. If your cultivation had not surpassed Wu Dang's, the openings you expose each time you attack would have been enough to cost you your life. Moreover, if you had not relied on the immortal slaying flying knife, you might not have won against me today. The reason for all of this is your insufficient defense." Bai Xiao felt wronged upon hearing this. After all, she did not possess any defensive spiritual treasures. If she had the 12th grade pure world lotus, who would dare say her defense was lacking? However, though Bai Xiao was mischievous, she was well aware of when not to be. Therefore, she directly nodded towards Dao Xuan, indicating that she would definitely work harder on her defense in the future. After Bai Xiao took her seat, Dao Xuan turned his gaze to Yu Dingjinren and began to speak. Yu Ding's performance in this debate was quite standard, although there were no highlights, no flaws were exposed either. Your main focus is the laws of the sword path, and you can seek guidance from your third master when you have time. Yu Dingjinren hurriedly stood up to bow to Dao Xuan, then bowed to Tongtian. After Yu Dingjinren took his seat, Dao Xuan finally turned his attention to Tongtian's three disciples and spoke. "Jinling, your situation has already been addressed by your uncle. After returning to Jinao Island, make sure to study the formations thoroughly, as that is your main path. Wudong, your situation is exactly the opposite of Bai Xiao's. You only know defense, but lack offense. You should learn more about sword techniques from your master. As for Dao Bao, it remains as I said, as long as you are willing to sacrifice your spiritual treasures, you can fight above your level. Even against a major realm difference, victory is still possible." Dao Bao Daoist, along with his two junior sisters, stood up simultaneously to thank Dao Xuan. To be honest, the three of them had gained a lot this time, as Dao Xuan's guidance struck right at the core of the issues. After Dao Xuan finished his commentary, Nuwa spoke directly. "When I attained sainthood, I promised to give a lecture to Xiao and Bai Xiao once. Today I will take this opportunity to lecture you for 10,000 years. Make sure to listen carefully and not miss this chance." After saying this, Nuwa began to expound on the teachings of the saints. For a time, the sounds of the Dao echoed in the Xuanqing Dao Palace like celestial music. It is said that in the wilderness, time is the least valuable. A lecture lasting 10,000 years for Zhao Gongming and Dao Bao Daoist felt like just a fleeting moment. Now that Nuwa had finished her teachings, and the celestial phenomena in the Xuanqing Dao Palace had dissipated, they remained in a state of enlightenment. Nuwa did not disturb them. She merely nodded to Tongtian and Dao Xuan before disappearing within the Xuanqing. Without mentioning the three who went to the tea tree of enlightenment to chat over tea, Laozi sat cross-legged on the flat stone, remaining in meditation for thousands of years. Xuandu and Qingyo stood beside the giant stone, not having moved an inch for thousands of years. However, their gains were not insignificant, as Laozi's enlightenment inevitably revealed the resonance of the laws. Especially the primordial spiritual energy surged in like a tide, and with Laozi setting up a formation using the primordial tea of enlightenment, both Qingyo and Xuandu had made progress in their cultivation, with Qingyo reaching the realm of Tai Jingxian. Xuandu was no longer just a mere Deluo Jingxian with cultivation, but no understanding of the Tao. One day, as spring bloomed, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred around the giant stone. Between heaven and earth, the energies of the five elements surged forth, converging towards the place where Laozi was seated, just like rivers flowing back to the sea. The energies of the five elements spiraled and condensed above Laozi's head, gradually forming a massive vortex. Seeing this phenomenon, Xuandu could not help but feel excited. He knew this was a sign of his master's successful enlightenment. Qingyo was also awakened by the commotion, raising his head with wide eyes, muttering, "Wow, this old man really has some skills. With such a commotion, he must be about to comprehend some profound Tao." Before he could finish his words, the vortex above Laozi's head suddenly trembled violently, and then transformed into 5 beams of light soaring into the sky. The 5 beams were colored blue, red, yellow, white, and black, representing the original colors of the 5 elemental energies. The 5 beams shot straight into the clouds, dispersing all the cloud layers within a radius of 10,000 miles, revealing a clear starry sky. Xuandu looked up to see the 5 beams intertwining and weaving amongst the stars. Ultimately, they transformed into a massive wheel of the 5 elements slowly rotating above Laozi's head. Laozi gradually opened his eyes and said, "The reason why the human race has a short lifespan is due to the imbalance of the 5 elemental energies within their bodies. All things in heaven and earth are born from the 5 elements and perish by them. The human race is no exception. If the human race can learn to regulate the 5 elemental energies within their bodies, achieving balance, their lifespans can be greatly extended." Hearing this, Xuandu's heart ignited with excitement, and he hurriedly asked, "Does Master mean that the human race can also have a longer lifespan?" Laozi nodded, saying, "Naturally, but all things that are born must also die. This is the way of heaven. However, there are distinctions between life and death. What I have comprehended this time is the method to teach people how to extend their lifespans." With that, Laozi touched Xuandu's forehead, and a set of techniques appeared in Xuandu's mind. This was a method that Laozi had spent 10,000 years comprehending, the most suitable cultivation path for the human race, named Golden Core Dao. Due to the short lifespan of humans, it was almost impossible to reach the realm of earth immortal within their lifetimes. Thus Laozi created 4 realms beneath the earth immortal realm, namely refining essence, into Qi refining Qi, into spirit refining spirit back to void, and merging the void with the Dao. With each realm achieved, the lifespan would correspondingly increase, and breaking through to the merging the void with the Dao realm would lead to the earth immortal realm. Once the earth immortal realm is reached, humans would no longer be limited by their lifespans in their cultivation. At this moment, Xuandu was overwhelmed with excitement, kneeling on the ground once more, exclaiming, "Master's great grace will never be forgotten by humanity." Laozi waved his hand, urging Xuandu to rise, then looked up into the distance, murmuring, "Xuandu, would you like to accompany me in passing on this golden core Dao to the human race?" Naturally, Xuandu was eager, nodding at Laozi with tears in his eyes. Then the master and disciple, along with the cow, set out again, beginning their second journey among the human tribes. Time flowed on, and 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 500 years, Laozi took Xuandu and Qingyo to nearly every corner of the human race. At each place, Laozi would stop to preach the golden core Dao to the people in the tribes. This allowed countless humans to gain longer lifespans thanks to the golden core Dao taking their first step toward the path of cultivation. Meanwhile, far away on Hongjun Island, Nuwa sensed subtle changes among the human race. This made Nuwa furrow her brow, and she spoke to Dao Xuan, saying, "Dao Xuan, it seems the human race has encountered some opportunity. Not only has their fortune improved somewhat, but even the average lifespan of the human race has shown an unprecedented rise." Dao Xuan naturally understood why this was happening and smiled as he responded, "Since you finished teaching the Dao, it has been over 10,000 years. Do you think that elder brother has done nothing in the human race during this time?" Hearing this, Tongtian's face lit up with joy, and he directly asked Dao Xuan, "Little brother, are you saying that the changes in the human race are due to elder brother? Could it be that elder brother is about to attain the Dao and become a saint?" Dao Xuan nodded and said, "Years ago, when Nuwa created humans, she wanted to create the perfect human race. I had no choice but to use the 9 turns golden core to help Nuwa increase her Dao attainment. Little did I know this caused the human race to owe elder brother a debt of karma. And the way to repay this karma is to assist elder brother in attaining the Dao." Hearing this, Tongtian was incredibly excited, standing up to seek out Laozi among the human race. This made Dao Xuan feel quite helpless, saying, "Elder brother still has many challenges to face in attaining the Dao. Why are you in such a hurry? Moreover, elder brother is on the verge of attaining the Dao. Have you not considered your own opportunity to attain the Dao? In the original trajectory of the Hongjun, there were 5 saints in a single day. This means that on the day Laozi attains the Dao and becomes a saint, both Yuanshi Tianzun and Tongtian, as well as the 2 saints of the West, will also attain the Dao simultaneously. Now Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun are still following the original path, and the 2 saints of the West naturally have not changed either. However, Tongtian is different. Due to Dao Xuan's influence, he has not cultivated the method of severing the 3 corpses. Thus, whether Tongtian can attain the Dao and become a saint through founding a sect is uncertain in Dao Xuan's heart. However, one thing Dao Xuan will not forget is to remind Tongtian to never exhaust the merits of creating the world at any time. After all, as long as he possesses the merits of creating the world, even if they brothers turn the entire Hongjun upside down, Hongjun would not dare to act against them. But once the merits of creating the world are exhausted, they would become mere meat on Hongjun's chopping block, their lives and deaths at his mercy. In the original trajectory of the Hongjun, although Hongjun did not take the lives of the Xuanqing, he imprisoned Tongtian in the Purple Cloud Palace. As for Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun, they were also forced to take the Falling Saint pill, ultimately leaving the Hongjun to reside in chaos. Thus Dao Xuan would never allow his 3rd brother to follow the original path again, falling into the grasp of that old fox Hongjun. Hearing Dao Xuan ask him whether he had found the opportunity to attain the Tao and become a saint, Tongtian could not help but show a trace of helplessness on his face. Little brother, I haven't even cultivated the method of severing the three corpses. How can my cultivation improve so quickly? I'm still only in the midstage of Hunyuan Jingxian. I fear that the road to attaining the Tao and becoming a saint is still very far away. Is it too early to think about these things now? Dao Xuan rolled his eyes at Tongtian and said, Third brother, the method of severing the three corpses is not impossible to pursue. It just requires consuming the merits of creating the world within you to assist in the unification of the three corpses, so this method must be absolutely avoided. Tongtian felt that Dao Xuan's words were somewhat strange. He had clearly chosen the path of the laws, so why did he emphasize again that one should not walk the path of slaying the three corpses? After a moment of contemplation, Tongtian understood the crux of Dao Xuan's words. The key was not the path of slaying the three corpses, but the merit of opening the heavens. He then spoke to Emperor Hao saying, Little brother, do you suspect that walking the path of slaying the three corpses requires exhausting the merit of opening the heavens in order to succeed? Dao Xuan nodded at Tongtian and said, Third brother should know that elder brother will soon establish a human teaching to gain merit. Then relying on the merit to attain sainthood, but unfortunately the merit from establishing a teaching is not comparable to Nuwa creating humanity and cannot satisfy elder brother's path to sainthood. However, Hongjun had already made arrangements for this. The Hongming purple chi within elder brother's body would at a critical moment activate the merit of opening the heavens within elder brother. At that time, elder brother eager to attain sainthood would naturally not refuse and would allow the Hongming purple chi to activate the merit of opening the heavens to assist him in attaining sainthood. Moreover, the Hongming purple chi would create an illusion that elder brother completed the merging of the three corpses to attain the Tao, preventing any suspicion from arising in him. Little did they know this was Hongjun's scheme, whose purpose was to exhaust the merit of opening the heavens within the four Qing brothers, allowing him to completely control them. Elder brother will establish a human teaching and attain sainthood, and second brother and third brother will also establish teachings to attain sainthood with the process nearly identical to that of elder brother. At this moment, Tongtian was somewhat stunned, left speechless for a while, until Nuwa finally spoke up saying, Brother Tongtian, Dao Xuan is not being alarmist. When I obtained merit from creating humanity, I was indeed influenced by the Hongmeng purple chi. If it weren't for Dao Xuan being present to stabilize my mind, giving me the opportunity to forcibly merge the three corpse incarnations with the merit of creating humanity, I fear I would truly have become a saint of merit by now. Hearing this, Tongtian's brows raised in surprise, and he immediately asked Nuwa, Sister Nuwa, what do you mean by this? Are you saying that Sister Nuwa did not attain sainthood through merit, but rather through slaying the three corpses? Nuwa did not answer Tongtian, but she simply focused her thoughts, and her saintly visage appeared behind her. Nuwa's saintly visage was not only enveloped in boundless merit, but also surrounded by the three spiritual treasures that were once used to entrust the three corpses. In addition, what shocked Tongtian the most was that the saintly visage of Nuwa actually radiated the resonance of the laws of creation. At the same time that Tongtian was astonished, Dao Xuan's voice also rang out. Third brother, the merit enveloping the saintly visage indicates that Nuwa is following the path of merit to attain the Tao. The three treasures that once entrusted the three corpses surrounding her confirm that Nuwa is walking the path of slaying the three corpses to attain the Tao. As for the resonance of the laws of creation within her saintly visage, it indicates that Nuwa is following the path of the laws to attain the Tao. If one day 3,000 great Tao laws surround Nuwa, it would be akin to the Pangu Father God, proving the Tao through strength. Tongtian was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses and asked Dao Xuan, Little brother, which path is Sister Nuwa truly following to attain the Tao? It can't possibly be the path of the three Tao, right? Dao Xuan smiled and nodded, saying, How can I say that third brother is clever? You guessed the crux of the issue so quickly. Indeed, Nuwa is following the path of the three Tao, otherwise how could she have attained the 5th rank of the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal at the moment of her attainment? Hearing Dao Xuan's words, Tongtian could hardly believe his ears, and even doubted the reality of what he saw. After all, in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun clearly stated that all three paths could lead to sainthood, but one could only choose one. Yet Nuwa has walked all three paths and succeeded in all. Does this not overturn Tongtian's? However, this was not the most critical point for Tongtian. The most crucial aspect was that he recalled something Dao Xuan had once told him. He then turned his gaze to Dao Xuan with a reproachful expression and said, Little brother, tell me the truth. Did you consume your essence again to peer into the river of time? Dao Xuan was momentarily taken aback by Tongtian's question, then he recalled the excuse he had fabricated back then to make Tongtian believe him. At this point, Dao Xuan could only play along, nodding at Tongtian and speaking, For the paths of the three elder brothers, what harm is there in consuming a little essence? After all, with the three light divine water pool present, a few yuan meetings would suffice to recover it. Little did he know, as soon as Dao Xuan said this, Tongtian was almost moved to tears, directly circling around Dao Xuan several times. Only after confirming that Dao Xuan's cultivation had not declined did Tongtian finally feel relieved and said to Dao Xuan, "Remember, unless it's life and death for our brothers, do not peer into the river of time again." Dao Xuan's heart warmed, and he directly nodded at Tongtian. "Third brother, I understand. This is not the time to discuss that. We should be talking about your attainment of sainthood." Tongtian nodded, sat down again, and picked up the innate enlightenment tea in front of him, taking a small sip. "Did I not just say that I, along with second brother and elder brother, will attain sainthood through the merit of establishing a teaching? Then I, third brother, need not establish a teaching, right? When I comprehend the great Tao of slaughter to the point of integration, then I can establish a teaching. At that time, what can Hongjun do to me? If all else fails, I could learn from Sister Nuwa, and also follow the path of the three Tao, to deceive Hongjun through merit." Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Dao Xuan's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, "How did I forget this matter?" In the original trajectory of the Honghong, Tongtian indeed entrusted the three corpse incarnations with different attributes of innate spiritual treasures. But now he did not have them. So the fact that I and Yuanshi Tianzun cannot walk the path of slaying the three corpses does not mean third brother. Thinking of this, Dao Xuan nodded directly at Tongtian and said, "This method is indeed feasible, but time may not be sufficient. It won't be long before elder brother establishes a human teaching based on humanity. At that time, second brother will also be inspired and establish a teaching to attain sainthood." Hongjun's plan is for 5 saints in one day, meaning that when elder brother attains sainthood, not only will second brother and third brother attain sainthood simultaneously, but even the 2 saints of the West will as well. At that time, the 6 saints of heaven will emerge together, and the Honghuang will completely enter the era of saints. Hongjun's first step will thus be accomplished. But can third brother slay the 3 corpses and merge them before elder brother establishes the teaching? Even the great Tao of slaughter must be comprehended to the point of integration. Upon hearing this, Tongtian could not help but frown. After all, this was indeed too difficult for him. At this moment, Nuwa suddenly asked Dao Xuan, "What do you mean by the 6 saints of heaven? Aren't you one of them? Will you not attain the Tao together?" Dao Xuan couldn't help but smile faintly at the words, a hint of elusive meaning in that smile. "If I were to attain the Tao, wouldn't Hongjun have to jump down from the purple sky palace in a hurry?" Dao Xuan waved his hand, his tone light, yet the implication in his words sent a jolt through Tongtian and Nuwa. Nuwa frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes glimmering with contemplation. Although she had only recently become a saint, she was nonetheless a 5th-grade mixed element Deluo golden immortal, having gained some insight into the operation of the heavenly Tao. Dao Xuan spoke lightly, but she felt that there was a deeper meaning behind it. Tongtian, however, was straightforward and directly asked, "Little brother, what do you mean by that? Do you not wish to attain the Tao and become a saint? Or is there something else on your mind?" Dao Xuan picked up the innate enlightenment tea in front of him and gently blew away the steam rising from the tea. Taking a sip, he leisurely replied, "Third brother, it's not a matter of whether I want to or not, but rather that the time is not ripe. Moreover, if I were to attain the Tao now, then Hongjun's schemes would be completely thrown into disarray." Tongtian, puzzled, responded, "Isn't that better? If Hongjun wants to scheme against us brothers, why can't we cause him some trouble in return?" Dao Xuan shook his head, placing the teacup down, his gaze deep and distant, as if he could see through the endless void to the purple sky palace hanging high in the 9 heavens. "Third brother, you may not know, although Hongjun's schemes are despicable, his plans are also for the sake of the primordial world. The heavenly Tao is incomplete, and the primordial world unstable. If the heavenly Tao is not restored, it will inevitably lead to great chaos sooner or later. What Hongjun aims to do is to use the power of the 6 saints to restore the heavenly Tao, thereby stabilizing the world of the primordial." Upon hearing this, Tongtian frowned, saying, "That's not right. Back in the day, Master said he would merge with the heavenly Tao and even invited us to witness it. Since he plans to merge with the heavenly Tao himself, why would he still need to scheme like this, eh?" Dao Xuan smiled and shook his head, saying, "Then why haven't you seen him merge with the Tao now? He is waiting for the 6 saints to take their positions. Once all 6 of you have attained the Tao and become saints, he will merge with the Tao himself. At that time, he will invite you all to the purple sky palace under the pretext of letting you witness it. By then, the one truly merging with the heavenly Tao will likely not be Hongjun, but rather you 6 saints of the heavenly Tao. Thus, the purpose of his schemes is not to endanger your lives, but to ensure you follow the path he has laid out, becoming saints of the heavenly Tao." "Saints of the heavenly Tao? What does that mean?" Tongtian furrowed his brow tightly. Dao Xuan explained, "A saint of the heavenly Tao is one who attains the Tao through the merits of the heavenly Tao, embodying the heavenly Tao, and thus is bound by it, serving the heavenly Tao from then on. Such saints, while exalted, even entrust their true spirits to the heavenly Tao, achieving a state of immortality. The cost, however, is that they cannot defy the will of the heavenly Tao. In contrast, we of the Pango orthodoxy follow the path of the mixed element, de luo golden immortal, attaining the Tao through our own path, unbound by the heavenly Tao, living freely and unrestrained. And this is what Hongjun desires, which is why he could never merge with the Tao himself, though instead he wants to replace himself with the power of you 6 saints of the heavenly Tao. The most crucial among this is the 3 elder brothers, for you all carry the merit of opening the heavens, which Hongjun would not dare scheme against in any case. That is why Hongjun is trying every means to ensure that the 3 elder brothers can attain the Tao and become saints while consuming the merit of opening the heavens. Tongtian, hearing this, gritted his teeth, cursing Hongjun as despicable incessantly. Nuwa could not help but ask, then does that mean I am also considered a saint of the heavenly Tao? Dao Xuan shook his head and smiled, saying, although you attained the Tao through merit, sister, at the moment of your attainment, you forcibly fused the merit of creation into the 3 corpse transformations, simultaneously comprehending the laws of Tao and creation. Thus you followed the path of attaining the Tao through merit, the path of slaying the 3 corpse transformations, and the path of the laws of the Tao. Therefore, while you are a saint through merit, you are not bound by the heavenly Tao. You are indeed a true mixed element, de luo golden immortal. Nuwa sighed in relief upon hearing this. Though she was already a saint, she still found these convoluted matters somewhat difficult to understand. Now, hearing Dao Xuan's explanation, she finally felt at ease. After all, she did not want to become someone else's sacrifice. Unbeknownst to her, Dao Xuan had yet to mention another piece of information. Even in the original trajectory of the Primordial, she was not a saint of the heavenly Tao. She merely believed herself to be a saint of the heavenly Tao, missing the opportunity to become the ancestor of humanity. This was not something Dao Xuan wished to hide from Nuwa. He simply felt the time was not ripe, and mentioning it now would only add unnecessary pressure on her.
After eons of gestation, baptism by the Tao of heaven and transformation, through primordial essence, the money tree at last attained perfect intelligence, shed its vegetative shackles, and achieved peerless human form.
Little brother, I will go to the human race to find big brother and inform him of Hongjun's schemes. With that, Tongtian turned to leave, startling Dao Xuan, who quickly reached out to pull him back. Third brother, have you lost your mind in anger? Do you really think Big Brother will believe you if you go talk to him now? Even if Big Brother believes what you say, do you think he will care about that? After all, even a saint of the heavenly Tao is still a lofty figure. As long as he doesn't oppose the heavenly Tao, he is the one holding the reins of this primordial. Moreover, the main point is that Big Brother can no longer walk the path of slaying the 3 corpse transformations. Attaining the Tao through merit is his only option. Hearing Dao Xuan's words, Tongtian instantly stood there in despair, muttering to himself, little brother is right. Even if Big Brother and Second Brother know this is Hongjun's scheme, they would still go ahead without hesitation. But if that happens, won't Hongjun's conspiracy go unchecked? It was no wonder Tongtian thought this way. After all, Dao Xuan had made it clear that even if he did not want to establish a sect, Hongjun would likely not agree. At this moment, Nuwa couldn't help but speak. Dao Xuan, if Tongtian and I were to gain the merit of establishing a sect, and use it to deepen our comprehension of the laws of killing in the Tao, what would be the result? Would Hongjun descend with the merits of the heavenly Tao once again as he did back then? If that were the case, I feel that Tongtian could seize this opportunity to complete the 3 paths of cultivation. After all, Tongtian is only lacking the slaying of the 3 corpse transformations, but with his current cultivation, it should not be too difficult to achieve that. At most, when my elder brother wants to establish a sect, we can create some trouble for him, helping Tongtian by some time. Dao Xuan shook his head and replied, the method that was used on you cannot be applied to third brother at all. You did not possess the merit of opening the heavens, so Hongjun had no choice but to once again bestow the merits of the heavenly Tao upon you to allow you to attain the Tao through merit. But third brother possesses the merit of opening the heavens. At that time, the primordial purple chi will directly pull third brother's merit of opening the heavens, pushing him straight to the saint position. Wait, the primordial purple chi. If the primal purple energy within Sange's body is extracted, wouldn't that mean that Hongjun would be unable to do anything to Sange? No, that wouldn't work. This would likely expose us completely, and Hongjun would certainly resort to other means. Dao Xuan's previously excited emotions suddenly calmed down, and he shook his head continuously. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming and the others also awakened from their moment of enlightenment and came to thank Nuwa. They merely observed Dao Xuan and the others discussing serious matters from a distance, not daring to interrupt. Nevertheless, the conversation between Dao Xuan and Tongtian was somewhat overheard by these few disciples. This inevitably caused a puzzled expression to appear on Bai Xiao's face, and she quietly said to Qiong Xiao, second sister, don't you think Master is so smart? How could he be troubled by such trivial matters? Qiong Xiao shot Bai Xiao a glare and replied, what do you little girl know? This concerns our third master's Tao path. How can it be considered a trivial matter? Bai Xiao, feeling unconvinced, spoke up, this is just like when we roasted meat a while back. Eldest sister insisted that I eat all the leftover lamb legs because I was protecting the food, but I clearly was already full and didn't want to eat anymore. However, I was worried that my eldest sister would punish me. In the end, I thought of a good solution, didn't I? I directly gave the lamb legs to eldest brother. Xiao listened in confusion and frowned as she asked Bai Xiao, "What are you talking about? How did we end up on lamb legs again?" Unbeknownst to them, Nuwa overheard their whispered conversation clearly and directly called out, "You all." Hearing Nuwa's summons, they hurriedly stepped forward and performed a great salute to the three elders. Nuwa gently waved her hand, helping everyone to their feet, then fixed her gaze upon Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao recount the events in detail, and remember, do not leave out a single detail. Bai Xiao nodded and proceeded to narrate the events of that day in detail. Back when Yuding Zhenren had not yet taken form, Zhao Gongming brought his three sisters and caught a goat, which they roasted on Fangzhong Island. Bai Xiao found everything delicious, fully showcasing her protective instincts. However, in the end, she was unable to finish the meat she had guarded. Yun Xiao clearly intended to use this matter to teach Bai Xiao a lesson, telling her that she must either finish all the meat or go into seclusion for 10,000 years. Bai Xiao, unable to eat anymore and unwilling to go into seclusion, was hesitant, but finally thought of a win-win solution to find someone to help her eat. Thus, Zhao Gongming was pulled over by Bai Xiao to finish off the roasted meat she had guarded. After finishing, she did not forget to add, "Master, just now Bai Xiao heard you all discussing matters regarding third master, and I think it is quite similar to when we ate roasted lamb. I couldn't finish the roasted meat because eldest sister forced me to eat. Third master does not wish to use the merits of creation, yet someone is forcing him to do so. My solution was to find eldest brother to help me eat the roasted meat, and third master can also find someone to help him store the merits of creation. After all, as long as third master does not have the merits of creation within him when he establishes his teachings and becomes a saint, it won't matter if someone tries to force him to use them." Yun Xiao's words were incredibly simple, yet they contained profound meaning and great wisdom. This made Dao Xuan sigh helplessly. "It seems I overcomplicated matters, inadvertently tying my own hands and feet." Bai Xiao treated this matter as a common trivial issue and instead found a solution easily. Nuan nodded in agreement after hearing this. Yet she still voiced her concerns. Could it be that such a simple issue has not occurred to the Dao ancestor? Will he not resort to other means because Tongtian transferred the merits of creation to someone else? Dao Xuan smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, the 30% of the merits of creation within Sangu is not something that can be casually given to anyone." Tongtian laughed heartily in response. "My little brother is right. I possess 30% of the merits of creation, which is enough for someone to attain the Dao with those merits. Tell me, who can I trust with this merit? What if I just gave it to him and he immediately used it to attain the Dao? However, no matter how much the Dao ancestor calculates, he could never have anticipated that I would dare to transfer this 30% of the merits of creation to my little brother." Nuwa laughed and asked Tongtian, "Aren't you afraid that Dao Xuan will really take your 30% of the merits of creation and not return it?" Tongtian replied nonchalantly, "If my little brother wants it, I can give him this 30% of the merits of creation right now." This was not just talk. When Dao Xuan had not yet taken form, he had already been willing to share his origin to assist Dao Xuan in taking form. How could he care about the merits? As Tongtian said, if Dao Xuan needed those 30% of the merits of creation, he would certainly give them without hesitation. At this moment, Dao Xuan also smiled and said to Nuwa, "I could take form thanks to Sangu sharing his origin with me. Otherwise, I would probably still be a mass of energy on Kunlun Mountain." Hearing Tongtian and Dao Xuan's words, Nuwa could not help but smile and nod. If all four of you Qing brothers could unite like you two, who could possibly be feared in this primordial world? As soon as Nuwa said this, Tongtian sighed. He knew all too well that Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun did not care much for this brotherly bond. Seeing Tongtian looking somewhat despondent, Dao Xuan smiled and said, "If you can think of it, do you think the Dao ancestor wouldn't?" "Precisely, because if the four of us brothers unite, even the Dao ancestor would feel uneasy. So how could the Dao ancestor allow us brothers to unite? Perhaps before we even take form, the Dao ancestor's schemes have already been set upon us." Tongtian frowned upon hearing this. "Little brother, are you implying that eldest brother and second brother do not value brotherly affection because Hongjun is secretly causing trouble?" Dao Xuan nodded at Tongtian, saying, "So Sangu, you must strive to cultivate diligently and gain the strength to defeat Hongjun, allowing our brotherhood to become as solid as gold. However, in this process, what you may first face is perhaps not Hongjun, but our two obstinate elder brothers." Tongtian nodded in response. "In order for us brothers to be of one mind, it is inevitable that eldest brother and second brother must face some suffering." All right, Dao Xuan wanted exactly this from Tongtian. As long as Tongtian believes that teaching his two elder brothers a lesson is for the sake of future brotherly harmony, then there is no burden. Otherwise, when the Fengshen calamity arrives, if Tongtian still cares about the brotherly affection, then Dao Xuan would probably have no way to reverse his fate. While speaking, Tongtian had already begun to forcefully extract the 30% of the merits of creation from his body and send it towards Dao Xuan. Transmitting all 30% of the merits of creation to Dao Xuan took a full century, which shows just how immense these merits of creation truly were. Even Nuwa, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but click her tongue, for she could clearly feel that this 30% of the heaven-opening merit was definitely not less than her own merit of creating humans. Such immense merit, I fear that apart from Dao Xuan, who is also one of the four purities, no one else could possibly. Even if my brother and I were to receive such a significant amount of merit, it would likely become uncontrollable and directly lead to our validation of the Dao through merit. Yet Dao Xuan still possesses 10% of the heaven-opening merit within him. With this additional 30%, he already has 40% in total. However, he can steadily suppress this heaven-opening merit without being forcibly elevated to a holy position. Could this be the difference between the authentic Pangu and other primal beings? At this moment, Nuwa had already sensed the terror of the authentic Pangu, something that she as a primordial being could not compare with. As the last bit of merit entered Dao Xuan's body, Tongtian finally opened his eyes. He then spoke directly to Nuwa, saying, "Sister Nuwa, I suddenly received such a large amount of heaven-opening merit and still need time to digest it. I won't stay here with him. I will first go to the Xuanqing Dao Palace to comprehend the principles of the great Dao of slaughter. I aim to reach a state of full comprehension by the time Big Brother establishes the teaching." Watching Tongtian's retreating figure as he entered the Xuanqing Dao Palace, Bixiao quietly remarked, "Did you see that? Third master, uncle, and master, this is what brotherly affection truly looks like. In the future, we must also prioritize our brotherly feelings like third master, uncle, and master, and we must never allow our own people to feel cold-hearted." You know, Bixiao actually has quite a way of teaching. Even Daobao Daoist couldn't help but nod in agreement. Although Yun Xiao found Bixiao's demeanor quite annoying, there was nothing to refute in her words. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily and said, "Junior brother Daobao, since we are both elder disciples, it is crucial for us to ensure that our junior brothers and sisters can bond like real siblings." Junior brother Gongming is right. If we can't unite our own disciples, then we have no right to be the eldest. Dao Xuan and Tongtian never imagined that their deep brotherly bond would directly influence their disciples, even attaining a new level of sublimation through their disciples. At this time, Laozi was continuously preaching among the human race with Xuandu and Qingyou. In the blink of an eye, several thousand years had passed. Xuandu's cultivation had also advanced to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Do not underestimate Xuandu's single realm increase. It is a qualitative leap. While other cultivators' small increases in realms might not be significant, Xuandu was different. He was one of the 3,000 primordial human beings crafted by Nuwa with the 9 heavens earth. From the moment he gained life, he possessed the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal. However, despite having that level of cultivation, he lacked the corresponding strength, making breakthroughs nearly impossible. Many other primordial human beings like Xuandu have already perished in the development of the human race. Although they possessed the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal, they could only flee when facing a Tai Demon King. Now that Xuandu could elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, it signified that he possessed strength matched to his realm. For this reason, Xuandu had inquired with Laozi multiple times about whether he could pass on the cultivation methods of the Taiji lineage to those primordial human beings. In response, Laozi's answer was quite simple: passing on the Golden Core method to the human race is to educate the human. However, if he were to pass on the Taiji lineage's cultivation methods, he would have to accept the other party as a disciple, which means only those qualified to be his disciples could receive the cultivation methods. Thus, the Grand Master Xuandu also sought out primordial human beings for Laozi, but none were deemed suitable in Laozi's eyes. Even so, Xuandu did not give up. One day, he brought another primordial human being to be tested by Laozi. However, when Xuandu brought that primordial human being to see Laozi, he learned from Qingyou that Laozi was currently in seclusion. Helpless, he could only wait for Laozi to emerge, which ended up taking a full 3,000 years. Fortunately, the other party was also a primordial human being with the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal, so there was no worry about lifespan running out. Otherwise, before he even had the chance to see Laozi, it was likely that he would have already passed away. One day, Xuandu and that primordial human being were once again waiting outside when they saw a golden light soaring into the sky from the thatched cottage. Before Xuandu could express his astonishment, he saw Laozi's golden body manifestation already appearing in midair. Laozi's golden body manifestation had the heaven and earth's mysterious yellow tower atop, its head treading on the Taiji diagram beneath its feet, and holding a coiled dragon crutch in hand. Step by step he ascended towards the heavens, and in an instant he appeared before all beings in the primordial world. I am the authentic Pangu, the foremost of the 4 purities, Taiching Laozi. Today, seeing that the human race has a short lifespan and finds it difficult to cultivate, I will pass down the golden core Dao to assist the human race in their cultivation. In the past, Master had said at Zixiao Palace that this humble Taoist would establish a great teaching to educate the beings of the primordial world. Today I have a heartfelt sense and know my mission. With the heavenly Tao above today, I, Taiching Laozi, am willing to establish a human teaching based on the human race to guide the human race, and use the Taiji diagram to suppress the fortunes of the human teaching. As long as any human being has a firm will and a desire to seek the Tao, they may enter my door. The human teaching is established. Laozi established the human teaching based on the human race, shocking the entire primordial world. However, there were no unusual phenomena seen in the sky. Even the heavenly Tao did not respond, which made Laozi furrow his brows and wonder if he had made a mistake. At this moment above the eastern sea, the saintly manifestation of Nuwa had already appeared. I am Nuwa, the holy mother of the human race. When I crafted humans from the earth on Buzhou Mountain, I was greatly aided by my senior brother Laozi, who provided me with the 9 transformations golden core to replenish my Taoist cultivation. The human race owes my senior brother a debt of karma. Today our human race is willing to be the foundation of the human teaching to repay this debt of karma from back then. My senior brother Laozi establishing the human teaching is something I agree to. As Nuwa's voice resonated throughout the primordial world, an extraordinary phenomenon instantly manifested in the sky. The sun, moon, and stars appeared together, and boundless clouds of golden merit began to coalesce above Laozi's head, ultimately descending with immense heavenly merit. As this merit entered his body, it directly triggered the primordial purple energy, merging the 3 corpses that Laozi had already slain and completing their unification. With the unification of Laozi's 3 corpses, his cultivation began to break through the holy realm, yet it fell just short in the end. At this moment, the primordial purple energy stirred once more, directly drawing upon the 30% of heaven-opening merit within Laozi. Laozi was completely unprepared for this, allowing the primordial purple energy to draw on the heaven-opening merit and assist him in breaking through the holy realm in one go. At that moment, purple energy soared eastward for 30,000 miles, with flowers raining down from the sky and golden lotuses springing from the earth, strands of jewels cascading from above. In the primordial world, all beings knelt to the ground at this moment, chanting congratulations to Taiching Saint for attaining the Tao. Even Nuwa performed a respectful bow towards Laozi in the void to show her congratulations. In the original trajectory of the primordial era, Laozi established the human sect without any nod from Nuwa. The reason is that Nuwa did not find anything inappropriate in Laozi establishing a sect based on the human race, and naturally would not intervene to stop it. Therefore, Laozi successfully established the human sect with Nuwa's tacit approval and achieved sainthood through the merits of founding the sect. However, due to Dao Xuan's influence, Nuwa did not give direct approval this time. Thus, without Nuwa's nod, Laozi's ambition to establish a sect based on the fortunes of the human race seemed utterly impossible. Even though Laozi had successfully achieved sainthood, turmoil surged within his heart. For Nuwa had made it clear that allowing him to establish a sect based on the human race was to repay the karmic debt. At the same time, it served as a warning. While he could establish a sect based on the human race, if he dared to commit acts detrimental to humanity, she, the holy mother of humanity, would not stand idly by. Originally, Laozi planned to take 1 disciple from Xuandu and then disseminate the golden core Tao among the human race, without any thought of taking more human disciples. However, now if he did not take on a few more disciples, he might not be able to account for himself before Nuwa. Just then Xuandu arrived, accompanied by the innate human and Qing Miao, to pay their respects and congratulate Laozi on achieving sainthood. Laozi nodded at Xuandu, and then turned his gaze to the side, addressing the innate human. "What is your name?" The innate human quickly knelt down and respectfully responded, reporting to the Taiching Saint, "My name is Du." Upon hearing this, Laozi nodded, saying, "Du, would you be willing to join my human sect and become a registered disciple of this humble Taoist?" This delighted Du, who hastily prostrated before Laozi, declaring himself as the disciple, Du paying respects to his master. With a wave of his hand, Laozi helped Du to his feet, then a cloud of celebratory mist rose beneath his feet, carrying his 2 disciples and a cow towards Kunlun Mountain. As Laozi returned to Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian had already exited the Xinshan Dao Palace. Tongtian approached Dao Xuan and Nuwa, saying, "Elder brother has established a sect and achieved sainthood, but I have yet to fully comprehend the laws of slaughter in the great Tao. Even now I have only reached a minor peak, and I am still a hair's breadth away from breaking through, unable to shatter the barrier." Seeing the anxious expression on Tongshan's face, Dao Xuan smiled and said, "Third brother, why worry over such trivial matters? Once you establish your own sect and achieve sainthood, you will gain deeper insights into the laws of slaughter through the merits of the heavenly Tao." Tongtian nodded in response. After all, at this point he had no other choice but to follow Dao Xuan's advice. "By the way, since elder brother has achieved sainthood, shouldn't we return to Kunlun Mountain to congratulate him?" Dao Xuan knew this was necessary, as they were the 4 purities of Pangu. If Laozi achieved sainthood and he did not attend, it would be his fault. Moreover, not only did Dao Xuan need to go, but he also had to bring his disciples along to demonstrate the unity of the four purities and his respect for his elder brother. Thus, everyone departed from Hongjun Island riding clouds towards Kunlun Mountain. At that moment, countless powerful beings in the Primordial era were also preparing to set off for Kunlun Mountain to congratulate Laozi on his sainthood. However, at that moment, an invisible pressure surged into the sky within the Primordial era. Soon after, the golden body of Yuanshi Tianzun appeared step by step ascending towards the heavens. Then Yuanshi Tianzun was seen holding the Panga banner in his left hand and the three treasures Rui in his right, with auspicious clouds above his head. The immense divine form manifested in the heavens, clearly visible to all in the Primordial era. I am the true lineage of Pangu, one of the four purities, Yuqing Yuan Shi Tianzun. Today I establish a sect called Chan. Chan means to illuminate. It follows heaven and aligns with humanity, expounding the great Tao with the Pangu banner, suppressing the fortunes of the Chan sect. All beings in the Primordial era, as long as they have exceptional origins and do not engage in karmic retribution, may enter my sect. The heavenly Tao witnesses this. The Chan sect is established. As Yuanshi Tianzun established the Chan sect, golden clouds of merit condensed in the sky, and vast merits of founding the sect descended from above. Like Laozi, the merits gained by Yuanshi Tianzun from establishing the Chan sect were insufficient for him to achieve sainthood all at once. Thus, the primordial purple energy activated the merits of creation within him, elevating him to the position of a saint, while also creating the illusion of three corpses achieving sainthood. As Yuanshi Tianzun achieved sainthood, an immense surge of purple energy flowed eastward for 30,000 miles. Flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth, with strands of beautiful ornaments cascading down from the heavens. At that moment, all beings in the primordial era knelt towards Kunlun Mountain, exclaiming their congratulations to the Yuqing saint for achieving sainthood. Meanwhile, those who intended to congratulate Laozi had yet to leave their own sanctuaries. Now they had no choice but to prepare gifts once more, as Kunlun Mountain had gained another saint. Even Dao Xuan and the others who had just left Hongjun Island heard the news of Yuanshi Tianzun establishing the Chan sect and achieving sainthood. At the same time, Tongtian furrowed his brows and then spoke to Dao Xuan, "Little brother, I feel that I should also establish a sect named Jia, which means to seize a thread of life." Hearing Tongtian's words, Dao Xuan sighed helplessly. "Third brother, you cannot escape the fate of establishing the Jia sect. Since that is the case, you may establish it here." Upon hearing this, Tongtian nodded at Dao Xuan. He then revealed his true form and divine nature over the East Sea. "I am one of the true lineages of Pangu, one of the four purities, Xuanqing Tongtian. Today I establish a sect called Jia. The great Tao has 50, the heavenly transformation has 49. I shall seize one and provide it for all beings, capturing that thread of transcendence. My Jia sect has no distinctions, accepting all beings, whether they have fur or horns, born from moisture or eggs. All who seek the Tao may enter my sect. With the extermination of immortals formation and the four extermination swords, I will suppress the fortunes of the great sect. The heavenly Tao witnesses this. The Jia sect is established." Tongtian swore to the heavenly Tao, and as he established the Jia sect, boundless merits of the heavenly Tao similarly descended from the sky. At the same time, beneath the sea where Tongtian established his sect, an island emerged resembling a giant turtle. Dao Xuan merely glanced at the island and immediately recognized it as the future stronghold of the Jia sect, Janeo Island. "No wonder I searched the EC before and couldn't find this Janeo Island. It turns out it had to wait for third brother to achieve sainthood to appear in the world." Meanwhile, boundless merits of the heavenly Tao flowed into Tongtian's body. He hurriedly followed Nuwa's instructions, using these merits to assist him in comprehending the laws of slaughter in the great Tao. At the same time, he did not forget to take out the innate enlightenment tea, holding it in his mouth to deepen his understanding of the great Taoist laws. At this moment, Hongjun sat in the purple cloud palace with a smile, observing everything happening in the primordial era, even muttering to himself. From today, all 6 saints of the heavenly Tao have returned to their positions. The era of the saints will officially. Just as Hongjun was filled with confidence, he felt something was amiss and turned to look at Tongtian, who was comprehending the laws of slaughter in the great Tao. Since he has decided to walk the path of simultaneous cultivation of the 3 corpses, Tongtian naturally does not forget to sever the 3 corpses. Moreover, the vessels for the 3 corpse incarnations are none other than 3 of the 4 swords of Zuzhen. The 4 swords of Zuzhen are inherently about slaughter, sharing the same origin as the great Tao of slaughter that Tongtian comprehended. Using them to host the 3 corpse incarnations, the unification of the 3 corpses is not a challenge for Tongtian. Now Tongtian has even released the 3 corpse incarnations to sit cross-legged atop his head, giving Hongjun the impression that Tongtian is forcibly merging the 3 corpses. This inevitably made Hongjun a bit uneasy, as if Tongtian successfully walked the path of severing the 3 corpses, then the merits of the opening of heaven within him would be preserved. Seeing that the heavenly merits gained through Tongtian's teachings were about to be exhausted, Hongjun could not help but feel anxious, and thus he descended heavenly merits once more. As the heavenly merits fell, the suppressed Hongming purple chi within Tongtian was awakened by the heavenly merits that Hongjun had descended. As soon as the Hongming purple chi was awakened, it prepared to forcibly merge with Tongtian's three corpses and invoke the merits of the opening of heaven within Tongtian, aiding him in achieving sainthood through merits. Tongtian had long received instructions from Dao Xuan, so he naturally did not obstruct the Hongming purple chi, and with it, as a cover, he successfully completed the unification of the three corpses. Seeing the Hongming purple chi merge with the three corpses, Hongjun in the purple cloud palace could not help but let out a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, he furrowed his brows again, for he had already discovered that the merits of opening heaven within Tongtian had been exhausted. Logically speaking, this should be good news for Hongjun, as his original intention was to deplete Tongtian's merits of opening heaven. However, Hongjun now found himself in a dilemma. The key point was that if the merits of opening heaven were exhausted, how could Tongtian achieve sainthood? Although the three corpses were unified, it was merely an illusion created by the Hongming purple chi, which was not sufficient for Tongtian to attain sainthood. With both heavenly merits and merits of opening heaven exhausted, it meant that Tongtian could no longer achieve sainthood through merits. Left with no choice, Hongjun could only steel his heart and once again descend boundless merits, forcibly elevating Tongtian to the position of a saint of merit. With heavenly merits once more granted, Tongtian naturally achieved sainthood through merits. However, this also allowed those with keen insight to notice the differences between Tongtian and Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun. Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun established the teachings of humanity and expounded teachings receiving only a single commendation of heavenly merits, whereas Tongtian's teachings received 3 commendations of heavenly merits. Does this not imply that the teachings established by Tongtian are more valued by the Tao of heaven? Otherwise, how could there be 3 consecutive grants of heavenly merits? By accident, the recognition of the teachings by beings in the primordial wilderness quietly surpassed that of humanity and expounded teachings. Even Dao Xuan did not anticipate this. He was currently bowing towards his third brother, congratulating him on achieving sainthood. Now, without being on the Three Immortals Island overseas, some words naturally could not be spoken directly, lest they be known by those with ulterior motives. Tongtian naturally knew this. After a brief chat with Dao Xuan, they headed towards Kunlun Mountain together. Meanwhile, those great powers who had intended to congratulate them also paused their steps, because they were waiting for Dao Xuan to achieve sainthood. After all 3 of the Qing brothers had already attained sainthood, and the remaining Dao Xuan was also a disciple of Hongjun possessing the Hongming purple chi. However, what these primordial beings did not expect was that Dao Xuan had been silent, as if this matter had nothing to do. Before they could wait for Dao Xuan to achieve sainthood, they instead sensed movements from the west. On Shumi Mountain in the west, 2 golden bodies suddenly appeared, namely the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of propositions. I am the Taoist of guidance propositions, feeling the bitter cold of the west with all beings unprotected and seeking the Tao without a gate. Today we establish a teaching together called the Western Teaching. With compassion to cross the world, to universally save all beings, to guide people toward goodness, and to evolve the pure land of ultimate bliss, anyone with goodness in their heart may enter my Western Teaching. To suppress the great teaching's fortune with the 12-rank merit golden lotus. The Tao of heaven witnesses this. The Western Teaching is established. As the 2 saints of the West established the Western Teaching, golden clouds of merit gathered in the sky, once more descending the merits of establishing the teaching. This inevitably brought joy to the 2 saints of the West, believing they could finally achieve sainthood. Little did they know the merits of establishing the teaching were simply insufficient for either of the brothers to attain sainthood, let alone both. Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun were able to achieve sainthood because they had the merits of opening heaven with. As for Tongtian, he had seized upon Hongjun's inevitable assistance for achieving sainthood, thus forcibly extorting a vast amount of heavenly merits from him. Of course, the 2 saints of the West could also achieve sainthood if they could persist, just as Tongtian had managed to extort heavenly merits from Hongjun. The key point is that these 2 were not calm. Upon realizing that the merits gained from their establishment of the teaching were insufficient for them to attain sainthood, they panicked. The 2 brothers exchanged a glance and ultimately nodded simultaneously. Then in unison they spoke. I am the Grand Master of the Western Teaching, the Taoist of guidance, second Master Taoist of propositions, and today I wish to establish 48 great vows to the Tao of heaven, to create the pure land of ultimate bliss for the beings of the primordial wilderness. If I become a Buddha in a country with hell-hungry ghosts or beasts, I shall not attain enlightenment. If the celestial beings in the country reach the end of their lives, they shall not fall into the 3 evil paths. If all celestial beings in the country are of the purple and polished true gold body. With the establishment of the 48 great vows by the 2 saints of the West, golden clouds of merit once again gathered in the sky, descending boundless merits. With the merits obtained from their great vows, the two saints of the West successfully achieved sainthood as saints of merit. In just one day, 5 saints returned to their positions, and at this moment the 6 saints of the Tao of Heaven in the primordial wilderness finally reached completion. Those beings of the primordial wilderness, having bowed in reverence to the 5 saints 5 times in a single day, were still in a daze. For a moment, they did not know what to do, as logically they should go to congratulate the 5 saints who had simultaneously. However, where to go first and where to go later had to be considered, otherwise it might lead to effort without gain and offend someone. While these great powers hesitated, uncertain whether to first go to Kunlun Mountain or Shumi Mountain, Dao Xuan could not help but chuckle inwardly. 2 useless ones, your lives are ruined by your impatience. Back then in the Purple Cloud Palace, had you not cried out or scrambled for positions, Hongjun would have still given you what you deserved. During the time of apprenticeship, even if you did not kneel and plead, Hongjun would have still accepted you as disciples because he owed the West. Now it's the same, you are destined to be saints. Even if you did not establish the 48 great vows, Hongjun would still help you achieve sainthood. What a pity. You are so impatient that you did not wait for others to express their intentions, instead adding drama to yourselves. Fortunately, the 2 saints of the West could not hear Dao Xuan's thoughts, otherwise they would have surely coughed up blood and fallen from their saintly positions. With the 5 saints returning to their positions, 2 great powers in the primordial wilderness displayed an extremely serious expression. One was the ancestor of the blood sea of the underworld, Ming, he who felt as if he had grasped something. The other was the demon master Xuanqing, whose face was now filled with killing intent. Old man Hongjun, had it not been for your pretense of kindness and yielding your position, would I have lost my mat and missed the chance to achieve sainthood. Upon witnessing the Western 2 saints attain enlightenment, Kunping's hatred for old ancestor Hongjun reached its peak. The main issue was that he also lost the mat. However, old ancestor Hongjun obtained the primordial purple aura, which Xuanqing could never accept. But now old ancestor Hongjun remained blissfully unaware of the impending disaster, indulging in the ginseng fruit. Zhen Yuanzi, should we go to Kunlun Mountain or Shumi Mountain? I think we should go to Kunlun Mountain. After all, it is the abode of our eastern saints. Zhen Yuanzi sighed helplessly. If you keep eating like this, by the time we reach Kunlun Mountain, there won't be any gifts left. Upon hearing this, old ancestor Hongjun felt no shame at all, instead he stuffed the remaining half of the ginseng fruit into his mouth. No more, no more. Look at your stingy demeanor. Your ginseng fruit tree can still bear fruit. Do you really think I need to eat just a few more? In an instant, the great beings of the primordial era had decided to head to Kunlun Mountain first, and then Shumi Mountain. As old ancestor Hongjun said, after all, they were in the east, so it was only natural to pay respects to the east. When Dao Xuan and the others arrived at Kunlun Mountain, many had already gathered there waiting on Kunlun Cliff. After all, without the permission of Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun, they dared not step even half a step beyond Qiling Cliff. Seeing this scene, Tongtian smiled and said, "It's a pity you couldn't attain enlightenment together, otherwise the 4 clarity saints achieving enlightenment on the same day would have been a great tale." Dao Xuan chuckled and replied, "It's already a great tale for the 3 elder brothers to attain enlightenment simultaneously. My presence wouldn't make a difference." At the same time, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun also sensed Tongtian's aura, and they opened their eyes together. In the next moment, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun appeared on Qiling Cliff. Tongtian and the others hurriedly approached, cupping their fists in greeting, congratulating Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun for their enlightenment. After exchanging pleasantries, Yuanshi Tianzun turned his gaze to Tongtian and said, "After all this time, isn't the path to enlightenment still through the severing of 3 corpses? Had I listened to my elder brother's words earlier, why must I have taken so many detours?" The process of Tongtian's attainment of sainthood was naturally witnessed by Yuanshi Tianzun and Laozi. Thus they instinctively believed Tongtian was the same as them. Tongtian did not explain but smiled and said, "There are countless paths to enlightenment. Why should it matter which path one cultivates?" Yuanshi Tianzun thought this meant Tongtian was recognizing his mistake, and a smile inevitably appeared on his face as he then looked toward Dao Xuan. "Younger brother, at this point, do you still refuse to wake up? Even your 3rd brother has come to terms with this. Why do you cling to your stubbornness?" Dao Xuan chuckled and replied to Yuanshi Tianzun, "Second brother, what I cultivate is not important, and whether I can attain sainthood is not important either. What is important is that I have 3 saintly brothers. I ask, who in this primordial era would dare to bully me?" Dao Xuan's voice was loud, and everyone on Qiling Cliff heard him clearly. For a moment, they couldn't help but nod in agreement, thinking that Dao Xuan was indeed not someone to provoke. Not only did he have 3 saintly brothers, but he was also accompanied by a saintly partner. In that instant, the gazes directed at Dao Xuan were filled with envy and jealousy, wondering why all the good fortune seemed to fall upon him. Yuanshi Tianzun shook his head repeatedly, secretly lamenting that his younger brother lacked ambition. However, he was too lazy to lecture him again and directly spoke to Laozi. Elder brother, now that our third brother has returned, how about we three brothers each give a lecture for the visiting friends for 1,000 years? Laozi nodded in agreement, and then sat cross-legged on Qilin Cliff beginning to expound his Tao. Laozi lectured for 1,000 years, followed by Yuanshi Tianzun, and finally Tongtian also lectured for 1,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed, and all the great beings who came to congratulate them gained immense insights. Though some felt it was not enough, seeing that the three clears had finished their lectures, they had no choice but to express their respect and take their leave. After descending Kunlun Mountain, they immediately headed towards Shumi Mountain in the west. Although they were a bit late, they could not miss the necessary congratulations. However, not everyone had left Kunlun Mountain, a few remained on Qilin Cliff. Seeing everyone else leave, the remaining few directly knelt on the ground, saying, "We implore the three saints to accept us as disciples. We are willing to serve by the saints' side day and night." Dao Xuan looked at the kneeling crowd beneath Qilin Cliff and couldn't help but start counting. To his surprise, there were actually 11 individuals, making him inwardly exclaim, "If I'm not mistaken, these should be the famed 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, right? No, it should be the 11 golden immortals of the Chan sect now, as Yuding Zhanrun has already been intercepted by me. I just wonder if Yuanshi Tianzun will find another disciple to complete the 12 golden immortals." Meanwhile, as Dao Xuan was silently complaining, Laozi had already spoken. "You are not of the human race and have no connection with my human teachings." Indeed, Laozi's teachings only accepted humans, but while these individuals were not the kind born of wetness and egg-laying, they were also not human. Hearing Laozi's words, the few felt helpless and then turned their gaze toward Yuanshi Tianzun. Yuanshi Tianzun scanned the crowd and found that among the 11, aside from one who had attained enlightenment as the yellow dragon, the others were indeed qualified to enter his teachings. Yuanshi Tianzun had always held a poor impression of beings born of wetness and egg-laying. How could he accept the yellow dragon as a disciple? He was prepared to send the yellow dragon down Kunlun Mountain and then accept the other 10 as disciples. However, just as Yuanshi Tianzun was about to speak, he noticed a faint golden light of merit flashing from the yellow dragon Zhenren. This made Yuanshi Tianzun furrow his brow, and he opened his saintly eyes to observe the yellow dragon transformed into a Taoist. Upon seeing this, Yuanshi Tianzun instantly changed his mind, even silently thinking to himself, "I didn't expect this yellow dragon to have been born during the early tribulation of the Dragon and Han period." Moreover, not only had he not been tainted by karmic retribution, but he also possessed a body full of merit. By all accounts, he is indeed a true immortal of fortune. Entering my door would be justified. Thinking of this, Yuanshi Tianzun directly spoke, "Since you wish to take me as your master, from now on you shall be my personal disciple." Just as Yuanshi Tianzun's words fell, another person rushed up from beneath Qilin Cliff. Approaching, he knelt with a thud on the ground and began to kowtow to Yuanshi Tianzun. After finishing his bows, the Taoist took out a jade plate on which were 2 immortal apricots. "I am Yunzhongzi from Mount Zhongnan. I was unable to arrive at Kunlun Mountain in time to listen to the Tao due to waiting for the immortal apricots to mature. Now that they are ripe, I wish to offer them as a gift, asking the 3 saints to accept me as a disciple." The primordial heavenly venerate glanced at the 2 celestial apricots in the jade plate and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. "If you had arrived a moment later, my direct disciple would have already been chosen, and even if I accepted you, it would only be as a nominal disciple. Fortunately, you made it at the last moment, which means you are destined to be my direct disciple." Yunzhongzi felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. He then bowed deeply to the primordial heavenly venerate. With a wave of his hand, the primordial heavenly venerate helped everyone to their feet and spoke. "Since you are destined to be with me from today onwards, you shall be my direct disciples. I see that your cultivation has already reached the golden immortal realm, so from now on you shall be collectively known as the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school." Upon seeing this ranking, Dao Xuan couldn't help but think in the original trajectory of the primordial era, the Jade Dingzhenren was ranked the 11th among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. Yunzhongzi didn't manage to catch up with the primordial heavenly venerate's acceptance of direct disciples and could only settle for being a nominal disciple. Now, by some twist of fate, he has become a direct disciple of the primordial heavenly venerate, yet I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Suddenly, Dao Xuan recalled someone, the South Pole celestial elder with the round head. Right, even if Yunzhongzi is a nominal disciple, there should still be the South Pole celestial elder before him. Why haven't I seen the South Pole celestial elder? Could it be that he only later became a disciple of the primordial heavenly venerate? While Dao Xuan pondered, the primordial heavenly venerate had already spoken, introducing Xuanqing and the others to Laozi, as well as Tongtian and Dao Xuan. Xuanqing led his fellow disciples to bow to Laozi, saying they had met their Shirbois, and then they paid respects to the 3rd and 4th Shirshu. Seeing Xuanqing and the others bowing to him, Dao Xuan came back to his senses and quickly extended his hand to assist everyone up. He then spoke to the primordial heavenly venerate, "Brother, today You have received such fine disciples, how delightful. Before Dao Xuan could finish his sentence, the primordial heavenly venerate interrupted him, as he had anticipated what Dao Xuan was about to say. That is, as the fourth Shirshu, he certainly should not lack in the customary gifts for meeting. If Dao Xuan were to say this, and present the gifts, the primordial heavenly venerate would be on the brink of collapse. Why would the primordial heavenly venerate be in such a predicament when it was he who took on disciples, and it was Dao Xuan who was giving gifts? The reason is that how many disciples does he plan to take? If he has to give gifts for every disciple he takes as Shirshu or Shirbal, wouldn't that drive him to despair? Thus, even if the primordial heavenly venerate gave gifts to Dao Xuan's disciples, he would not dare to let Dao Xuan give gifts to his own disciples. Otherwise, when Tongtian takes disciples, he would come asking for gifts too, and the primordial heavenly venerate would have to sell Kunlun Mountain. So the primordial heavenly venerate hurriedly stopped Dao Xuan and said, "Little brother, if they have any questions in their cultivation, you, as their Shirshu, should properly guide them. As for the gifts, there's no need. After all, I have acquired some spiritual treasures at the Funbao Cliff which I can bestow upon." As he spoke, the primordial heavenly venerate waved his hand, and countless innate spiritual treasures flew out from his palm. Xuanqing received the falling soul bell, the Yin-Yang twin swords, and other innate spiritual treasures. Qi Jingzi received the Yin-Yang mirror, the water and fire blade, and other innate spiritual treasures. At the very least, even someone like Huang Longjun received a high-grade innate spiritual treasure sword. After bestowing the treasures, the primordial heavenly venerate addressed the Yuanshi peak, saying, "Nanji, take them to Yuanshi peak to cultivate." As soon as the primordial heavenly venerate finished speaking, a crane cry echoed through the air, and then a Taoist appeared at Qiling Cliff. This Taoist had a remarkably distinctive appearance. Dao Xuan recognized him at a glance. With a round head holding a longevity staff. Indeed, this is the South Pole Celestial Elder, the star of longevity. No wonder Xuanqing addresses the South Pole Celestial Elder as Xixiang. It turns out he had already taken a master, just not as a direct disciple. Meanwhile, the primordial heavenly venerate was also introducing the South Pole Celestial Elder to his disciples. "This is the South Pole Celestial Elder whom I accepted as a disciple before attaining sainthood in the rightful path. Although he is not a direct disciple, he is akin to your Xixiang and should not be treated lightly." As soon as the primordial heavenly venerate finished speaking, Xuanqing hurriedly led the other disciples to greet this not quite Xixiang. The South Pole Celestial Elder quickly assisted everyone up and said, "We are all fellow sect members. Why should we distinguish between seniority? Next time, please do not perform such a grand gesture." After saying this, the South Pole Celestial Elder prepared to lead Xuanqing and others towards Yuanshi Peak. Seeing everyone ascend Yuanshi Peak, the primordial heavenly venerate finally let out a long sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that Dao Xuan would insist on giving gifts, which would put him in a difficult position. Not allowing his disciples to receive gifts would inevitably cause discontent among them. If he allowed it, he would be close to bankruptcy. Dao Xuan had already seen through the primordial heavenly venerate's little thoughts. Once the disciples left, he spoke up, "Brother, your requirements of the disciples are somewhat too harsh. I would only gift them some trinkets at most. Why be so harsh on the children?" The primordial heavenly venerate laughed and replied, "What are you talking about, little brother? I am thinking of their best interests. The lamplighter Taoist is destined to be with you, fated to join your Chan sect." Yuanshi Tianzun recognized the voice as that of his master Hongjun and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He then turned his gaze to the lamplighter Taoist and spoke, "Lamplighter, you and I are both guests of the Zixiao Palace. The matter of becoming a disciple must not be mentioned again. Since you are willing to join my Chan sect, you shall be its vice sect master. As for the title, you may address me as teacher." The lamplighter Taoist had expected Yuanshi Tianzun to refuse, but to his surprise the tide had turned. He immediately bowed respectfully to Yuanshi Tianzun and said, "Thank you, teacher, for not abandoning me. From this day forth, lamplighter shall be a disciple of the Chan sect." Yuanshi Tianzun nodded, and with a wave of his hand helped the lamplighter Taoist to rise. He then addressed his own disciples, "From now on you shall all address lamplighter as teacher." The disciples naturally dared not object. They bowed to Yuanshi Tianzun in acknowledgement, then paid their respects to the lamplighter Taoist as their teacher. Only then did they follow the South Pole Immortal towards Yuanshi Peak. Tongtian was deeply displeased by Yuanshi Tianzun's actions and spoke directly, "Second brother, the lamplighter Taoist is after all a guest of the Zixiao Palace. Taking him into the Chan sect like this seems rather improper." Even Laozi, standing nearby, couldn't help but nod, fearing that Yuanshi Tianzun's decision would anger Hongjun. Little did they know Yuanshi Tianzun was also troubled. Without Hongjun's instruction, why would he have accepted the lamplighter Taoist? Fortunately, Dao Xuan stepped forward and said with a smile, "Third brother lamplighter, lowering his own status to join the Chan sect is his destiny. If second brother refused him, the teacher might not have approved, for all is the will of heaven." Yuanshi Tianzun hadn't expected that the one who understood him most was this youngest brother he had always looked down upon. He sighed and said, "Little brother speaks wisely. My accepting the lamplighter Taoist was also on the teacher's orders. Once Yuanshi Tianzun said this, Laozi and Tongtian had nothing more to say. After all, if even Hongjun had spoken, what right did they have to object? Laozi directly changed the subject and asked Tongtian, "Third brother, when you established the Jie sect, you declared that regardless of birth or background, anyone with a heart seeking the Tao could become your disciple. However, when accepting disciples, you must still consider their virtue. Those entangled in great karmic consequences must never be brought into the sect." Tongtian nodded to Laozi and replied, "Elder brother, rest assured. Those who are utterly evil and wicked are naturally unworthy of joining my Jie sect." Laozi nodded in satisfaction. After exchanging further pleasantries, they each returned to their own abodes. Tongtian, along with Dao Xuan Nuwa and Dao Xuan's disciples, went straight up Xuanqing Peak. Upon arriving at the Bo Palace, Nuwa couldn't help but remark, "Senior brother Tongtian, your Bo Palace is truly magnificent." Tongtian let out a helpless sigh. "Junior sister Nuwa, you wouldn't know. When I built this palace, I intended to share it with my little brother. But he found Hongjun Island in the Eastern Sea. So the palace feels somewhat empty now, yet I can hardly tear it down and rebuild, can I?" Dao Xuan smiled and said, "Third brother, although Kunlun Mountain is fine, it is not a place for a long-term stay. Previously you had not established your sects, so it was fine. But now that you have all founded great sects, you will inevitably accept many disciples. With 3 sects recruiting simultaneously, Kunlun Mountain is bound to become crowded. Have you considered establishing a new dojo in the Eastern Sea?" Tongtian fell into thought, recalling the island that had appeared in the Eastern Sea when he attained sainthood and established his sect. He then spoke, "Now that you mention it, I do recall something. On the day I established my sect, an island resembling a golden turtle suddenly appeared in the Eastern Sea. I might just use that golden turtle island as my dojo to avoid crowding with elder and second brother here on Kunlun." Dao Xuan nodded. "If third brother wishes to move your dojo to the Eastern Sea, you should inform elder and second brother first." Tongtian nodded. "Little brother is right. I shall go see my 2 elder brothers now." With that, Tongtian headed directly towards Taiqing Peak. He intended to inform his 2 elder brothers of his plans to move. Watching Tongtian leave, Dao Xuan mused to himself, "A peaceful separation like this is far better than parting ways amidst irreconcilable conflict." Nuwa, looking at Dao Xuan with a suspicious gaze, asked, "Dao Xuan, you urged senior brother Tongtian to move. There must be a deeper reason behind this, isn't there?" Dao Xuan nodded to Nuwa. "Yuanshi Tianzun has always been proud and values a disciple's origins. He dislikes those born with fur horns or from damp egg-born origins. Third brother's disciples, however, are likely to be mostly of such origins. If both sects reside on Kunlun, conflicts between their disciples are inevitable, and it could even lead to a falling out between third and second brother. Since their doctrines differ, why force them together to be at odds?" Nuwa nodded. "If what you say is true, then Kunlun Mountain is indeed unsuitable for senior brother Tongtian's Jie sect. But senior brother Tongtian is too straightforward. Going to propose moving away from Kunlun to Laozi and Yuanshi might upset them." Hearing Nuwa describe Tongtian as straightforward, Dao Xuan nearly lost his composure. He thought to himself, "Which eye of yours saw third brother as straightforward? He's secretly sly, if anything. Don't worry. Third brother is crude on the surface, but meticulous within. He will surely find a suitable reason." And indeed, just as Dao Xuan predicted, Tongtian found a reason that Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun could not refuse. Upon meeting Laozi, Tongtian expressed his desire to move to the Eastern Sea. Laozi was reluctant to agree, but Tongtian argued that the Jie sect would inevitably attract 10,000 immortals in the future. Although Kunlun Mountain was vast, it was not a long-term solution. In contrast, the Eastern Sea with its numerous islands could accommodate the Jie sect's 10,000 immortals. Laozi finally nodded in agreement, and then sent Tongtian to see Yuanshi Tianzun. Tongtian repeated his arguments to Yuanshi Tianzun, who also eventually nodded in approval. After bidding farewell to his 2 elder brothers, Tongtian left Kunlun Mountain with his only 3 disciples. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take the Bo Palace with him. This saved him the trouble of rebuilding on Golden Turtle Island. Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun personally saw Tongtian and Dao Xuan off. Watching Tongtian's retreating figure, Laozi couldn't help but wonder if he too should find a new place. Recalling how he had accepted Xuandu at the foot of Shouyang Mountain during his travels among the mortal race, he decided to move the Buyering Palace there. When Laozi voiced this idea, Yuanshi Tianzun's face showed displeasure. "Elder brother, third brother has just moved to the Eastern Sea, and now you wish to move to Shouyang Mountain. Outsiders might think I cannot tolerate either of you. Unfortunately, I have made up my mind. Even if the Primordial Lord of Heaven says so, I will not change my decision." "Second brother, you are mistaken. Oh, third brother is right. We brothers have each established our own great teachings, and naturally cannot reside together on Kunlun Mountain. After all, each of the 3 teachings has its own doctrines, and conflicts are inevitable among them. Forcing them together would be quite unseemly. In fact, the reason the Primordial Lord of Heaven agreed to let Tongtian move away from Kunlun Mountain was precisely because he considered this point. The Primordial Lord of Heaven established the Chan teaching, focusing on elucidating heavenly mysteries, and aligning with the Dao. However, Tongtian's teachings were entirely the opposite. The Jie teaching established by Tongtian aims to seize a glimmer of hope, in other words it goes against the heavens, directly contradicting the doctrines of the Chan teaching. Now that I have expressed my concerns, the primordial Lord of Heaven naturally could not refuse. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and personally see me off from Kunlun Mountain to Shouyang Mountain. I took my 2 disciples and a cow, settled at the 8 Scenery Palace, and then headed towards Shouyang Mountain. Shouyang Mountain is much closer to Kunlun Mountain than the Eastern Sea, so even though Tongtian left first, I still arrived at my new dojo before him. I placed the 8 Scenery Palace atop Shouyang Mountain and then manifested my sage form. I am the authentic Pangu, the foremost of the 4 purities, the master of the human teachings, Ta Ching Laozi. Today I established the 8 Scenery Palace on Shouyang Mountain as the dojo of my human teachings. The powerful beings of the primordial wilderness, upon hearing that I had moved to Shouyang Mountain, could not help but show confusion on their faces. In a short time, numerous versions of speculation about my relocation emerged. Before they could digest this explosive news of my move, Tongtian's sage form also appeared over the Eastern Sea. I am the authentic Pangu, one of the 4 purities, the master of the Jie teachings, Xuanqing Tongtian. Today I established the Bo Palace on Janeo Island in the Eastern Sea as the dojo of my Jie teachings. Just as I departed, Tongtian followed suit. This time the entire primordial wilderness was thrown into an uproar. While various speculations were rampant, the primordial Lord of Heaven had no choice but to step forward, lest he be labeled as a petty person who cannot tolerate his brothers. Thus on Kunlun Mountain the sage form of the primordial Lord of Heaven also manifested. I am the authentic Pangu, one of the 4 purities, the master of the Chan teachings, Yuqing primordial Lord of Heaven. To facilitate the 3 teachings of the Xianmin in preaching in the eastern primordial wilderness, I have established the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain as the dojo of my Chan teachings. As soon as the primordial Lord of Heaven spoke these words, the entire primordial wilderness fell silent. All the various speculations that existed previously were unified in this moment. So that's how it is. No wonder the human teachings and Jie teachings moved one after the other. It turns out the brothers are laying out their plans for the primordial wilderness. What else could it be? If all 3 teachings remained on Kunlun Mountain, the limitations would be far too great. Now that they are establishing dojos in different places, they almost cover the entire eastern primordial wilderness. How can we say they are not sages? With this division, the entire eastern primordial wilderness belongs to the 4 purities of Pangu. In an instant, the winds of the primordial wilderness changed completely, as everyone believed that the separation of the 3 purities was to radiate across the entire eastern primordial wilderness. Some even speculated that the 4 purities intended to unify the primordial wilderness, making all the myriad races bow to their brothers. At this moment, Dao Xuan could only shake his head helplessly. Second brother found a good excuse, but some people will surely become restless now. Upon hearing this, Tongtian could not help but ask Dao Xuan, "What do you mean, little brother?" Second brother seems to have said nothing. Dao Xuan shot Tongtian a glance, and then said, "When second brother mentioned facilitating preaching in the eastern primordial wilderness, it is bound to make others think our brothers want to dominate the primordial wilderness. Currently there are 3 major forces in the primordial wilderness: the demon race heavenly court led by Dijuan and Tai, and the primordial fairy court led by Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu. And there are also the 12 ancestral witches who are also authentic Pangu, occupying Buzhou Mountain. These 3 forces have been vying for dominance in the primordial wilderness for many years now. Fortunately, none of the 3 factions have a sage to preside over, which provides a certain balance. None can achieve absolute dominance. But now that second brother has spoken, what do you think will happen to their heart's third brother?" Upon hearing this, Tongtian revealed a look of realization. "Little brother, you put it this way, that indeed makes. Then should we announce to the primordial wilderness that we brothers have no intention of dominating, to put their minds at ease?" Dao Xuan smiled and shook his head. "There is no need for that. After all, it won't be long before they come knocking on our door." Just as Dao Xuan had guessed, with the 3 teachings now established, the 3 major forces indeed sensed a crisis. On Penglai Island, Dong Wanggong was looking grave as he spoke to Shi Wangmu. "The Jie teaching has moved to the Eastern Sea, which is clearly aimed at restraining us. Unfortunately, you and I lack the Hongming purple energy, making it difficult to attain the Dao." Shi Wangmu also looked serious. "No matter how you put it, we are still the primordial man and woman, immortal, personally appointed by the Dao ancestor. Surely they won't go too far. However, since the Jie teaching has moved to the Eastern Sea, you and I must go to congratulate them, and also take the opportunity to gauge the intentions of the Xuanqing sage." Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong nodded and prepared a substantial gift, heading together with Shi Wangmu towards Janeo Island in the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, in the ancestral witch palace of Buzhou Mountain, the 12 ancestral witches had gathered together, discussing the matter. Zhu Rong, known for his fiery temper, directly spoke up. "Those unfilial children are still deluding themselves into thinking they can dominate the primordial wilderness. Do they really think our witch clan is a decoration? As long as they do not provoke our witch clan, it would be fine. But if they dare to challenge us, we will let those unfilial children meet our Father God. Zhu Rong was not joking. After all, the 12 ancestral witches have set up the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation, which can summon the Phantom of Pangu. Di Jiang, the eldest among the 12 ancestral witches, naturally would not be as simple-minded as Zhu Rong. He spoke up. No matter how you put it, we are all authentic Pangu, and some matters should not be made too tense. Huti, you should accompany elder brother to pay them a visit, and also probe their intentions. Huta naturally would not refuse, so she went to prepare congratulatory gifts, as one cannot visit empty-handed. While the fairy court and the witch clan were preparing to probe the intentions of the three teachings the demon race had other. In the Lingxiao treasure hall, Xuanqing spoke up. Now that the three teachings are scattered across the primordial wilderness, it is clearly aimed at devouring the myriad races of the primordial wilderness. Unfortunately, all three teachings have sages presiding over them, while our demon race lacks a sage. Even if we are aware of the ambitions of the three teachings, we can only watch helplessly. After all, beneath the sages, everyone else is but an ant. Unless our demon race has a sage as support, we have no qualification to compete with the three teachings. Di Juan nodded upon hearing this. Demon Master, do you think if our demon race respects Lady Nuwa as the empress of our race, she would agree? Xuanqing nodded in response. As our demon race's empress, she should enjoy the fortune of our race, so I believe Lady Nuwa would not refuse. However, it is still not as good as having our own sage preside over us. After all, no one can guarantee that if our demon race encounters trouble, Lady Nuwa will truly stand up for us. Emperor Jun could discern the underlying meaning in Kunpeng's words, and thus spoke to him with a grave expression. Demon Master, feel free to speak your mind. There is no worry of being eavesdropped upon here. As soon as Emperor Jun finished speaking, there was already movement from Taiyi's side, whereupon he directly summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell. With the innate supreme treasure concealing the heavenly secrets, Xuanqing naturally felt no apprehension, and thus spoke in a low voice. Demon Emperor, what I mean is it is better for you to attain enlightenment and become a saint rather than foolishly bestowing the demon clan's fortune upon the goddess Nuwa, who may not even assist us. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun could not help but feel even more perplexed, thinking to himself, do I not know that becoming a saint is far superior to relying on others? The key is that becoming a saint is not that simple. Without the primordial purple chi, no matter how long you cultivate, in the end won't it all be in vain? Even Emperor Jun began to doubt whether Xuanqing was making a jest of him. A hint of anger inevitably appeared on his face. Xuanqing hurriedly interjected, Demon Emperor, have you forgotten that in the Purple Sky Palace the Dao ancestor bestowed several strands of primordial purple chi? Emperor Jun naturally knew this. In total, 8 strands of primordial purple chi were bestowed. Among them, the 4 clear brothers received 4 strands, the goddess Nuwa received 1 strand, the 2 saints of the west each received 1 strand, and the last strand went to that red. Before Emperor Jun could finish his words, he already understood Kunpeng's meaning, and a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. What you mean, Demon Master, is to seize the strand of primordial purple chi from the hands of ancestor Hongjun, to allow this emperor the opportunity to attain enlightenment and become a saint. Xuanqing nodded. As long as the Demon Emperor can attain enlightenment with the He Tu and Luo Shu, as well as the Eastern Emperor Bell in your possession, what do the 4 clear brothers matter? Kunpeng's words stirred Emperor Jun's heart, and he began to silently ponder the feasibility of this plan. However, Taiyi, standing nearby, did not contemplate as much, and spoke directly. Elder brother, what is there to think about? What merit does ancestor Hongjun possess to hold onto a strand of primordial purple chi? As the emperor of the demon clan, and considering that our demon clan is the greatest clan of the primordial era, that primordial purple chi rightfully belongs to you, elder brother. I will head to Fire Cloud Cave to confront ancestor Hongjun and demand he surrender the primordial purple chi. If he refuses, he cannot blame me for being merciless. As he spoke, Taiyi turned to leave, but was stopped by Emperor Jun, who said, absolutely not. This matter requires careful deliberation. If you truly strike at Fire Cloud Cave, even if you obtain the primordial purple chi, it may not be a good thing. Xuanqing also nodded, saying, Eastern Emperor, what you say is quite right. We must plot carefully, not only to obtain the primordial purple chi, but also to do so without anyone being the wiser. Back in the day when Hongjun ceded his position in the Purple Sky Palace, the 2 saints of the West owed him a great favor, a favor they will eventually have to repay. Given the character of the 2 saints of the West, they would naturally be unwilling to repay such a tremendous debt. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's eyes brightened. The favor has been established. It is not a matter of whether they wish to repay it or not unless ancestor Hongjun perishes. Xuanqing nodded. Therefore, among all the primordial beings, the ones who most desire Hongjun's death are undoubtedly the 2 saints of the West. This matter I will arrange. The Demon Emperor merely needs to act at the critical moment to seize the primordial purple chi. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun nodded. If that is the case, then I entrust this matter to you, Demon Master. As long as this matter is accomplished, your status in our demon clan will be equal to that of my brother and me. Seeing Emperor Jun's agreement, Xuanqing could not help but feel a surge of joy within. He then discussed the details with Emperor Jun and Tai before taking his leave from the Lingxiao treasure palace. Xuanqing did not wish to seize the primordial purple qi himself, but he was self-aware, knowing he lacked the capability to do so. Even if he managed to kill Ancestor Hongjun and obtain the primordial purple qi, he may not be able to hold on to it. It was better to let Emperor Jun take action. In short, Xuanqing's thought was quite simple, that if I cannot have it, then neither shall you, Hongjun. After sending Xuanqing off, Emperor Jun ordered people to prepare congratulatory gifts and personally went to the Three Teachings venue to offer his congratulations while also seeking to gather information about the situation. In an instant, all factions within the primordial realm stirred into action, adding further tension to an already unsettled environment. Meanwhile, within the Five-Zhang Temple on Wanshou Mountain, Xuanqing personally cultivated 10 ginseng fruit. Looking at the 10 ginseng fruits on the jade plate, Ancestor Hongjun could not help but inquire. Xuanqing, why are you so generous today? You have cultivated 10 ginseng fruits. Usually, I only need 1 or 2, and you would take forever to hand them over. Xuanqing glared at Ancestor Hongjun and said, the other day, at Kunlun Mountain, I encountered the last of the 4 clear brothers, the Xuanqing Taoist. During our chat, that Taoist inadvertently mentioned the ginseng fruit, and even invited me to his abbot island. That Taoist is one of the saints appointed by the Tao ancestor himself. He just has not attained enlightenment yet. Since he made his intentions so clear, if I do not show some gesture, wouldn't I be offending a future saint for no reason? Upon hearing this, Ancestor Hongjun displayed a look of confusion. But Xuanqing, this is not your character. You are inherently non-confrontational. How could you be so eager to send ginseng fruits just because of a single remark from that Taoist? To be honest, did you go to meet that Taoist for some secretive reason? We are close friends, you cannot hide it from me. Xuanqing sighed helplessly, and then replied, do you really think I want to get involved with the 4 clear brothers? Ancestor Hongjun, waiting eagerly for gossip, unexpectedly found himself at the center of the story, and thus asked in confusion, wait a moment, Xuanqing, clarify what you mean. How did I become involved in this matter? Ancestor Hongyun's carefree demeanor made Xuanqing's head spin with frustration. Isn't it because you pretended to be a good person in the Purple Sky Palace and ceded your saint position to the Taoist of Guidance? This led to Xuanqing losing his saintly pedestal. The Taoist Xuanqing inadvertently hinted to me that both Xuanqing and the 2 saints of the West are plotting your demise. Upon hearing this, Ancestor Hongjun sighed. Did he not realize that this incident had tied him to Xuanqing in a profound cause and effect? However, upon reflection, he felt something was amiss and thus spoke to Xuanqing. It is understandable that Xuanqing wishes to kill me because of losing his pedestal due to my ceding, but what about the 2 saints of the West? I have no grievances with them, in fact, I have favors to repay. Xuanqing looked at Ancestor Hongyun's bewildered expression, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It is precisely because you have favors with them, and they are indeed too great. They may not even be able to repay it. The words of Xuanqing were heavy, and upon hearing them, the smile on the face of the Red Cloud ancestor gradually froze, replaced by an expression of indescribable complexity. Having lived for countless millennia, the Red Cloud ancestor was certainly not someone unacquainted with the world. However, his nature was open-minded and sincere, never suspecting others with malicious intent. In his view, the act of giving up a seat in the Zixiao Palace was merely a trivial matter. Little did he expect it would lead to such a significant consequence. Xuanqing, are you saying the 2 from the West also intend to target me? The voice of Red Cloud was somewhat hoarse. Xuanqing sighed and said, Red Cloud, think about it. The 2 Jane and Xuanqing, in order to attain sainthood, are willing to forsake their faces, crying and begging the Tao ancestor for a holy position in the Zixiao Palace. Now that they have obtained the holy position and verified their status, the karma they owe you is indeed laid bare before you. Sages value karma above all, especially since the Western teachings emphasize stillness and non-action, fearing karma entangling them. What you gave them was a holy position. The weight of this karma is nearly impossible to repay. Unless... Xuanqing paused here, gazing intently at the Red Cloud ancestor. The Red Cloud ancestor smiled wryly, saying, unless I die, this karma will naturally dissipate. Xuanqing nodded, seeing that the Red Cloud ancestor finally understood the crux of the matter. Although Dao Xuan Tianzun only casually mentioned this matter, I can tell he is enlightening both you and me. Though Xuanqing Tianzun has not yet attained the Dao, being personally recognized as a sage by the Dao ancestor is no small feat. Since he is willing to drop this hint to me, he likely does not want to see you come to harm. The Red Cloud ancestor fell silent for a moment before asking, what else did Dao Xuan Tianzun say? Xuanqing shook his head. He did not mention anything else, only inviting me to visit Fangzhong Island. He also mentioned that there is a supreme innate spiritual root on Fangzhong Island more precious than my ginseng fruit tree. As Xuanqing spoke, a hint of confusion appeared on his face. I can't shake the feeling that Dao Xuan Tianzun seems to be plotting something, but it doesn't appear to be malicious. The Red Cloud ancestor stood up and began pacing back and forth in Wuzhuang Temple finally, saying since Dao Xuan Tianzun has shown intent to invite, we might as well go take a trip. Firstly, to offer this ginseng fruit as a return gift, and secondly, to probe his intentions. Thus the two of them made some preparations. Xuanqing packed the 10 ginseng fruits in a jade box along with some treasured spiritual fruits and celestial brews from Wuzhuang Temple and set off for Hongjun Island. Before leaving, Xuanqing instructed the two young attendants, Qing Feng and Ming Yue, to take good care of the place before departing with the Red Cloud ancestor. Meanwhile, Dao Xuan, after helping Tongtian settle at Janeo Island, took Nuwa back to Hongjun Island. After all, there were simply too many people going to Janeo Island to congratulate, and Dao Xuan did not want to stay there to join the crowd. One day, Dao Xuan and Nuwa were supervising Zhao Gongming and others in their cultivation when suddenly they heard Xuanqing's voice from outside Hongjun Island. I, Xuanqing from Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou, have come to pay my respects to Dao Xuan Tianzun. Upon hearing this, Nuwa could not help but frown and asked Dao Xuan, why have Xuanqing and Red Cloud come? And they say they were invited. When did you invite them? I had no knowledge of this. As Dao Xuan walked toward the entrance of Hongjun Island, he smiled and replied to Nuwa. I met Xuanqing previously on Kunlun Mountain and invited him to Hongjun Island as a guest. I didn't expect him to come so soon, bringing Red Cloud along. Nuwa hurriedly followed and asked in a low voice, you didn't just invite them to Hongjun Island for no reason, did you? Tell me, are you plotting something again? Nuwa knew Dao Xuan, very well aware that her would-be partner was certainly someone who would not act without benefit. However, Dao Xuan did not intend to answer her right now, merely smiling. You stay back and wait. After all, you are a sage, and they are not qualified to have you personally welcome them. After saying this, Dao Xuan directly headed toward the entrance of Hongjun Island. As soon as he exited the innate protective formation, he saw that Xuanqing and the Red Cloud ancestor were already waiting there. Dao Xuan stepped forward, clasped his hands, and smiled. Xuanqing, you truly keep your word. My Hongjun Island is honored by your visit. Xuanqing and the Red Cloud ancestor hurriedly returned the greeting. Tianzun is too polite. I hope Tianzun will not mind my abrupt visit. After some pleasantries, Dao Xuan made a gesture inviting the two and leading them into Hongjun Island. Upon entering, Xuanqing and the Red Cloud ancestor were immediately astonished by the sight before them. They had seen the world, but they had never encountered a blessed land like Hongjun Island. The Red Cloud ancestor remarked directly, Dong Wangong's Penglai Island is also one of the 3 immortal islands overseas, but compared to Hongjun Island, it is simply insignificant. It was no wonder the Red Cloud ancestor would say this. After all, looking around, there were innate spiritual roots everywhere, and middle grade and low grade ones were common, with a few high grade ones occasionally visible. The innate spiritual energy emitted by these innate spiritual roots alone was enough to turn a wasteland into a top-tier blessed land. In response, Dao Xuan merely smiled and did not say anything, leading the two to the outside of the Xuanqing Dao Palace. Upon seeing the Xuanqing Dao Palace, which resembled a royal palace, the two could not help but marvel again. When they arrived at the central main hall of the Xuanqing Dao Palace, they saw Nuwa sitting on a cloud bed, and they were both taken aback. They hurriedly greeted Nuwa together, not forgetting to address her as Lady Nuwa. Although they were both guests of the Zishao Palace, Nuwa was now a sage, and naturally, they could not fail to pay their respects. Nuwa merely waved her hand, lifting Xuanqing and the Red Cloud ancestor up, saying, you two are guests from afar. There is no need for such formalities. Come sit down and enjoy the tea of Hongjun Island. Seeing Nuwa acting as a host, Xuanqing and Red Cloud exchanged glances, already understanding everything in their hearts. Dao Xuan smiled and guided them to their seats, then added, last time I mentioned to Xuanqing that there is an innate spiritual root on Hongjun Island that is not inferior to the ginseng fruit tree. What I referred to is this innate Wu Dao tea. Please both of you try this tea. Xuanqing did not rush to drink the tea, but took out the jade box and presented it with both hands. Tianzun mentioned the ginseng fruit the other day. Oh, I happened to gather 10, and I am here to offer them for you to taste. Dao Xuan did not stand on ceremony, directly reaching out to accept the jade box and opening it to find 10 ginseng fruits, crystal clear and fragrant. He could not help but exclaim, what a fine grass weight, and it truly lives up to its reputation. You are very considerate, my friend. At that moment, Nuwa spoke up, you two please refrain from addressing me as lady or Tianzun. Let us continue to refer to each other as friends as before. Xuanqing and the Red Cloud ancestor naturally would not refuse, and they smiled and nodded, then lifted the lid of the teacup in front of them. In the primordial chaos, there was no habit of drinking tea, and even the very concept of tea was unknown. Thus, even when Xuanqing and Hongjun Laozi held the tea bowl before them, they were at a loss on how to partake. Fortunately, Dao Xuan took a gentle sip from the bowl, which revealed to the two how they should drink the tea. As they both took a sip, an unprecedented enlightenment washed over them. This immediately brightened Hongjun Laozi's eyes, and he spoke to Dao Xuan, my friend, this tea of yours can actually enhance one's comprehension. No wonder you claim that this innate enlightenment tea is not inferior to ginseng fruit. Though ginseng fruit is great at our level, it merely satisfies one's palate, but this innate enlightenment tea is different. If consumed regularly, it will undoubtedly greatly enhance one's comprehension, and the understanding of the Tao is not a simple matter of mere improvement. Dao Xuan nodded with a smile, but he did not wish to discuss the innate enlightenment tea any further. Instead, he turned the conversation and addressed Hongjun Laozi directly. If you wish to drink, you are always welcome to visit Fangzhong Island. However, let us first discuss important matters. Since both of you have come to my Fangzhong Island, you must already know that Hongjun has been entangled in troubles. Hearing Dao Xuan mention important matters, Xuanqing and Hongjun Laozi simultaneously set down their bowls and nodded towards Dao Xuan. I have learned the general direction from Xuanqing, but for specific details, I need Dao Xuan to enlighten me. Dao Xuan did not beat around the bush and directly stated in the Zixiao Palace the Dao ancestor bestowed 8 strands of primordial purple energy, 6 of which have assisted their masters in attaining sainthood. Now in the primordial chaos, only you and I still have 1 strand of primordial purple energy unused, which is bound to make us the targets of many. Especially after the 6 saints have returned, this primordial purple energy has become a coveted treasure among the mighty of the primordial chaos, particularly for you, Hongjun. After all, I have 3 brothers and Nuwa protecting me, so no one dares to set their sights on me. But what support do you have? Hongjun Laozi sighed. I am but a floating reed with no background to rely on. Xuanqing, hearing Dao Xuan's words, was taken aback and recalled the matter of the Lantern Master joining the Chans. Are you suggesting that Hongjun should follow the Lantern Master's example? Dao Xuan shook his head. The Lantern Master had no primordial purple energy, so seeking the protection of a saint was not an issue. But Hongjun is different. The primordial purple energy in your hands is the foundation of the Tao and the key to becoming a saint. Even if you join a great saint's sect, those with ambitions will not relinquish their desire to seize the primordial purple energy. Unless after you join the great saint's sect you remain in seclusion within the saint's sacred ground, otherwise calamity will ultimately come knocking. If you choose to seclude yourself directly, you need not join the great saint's sect, just retreat in Wuzhuang Temple for a few thousand years and everything will come to an end. Hongjun Laozi shook his head in response. Although he did not express it, it was clear he could not endure such a prolonged seclusion. His expression already conveyed his answer. Seeing this, Dao Xuan directly spoke. Not long ago, Dao friend Fuxi came to Fangzhong Island, and we discussed the laws of the great Tao together. This allowed me to glimpse parts of the trajectory of the river of time, which pertains to the opportunities for you and Dao friend Hongjun to attain the Tao. To be precise, your opportunities do not lie in the primordial purple energy, but in the human race. Unfortunately, I have not yet attained sainthood, and even though I had the fortune to glimpse the river of time, my knowledge is still quite limited. Even so, I still vaguely sense that both of you wish to attain the Tao, and it may require dying first before being reborn. Dao Xuan had already spoken to Nuwa about Fux's future path of attaining the Tao based on the human race. Thus, when Dao Xuan spoke these words, Nuwa was not surprised. However, disbelief was evident on the faces of Hongjun and Xuanqing, especially at the phrase dying first before being reborn. Finally, Xuanqing directly stated, are you suggesting that Dao Xuan Hongyun's impending tribulation of death is inevitable? Dao Xuan nodded, stating, from the trajectory of the river of time, this is a certain death trap, but it is also the beginning of an opportunity. However, as the saying goes, the great Tao has 50 aspects and the heavens have 14. One can escape one of these to leave a glimmer of hope for the beings of the primordial chaos. Thus, this certain death trap is not without resolution. It all depends on how Dao friend Hongjun chooses. If Dao friend Hongjun does not wish to experience life and death, and has no great desire for that saintly position, then you might choose to give up the primordial purple energy. After all, as long as Dao friend Hongjun relinquishes that primordial purple energy, all schemes will have nothing. Dao Xuan had made his point clear, but to give up the primordial purple energy was not a decision that could be made with just a couple of sentences. Thus, Hongjun Laozi's face had already shown signs of contemplation, making it difficult for him to reach a decision for a moment. If it were an innate spiritual treasure or a top-grade innate spiritual root, Hongjun Laozi would have chosen to give it up without hesitation. However, this primordial purple energy was the foundation of the Tao. It was the key to whether he could attain sainthood. Now Hongjun Laozi had already severed 3 corpses, being just 1 step away from the unity of the 3 corpses to attain the Tao. In this situation, how could he not have a desire for the saintly position? Yet Dao Xuan's next words solidified Hongjun Laozi's resolve. Dao friend Hongjun, how did my 3 brothers and the 2 saints of the West attain sainthood? Did they walk the path of severing the 3 corpses? If they truly succeeded in the path of severing the 3 corpses, why would they need to establish merit through teachings? Especially the 2 saints of the West, in the end, they even made 48 great vows to the heavens, borrowing heavenly merit to attain sainthood. This statement caused Hongjun Laozi to awaken from his daze, and he quickly replied, are you suggesting that Dao Xuan, the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, attained sainthood through merit, and that this primordial purple energy, the foundation of the Tao, is merely a joke? Without needing Dao Xuan to respond, Hongjun already knew his speculation was correct. After all the truth was laid bare, once one thought carefully, everything became clear. At that moment, however, there was a great commotion in the direction of the underworld blood sea. In an instant, blood waves surged into the sky, and the blood aura turned the entire sky above the blood sea crimson. This inevitably drew the attention of numerous powerful beings in the primordial chaos, including Dao Xuan and the others who turned their gazes towards the underworld blood sea. As soon as they looked over, they saw the true form of the ancestor of the Dark River appearing above the underworld blood sea. At that moment, the ancestor of the Dark River stood on the 12-petal flamered lotus with the dual swords of Yuan and Abi buzzing behind him. Subsequently, the voice of the ancestor of the Dark River resonated throughout the primordial chaos. Heavenly Tao above, today I Ming he amidst the blood sea of the netherworld, using the corrupted blood of Pangu as a foundation and the blood evil aura as a guide, create the Shura clan. The Heavenly Tao witnesses this. In the next moment, countless Shura clan members appeared behind the true form of Ancestor Ming He. Meanwhile, in the sky, merit golden clouds gathered, and vast merits from the Heavenly Tao descended from within the golden clouds. Ancestor Ming, he was bathed in the golden light of merit, and his cultivation began to rise rapidly. Soon he completed the merging of the three corps. The reason Ancestor Ming, he could complete the merging of the three corps was precisely because the spiritual treasure he used to house the avatars of the three corps was also a treasure of slaughter. The Yuan and Abi dual swords were the masters of killing, taking lives without incurring karma, embodying the good and evil corpses of Ancestor Ming He. The Shura flag, guided by the evil aura, could arrange the great formation of the Shura blood sea, embodying Ancestor Ming He's will corpse. Because these three spiritual treasures belonged to slaughter, the merging of the three corps naturally came to fruition. This inevitably caused Ancestor Ming He to feel ecstatic, believing he was on the verge of attaining the Tao and becoming a saint. However, just as Ancestor Ming He thought he was about to achieve this, the merit of the Heavenly Tao for creating the Shura clan unexpectedly ran out. Stuck in limbo, Ancestor Ming He felt immense discomfort. At the same time, his anger surged. The Heavenly Tao is unfair. Why was Nuwa able to attain the Tao and become a saint by creating humans, while I, the true body, cannot establish the Shura clan? Is it really just the lack of that primordial purple energy? The more he thought, the more dissatisfied Ancestor Ming He became, eventually looking up at the sky and speaking. Heavenly Tao above, I wish to use the Shura clan to complete the slaughter path of the primordial chaos, establishing the Shura sect. I take slaughter as doctrine, stopping killing with killing, stopping war with war, using the blade in my hand to protect the peace of the blood sea and maintain the order of the primordial chaos. Using the 12-grade karma fire red lotus to suppress the fortune of the great sect, wielding the Yuan and Abi dual swords to command slaughter. Heavenly Tao witnesses this. The Shura sect is established. As Ancestor Ming He established the Shura sect based on the Shura clan, the merit of the Heavenly Tao once again coalesced in the sky to reward Ancestor Ming He for founding a sect. Even with the merit from the Heavenly Tao, Ancestor Ming He ultimately could not cross that threshold. His cultivation remained stuck at the peak of quasi-saint. Even though Ancestor Ming He could now be considered the strongest beneath a saint, he ultimately could not fulfill his wish to attain the Tao and become a saint. At the same time, this also made Ancestor Ming He a joke in the primordial chaos. After all, whether he created the Shura clan or established a sect, he was merely emulating the 6 saints of the Heavenly Tao. If he had attained the Tao and become a saint using this method, it would have been one thing, but the final result was nothing but an empty effort, which inevitably led people to say he couldn't even understand how to copy homework. At the same time, this also indicated one thing, as Hongjun said: without primordial purple energy in your hands, no matter how hard you cultivate, the peak of quasi-saint is your endpoint. Dao Xuan and others naturally witnessed all of this, yet they did not mock Ancestor Ming He for it. Jin Yuanzi's face revealed a look of worry. After this incident with Dao friend Ming He, Hongjun will also be completely put on fire. Zhen Yuanzi is right. Previously, others might have still harbored a sense of luck, wanting to attempt to attain the Tao and become a saint without primordial purple energy. Now Ancestor Ming He is a living example, completely extinguishing the hopes of those with a sense of luck. The consequence of this is that primordial purple energy has become even more sought after. Ancestor Hongjun is also the only one who possesses primordial purple energy, yet cannot keep it. Naturally, Ancestor Hongjun knows that he has already become the target of those ambitious in the primordial chaos. Unless he can attain the Tao and become a saint now, otherwise he cannot keep the primordial purple energy at all. Even if Xuanqing and the 2 saints of the West do not trouble him, Ancestor Ming He may not let him off. After all, in Ancestor Ming He's understanding, what he lacks is just that primordial purple energy. Wouldn't Ancestor Hongjun then become his only target? At that moment, Ancestor Hongjun sighed and directly forced the primordial purple energy out of his body, presenting it with both hands to Dao Xuan. Since this primordial purple energy is my death talisman, I dare not keep it any longer, and will take it as a token of gratitude to Dao friend Dao Xuan today. Dao Xuan shook his head with a smile, saying, I also have a piece of primordial purple energy, why would I need yours? Moreover, this primordial purple energy is useless to me, and even my disciples will not need it in the future. As Dao Xuan spoke, Jin Yuanzi and Ancestor Hongjun couldn't help but find it hard to believe their ears. After all, the reason Ancestor Ming he could not attain the Dao and become a saint was precisely because he lacked primordial purple energy. But Dao Xuan said he didn't need it. Seeing the puzzled looks of the two, Dao Xuan smiled and said, You two friends need not look at me like that, for I do not believe I can attain the Dao and become a saint. Since I cannot attain the Dao and become a saint, what use is this primordial purple energy? Is it just to be coveted by others, constantly worrying about being struck from behind? As Dao Xuan spoke, Jin Yuanzi and Ancestor Hongjun nodded. Indeed, if it were not to attain the Dao and become a saint, what use would it be to have primordial purple energy? It might even lead to being schemed against because of it. Dao Xuan's refusal of Ancestor Hongyun's primordial purple energy inevitably put Ancestor Hongjun in a difficult position. At this moment, the silent Nuwa finally spoke. Ancestor Hongjun, even if Dao Xuan accepts your primordial purple energy today, what use is it? After all, those who want to seize your primordial purple energy will not know that you have given it away and will still believe it is in your possession. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Ancestor Hongjun suddenly came to a realization and immediately asked the goddess Nuwa, Please, goddess Nuwa, guide me and let me know how I should handle this primordial purple energy. Although Nuwa said for them to refer to each other as friends, and even called them friends, neither Jin Yuanzi nor Ancestor Hongjun dared to really do so. After all, Nuwa was a saint. She referred to Dao Xuan as a friend, which could be understood, but they dared not overstep before Nuwa. Nuwa did not mind this and immediately replied, Isn't it simple? Just openly give the primordial purple energy away, making it known throughout the primordial chaos. As for who to give it to, there are quite a few in the primordial chaos who would want your primordial purple energy besides Dao. Hearing Nuwa's words, Ancestor Hongjun began to ponder in his heart who would be the most suitable recipient for his gifted primordial purple energy. Soon Di Jun Dong Wang Gong, and even Ancestor Ming, he appeared on Ancestor Hongyun's list of potential recipients. In the end, Ancestor Hongjun even thought that he could give this primordial purple energy to Xuanqing, putting an end to the karmic ties between them. While Ancestor Hongjun was contemplating whom to choose, Dao Xuan's voice sounded once again. Ancestor Hongjun, why not try giving the primordial purple energy back to the Zixiao Palace? Dao Xuan's suggestion inevitably brought a contemplative expression to the face of the Ancestor Hongjun. After all, returning to the Zixiao Palace would be the most suitable option. As a renowned, good-natured person, Ancestor Hongjun certainly did not wish to jeopardize his own Hongmeng purple qi and then harm others. Thus he directly nodded at Dao Xuan and said, I believe this suggestion from Dao Xuan is feasible. However, simply returning the Hongmeng purple qi to the Zixiao Palace may lead to Dao Zhu punishing me, as I might be deemed somewhat ungrateful. Ancestor Hongjun's ability to make such a choice did not surprise Dao Xuan, in fact it seemed quite reasonable. He smiled and said to Ancestor Hongjun, You really want to return to the Zixiao Palace? It seems your character as a soft-hearted person cannot be changed. Yes, you can return the Hongmeng purple qi to the Zixiao Palace. This will prevent others from being entangled by it. But have you considered whether Dao Zhu will accept the Hongmeng purple qi you return? Furthermore, how many will know about it? At that time, Dao Zhu could easily obscure the heavenly secrets, making it seem like the Hongmeng purple qi is neither in your possession nor out of your hands. Jin Yuanzi, who was listening, felt completely bewildered, thinking to himself, wasn't this idea yours? However, in the next moment, Jin Yuanzi understood Dao Xuan's true intention and patted Ancestor Hongyun's shoulder. Hongyun, Dao Xuan truly sees you with utmost clarity. Your soft-hearted nature will lead you to trouble even without the Hongmeng purple qi. Dao Xuan looked at Jin Yuanzi and said with a smile, You are right, friend Jin Yuanzi. I wish to tell Ancestor Hongjun that in this wilderness there is no need for a good-natured person. If Ancestor Hongjun cannot change, then no one can save him. Thus, whether he returns the Hongmeng purple qi to the Zixiao Palace or gives it to others, there is no difference. After saying this, Dao Xuan turned to Nuwa and said, Nuwa, it is time for us to teach Gongming and the others. As soon as Dao Xuan finished speaking, it was equivalent to sending guests away. Jin Yuanzi and Ancestor Hongjun naturally would not linger. They bowed to Dao Xuan in farewell, and after some polite exchanges left Fangzhong Island. Once they exited Fangzhong Island, Jin Yuanzi sighed and looked at Ancestor Hongjun, saying, Hongjun, what are you in? I will not concern myself with it any longer. I shall return to Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple and wait for you. After saying this, Jin Yuanzi directly returned to Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, no longer caring about how Ancestor Hongjun would choose. Ancestor Hongjun stood in place, lost in thought for a long time. Seeing Jin Yuanzi's figure vanish, he muttered to himself, Is there truly nothing in this wilderness except for mutual schemes? I do not wish to harm others, is that wrong? No, that is not it. Dao Xuan and Zhen Yuanzi do not mean for me to have a heart to harm others, but rather to avoid being overly kind to everyone. I understand now, it is not a crime not to harm others, but it is a crime to be a good person indiscriminately. Back then in the Zixiao Palace, my kindness in offering a seat not only did not earn gratitude, but instead brought about a calamity. Since being a soft-hearted person is not acceptable, I Hongjun shall no longer be a soft-hearted person, and at most I will not harm others. With Ancestor Hongyun's determination, the gloom that had lingered around him instantly dissipated, replaced by a feeling of clarity. This made Ancestor Hongyun feel incredibly relieved, and he stepped forward, arriving above the firmament. I am Hongyun. Once in the Zixiao Palace, I was fortunate to receive the Hongmeng Purple Qi bestowed by Dao Zu. I had hoped to use the Hongmeng Purple Qi to achieve the Dao and become a saint, but countless epochs have passed, and I have still achieved nothing. After careful consideration, I realize my blessings are shallow, unworthy of the saint's position. Since that is the case, there is no need to cling to the Hongmeng Purple Qi any longer. Today I shall hand over this Hongmeng Purple Qi to a fated person, hoping they can use it to achieve the Dao and become a saint. Ancestor Hongyun's voice echoed across the firmament. Although it was not thunderous, it was clear enough for all beings in the wilderness to hear. In an instant, all the mighty figures of the wilderness opened their eyes wide, their gazes fixed on Ancestor Hongyun in the sky. Naturally, the first to take action was the ancestor of the underworld Blood Sea, as he was merely one step away from achieving the Dao and becoming a saint with just one piece of Hongmeng Purple Qi. Of course, this was what the ancestor of the underworld believed. Whether he could achieve the Dao and become a saint with the Hongmeng Purple Qi was still uncertain. The ancestor of the underworld immediately transformed into a beam of blood light, leaving the underworld Blood Sea and heading straight for the East Sea, determined to arrive first to obtain the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Jun and Tai naturally would not miss this opportunity, and they immediately used the Golden Crow transformation rainbow technique to head towards the East Sea. As for Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, they were already in the East Sea, making them undoubtedly the first to reach the scene, and they also headed towards Ancestor Hongyun. At this moment, Xuanqing, who was in the western Shumi mountain, couldn't help but furrow his brows. Impossible. How could Hongyun willingly give up the Hongmeng Purple Qi? That is the foundation of the Dao. Xuanqing knew that once Ancestor Hongyun no longer possessed the Hongmeng Purple Qi, Jun and the others would definitely no longer help him deal with Ancestor Hongyun. He immediately spoke to the two saints of the west, saying, "Saints, if Hongyun loses the Hongmeng Purple Qi, you will have to repay the karma you owe him." After saying this, Xuanqing took his leave from the two saints of the west, and similarly used his escape technique to head towards the East Sea. Watching Kunping's departing figure, Xuanti couldn't help but say to Jean, "Senior brother, Xuanqing is right. If Hongyun no longer possesses the Hongmeng Purple Qi, it will resolve his death. As long as Hongyun is alive, we cannot escape the karma we owe him, so we must not allow Hongyun to hand over the Hongmeng Purple Qi." After hearing this, Jean couldn't help but nod. "Then I will trouble you, junior brother, to make a trip to the East Sea." Xuanti nodded in response, and soon the divine staff appeared in his hand as he made a cut through the space barrier before him. Breaking through the space barrier, Xuanti stepped forward and disappeared from western Shumi Mountain. When he reappeared, he was already above the East Sea, standing directly opposite Ancestor Hongyun. Ancestor Hongyun felt a fluctuation in the space before him, and then he saw Xuanti walking out from within. This inevitably made Ancestor Hongyun's heart say, "It seems Dao Xuan was indeed not mistaken, or if I intend to hand over the Hongmeng Purple Qi, these two cannot sit still." Although he thought this in his heart, he could not neglect the formalities on the surface. Ancestor Hongyun stepped forward to pay his respects, and said, "Hongyun greets Saint Xuanti. May I ask why Saint Xuanti has come here? Is it possible that you desire this Hongmeng Purple Qi?" Xuanti directly shook his head, and said, "I have already achieved the Dao and become a saint. Of what use is the Hongmeng Purple Qi to me? I have come today to remind friend Hongyun not to provoke this overwhelming karma." With a smile, the Hongyun ancestor spoke. "I wonder, where does the causality that Master Xuanti speaks of truly originate? I believe that even causality should be benevolent. After all, by relinquishing the Hongmeng Purple Qi, I have effectively surrendered a saintly seat. Whoever obtains it should surely be grateful to me." Hongyun ancestor's words were undoubtedly double-edged, first clearly expressing his resolute intention, and second reminding Master Xuanti that your saintly position was also granted by me. Master Xuanti naturally discerned the implication within Hongyun ancestor's words, yet feigned ignorance, and sighed before replying. "Friend Hongyun, by releasing this Hongmeng Purple Qi, you are bound to incite contention among many great powers. For a saintly seat, a fierce upheaval is inevitable. When that time comes, the primordial era will suffer losses because of this. Have you considered the consequences, friend Hongyun?" Hongyun ancestor smiled as he looked at Master Xuanti and asked, "Then what do you think I should do with this Hongmeng Purple Qi? Perhaps I should entrust it to Master Xuanti so you can deliver it to Zixiao Palace on my behalf." Master Xuanti's true intent was to have Hongyun ancestor keep the Hongmeng Purple Qi, thus allowing him to perish within Kunping's schemes. Naturally, he could not agree to Hongjun ancestor's proposal to send the Hongming purple qi back to Zhixiao Palace. He therefore spoke bluntly. Friend Hongjun, the Hongming purple qi is the foundation of enlightenment. Even if you have not yet touched the opportunity to attain sainthood, it does not mean it will never come. If you keep the Hongming purple qi, you not only avoid a fierce conflict, but also preserve your chance to achieve enlightenment. Why would you not embrace such an opportunity? Hongjun ancestor smiled and replied, I once thought the same, but ever since the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao took their places, my perspective has changed. Moreover, friend Ming's founding of the Xiuhua clan and establishment of the Xiuhua sect have not resulted in enlightenment. This only deepens my sense of impending danger. If I keep this Hongming purple qi, it will not be a blessing, but rather invite calamity upon myself. After all, unlike Daoist Xuantian, who has 3 saintly elder brothers as backing, I am but a rootless, backgroundless wanderer of the primordial era. How could I possibly protect the Hongming purple qi amidst so many formidable beings? Just like back then in Zhixiao Palace, even if I refused to yield, could I and friend Xuanqing have truly held onto the mat beneath us? As Hongjun ancestor finished speaking, a surge of blood qi descended from the sky, none other than the arrival of the Mingyi ancestor. Friend Hongjun speaks wisely. Without matching strength, one cannot safeguard the Hongming purple qi. Friend Hongjun need only entrust the Hongming purple qi to me. I vow to protect you without worry. If anyone dares to harm you in the slightest, I shall fight them to the death. Mingyi ancestor's promise was not empty words. After all, no one in the primordial era wished to provoke him. Even without attaining sainthood, his vow that the blood sea will never dry and the Mingyi will never die is not mere rhetoric. Should he entangle with someone, peace would be forever lost. It would likely be even worse than offending a saint, for the Mingyi ancestor is famously unforgiving. Hearing this, Hongjun ancestor nodded and prepared to hand over the Hongming purple qi to Mingyi ancestor. This greatly alarmed Master Xuanti, who hurriedly said, Friend Hongjun, please reconsider. Once the Hongming purple qi is given away, it cannot be retrieved. Hongjun ancestor's movement faltered. Then he looked at Master Xuanti and said, If I intend to give it away, why would I think of taking it back? Friend Xuanti, your obstruction of my decision to give the Hongming purple qi to friend Mingyi. Could it be that you fear Ming's enlightenment might threaten you, eh? As soon as Hongjun ancestor spoke, Niwa, who had been watching everything in secret, burst into laughter. Dao Xuan, look at this. Our honest old friend of the primordial era has been taught by you to sow discord. In truth, Dao Xuan did not expect Master Xuanti to intervene and prevent Hongjun ancestor from relinquishing the Hongming purple qi, nor did he foresee that the seemingly carefree old friend of the primordial era harbored an unknown side. He sighed helplessly and said, Can we blame Hongjun ancestor for sowing discord? Isn't it really the despicable and shameless Master Xuanti? He obstructed Hongjun ancestor's delivery of the Hongming purple qi just to make him the target of blame. Hongjun ancestor surely understands this. For such a betrayer, it is no exaggeration to say he is adding insult to injury, kicking a man when he is down and beating a drowning dog. If anyone is to blame, it is Master Xuanti, who has forced an honest man into desperation. Seeing Dao Xuan's well-reasoned words, Niwa rolled her eyes, but continued to enjoy the spectacle. Meanwhile, Tongtian on Janeo Island was also watching the grand drama unfold in the sky. This sudden appearance of Hongjun in the Eastern Sea must mean he has visited my younger brother. My younger brother is truly talented, managing to turn even the primordial era's honest old friend into a schemer. Even the saints away from the Eastern Sea were paying attention. Abandoning the Hongming purple qi is no trivial matter. At this moment, the Mingyi ancestor's gaze toward Master Xuanti was filled with murderous intent. Master Xuanti, since you have already attained sainthood and no longer require the Hongming purple qi, why do you seek to sever my opportunity? Master Xuanti had no time to address Mingyi ancestor, but instead produced the 7 treasures mystic tree, intending to forcibly take Hongjun ancestor away. At that moment, a dragon-head staff descended from the sky, landing before Hongjun ancestor. It blocked both Mingyi ancestor from receiving the Hongming purple qi and Master Xuanti's 7 treasures mystic tree. It was not that this dragon-head staff was of exceptionally high grade to withstand the all-encompassing 7 treasures mystic tree, but because it was personally bestowed by the Dao ancestor, symbolizing the authority of the foremost male immortal of the primordial era. Therefore, even Master Xuanti dared not act rashly against the dragon-head staff unless he wished to bring about the destruction of the primordial immortal court. Simultaneously, a plain-colored small flag appeared above Hongjun ancestor's head. It was the Cloud Realm flag held by Queen Mother Xuanmu. Soon after, Duke Dong and Queen Mother Xuanmu arrived nearby and saluted the assembly with clasped fists. Their salutes, however, were somewhat perfunctory, for they were not here to be polite, but to claim the Hongming purple qi. Then Duke Dong solemnly saluted Hongjun ancestor. Friend Hongjun, if you are willing to entrust the Hongming purple qi to me from this day forth, your status in the immortal court will be equal to mine. As Hongjun ancestor finished speaking, the voice of Emperor Jun was heard from afar. Friend Hongjun, if you entrust the Hongming purple chi to me from today onward, you shall be the Cloud Emperor of my Yao clan. My brother and I are willing to share the clan's fortune with you. At the same time as he spoke, Emperor Jun and Tai also arrived nearby. Fellow Taoists, please do not be impatient. Ancestor Red Cloud spoke with a gentle smile, his voice warm, yet carrying a measure of authority. Since I have publicly declared that I will give away the primordial purple chi, I naturally intend to do so. However, as for who exactly shall receive it, I must be allowed to deliberate carefully, must I not? Emperor Jun was the first to speak. Brother Red Cloud, what is there to deliberate about? Our demon clan is mighty, and our fortune is long-lasting. If you were to join us and share in our fortune, would that not be excellent? Tai chimed in from the side. Indeed, my elder brother speaks the absolute truth. Brother Red Cloud looked around the primordial wilderness. Besides the 6 saints, who can compare to our demon clan? Even that immortal court merely relies on the empty prestige of the Dao ancestor. These words grated on the ears. Dong Wengong's face darkened on the spot. Tai, what do you mean by that? The immortal court was personally sanctioned by the Dao ancestor, and I was personally appointed by him as the sovereign of male immortals. No matter how great your demon clan becomes, can it ever surpass the Dao ancestor? Tai sneered disdainfully. Dong Wengong, there's no need for you to use the Dao ancestor to intimidate others. He appointed you sovereign of male immortals, but he didn't authorize you to establish the immortal court. Have you no self-awareness? In contrast, when our demon clan established the heavenly court, we had the Dao ancestors' explicit approval. Who is stronger and who is weaker is clear at a glance. You? Dong Wengong trembled with rage. Forgetting whether he could match Tai in combat, the purple province cauldron materialized above his head. Queen Mother of the West hastily pulled him back, whispering, "Control your anger. We are here for the primordial purple chi today, not to exchange blows." Dong Wengong took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and turned to Ancestor Red Cloud. Brother Red Cloud, my previous offer still stands. If you are willing to hand the primordial purple chi to me from this day forth, your status in the immortal court will be equal to mine. Ancestor Netherriver sneered, equal status. Dong Wengong, do you even know the true strength of your immortal court? If Brother Red Cloud were to give you the primordial purple chi, what could you possibly offer for his protection? Just those ragtag soldiers of your immortal court. Dong Wengong's face flushed red. Netherriver, don't push your luck. Ancestor Netherriver crossed his arms, sneering, and what if I do? If you're dissatisfied, we can settle this with a duel. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Patriarch Xuanqing finally spoke up. Everyone, please listen to me. The primordial purple chi in Brother Red Cloud's possession was granted by the Dao ancestor himself. How can it be casually given away? Would that not betray the Dao ancestor's goodwill? If any of you were to privately accept this gift from Brother Red Cloud, have you considered how you would explain it to the Dao ancestor? Ancestor Red Cloud laughed inwardly, though his expression remained calm. Sage Xuanqing, your words are mistaken. When the Dao ancestor bestowed the primordial purple chi in the Zishao Palace, he stated clearly that it would go to one destined to receive it. I have possessed it for many years without attaining enlightenment, which proves that I am not fated to keep it. Under these circumstances, what is wrong with passing it on to someone more deserving? Patriarch Xuanqing shook his head. Brother Red Cloud, how do you know your destiny won't change in the future? The heavenly Dao is vast and inscrutable. Opportunities are difficult to predict. If you are not destined today, it does not mean you won't be tomorrow. Would it not be a pity to give up so soon? Why not come with me to Mount Sumeru in the west? With my senior brother and I to guide you, attaining enlightenment is only a matter of time. Ancestor Red Cloud smiled. Sage Xuanqing, I believe that if I were to hold on to this primordial purple chi any longer, it would no longer be a pity, but a tragedy. Patriarch Xuanqing frowned slightly. Brother Red Cloud, what do you mean by that? Ancestor Red Cloud spoke bluntly. Sage Xuanqing, let us speak frankly and openly. The primordial purple chi in my possession is nothing but a death warrant. Whoever holds it becomes the target of everyone's ambition. My fortune is too shallow to protect it. It is better to give it away early and find some peace. Of course, Sage Xuanqing's point is also valid. Whoever accepts this primordial purple chi will inevitably inherit its karma. Therefore, I ask all fellow Taoists to think carefully. Patriarch Xuanqing was about to speak again when Ancestor Netherriver, now thoroughly enraged, let out a cold snort and said, Sage Xuanqing, you are a sage of the West. Why meddle in the affairs of the East? It is Brother Red Cloud's freedom to give away the primordial purple chi. What is your intention in obstructing him time and again? Patriarch Xuanqing's expression remained unchanged. I owe Brother Red Cloud a debt of karma from our time in the Zishao Palace. How could I stand by and watch him stray down the wrong path? Ancestor Netherriver burst into laughter. Sage Xuanqing, is it not because you are unwilling to repay this debt that you are trying to stop Brother Red Cloud from giving away the primordial purple chi? Patriarch Xuanqing's expression shifted slightly. Some matters are easy to ignore when unspoken, but once brought to light, they carry immense weight. Moreover, Ancestor Netherriver's words had torn away the last veil of pretense, and it was impossible for him not to be furious. These words drew the attention of everyone present. Even Dong Wanggong and Queen Mother of the West began to look at Patriarch Xuanqing with a hint of suspicion. After all, what Ancestor Netherriver said was the truth. Who among the mighty beings of the primordial wilderness did not know of Red Cloud's act of yielding his seat in the Zishao Palace? The two sages of the West owed their sainthood in no small part to Red Cloud. But now, when Red Cloud was in trouble, Patriarch Xuanqing not only failed to help, but actively obstructed him. It was only natural that suspicions of ulterior motives would arise. Patriarch Xuanqing took a deep breath. He knew that if he did not clarify things today, he would risk being branded. Brother Netherriver, you misunderstand. It is precisely to repay Brother Red Cloud's kindness that I do not wish to see him make a grave mistake. Once the primordial purple chi is given away, Brother Red Cloud will lose his only chance at enlightenment forever. The regret that follows will be irreversible. That would be a debt of karma, too heavy to bear. Ancestor Red Cloud shook his head. I appreciate Sage Zundi's good intentions, but I have made my decision clear. This primordial purple chi can no longer remain in my possession. As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in Ancestor Red Cloud's hand, and the primordial purple chi manifested before the eyes of all present. The purple radiance shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Everyone present gazed upon the primordial purple chi with burning desire in their eyes. This was the very foundation of the great Dao. Whoever obtained it could very well become the seventh sage of the heavenly Dao. Ancestor Netherriver's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He had just established the Azura clan and founded the Azura doctrine. He was merely a step away from attaining enlightenment and becoming a sage. In his own estimation, this primordial purple chi was the only thing he lacked. If he could obtain the primordial purple chi, Ancestor Netherriver would achieve sagehood. Then he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Nuwa, the three pure ones, and the two sages of the West, never again having to depend on others' whims. At this thought, Ancestor Netherriver could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Brother Red Cloud, give me the primordial purple chi. From this day forth you will be my greatest benefactor, and the Azura clan of the Blood Sea will forever be your shield. Dong Wanggong also spoke up hastily. Brother Red Cloud, the immortal court is your true home. If you join us, I am willing to share power with you and jointly govern all male immortals of the primordial wilderness. Emperor Jun was even more direct. Brother Red Cloud, the fortune of my demon clan far surpasses that of the immortal court. If you become the Cloud Emperor, standing equal with my brother and me sharing the demon clan's fortune, why worry about not finding peace? 3 forces, 3 promises, each weightier than the last. All present awaited the choice of Ancestor Red Cloud. Yet Ancestor Red Cloud was in no hurry to decide. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the Bodhi Patriarch beside him. Patriarch Bodhi, to whom do you think I should bestow this primordial purple chi? Bodhi Patriarch's face remained calm, but within his heart turbulent waves surged. His purpose in coming here was not to seize the primordial purple chi, but to prevent Ancestor Red Cloud from giving it away. Once the primordial purple chi left Ancestor Red Cloud's hands, his deathly predicament would be resolved. If Red Cloud did not die, the karmic debts he and his senior brother owed would have to be repaid. That was not something he wished to see. Daoist Red Cloud, I shall repeat myself, it is best that you keep the primordial purple chi. Why the rush? Ancestor Red Cloud smiled. Patriarch Bodhi, your words amount to nothing. If I could keep it, would I be going through all this trouble? Since you are unwilling to offer me counsel, I shall make my own decision. As he spoke, the primordial purple chi in Ancestor Red Cloud's hand was on the verge of being released. Just as everyone was fixated on the primordial purple chi, a beam of golden light descended from the 9th heaven, materializing into a figure. It was none other than the supreme purity sage Laozi. Laozi arrived riding a green ox, accompanied by the Grand Master Xuandu. I was on my way to visit my younger brother at Hongjun Island, and I did not expect to stumble upon such a lively scene. At Laozi's words, everyone present was taken aback. They did not believe Laozi had come merely to see Dao Xuan. Some even suspected that Laozi also coveted the primordial purple chi, intending to aid his own disciple in attaining sagehood. However, Laozi paid no heed to the glances cast his way. With a smile, he addressed Ancestor Red Cloud. Daoist Red Cloud, you hold the primordial purple chi. What seems to be the matter? Could it be that they are trying to seize the primordial purple chi from you? If that is so, I cannot stand idly by, for this primordial purple chi was a gift from our master. As Laozi's words faded, another figure descended from the sky, riding a beast that resembled none of the 4 mythical creatures. It was none other than the Jade Purity Primordial Heavenly Lord. Primordial Heavenly Lord first bowed to Laozi, then spoke. Since you have arrived first, brother, you should have entered Hongjun Island. Why wait here for me? Laozi let out a helpless sigh. My dear younger brother, I was not waiting for you. I encountered someone attempting to seize Daoist Red Cloud's primordial purple chi. Upon hearing this, Primordial Heavenly Lord's brows furrowed sharply, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. At that moment, a sword light descended from the heavens. It was the upper purity Tongtian. Tongtian bowed to Laozi, and Primordial Heavenly Lord then spoke with a smile. Brother, you misunderstand. I have witnessed everything that has transpired here. It is Taoist Red Cloud who no longer desires the primordial purple chi and wishes to bestow it upon a destined one. These individuals have all come for the primordial purple chi, hoping to be that fortunate soul. As for Bodhi Patriarch, he seeks to prevent Taoist Red Cloud from giving it away. Moreover, Taoist Mingyi just mentioned that Bodhi Patriarch's intention is to let Red Cloud die because of the primordial purple chi, so that the brothers may avoid repaying the karmic debt of yielding their seats in the Zhixiao Palace. Seeing the three pure ones arrive, the crowd inwardly groaned in despair. After all, if these three coveted the primordial purple chi, who would dare compete with them? Laozi nodded thoughtfully, casting a glance at Bodhi Patriarch. Taoist Red Cloud believes he has no hope of attaining sagehood and wishes to pass on the primordial purple chi to a destined one. This is only reasonable. Your forceful obstruction will inevitably invite criticism. Otherwise, Taoist Mingyi would not have harbored such. Bodhi Patriarch's fury intensified. Had these three not arrived, he could have forcefully taken Ancestor Red Cloud and the primordial purple chi at the critical moment. But with these three present, his abilities were woefully insufficient. He could only turn his head away from Laozi. Knowing that staying would accomplish nothing, he chose not to embarrass himself further and returned directly to Mount Sumeru in the west. The moment Bodhi Patriarch departed, two streams of light shot up from below. In an instant, Nuwa and Dao Xuan appeared before the assembly. After exchanging formal greetings, Dao Xuan spoke with a smile. Three elder brothers, since you are here, why not come to Hongjun Island for some tea, instead of meddling in these affairs? As he spoke, Dao Xuan made a gesture of invitation toward Laozi and Primordial Heavenly Lord. To be honest, both Laozi and Primordial Heavenly Lord harbored intentions toward the primordial purple chi in Ancestor Red Cloud's possession. Even Bodhi Patriarch had similar designs, though compared to repaying the karmic debt to Ancestor Red Cloud, that primordial purple chi seemed insignificant. Hearing Dao Xuan tell them to mind their own business, Primordial Heavenly Lord immediately spoke up. Younger brother, you speak incorrectly. As Heavenly Tao sages, we cannot ignore matters concerning the primordial wilderness. If Ancestor Red Cloud wishes to give away the primordial purple chi, it must be done under our witness. With that, he turned to Ancestor Red Cloud and said, Taoist Red Cloud, you may release the primordial purple chi and let it choose its own master. This will spare you from having to make a difficult decision. Ancestor Red Cloud nodded in agreement. Having several sages as witnesses would be ideal. I shall now sever my connection with the primordial purple chi and let it choose its own master. Whoever it chooses will be determined by their own fortune. Of course, I shall not accept any promises made to me, for I know I lack the fortune to bear them. As he spoke, the primordial purple chi flew from Ancestor Red Cloud's hand, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash from forcibly severing his connection with the primordial purple chi. Although his cultivation had not diminished, he was severely injured. Seeing the primordial purple chi fly from Ancestor Red Cloud's hand, Juan and the others lost their composure, instantly charging toward it without hesitation. What did choosing its own master or destined one even mean? Such notions were too ethereal. As long as one was fast enough to seize the primordial purple chi, first it would be theirs. As Juan rushed toward the primordial purple chi, Tai had already raised the eastern bell to shield his elder brother's attempt. Ancestor Mingyi was not idle either, as the 12-petal karmic fire lotus beneath his feet soared toward the primordial purple chi. Dong Wanggong's dragon-head staff flew out directly, while Zai Wangma's plain-colored cloud banner wrapped around the primordial purple chi. Little did they know at that moment Primordial Heavenly Lord's finger twitched slightly. He subtly diverted the primordial purple chi from its original trajectory. As a result, everyone lunged at empty air, and the primordial purple chi flew toward the four pure ones instead. Dao Xuan naturally noticed Primordial Heavenly Lord's manipulation, and he certainly would not allow the primordial purple chi to fall into his hands. However, Dao Xuan did not take action to stop it, as doing so would inevitably reveal flaws to the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. It was not that Dao Xuan feared offending the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, but rather he felt that such actions were unnecessary. This was because Dao Xuan knew that Hongjun would not allow this strand of Hongmeng purple chi to fall into the hands of anyone present. He would inevitably take action at a critical moment to retrieve this strand of Hongmeng purple chi. Otherwise, wouldn't his plans be disrupted? However, Dao Xuan was not completely inactive, as he wished to use this opportunity to test Hongjun. At that moment, Dao Xuan's thoughts stirred, and the strand of Hongmeng purple chi within him unexpectedly detached from his body. The elder Hongyun severed the connection with the Hongmeng purple chi, resulting in backlash and causing him to spit out blood. However, such a thing would not happen to Dao Xuan. This was because he had never refined the Hongmeng purple chi nor integrated it into his divine soul. Thus, with just a thought, the Hongmeng purple chi flew directly out and headed towards the Hongmeng purple chi of elder Hongyun. This sudden scene stunned even the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. At this moment Dao Xuan exclaimed in surprise, "Why is my Hongmeng purple qi being drawn and detaching from my body?" As he spoke, Dao Xuan was already flying towards the Hongmeng purple qi in the air. On the surface, Dao Xuan was attempting to reclaim his strand of Hongmeng purple qi, but in reality, he aimed to seize Elder Hongyun's strand of Hongmeng purple qi as well. Of course, Dao Xuan did not genuinely desire the Hongmeng purple qi, he merely wanted to see if Hongjun would take action at this moment. If Hongjun did not act now, the primordial heavenly venerable would also not be able to obtain the Hongmeng purple qi. In fact, Dao Xuan could even take this opportunity to relinquish his own strand of Hongmeng purple qi. Therefore, as Dao Xuan rushed towards the Hongmeng purple qi, he did not forget to pressure both strands of Hongmeng purple qi towards Dijun and Tai. If Dijun and Tai each obtain a strand of Hongmeng purple qi, then Hongjun's plans will be completely disrupted. Let's see if he can resist acting. Although Tongtian did not know what Dao Xuan was thinking, he understood that Dao Xuan's actions were far from simple on the surface. However, Laozi and the primordial heavenly venerable were unaware of the true circumstances and believed everything to be genuine. At that moment, the two prepared to act, helping Dao Xuan reclaim his strand of Hongmeng purple qi, while also securing the other strand of Hongmeng purple qi. When Dijun and Tai saw two strands of Hongmeng purple qi flying towards them, they were overjoyed. Dijun directly summoned the He Tu and Luo Shu, wrapping them around the Hongmeng purple qi, intending to collect them all. Just then the two strands of Hongmeng purple qi unexpectedly surged straight towards the sky, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. This sudden scene left everyone frozen in place, and Dao Xuan could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed at the sky. Where did my Hongmeng purple qi go? Did my master take back the Hongmeng purple qi? After saying this, Dao Xuan deeply bowed towards the direction of the purple sky palace and spoke. Master, has your disciple's Hongmeng purple qi been taken back by you? If Master has taken the Hongmeng purple qi, please inform your disciple, so he does not waste time searching in the chaos. The purpose of Dao Xuan's actions was to inform everyone why the Hongmeng purple qi had vanished. At that moment, the two strands of Hongmeng purple qi that had originally disappeared returned from the sky. Before Dao Xuan could grasp what was happening, the two strands of Hongmeng purple qi flew back into Dao Xuan and Elder Hongyun's bodies. This inevitably made Dao Xuan inwardly shout that it was not good. Hongjun actually sent the two strands of Hongmeng purple qi back. Could it be that Hongjun cannot sleep unless he has caused trouble for Elder Hongyun? Or has he already discerned that I intend to abandon the Hongmeng purple qi? At this moment, Dao Xuan's mind was swirling with countless thoughts. At this time, Hongjun's voice also transmitted from the direction of the Purple Sky Palace. The ownership of the Hongmeng purple qi is determined by the heavenly Dao. It cannot be disregarded at will. Once you possess the Hongmeng purple qi, unless you die, the Hongmeng purple qi will not change hands. Hongjun's words were undoubtedly meant to harm, clearly indicating that to seize the Hongmeng purple qi, one must kill Elder Hongyun. Elder Hongyun was no fool. He naturally detected the underlying meaning in Hongjun's words. Thus he immediately followed suit, also bowing towards the direction of the Purple Sky Palace and speaking. Dao Ancestor Hongyun knows his own shallow aptitude and lacks the chance to attain sanctity. I request the Dao Ancestor to take back the Hongmeng purple qi. At this moment, Hongjun in the Purple Sky Palace had a face as dark as thunder, his gaze fixed on Dao Xuan below. At this point, Hongjun could certainly see that all of today's events stemmed from Dao Xuan. After all, the automatic detachment of the Hongmeng purple qi was very suspicious. Unless Dao Xuan actively released the Hongmeng purple qi, such a possibility would not exist. Back then in the Purple Sky Palace, I couldn't see through this child at all. Could it be that he has already learned the truth about the Hongmeng purple qi? At this moment, Hongjun felt that Dao Xuan seemed to be escaping his control. During the lecture in the Purple Sky Palace, Hongjun had used the methods of a saint to deduce Dao Xuan's causal connections. But the result was that he could not deduce anything at all and received a warning from the great Dao. Thus, even though Hongjun felt that Dao Xuan was about to break free from his control, he did not dare to strike and kill him. Let alone whether he could do it. Even if he could, if the great Dao truly retaliated, it would not be something he could bear. Most importantly, Hongjun would absolutely not allow even the slightest trace of the great Dao to manifest in the primordial chaos. Furthermore, since Dao Xuan also bore a layer of merit from the opening of heaven, this made Hongjun even more wary. At this moment, Dao Xuan was also pondering why the Dao Ancestor would act this way. What exactly did Elder Hongyun do to provoke Hongjun? Why does Hongjun insist that he must die? Logically speaking, a Kwasa saint without ambition should not pose a threat to Hongjun's plans. While Dao Xuan was deep in thought, Elder Hongyun spoke again. Dao Ancestor, as the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing treasure brings trouble. Since Hongyun cannot use the Hongmeng purple qi to attain sanctity, this Hongmeng purple qi becomes Hongyun's death warrant. Hongyun is willing to return the Hongmeng purple qi to the Purple Sky Palace, and will immediately return to the Fire Cloud Cave to enter seclusion, ensuring that within the Yuan meeting, he will not step out of the Fire Cloud Cave. Upon hearing Elder Hongyun's words, Dao Xuan seemed to grasp something, muttering softly, Fire Cloud Cave. Could it be because of the Fire Cloud Cave? Others did not know what the Fire Cloud Cave was, but Dao Xuan was well aware. It was a place used by the heavenly Dao to imprison the 3 emperors of the human race, just like the 6 paths of reincarnation imprison the Earth Mother. I understand now. No wonder Elder Hongjun must die, and will eventually reincarnate as Shino. It turns out that the Fire Cloud Cave is the true plan of the Dao Ancestor. In simple terms, it is to use the Fire Cloud Cave to imprison the human path. If Elder Hongjun does not die, the Dao Ancestor has no reason to force Elder Hongjun to relinquish the Fire Cloud Cave. At the moment Dao Xuan comprehended the key point, the Xuanqing, who had been lurking in the shadows, finally revealed himself. He directly sneered at the Red Cloud Ancestor and said, "Red Cloud, you are being quite ungrateful, aren't you? Back in the Zixiao Palace, if you hadn't pretended to be above it all and given way, this seat wouldn't have lost the position of a sage. Now you treat the primordial purple chi as if it were worthless, discarding it without a second thought. How can you face the Dao Ancestor? If the primordial purple chi belonged to this seed, even if I were to be shattered to pieces, I would never let the Dao Ancestor feel disappointed." Upon hearing these words from Xuanqing, the Red Cloud Ancestor found himself at a loss for words. After all, regardless of whether this was a scheme, at least Hongjun had bestowed the primordial purple chi upon him. Others might not know the specific reasons, but they understood that this was an opportunity given to the Red Cloud Ancestor by Hongjun. The way Red Cloud was acting now did indeed seem somewhat ungrateful. Inevitably, he would be spurned by the beings of the primordial world. The main issue was that he had asked twice and Hongjun had not made a further statement, which indicated that Hongjun had no intention of reclaiming the primordial purple chi. At this point, the Red Cloud Ancestor realized that relinquishing the primordial purple chi was not feasible. He then bowed to Xuanqing and said, "Thank you, Xuanqing, for enlightening me. If it weren't for your reprimand, I might still be thinking of myself and neglecting the kindness of the Dao Ancestor. Now that I understand what to do, I will keep this primordial purple chi for myself." After saying this, before anyone present could react, the Red Cloud Ancestor had already approached Tongtian, and Sage of the Upper Clear, Red Cloud wishes to follow the example of the lamp igniting Taoist and join your interception sect. I wonder if the Sage of the Upper Clear would be willing to accept me, Red Cloud. This sudden turn of events left Tongtian bewildered, thinking to himself, what is going on here? How does this involve me? When the primordial Lord of Beginning accepted the lamp igniting Taoist, Tongtian was deeply dissatisfied, feeling that his second brother had overstepped. Now the same situation had fallen upon him, which inevitably put Tongtian in a difficult position. After all, he knew the true intent of the Red Cloud Ancestor, which was to seek refuge in the interception sect. At this moment, anyone with eyes could see that the Red Cloud Ancestor had become the target of everyone's criticism. Only by seeking a sage as a backer could he hope to preserve his life, otherwise he would eventually be drained dry by those present. Even Dao Xuan had not anticipated that the Red Cloud Ancestor would make such a decision. After all, Dao Xuan had once told the Red Cloud Ancestor that even joining a sage's great sect would be of no use, unless you could retreat into the sage's place and cultivate until you could refine the primordial purple chi, achieving enlightenment as a sage. However, Dao Xuan did not stop the Red Cloud Ancestor from doing so. After all, he wanted to see if Hongjun would agree. If the Red Cloud Ancestor were to join the interception sect, then his calamity might not necessarily occur. If the Red Cloud Ancestor didn't die, not only would the Fire Cloud Cave not be vacated, but even the future Fengshen Great Calamity might see some changes. As the saying goes, those who watch the excitement do not mind the chaos. Dao Xuan directly connected through the source and said to Tongtian, "Third brother, let the Red Cloud Ancestor join the interception sect as a vice leader, and you two shall address each other as friends. Moreover, you must report this matter to Hongjun and gain his approval. If he does not respond, you can take it as his task." Upon hearing Dao Xuan's message through the source, Tongtian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, thinking this was indeed a good plan. After all, this way he not only preserved the Red Cloud Ancestor, but also avoided any transgressions. The primordial Lord of Beginning had the lamp igniting Taoist call him teacher, while he could refer to Red Cloud as a friend. These two situations were not comparable. Thus he directly spoke to Red Cloud, saying, "Since you have this intention, I naturally cannot refuse. From now on you shall be the vice leader of my interception sect, and I shall address you as a friend. My disciples shall also be your disciples." Upon hearing this, the Red Cloud Ancestor was taken aback, for this was certainly not the treatment the lamp igniting Taoist received. This was akin to the two saints of the West sharing leadership of a single sect. Thus the Red Cloud Ancestor had no reason to refuse and prepared to agree with Tongtian. However, before the Red Cloud Ancestor could speak, Tongtian said again, "But before this we must ask Master, and only if Master agrees can we proceed." After saying this, Tongtian bowed deeply towards the direction of the Zixiao Palace and spoke, "Master, your disciple Tongtian wishes to share leadership of the interception sect with Red Cloud. I wonder if Master thinks this matter is feasible. If Master finds this matter feasible, there is no need to respond. Oh, I shall take it as Master's tacit agreement." Seeing Tongtian like this, Red Cloud also bowed towards the direction of the Zixiao Palace. The two maintained their bowing posture for a while, without rising. At this moment Hongjun felt a bit like sitting on pins and needles, knowing that if he did not respond it would be equivalent to agreeing. However, if he agreed, then, with the Red Cloud ancestor joining the interception sect, his plan would be jeopardized. But if he opened his mouth to stop it, what reason could he use to do so? In the end, Hongjun had no choice but to seek a compromise and chose a solution that would spare his face. The next moment Hongjun's voice once again came down from the heavens. Red Cloud, since you have joined the interception sect, you shall cultivate on Golden Ao Island from now on. There are numerous blessed lands and caves in the primordial world. You cannot occupy 2 places alone. From now on, the Fire Cloud Cave shall remain unclaimed. Without caring whether the Red Cloud ancestor agreed, a massive pressure descended from the sky, directly severing the connection between the Red Cloud ancestor and the Fire Cloud Cave. In response, Red Cloud did not care at all. After all, he had not returned to the Fire Cloud Cave, often usually residing in the Yuanshi mountain at Wuzhuang Temple. Thus, he promptly bowed again towards the direction of the Zixiao Palace. Red Cloud thanks the Dao ancestor. From now on, Red Cloud has no connection with the Fire Cloud Cave. At this moment, Dao Xuan finally confirmed his suspicions. Hongjun was indeed targeting the Fire Cloud Cave. It turns out that the Red Cloud ancestor had long committed the crime of possessing a treasure. However, this treasure was not the primordial purple chi, but rather his own cave, the Fire Cloud Cave. This inevitably led Dao Xuan to entertain the thought of going to the Fire Cloud Cave to see what made it different. With everything that had transpired, it could be said that the dust had settled. Those who sought the primordial purple chi could only return empty-handed. Although the Red Cloud ancestor did not offer the primordial purple chi, Kunpeng's face revealed no hint of a smile. After all, with the Red Cloud now in the interception sect, his schemes could not succeed. No matter how eloquently he spoke, Dejuan and Tai would not risk offending Tongtian to kill the Red Cloud ancestor. However, this did not mean that Kunpeng would simply let it go. Just because Dejuan and Tai did not take action did not mean that he would not. Nuwa raised her teacup, taking a gentle sip, and smiled, saying, Dao Xuan, your performance today was truly splendid. Dao Xuan chuckled. I merely went with the flow. It was indeed the reaction of the ancestor Hongjun that confirmed my thoughts. I have always been puzzled as to why ancestor Hongjun was able to receive the primordial purple energy bestowed by Hongjun. Especially the display of Hongjun bestowing primordial purple energy to ancestor Hongjun has left me utterly perplexed. Only today did I begin to understand. What exactly was Hongjun's purpose in doing this? We can only blame ancestor Hongjun for obtaining transformation in the Fire Cloud Cave. Nuwa put down her teacup, her expression turning serious. Are you implying that Hongjun is scheming against the Fire Cloud Cave? Although the Fire Cloud Cave was transformed from the ancestral aperture of Pangu, it contains innate opportunities. It is merely a top-level blessed land, and compared to Kunlun Mountain it may not hold a candle to it. The Dao ancestor has now moved the entire Jade Capital Mountain into the chaos. Would he covet ancestor Hongyun's Fire Cloud Cave? Hearing Nuwa mention that ancestor Hongyun's Fire Cloud Cave was born from the ancestral aperture of Pangu, Dao Xuan finally understood. He then spoke to Nuwa, saying, It is not that the Dao ancestor desires the Fire Cloud Cave, but rather that the Heavenly Dao requires the Fire Cloud Cave. Or rather, the Heavenly Dao needs the Fire Cloud Cave as a prison to confine the human realm. Nuwa gasped. Are you referring to the human realm? Isn't the wilderness governed by the Heavenly Dao? What is this human realm you speak of? It is no wonder Nuwa did not understand the human realm. Even though she created the human race with her own hands, the current human race is indeed too weak. Although Nuwa felt that the human race had extraordinary fortune when she created them, she never imagined that one day they would become the rulers of the wilderness, and even have a Dao to protect them. Seeing Nuwa's shocked expression, Dao Xuan stood up, clasping his hands behind his back, gazing at the heavens. After Pangu opened the heavens and created the earth, he was meant to transform into the Dao, establishing the singular order of the wilderness. To this end, Pangu did not hesitate to slay 3,000 chaotic gods and demons just to prevent them from occupying the world he created in the wilderness. Unfortunately, even the wisest can overlook something. Although Pangu foresaw this hidden danger, there were still some fish that slipped through the net. After Pangu opened the heavens, he became immensely weakened and had to guard against the world returning to chaos, becoming a pillar of support. This gave the surviving chaotic gods and demons the opportunity to take advantage and attempt to steal the fruits of the wilderness. Unfortunately, at that time the Father God was already powerless to stop them and could only divide his divine sense into 3, evolving the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Among them, the Heavenly Dao awakened early under the special emphasis of the Father God, allowing it to take charge of the order of the wilderness. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Dao was infiltrated by chaotic gods and demons, planting a strand of divine sense that gave the Heavenly Dao self-awareness. Thus, the Heavenly Dao absolutely does not allow the Earth Dao and the human Dao to awaken, for If all three awaken the will of the Father God will return to the wilderness. In the end, the heavenly Tao chose Hongjun as its representative among the surviving chaotic gods and demons. This is why despite having attained enlightenment, Hongjun still plots in such a manner. Because he has sold himself to the heavenly Tao, some matters are beyond his control, and one could even say he is merely an executor. If such words had come from an ordinary being of the wilderness, Nuwa would have unhesitatingly deemed them nonsense. However, when these words came from Dao Xuan, it was different. After all, Dao Xuan is one of Panga's four purities, a manifestation of Panga's primordial spirit. Suddenly Nuwa seemed to realize something and asked Dao Xuan, "Dao Xuan, are you saying that the saint who governs the heavenly Tao should not be Hongjun, but rather Laozi, who is transformed from Panga's heavenly soul? As for the earth Tao, it should be the primordial supreme being transformed from Panga's earthly soul, and the human Tao is transformed from Panga's human soul Tongtian. And you, as one of Panga's four purities, is not the Xuanqing. You mentioned the will of Panga destined to carry the will of the Tao in the future." Dao Xuan did not expect Nuwa's imagination to be so rich. However, he also found that the persona she created for him was indeed useful. After all, the three purities are transformed from Panga's three souls, and his position as the fourth purity is indeed somewhat unclear. He simply replied to Nuwa saying, "To be precise, it should be awakening rather than being the representative of the three paths, and certainly not, as you said, the one in charge. After all, even a saint finds it difficult to rid themselves of emotions. Once feelings arise, it is hard to maintain impartiality. Regardless of what the Father God's plan was back, then it has already encountered uncontrollable variables. The heavenly Tao awakened early, and there was no need for my elder brother to awaken it. This is the first variable. As for the human Tao and the earth Tao, they have likely already fallen into Hongjun schemes, making this the second variable. However, the Father God's plans are not so simple. He must have left contingencies for potential variables. Among them, your creation of humans from clay grants you the qualification to awaken the human Tao. As for the timing, I cannot ascertain it now." Nuwa did not expect that she had become the key to awakening the human Tao, which prompted her to express, "Shouldn't the human Tao be awakened by senior brother Tongtian? Even though I created humans from clay, I am not of Panga's bloodline, so I don't seem to have that qualification right." Dao Xuan reached out and ruffled Nuwa's hair, then smiled, and said, "If you wish to awaken the human Tao, you will certainly need the assistance of third brother." Dao Xuan was not trying to fool Nuwa. After all, whether the human Tao could awaken hinged on the Fengshen calamity. The key to the Fengshen calamity is Tongtian. If Tongtian wins, only then will Nuwa have the opportunity to awaken the human Tao, otherwise she will surely fail. After hearing this, although Nuwa still had doubts in her heart, she did not continue to ask further, but instead inquired about the earth Tao from Dao Xuan. "What about the earth Tao?" "The earth Tao should awaken before the human Tao. Shouldn't there be the primordial supreme being using some method to awaken it?" Although Dao Xuan knew that it should be Hutu awakening the earth Tao, he would not say such things now. He simply replied, "That should have been the case, but now that variables have arisen, it may not develop along the established trajectory. Moreover, second brother has exhausted the merits of opening the heavens within him. It is likely that the qualification to awaken the earth Tao has been completely lost, and the Father God's contingency will replace second brother awakening the earth Tao at the right moment." After hearing this, Nuwa nodded. "So you did not want me and senior brother Tongtian to use primordial purple energy to attain sainthood, because you feared that I would lose the qualification to awaken the human Tao." Nuwa, having filled in all the unreasonable gaps with reason, certainly saved Dao Xuan much explanation. However, the next question from Nuwa left Dao Xuan unsure of how to respond. "What about you? Will you, as I said, become the great Tao that governs the wilderness in the future, or the key responsible for awakening the great Tao?" At this moment, Dao Xuan truly did not know how to respond. To admit it would mean acknowledging his own importance, which he did not feel. To deny it would risk shattering the persona that Nuwa had crafted for him before it even had a chance to spread. With a smile, he said to Nuwa, "My true form is a fragment of the primordial spirit, forcefully separated from my father by my three elder brothers during his slumber, combined with the obsession in his heart. As for whether I will one day wield the Tao or awaken it, I cannot make any rash conclusions." Upon hearing this, Nuwa couldn't help but nod in agreement. After all, some matters are clearer when observed from another's perspective, yet become confusing when faced personally. For instance, his brother Fushi excelled in divination, but could not glean a hint about his own fate. Fortunately, Nuwa did not dwell on this any longer, and spoke to Dao Xuan. "Forget about it. As long as we do our part, well, we will not have failed the great Pangu for opening up the wilderness for us. By the way, although Hongjun has joined the GS sect, do you think those who covet the primordial purple energy will give up?" Dao Xuan shook his head, and replied, "Not only will those people not give up, but even the two saints of the West will not abandon their plans to see Hongjun fall. After all, as long as Hongjun is alive, they will owe a debt of karma. Now that he has joined the GS sect, their unease only deepens. Just wait and see, it won't be long before the two saints of the West resort to dirty and despicable means to ensure Hongjun's downfall." Nuwa found Dao Xian's words reasonable, for the two saints of the West indeed had such characters. So do you plan? After all, he is currently the deputy leader of your third brother. Dao Xian sighed and said, let's see what the heavens decide. If Hongjun is destined to face this calamity, then no one can save him. As soon as Dao Xian finished speaking, he heard Tongtian's voice coming from outside Fangzhong Island. Little brother, I have come to visit Fangzhong Island with my two elder brothers. Dao Xian's figure flashed as he immediately exited Fangzhong Island with Nuwa closely following behind. After some polite exchanges, Hao invited the three pure ones into the Xuanqing Dao Palace on Fangzhong Island. Dao Xian had the three pure ones take their seats by the stone table and asked Yuanshi to personally brew a pot of the innate enlightenment tea for everyone. They sipped tea while engaging in casual conversation. After a while, Yuanshi Tianzun finally spoke to Dao Xian. Little brother, it seems that Hongjun's joining of Sandish GS sect was your suggestion, right? Dao Xian did not hide it and recounted the visit of Hongjun and Yuanshi to Fangzhong Island. Of course, he did not mention that he advised Hongjun to give up the primordial purple energy. As for why Hongjun would voluntarily give up the primordial purple energy, Dao Xian explained that Hongjun sensed he was being targeted by Xuanqing. He even vaguely felt that the two saints of the West were instigating matters behind the scenes, worrying for his own life, which led him to consider giving up the primordial purple energy. Even Yuanshi Tianzun could not help but believe Dao Xian's explanation, as it was indeed flawless. Tongtian, of course, was an exception. After all, he had warned Dao Xian when Hongjun was about to join the GS sect. However, seeing his younger brother not admit it, Tongtian would not step in to undermine him and directly said, it seems that Hongjun joining our GS sect was inspired by the burning lamp Taoist aiming to seek protection from a saint. Moreover, it was only after failing to obtain the primordial purple energy that he had no choice but to settle for. In this case, even if Hongjun joins our GS sect, he may not be of much help. I must hurry to complete the Yuanshi. Tongtian was clearly steering the conversation away. He knew that Yuanshi Tianzun most disliked him taking too many disciples. Thus, as long as Tongtian shifted the topic to Wanxian Lai Chao, Yuanshi Tianzun would surely be led astray. Sure enough, as soon as Tongtian finished speaking, Yuanshi Tianzun snorted coldly and said, Wanxian Lai Chao, all you think about is Wanxian Lai Chao. Remember this, even if the GS sect needs thousands of disciples to set up the Wanxian formation to suppress the luck of the great religion, you cannot indiscriminately take in everyone without discerning good from bad. If that's the case, don't blame your second brother for taking action and personally clearing your gates. Hearing Yuanshi Tianzun's words, Dao Xian couldn't help but think to himself, second brother, you truly mean what you say. Are you perhaps laying the groundwork for the future Fengshen calamity by oppressing the weak? Then you truly are an old rascal. Dao Xian directly said to Yuanshi Tianzun's second brother, this is your mistake. Third brother has his own standards for accepting disciples. Why not second brother, third brother, and eldest brother each take in disciples widely, and after 10,000 years hold a three teachings debate? At that time it can serve to test the cultivation of your disciples and conveniently observe their character. What? Dao Xian had said all that needed to be said, yet he did not mention who among them would have the most formidable disciples. Unbeknownst to him, this was the key point, and even if Dao Xian didn't say it, Yuanshi Tianzun and Tongtian understood. As for Laozi, he had never thought about taking in disciples, nor did he ever consider comparing himself to his two younger brothers. Of course, this was not because Laozi as the elder brother was unwilling to compete, but rather because he had greater schemes. At the very least, in the original trajectory of the wilderness, after the Fengshen calamity, the GS sect's lineage was severed and the disciples of the Chan sect continuously betrayed and fled to the west. Only Laozi did not lose a single soldier and emerged to integrate the three teachings of humanity, Chan and Jia, establishing the Dao sect and intervening in the west with a single move to transform barbarians into Buddhists. Dao Xian even believed that Laozi's schemes surpassed Hongjun's, lacking only the cultivation to match Hongjun's Dao realm. Otherwise, Laozi would undoubtedly have factored Hongjun into his calculations. He could certainly be considered a being that could leverage a single point to move the earth. It was precisely for this reason that Dao Xian was even more certain that Laozi would not only not reject him, but would also support him. Sure enough, Laozi then spoke, I also find this proposal of little brothers quite good. Moreover, such a three teachings debate should be held regularly, preferably once every 10,000 years. Seeing that Laozi had said this, Yuanshi Tianzun and Tongtian naturally would not refuse, and they promptly decided on this matter. At that moment, Bai Xiao came running over, stumbling and calling out, Master, there is trouble at the Sanguang Divine Water Pond. You should go take a look. Dao Xian glared at Bai Xiao fiercely. What a clumsy and unruly manner. Do you not see your three masters here? Bai Xiao stuck out her tongue and then bowed deeply to Laozi and the others, saying that she had seen the three masters. After paying her respects, Bai Xiao turned her anxious gaze to Dao Xian and said urgently, Master, you and Master Mother should hurry and take a look. Grass has started to grow in the Sanguang Divine Water Pond. Upon hearing Bai Xiao mention that grass had grown in the Three Lights Divine Water Pool, Dao Xian couldn't help but After all, since Dao Xuan acquired this Fanzhong Island aside from the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus, he had not seen any other spiritual roots sprouting in the Three Lights Divine Water Pool. In fact, Dao Xuan had even attempted to raise koi in the pool, but unfortunately the moment the koi entered they began to age rapidly, ultimately losing all vitality. Thus the Three Lights Divine Water Pool had always been empty, not even a single green leaf could be seen, especially since the original 12th grade Pure World White Lotus had already been picked by Dao Xuan. At the same time that Dao Xuan found it strange, Nuwa, with an excited expression, asked Bai Xiao, did lotus leaves grow in the Three Lights Divine Water Pool? Bai Xiao thought for a moment and nodded, saying it does resemble that, but they are too small to be clearly distinguished. Hearing this, Nuwa couldn't help but smile, and said to Dao Xuan, if I'm not mistaken, the 5 lotus seeds you planted must have sprouted. Without Nuwa's reminder, Dao Xuan seemed to have completely forgotten that he had once planted 5 lotus seeds in the Three Lights Divine Water Pool. Now recalling it, he rose without hesitation and ran towards the Three Lights Divine Water Pool. Witnessing this scene, Yuanshi Tianzun couldn't help but sigh. My little brother still has the nerve to say Bai Xiao is reckless. I see he is a master, isn't much better. At this moment Tongtian chuckled and said, brothers, why don't we go take a look at what kind of lotus flower has excited my little brother so much? Both Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun nodded in agreement, then put down their teacups and stood up directly. Nuwa with a beaming smile added, brothers, we must not lose our composure lest we become a laughingstock to the younger generation. After saying this, Nuwa took the lead and walked towards the direction of the Three Lights Divine Water Pool, which made the 3 brothers feel even more puzzled. After all, aside from the 5 great lotus platforms, what other lotus could make them lose their composure? Most importantly, none of them could believe that Dao Xuan could grow innate lotus flowers. However, when they arrived at the Three Lights Divine Water Pool, they were utterly dumbfounded. Tongtian even rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Laozi pointed directly at the 5 lotus leaves in the Three Lights Divine Water Pool and asked Dao Xuan, little brother, if I am not mistaken, this should not be ordinary postnatal lotus flowers, right? Dao Xuan did not conceal the truth. After all, the radiance on the 5 lotus leaves already indicated what they were. He smiled and said to Laozi, elder brother is correct. These 5 lotus flowers were born from the 5 great innate lotus seeds. The one in the east is the one you 3 brothers are most familiar with, which is the creation blue lotus. The other 4 are the karma fire red lotus, pure world white lotus, desolation black lotus, and merit golden lotus. However, I cannot guarantee how many grades they will bloom into. It is unlikely they will reach the 12th grade. Dao Xuan's words nearly made Yuanshi Tianzun's nose twitch in frustration. He thought to himself, to say they might not reach the 12th grade, you really are not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue away. Just these 5 lotus platforms, even if they all reach the 9th grade. With 5 9th grade lotus platforms in hand, even a sage may not be able to break through Dao Xuan's defense. Tongtian was even more direct and said to Dao Xuan, little brother, as long as they can grow to the 9th grade, you can use these 5 lotus platforms to contend against a sage. If they truly reach the 12th grade, even if you cannot attain sagehood relying on these 5 12th grade lotus platforms, you can walk proudly in the Hongjun world. Even Laozi couldn't help but nod and said, indeed, with 5 12th grade lotus platforms combined, it would be possible to set up the 5 lotus return to source formation. Once the 5 lotus return to source formation is established, it can summon the 36th grade creation blue lotus that bore the Father God. At that time, with the creation blue lotus for defense, who in this Hongjun world besides the Dao ancestor could break it? Even if it is just at the 9th grade, it can summon the 24th grade creation blue lotus. Even we sages would need at least 2 or more to work together to break it. Laozi's words seemed to praise Dao Xuan's fortune and the 5 great lotus platforms in the Three Lights Divine Water Pool. It also conveyed to Dao Xuan that even with the 5 great lotus platforms, he was not invincible. There are still those who can restrain you. Dao Xuan did not mind this. He smiled and said, if it is truly as elder brother said, then that would be wonderful. Third brother, do you not have an innate treasure for suppressing the teachings? When these 5 lotus platforms mature, I will gift them to you to suppress the fate of the teachings. At that time, third brother will not have to worry about the myriad immortals of his sect, and second brother will not need to worry about third brother accepting disciples indiscriminately. Once Dao Xuan said this, Tongtian's face instantly broke into a silly grin, and he shook his head, saying, little brother, how could third brother accept your spiritual treasure? Moreover, they are far more important to you than to third brother and me. Dao Xuan directly shook his head at Tongtian and said, what third brother said does not regard me as family. Back then, when I had not yet taken form, third brother did not hesitate to deplete his essence to help me take form. Compared to that essence, what do these 5 lotus platforms amount to? As soon as Dao Xuan spoke, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun couldn't help but twitch in their hearts. Yuanshi Tianzun even thought to himself, is he hinting at me? It seems this little brother holds a grudge after all. Even Laozi couldn't help but sigh helplessly, but he had already made up his mind. My little brother is truly someone who repays kindness and does not forget grievances. That seems I need to get along well with him in the future. At this moment Laozi began to think in his heart about how to make amends for his failure to offer his essence back then. However, Tongtian at this moment did not care about what Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun were thinking. He was still vigorously refusing. Eventually, it was Nuwa who spoke up, saying, "You two brothers should stop being modest. After all, the four purities are one entity, and it does not matter who has the spiritual treasures." Goodness, Nuwa's words absolutely rubbed salt into the wounds of Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun. If it is true that the spiritual treasures in the hands of Tongtian and Dao Xuan are no different, then that is certainly accurate, but it seems it doesn't have much to do with them. Fortunately, at this time, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun would not think that one day they would end up at odds with, otherwise they would surely go mad. After all, Tongtian with the four swords of Zhuxian had set up the Zhuxian formation, which could only be broken by the four sages. If the five lotus return to source formation were also set up with these five innate lotus platforms, who in this Hongjun world besides the Dao ancestor could compete with it? After all, Tongtian is not like Dao Xuan. Dao Xuan is not a sage, and even if he sets up the five lotus return to source formation with two or more sages joining forces, they can still break it. However, Tongtian is different. He is a sage of the heavenly Dao. Most importantly, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun do not believe that the lotus flowers in the three lights divine water pool could bloom to the 12th grade. Seeing that Dao Tongtian and Dao Xuan were no longer being modest with each other, Nuwa spoke again to Dao Xuan. "Dao Xuan, do you need me to help them speed up their growth with the power of creation?" Dao Xuan shook his head, saying, "The laws of creation you possess, although they are at the level of the great Dao, have not yet reached the extraordinary realm of sanctification. Using incomplete great Dao laws on ordinary innate spiritual roots is naturally no problem. However, it definitely cannot be used to make these five lotus platforms bloom to the 12th grade." As he spoke, a black light flew out from Dao Xuan's hand and swiftly hovered above the five lotus leaves. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that the item Dao Xuan summoned was the purple-black gourd he had obtained on the cliff of Kunlun Mountain. At that time, Dao Xuan had acquired 3 gourds, among which the purpler gourd was given to Qiong Xiao, and the purple-white gourd was given to Bai Xiao. Only this purple-black gourd was kept by Dao Xuan himself without giving it to his disciples. Meanwhile, this left Yuanshi Tianzun somewhat puzzled about Dao Xuan's intentions. He then spoke to Dao Xuan. "Little brother, don't act recklessly. This purple-black gourd, also known as the Chaos Gourd. Aren't you afraid of the chaotic aura within this Chaos Gourd?" Yuanshi Tianzun's words were cut short as he realized why Dao Xuan was acting this way. "Little brother, are you really planning to use the Chaos Gourd to create a chaotic world for them? Do you know that these 5 innate lotus seeds were born in the primordial chaos?" Dao Xuan nodded with a smile and said, "Since third brother doesn't want it, then let's take a gamble. If I can make the 5 lotus platforms return to their ancestry and all bloom to the 24th grade, wouldn't that mean that even if master comes, I will still be invincible, eh?" Dao Xuan's words caused Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun to twitch their mouths, and even Tongtian felt that Dao Xuan was taking quite a big risk. Moreover, the chances of winning were definitely less than 1 in 10. However, Tongtian did not advise Dao Xuan, as he understood his little brother too well. Once he made a decision, he would not change it. Little did they know that Dao Xuan was not gambling on luck, but that the Chaos Gourd had already been completely refined by him. How could a spirit treasure that he could fully control lead to the situation that Yuanshi Tianzun spoke of? Before Dao Xuan crossed over, how many times had he influenced the growth and development of plants and animals? It's just that Yuanshi Tianzun and the others did not understand and lacked the insight. That was why they were making such a fuss. On the contrary, Nuwa remained the most composed, having said nothing throughout, quietly watching the 5 lotus leaves enveloped beneath the Chaos Gourd. Seeing Dao Xuan's stubbornness, Yuanshi Tianzun was too lazy to persuade him further and also lost interest in staying for tea. "Not heeding your brother's advice, you will regret it sooner or later. Forget it, I can't be bothered with you anymore. I'm heading back to Kunlun Mountain." After saying that, Yuanshi Tianzun turned to leave, but had only taken 2 steps forward when he turned back. "Little brother, the innate enlightenment tea in second brother's hand has been finished. Can you see if you can get some more for him?" Dao Xuan was not stingy and took out 3,000 pieces of innate enlightenment tea, distributing them to his 3 brothers. The reason for Dao Xuan's generosity was twofold. First, he himself lacked innate enlightenment tea, and even if he gave away 10,000 pieces, he wouldn't care. Secondly, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun had attained their Dao through merit. If they wanted to enhance their cultivation, it relied on fortune rather than comprehending the great Dao laws. Therefore, this innate enlightenment tea in their hands was merely tea leaves and did not significantly aid their. Otherwise, Dao Xuan would not have so readily given innate enlightenment tea to Yuanshi Tianzun, as it was tantamount to aiding the enemy. After Laozi accepted the innate enlightenment tea, he also took his leave from Dao Xuan and returned to his Shouyang Mountain Banjing Palace. After sending off his 2 brothers, Dao Xuan's expression changed instantly, and he spoke to Tongtian. Third brother, I don't care what method you use, you must ensure the life of Ancestor Hongjun. Even if the situation seems impossible, you must let Ancestor Hongjun see that you genuinely want to save his life. Tongtian upon hearing this showed a puzzled expression saying, little brother, didn't you just say that Hongjun joined our GS sect to avoid calamity instead of truly pledging loyalty? If that's the case, why should I treat him sincerely? After all, if he ever attains sainthood, he won't remain in our Dao Xuan shook his head at Tongtian saying, third brother, you're thinking too narrowly. To speak frankly, Ancestor Hongjun will never achieve sainthood, as his Dao does not lie within this. Furthermore, in the future, the primordial purple energy in Ancestor Hongjun's hands will belong to your disciples. He added, but the premise is that you must treat Ancestor Hongjun sincerely, just as Xuanqing does. Otherwise, take my words as if I never said them. Although Tongtian didn't fully comprehend this, he nodded at Dao Xuan. As descendants of the Father God, third brother, why do I feel like I'm the only fool here? He sighed, forget it, I can't make sense of all your convoluted reasoning. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it. After saying this, Tongtian took his leave from Dao Xuan and returned to his Janeo Island Bio Palace. Dao Xuan initially thought of explaining further to avoid Tongtian's refusal, but unexpectedly, he was so straightforward. But this was good as well, it saved Dao Xuan a lot of breath. After all, if he explained further, Tongtian would suspect that he was consuming his own origin and peering into the river of time. Watching Tongtian's departing figure, Nuwa couldn't help but smile and spoke. Dao Xuan, didn't you say that Ancestor Hongjun's death tribulation was unavoidable? How come you let Tongtian Shixiang save him? She asked, tell me the truth, are you plotting against Tongtian Shixiang? If so, that would be quite ungrateful of you as a younger brother. Dao Xuan rolled his eyes at Nuwa and said, if it were that second brother of mine, I might indeed scheme against him. But as for third brother, I won't even tell him a lie. I have my reasons for doing this, and one day you will understand. Nuwa, not wanting to press Dao Xuan further, knew he didn't want to speak, and asking would be futile. So she simply ignored Dao Xuan and directly took Bai Xiao aside to plot something. Dao Xuan had long been accustomed to this, and was too lazy to concern himself with such trivial matters. Returning alone to his residence, Dao Xuan took out the dragon pearl and suspended it above his head. With the 6 saints now in place, it was time for him to comprehend the laws of the great Dao he mastered to a higher realm. As the dragon pearl slowly rotated above Dao Xuan's head, releasing countless laws of the great Dao, Dao Xuan entered a state of enlightenment. It is said that in the primordial chaos, time is not recorded, and Dao Xuan's seclusion lasted a full yuan hui. When Dao Xuan awoke from his state of enlightenment, his cultivation had directly ascended to the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. As Dao Xuan just opened his eyes, he saw Nuwa beside him smiling as she looked at him. Have you touched upon the opportunity to break through to the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal? Dao Xuan slowly stood up, stretching his legs before speaking to Nuwa. Now I have comprehended the laws of the great Dao of killing to a small peak. The laws of the great Dao of artifacts and the laws of the great Dao of pills are also nearing a small peak. However, I am still quite far from proving the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. The main point is that I need a suit. As the saying goes, traveling 1,000 miles is better than reading 1,000 books. Being cooped up at home is not a solution. Oh, it's time to go out and explore. Hearing that Dao Xuan was going out, Nuwa directly said it might not be the right time to go out now. Dao Xuan was taken aback, thinking to himself, could it be that after a yuan hui in seclusion, the calamity of the witches and demons is about to begin? Seeing the confusion on Dao Xuan's face, Nuwa spoke directly. During this period, the Heavenly Court and the Immortal Court have clashed seriously. 100 years ago, Dijun and Tai Yi led the demon army to the East Sea, surrounding Penglai Island completely. It won't be long before the Immortal Court is entirely destroyed by the demon army of the Heavenly Court. If we go out now, we will inevitably attract trouble. Upon hearing this from Nuwa, Dao Xuan became spirited and directly replied, isn't that great? We can see who wins between the Demon Clan and the Immortal Court. If the Immortal Court is destroyed, we can conveniently take Penglai Island. After all, Penglai Island is one of the 3 immortal islands overseas. Once we find Ingzhou Island in the future, our Taoist foundation will be truly complete. Nuwa never expected that in a war between immortals and demons, which others avoided like the plague, Dao Xuan would actually think of taking advantage of the chaos. She couldn't help but glare at Dao Xuan and said, then if the Demon Clan loses, do you want to go to the Demon Court to take advantage of the situation? Dao Xuan chuckled and nodded, I indeed want to, but unfortunately Dong Wang Gong isn't strong enough. With Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu, it is impossible to contend with Di Jun and Tai Yi. This time the Immortal Court is bound to lose. As he spoke, Dao Xuan had already walked out of the Great Hall and called for Zhao Gongming and the others. Before long, Zhao Gongming arrived with the 3 Xiaos and the Jade, Ding Zhenren bowing respectfully before Dao Xuan. Congratulations, Master, on your significant improvement in cultivation. Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao both congratulated Dao Xuan simultaneously. Looking at the 2 clever little girls, Dao Xuan couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. After all, who doesn't enjoy hearing good words? Moreover, this was not mere empty flattery. Dao Xuan waved his hand to help Xiao and Bai Xiao up, and then asked, have you two already broken through to the early stage of Deluo? Before Dao Xuan entered seclusion, Xiao and Bai Xiao had already reached the peak of Tai, Golden Immortal. Now having passed a whole Yuan Hui, they should have broken through to Deluo. Little did he know that just as Dao Xuan asked this question, a look of pity instantly appeared on the faces of Xiao and Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao even spoke, Master, I still haven't found a suitable great Dao law, so I dare not break through. Please, Master, guide me, and let me know which great Dao law is most suitable for me. Although Xiao didn't speak, she was nodding continuously. Her thoughts were no different from Bai Xiao's. Dao Xuan, knowing his two disciples well, couldn't help but sigh. He then turned to Nuwa beside him and asked, Nuwa, have you been leading these two to goof off during this time? Otherwise, with Yun Zhao's guidance, these two little girls should have broken through to Deluo by now, even if they are playing. As soon as Dao Xuan finished speaking, before Nuwa could respond, Bai Xiao jumped in and said, Master, you can't wrong her. During this Yuan Hui, our teacher has been helping us find suitable great Dao laws and hasn't led us astray. Dao Xuan ignored Bai Xiao and continued to look at Nuwa until she lowered her head, and then he sighed. It seems you've been too comfortable. You don't realize how dangerous the primordial chaos is. In the primordial chaos, where strength reigns supreme, only those with powerful strength have the right to live. Now with the war between immortals and demons, I will take you to see what true primordial chaos is. To Xiao and Bai Xiao, this meant an opportunity to go out and watch the excitement, and they couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. On the contrary, Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao showed a serious expression, while Yu Dingjinren remained expressionless. Dao Xuan naturally noticed the expressions of his disciples and felt increasingly that they should understand the meaning of danger. He then left Hongjun Island with Nuwa and the five of Zhao Gongming, heading directly towards Penglai Island. When they were still 10,000 miles away from Penglai Island, they could already see the demon army surrounding the entire island. Dao Xuan could even vaguely see that a massive formation was beginning to take shape over Penglai Island. Within the formation, the sun and moon shone together and the stars appeared. Just with a glance, Dao Xuan recognized that this was the demon clan's Zhoutian Star Do formation. Nuwa, we really came at the right time, just in time to see the demon clan set up the Zhoutian Star Do formation. However, it's not clear enough from here. Shall we greet Dijun and get a closer look? Nuwa rolled her eyes at Dao Xuan, helplessly saying, while they're fighting for their lives, it's fine to watch the excitement, but you want them to arrange a good spot for you. Don't you think that's shameless? Dao Xuan chuckled and ignored Nuwa's words, directly calling out to the forming Zhoutian Star Do formation. Dijun, my friend, I heard on Hongjun Island that the demon clan is going to battle the immortal court. I came to see the excitement. May I ask if you could grant me a convenience? Although Dao Xuan's voice was not loud, it had strong penetrating power. Even at a distance of 10,000 miles, it clearly reached Dijun's ears. At that moment, Dijun was deploying the Zhoutian Star Do formation with the He Tu and Luo Shu. Hearing Dao Xuan's voice suddenly made him frown. He didn't want to bother with Dao Xuan, but considering Dao Xuan's identity, he ultimately sighed. After all, he couldn't afford to offend Dao Xuan's three elder brothers and his prospective Dao partner Nuwa. Reluctantly, he could only send the non-combatant Bai Zhe to greet Dao Xuan, while reminding Bai Zhe tell him that he can watch the excitement, but if he gets hurt by the Zhoutian Star Do formation, he shouldn't blame the demon clan. Bai Zhe received the command, a gust of wind at his feet, and in the blink of an eye he passed through layers of demon soldiers and appeared before Dao Xuan. Seeing that even Nuwa was present, Bai Zhe couldn't help but be taken aback. At the same time, he also noticed the five disciples behind Dao Xuan. He immediately stepped forward to pay his respects, greeting the Saint Nuwa, and then bowed to Dao Xuan, conveying the orders from Dijun. The Demon Emperor has sent Bai Zhe to invite Dao Xuan Tianzun into the formation, but the Demon Emperor has asked Bai Zhe to convey a message to Dao Xuan Tianzun. And the battlefield is merciless and the formation is perilous. If any disciples under Dao Xuan Tianzun are accidentally harmed, do not blame the demon race for not warning you. Dao Xuan burst into laughter, and then said to Bai Zhe, rest assured, my friend Bai Zhe, though my few disciples do not possess high cultivation, they have some means to protect themselves. While speaking, he also waved his hand at Zhao Gongming and the others, signaling them to demonstrate. Upon witnessing this scene, Nuwa couldn't help but widen her eyes, thinking to herself how she had not noticed that Dao Xuan could be quite showy. At this moment, Zhao Gongming took a step forward and 36 high pearls appeared, tightly protecting him within. Yun Xiao gently stepped down, and the 12-petal pure world White Lotus rose instantly, pulling Xiao and Bai Xiao onto the White Lotus. In the mountain river map rose beneath the feet of Yu Dingjinren, and the Four Seas pearl rose above his head, fully enhancing the defenses. Seeing this scene, Bai Zhe couldn't help but feel envious, thinking to himself that it was no wonder they were disciples of the Four Pure sect. Their treasures seemed to be as abundant as if they were free. While feeling envious, he did not forget his mission. Since all of Dao Xuan Tianzun's disciples have protective treasures, then Bai Zhe has nothing to worry about. While speaking, Bai Zhe made a gesture of invitation and then stepped into the Zhoutian Star Do formation. Na group of 7 followed by Zhe through the demon soldier ranks, and the murderous aura of the demon army surged towards them. As Zhao Gongming walked, his gaze swept around. Although the Dinghai Pearl kept the killing intent at bay for several feet, he still wore a solemn expression. And having cultivated for many years, he could naturally see the depth of this demon army. The outer demon generals were all at the level of Tai, golden immortals, and among them were numerous auras of Deluo. Enbai Zhe led them through the outer array and soon entered the Zhou-Tian Star Do formation. At this time, Di Jun and Tai stood at the center of the main formation, manipulating the river map and Luo book to control 365 star banners consolidating the Zhou-Tian Star Do formation. The vast star power descended from the heavens, transforming into silver-white ribbons that completely enveloped Penglai Island. And beneath each star banner sat a Deluo golden immortal serving as the eye of the formation, maintaining the operation of the Zhou-Tian Star Do formation. This inevitably left Zhao Gongming even more astonished, thinking to himself that he had felt quite pleased with his breakthrough to mid-Deluo, but compared to these demon kings, what was he worth? Of course, if he relied on the treasures in his hands, Zhao Gongming naturally would not fear these demon kings, but strength was the ultimate truth. Zhao Gongming even turned to look at Yun Xiao beside him, finding that her expression was on par with his own. Even Yu Ding Zhenren showed a serious expression at this moment, his gaze continuously sweeping over the entire Zhou-Tian Star Do formation. As for Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, they seemed much less anxious, currently watching the operation of the Zhou-Tian Star Do formation with great interest. Finally, Bai Zhe brought Dao Xuan and his group to their designated position. After all, he was the strategist of the demon race and did not participate in the actual combat, making this place the safest. Of course, here they could only see the surface of the Zhou-Tian Star Do formation and could not glimpse its true form. And Dao Xuan did not mind this. After all, his purpose for this trip was to watch the excitement and let his disciples broaden their horizons. However, when Dao Xuan saw the curious expressions on Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao's faces, his own face was instantly filled with dark lines. And what is going on here? Are these two girls so brave? How can they not be afraid in the face of such a formation? But after a moment's thought, Dao Xuan felt that this was very much in line with Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao's personalities. After all, in the original trajectory of the Primordial era, when the three Xiao arranged the 9 curves Yellow River formation, Yuanshi Tianzun entered the formation, and these two did not take it seriously. If even a saint dared to sneak attack, how could they be frightened by the current formation? I miscalculated. If I want these two girls to learn a lesson, merely being bystanders is probably far from enough. Only by allowing them to truly experience a crisis can they grow. The key is that now is not the right time. The demon race and the heavenly court have already reached a point of no return. If I let them participate in the battle now, how is that different from sending them to their deaths? At the same time, Dao Xuan felt helpless for Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao's ignorance and fearlessness. Nuwa's expression had also turned extremely grave. However, she was not worried about Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, for in her mind, as long as she was present, no one would dare to bully these two girls. Therefore, the reason for Nuwa's seriousness was that she sensed the causal karma mixed within the vast fortune of the demon race. Fortunately, I listened to Dao Xuan back then and was not swayed by Di Jun and Tai into the demon race, or else this causal karma would have surely fallen upon me. At the same time, Nuwa looked up only to see a layer of golden light formation being supported above Penglai Island. And the formation patterns moved like dragons, with faint purple chi rising from the heart of the island, evidently presided over by Dong Wangong and Shi Wangmu. The two formations collided with each other, producing a muffled, thunderous roar, and the space twisted and deformed at the junction, with occasional fleeting cracks appearing. Dao Xuan, how long do you think this Yin-Yang Chi formation set up by Dong Wangong and Shi Wangmu can hold out? And after retrieving his thoughts, Dao Xuan looked at the Yin-Yang Chi formation on Penglai Island and couldn't help but sigh. If the heavenly court can unite as one and assist Dong Wangong and Shi Wangmu in presiding over the formation, perhaps it could hold for 10,000 years without being broken. Even if the demon race remains unwilling to let go, the Dao ancestor would not allow Dong Wangong and Shi Wangmu to perish just like that. And, unfortunately, it seems that Dong Wangong and Shi Wangmu are not very popular. Just look at how few people are behind them. Hearing Dao Xuan's words, Nuwa couldn't help but look down, and upon seeing this, her brows instantly furrowed. And, although the strength of the heavenly court is not as strong as that of the demon race, it shouldn't be in such a state now. Could it be that they suffered significant losses in the previous battle? And Dao Xuan shook his head and said, it's likely that upon learning of the impending doom of the heavenly court, they have long since fled from Penglai Island. Otherwise, why did the demon race wait so long after reaching Penglai Island to set up the Zhou-Tian Star Do formation? In simpler terms, it was to give the members of the heavenly court a chance to escape. If they had set up the Zhou-Tian Star Do formation right away, it would have been equivalent to forcing the members of the heavenly court into a fight to the death with the demon race, where only victory would ensure survival. Yet the demon race left them a sliver of hope which caused them to abandon the idea of fighting to the death and had already slipped away. Dao Xuan was not simply trying to mislead Nuwa. He had seen through the situation, because after all in the later siege wars wasn't it often the case of 3 missing 1? Dao Xuan's words left Nuwa in silence for quite a while. She raised her eyes towards the direction of Penglai Island where the yin and yang qi great formation was interweaving with purple and white light trembling at times, its patterns sometimes bright as day, sometimes dark as night. It was evident that the person in charge of the formation lacked sufficient manpower, making it difficult to unleash the full power of this grand array. The East King is indeed a dominant figure, yet he has found himself in such a solitary predicament. Nuwa sighed lightly, her tone tinged with a sense of lament. Dao Xuan, however, seemed unfazed and merely shook his head gently. This is the result of fate. When the East King was conferred the title of the foremost male immortal by the Dao ancestor, how glorious it was. Yet after that glory he forgot to win the hearts of the people and show compassion to his subordinates, instead relying solely on power and authority to suppress others. Those loose cultivators who flocked to the immortal court sought protection and a future. If you cannot safeguard them, nor provide them with hope for advancement, why would they risk their lives for you? Yin Xiao interjected softly from the side. I just observed that on Penglai Island there are a total of 108 foundation points for the yin and yang qi great formation. However, looking now, only a few dozen are lit. The remaining foundation points are either unattended or manned by individuals of low cultivation who cannot sustain the operation of the formation. In such a situation, let alone competing with the demon clan's Zhoutian Star Do formation, even a few Quasi-Saint experts could easily tear open a gap in this formation. Dao Xuan nodded, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. The fact that you can perceive this layer indicates you have developed a sense of the overall situation. Indeed, the East King and the West Queen Mother are now in a position where they cannot act alone. Although their cultivation is exceptional, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. Moreover, Dijun and Tai Yi are hardly ordinary characters. The outcome of this battle has long been determined since the demon clan approached the East China Sea. Just as he spoke, the Zhoutian Star Do formation had already fully formed. 365 star banners simultaneously burst forth, radiating dazzling starlight. The 365 main stars in the sky echoed the Zhoutian Star Do formation. An endless stream of stellar energy poured down, firmly locking Penglai Island within. The silver-white starlight flowed and gathered as if it were tangible, gradually transforming into a vast sea of stars. Countless star phantoms emerged within that sea, each exuding a terrifying pressure. Dijun stood at the center of the main formation, his aura surging dramatically, his golden hair rising without wind, and his eyes seemed to reflect the entire starry sky. In his hand, the He-Tu and Luo Shu slowly rotated, each turn drawing upon the cosmic momentum, further enhancing the power of the Zhoutian Star Do formation. Beside him, Tai Yi was engulfed in rising flames, the Dongwang bell hovering above his head. Though the bell had yet to toll, it emanated a daunting pressure, clearly gathering strength, waiting for the formation to complete before striking. The yin and yang qi great formation on Penglai Island finally began to move. 2 beams of light shot up into the sky from deep within the island, one pure white as the sun, the other pitch black as shadow. The 2 lights intertwined and spiraled, transforming into a massive yin-yang taiji diagram, slowly rising into the air to collide heat-in with the enveloping Zhoutian Star Do formation. A muffled, thunderous sound reverberated throughout the East China Sea, causing the entire surface of the ocean to sink several dozen zhang under this impact, waves surging as if boiling. A torrent of stellar energy from the Zhoutian Star Do formation was forcefully blocked by the yin-yang taiji diagram, and where the 2 forces collided, the space shattered inch by inch, revealing a pitch-black void. Cracked, chaotic energy surged from within, and even from miles away one could feel a world-ending terror emanating from it. Tai Yi let out a roar, slamming his left palm heavily onto the Dongwang bell. A bell toll echoed through the heavens and earth, and a visible golden ripple spread out from the chaotic bell. Wherever it passed, the space trembled violently like the surface of water. The golden ripple struck the yin-yang taiji diagram, producing a crisp crack, and several fine cracks appeared on the diagram. The East King's figure appeared at the core of the taiji diagram, attempting to mend the cracks. However, there were only a little over 100 people behind him. How could such a meager force support a formation against the Zhoutian Star Do formation presided over by 365 Luo Jingxian? West Queen Mother, assist me, the East King shouted loudly. A graceful figure flew out from the depths of Penglai Island. It was none other than the West Queen Mother. She held the plain-colored Yuanshi flag surrounded by pure aura flying to the side of the taiji diagram, and with a flick of her rui, she infused a stream of pure innate clear energy into the taiji diagram. The cracks began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, but the faces of both the East King and the West Queen Mother paled a few shades. Dao Xuan observed this scene from afar and shook his head gently. Even if they expend all their magical power, they won't be able to hold on for long. At that moment, the Zhoutian star Do formation suddenly unleashed its power once more. Di Jun unfurled the He-2 in his hand, and with a twist of the Luo Shu, the 365 star banners trembled simultaneously, countless starlights converging into an incredibly radiant silver river crashing down like the Milky Way towards the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram. The East King bellowed, forming hand seals as his Yang energy surged. The West Queen Mother also focused, fully activating her pure Yin energy. The Taiji diagram spun wildly, the eyes of the Yin and Yang fish spouting forth black and white chi meeting that stream of starlight. The clash of these two forces created a commotion 10 times greater than before. The entire sea of the East China Sea was uprooted, revealing thousands of miles of seabed reefs. The violent shockwaves swept outwards in all directions. Although Dao Xuan and the others were several thousand miles away from the main battlefield, they still felt the overwhelming force rushing towards them. The light of the Dinghai Pearl beside Zhao Gongming shone brilliantly, firmly blocking the shockwave. Beneath Yunxiao, the 12-petal pure world white lotus radiated a soft white light, shielding Qiongxiao and Baixao within. The Jade Ding Zhenren had a water curtain descending from the Four Seas Pearl above his head, while the Shanhe unfolded a vast illusory landscape of mountains and rivers, dissipating the violent force into nothingness. Baizhe watched this scene with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, feeling a mix of emotions within. While others brought so many precious innate spiritual treasures for protection, how many high-quality innate spiritual treasures did his demon clan possess? Dao Xuan was naturally not concerned with what Baizhe was thinking. His gaze remained focused on the main battlefield. He was not merely watching the spectacle, but rather committing the operational trajectory of the Zhoutian star Do formation to memory. In fact, Dao Xuan had already identified several shortcomings in the Zhoutian star Do formation and believed that if improved, its power would surely double. Seeing Dao Xuan's furrowed brow, Yuwa couldn't help but softly ask him, "Dao Xuan, have you noticed something amiss?" Dao Xuan nodded. The East King and the West Queen Mother preside over the Yin and Yang Qi formation. Superficially, the Yin and Yang are harmonized and the defense is unparalleled, but in reality, the Yin and Yang are acting independently. The two main stars of the Zhoutian star Do formation are the Sun Star and the Moon Star. Yet these two main stars also have not truly completed their union. The disconnection of the Yin and Yang Qi has caused the formation's power to drop by more than a level. Niwa's heart stirred, as if she had touched upon some profound opportunity. With a solemn expression, she turned to Dao Xuan and asked, "What is your view on this? How can the Yin and Yang energies truly complement each other rather than acting independently?" Dao Xuan pointed at Niwa and then spoke. As the saying goes, only through the union of Yin and Yang can they truly complement each other. And the only thing that can bring about this union of Yin and Yang is the red embroidered ball in your hand. This is your mission and also your opportunity. Niwa fell into deep thought upon hearing this, and she took out the red embroidered ball. The red embroidered ball pulsed continuously in Niwa's hand, as if it might fly out at any moment. At the same time, Niwa could sense from the ball what she was meant to do. Dao Xuan, if I were to use the red embroidered ball as a witness, and have Dong Wanggong and Xuanqing complete the heavenly marriage, could the outcome of this great war be reversed? Hearing Niwa mention the heavenly marriage, a smile couldn't help but appear on Dao Xuan's face. However, he shook his head and said to Niwa, Dong Wanggong and Xuanqing may not be able to represent the heavenly marriage, unless they can emerge victorious in this battle between demons and immortals. Dao Xuan had spelled it out so clearly that if Niwa still didn't understand, she wouldn't be worthy of being called a saint. You mean the heavenly marriage will be bestowed upon the demon race? After all, there's no doubt that the demons will win this battle. Dao Xuan smiled and said, although Dong Wanggong and Xuanqing can represent Yin and Yang, why can't the Sun Star and the Moon Star also represent them? Although the conversation between Dao Xuan and Niwa was not loud, Baizhe, who was standing nearby, heard every word clearly. This couldn't help but shock Baizhe, who also began to ponder the feasibility of this matter. Meanwhile, Dong Wanggong's expression changed drastically as he saw cracks appearing in the yin-yang energy formation. He hurriedly channeled his magical power, trying to mend the fissures. But how could Dijuan and Tai give him such a chance? A cold glint flashed in Tai's eyes, and he struck the Eastern Emperor bell several times with his left palm. This time the bell's toll was continuous, with wave after wave of golden ripples crashing relentlessly onto the crack expanded at a visible rate. The light of the Taiji diagram grew dimmer and dimmer until it finally collapsed with a series of bone-grinding, shattering sounds. The black and white energies scattered into brilliant streams of light. Dong Wanggong and Xuanqing retreated rapidly, both spitting out mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale as sheets of paper. The yin-yang energy formation is broken. Bixiao blurted out, her tone carrying a hint of eager excitement. Dao Xuan glanced at her and couldn't resist reaching out to flick her on the forehead. It's broken, so what? What are you so happy about? It wasn't you who broke it. Bixiao clutched her forehead and muttered with a wronged expression. I just think the Great Zhou Star Formation is so powerful. If I could set up a formation like that, even with my low cultivation, I could walk unhindered across the primordial world. Yunxiao, who was nearby, looked at Bixiao with a look of approval and spoke. Although we sisters can't set up the Great Zhou Star Formation, that doesn't mean there isn't a formation suited for us. I've deduced a formation from the Chaos Golden Cauldron known as the Nine Bins Yellow River Formation. If this formation can be set up, although it might not match the Great Zhou Star Formation, it would definitely be far superior to any ordinary immortal formation. Dao Xuan, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon hearing this, thinking to himself, you have no idea how powerful the Nine Bins Yellow River Formation truly is. Today Dong Wangong and Xuanqing are facing the Great Zhou Star Formation. At worst, they'll just perish and have their souls extinguished. But if they were to face the Nine Bins Yellow River Formation, their 3 flowers at the top of their heads would be cut off, the 5 energies in their abdomen would be extinguished, and they would be reduced to mere mortals. However, Dao Xuan wouldn't reveal any information about the Nine Bins Yellow River Formation to the 3 Xiaos at this moment. After all, it was better for them to deduce it themselves to make it truly their own. Bixiao, unaware of all this, was overjoyed when she heard her eldest sister say that they could also set up a formation. She immediately started pestering her sister with questions, wishing she could start deducing the Nine Bins Yellow River Formation right away. Meanwhile, the entire Penglai Island had also been exposed to the attack of the Great Zhou Star Formation. With the Yin-Yang Energy Formation broken, the final barrier of the Immortal Court had collapsed. Dong Wangong and Xuanqing retreated to the core area of Penglai Island. Behind them, the remaining 100 or so members of the Immortal Court were all filled with terror. Some had already begun to retreat stealthily, and the truly cowardly ones turned and fled directly, flying towards the back of Penglai Island, hoping to break through the encirclement amidst the chaos. But the demon army had already surrounded the entire island in an airtight formation. Those who fled had barely flown out of the island when they were intercepted by dense ranks of demon soldiers and generals, torn to shreds in an instant with barely a few screams. Tai watched this scene coldly, a contemptuous sneer curling on his lips. Dong Wangong, if you but submit to my demon race, the position of Emperor of the East of the demon race shall be yours. If you remain obstinate and refuse to see reason, then do not blame my demon race for erasing your immortal court from existence. Naturally, Dong Wangong scoffed at the demon race's recruitment. He let out a cold laugh and said, I, Dong Wangong, am the divinely appointed leader of all male immortals by the Dao ancestor. How could I possibly submit to your demon race? If you have the ability, kill me today, and see if the Dao ancestor will simply stand by and watch. Dong Wangong's confidence stemmed from the fact that he was the leader of all male immortals appointed by Hongjun to govern the primordial world. He was the true orthodox successor of the Zixiao Palace. Although the demon race was powerful, they were ultimately an unorthodox force, not the legitimate power of the Zixiao Palace. How could they dare to make a move against him? If they truly killed him, where would Hongjun's prestige stand? The Dao ancestor would surely intervene to stop them. So he had never from beginning to end considered the possibility of his own death. And you know what? As soon as Dong Wangong said this, Dijuan and Tai both frowned simultaneously. Just as Dong Wangong had said, if they truly killed him, would Hongjun intervene? And at that moment, Xuanqing spoke in a low voice to Dijuan and Tai, my 2 demon emperors, at this point we can't afford to worry about that too much. If we don't kill Dong Wangong today, he will inevitably bear a grudge against our demon race. He might even collude with the Wu race. That would surely become a future calamity for us. Hearing this, Dijuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. After all, he knew that Kunpeng's words were not without merit. At the same time, Dijuan was also wary of Hongjun. If Hongjun were to act, not only would he fail to kill Dong Wangong, but he might even bring disaster upon himself. After pondering for a moment, Dijuan directly bowed in the direction of the Zixiao Palace and spoke, Dao ancestor, above your disciple Dijuan. Dong Wangong, relying on his status as the leader of male immortals, oppresses the loose immortals of the primordial world. He has even repeatedly provoked wars between the immortal court and the demon race. Today your disciple wishes to slay Dong Wangong to bring peace back to the primordial world. If the Dao ancestor does not approve, you may send a heavenly thunderbolt as a warning. Otherwise your disciple shall make his move. As Daijin's words faded, the sky was eerily silent with not a single clap of thunder. This couldn't help but fill Dong Wangong's heart with a sense of foreboding. As time slowly passed, a cold sneer couldn't help but appear on Daijin's face. Dong Wangong, it seems even the Dao ancestor believes you deserve to die. At this moment, the expression of Dong Wangong completely froze. He stared intently at the tranquil and boundless sky, seemingly trying to sense a trace of the Dao ancestor's aura from beyond the clouds. However, the sky was vast and high, with even the clouds remaining still. The only sound left in the world was the deep rumble of the Zhou star array, in operation, suffocating in its intensity. Dao Xuan stood beside Baizhe, watching this scene with great interest, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He knew that Dong Wangong was doomed in this battle. After all, in the eyes of Hongjun, Dong Gong was merely a pawn. His role was to restrain the demon race before the rise of the witch clan. Now that the witch clan had the power to contend with the demon race, he had naturally become useless. Master, why does the Dao ancestor not respond? Is Dong Gong not the foremost of the primordial male immortals appointed by the Dao ancestor? Bai Xiao leaned closer and whispered, her tone laced with confusion. She initially thought that mentioning the Dao ancestor's name would cause Di Jun and Tai Yi to take a step back, but instead it fell silent like a stone sinking into the sea. Dao Xuan glanced at her and said he can only blame himself for being weaker than Di Jun. Bai Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded as if understanding. Xiong Xiao next to her blinked, seemingly grasping something, and murmured softly, strength. If Dong Gong had the strength to defeat the demon race, the Dao ancestor would naturally support him. I understand now. No wonder Master said that strength is paramount in the primordial world. If you lack strength, no matter how strong your background, there will inevitably come a day when you are abandoned. Hearing Bai Xiao's quiet murmuring, Dao Xuan couldn't help but nod, secretly thinking that this trip was not in vain. While Dao Xuan was enlightening his disciple, chaos was already brewing on Punlai Island. Seeing that the Dao ancestor remained unresponsive, the last shred of hope in Dong Gong's heart finally shattered. A glint of despair flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by a surge of furious rage. He suddenly raised his head, staring fixedly at Di Jun and Tai Yi, who stood aloft within the main array, his voice hoarse and deep. Good. Very good. Since the Dao ancestor has tacitly approved of your demon race's actions today, I, Dong Gong, shall fight you to the death. As soon as the words left his mouth, an overwhelming surge of pure yang energy erupted around him. Golden light surged forth, resembling a blazing sun rising abruptly from Punlai Island. He formed seals with his hands, and his dragon head staff transformed into a golden fire dragon, clawing and biting as it charged violently towards the walls of the Zhoutian star array. Unfortunately, before the clawing fire dragon could even reach the barrier of the Zhoutian star array, it was intercepted by a large bell. Tai Yi let out a cold laugh, shaking the Donghuang bell in his hand, the bell's sound spreading like a tidal wave. The fire dragon transformed from the dragon head staff, froze in midair for a moment before shattering inch by inch, dissipating into countless golden sparkles. Dong Gong's body shook violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he staggered back several steps, caught by Shi Wangmu. Shi Wangmu's face turned as pale as paper. She glanced at Dong Gong, then raised her eyes to the boundless Zhoutian star array, a deep sense of helplessness flashing in her eyes. As the embodiment of the most yin energy in the world, she and Dong Gong, representing yang and yin, jointly governed the celestial court. However, at this moment the balance of yin and yang had been broken, and both she and Dong Gong had exhausted more than half of their powers. Reuniting their strengths was now hopeless. She bit her lip and said softly to Dong Gong, the momentum is lost. If we continue to hold on, we will both die here. Dong Gong suddenly turned his head, staring at Shi Wangmu with disbelief, and shouted, you want to leave? Shi Wangmu avoided his gaze, her voice trembling slightly. I just don't want to die here for no reason. If I return to Shi Kunlun, there may still be a glimmer of hope. As she spoke, the Kunlun mirror manifested before Shi Wangmu, tearing through space. Soon after, Shi Wangmu and the Kunlun mirror both entered the rift in space and vanished. Dong Gong looked at the closing rift with a complex expression. Ultimately, it turned into an almost manic cold laugh, realizing that he had become a solitary figure. He slowly turned around, facing the godlike Di Jun and Tai Yi in midair, and spoke each word deliberately. I, Dong Gong, preside over the primordial male immortals. Even if I die today, I will make you understand that I, Dong Gong, am not someone to be insulted lightly. After saying this, he suddenly brought his palms together, and the pure yang energy around him began to burn fiercely, transforming him into a golden fire being, emanating a terrifying oppressive force. That oppressive force soared rapidly, seemingly intending to take Di Jun and Tai Yi with him in a self-detonation. Seeing this scene, Dao Xuan did not hesitate to point towards the void, and the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler instantly appeared in his hand. He then drew the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler gently in front of him, instantly gathering boundless Xian Huang energy into a golden bell. This golden bell, based on the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, directly protected Dao Xuan Nu Hua and the 5 disciples within. Even so, Nu Hua still unfolded the map of mountains and rivers. The Qian Kuan Ding appeared above her head at once. However, Tai Yi clearly did not intend to grant Dong Gong this opportunity. At the moment when Dong Gong's golden flames reached their peak, the Dong Huang bell in Tai Yi's hand shook once more. This time the bell's sound rang continuously, echoing 9 times. 9 golden sound waves stacked upon one another, forming a massive golden light pillar that descended from the sky, crashing directly onto Dong Gong's head. The golden flames generated by Dong Gong's burning foundation collided violently with the golden light pillar, causing the world to fall silent for a moment. Following that, a massive shockwave swept out in all directions. Countless rocks on Punlai Island shattered, and the sea was lifted into towering waves. Even the silvery starlight of the Zhoutian star array trembled violently from this strike. As the dust settled, Dao Xuan gazed intently, and saw that Dong Wangong's body had transformed into countless golden light dots slowly dissipating. As Dong Wangong turned into a stream of flowing light, both his soul and body completely vanished into the cosmos. Witnessing Dong Wangong's fall, the entire Panlai Island fell into a state of deathly silence. The remaining 100 or so immortals of the celestial court stood frozen in place, watching helplessly as the last trace of Dong Wangong's aura dissipated, as if even their breathing had come to a halt. It was unknown who knelt down first, but soon one after another they fell to the ground, choosing to submit to the demon. After all, Dong Wangong had now fallen, and the celestial court had ceased to exist. If they continued to hold on, death was the only path awaiting them. Submitting to the demon race was their only chance at survival, and at this point who would still be willing to accompany Dong Wangong to the grave? Dijun cast a cold glance at the celestial court members kneeling in supplication, expressionless, as he waved his hand, and demon soldiers stepped forward to take all of them away. He did not order a slaughter, not out of mercy, but because while these immortals had varying strengths, if they could be incorporated into the demon race, they would still be a considerable force. Now that the conflict between the demon race and the witch clan was increasingly acute, having one more person would add to their confidence. Tai Yi put away the Eastern Emperor bell and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The 9 chimes just now had nearly consumed 80% of his magical power. Had he not possessed profound cultivation, an ordinary quasi-saint level practitioner would have already exhausted their strength by now. He glanced at Dijun, slightly nodding. The two brothers understood each other without words, knowing that this battle had come to a complete end. On Dao Xuan's side, Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao were captivated throughout the scene. As the Eastern King transformed into a stream of light and dissipated, Bai Xiao's small face finally showed signs of paleness. Instinctively, she grasped the sleeve of Yun Xiao beside her, her voice trembling slightly. Elder sister, is the renowned male immortal of the primordial age truly dead like this? Yun Xiao did not respond, merely giving Bai Xiao's hand a gentle pat, her gaze calm as water. Zhao Gongming stood nearby, his expression equally grim. Despite his years of cultivation and numerous battles, he had never witnessed the peak Hunyuan Jingxian fall in such a tragic manner. The kind of determination to burn one's Dao foundation and strike with their life weighed heavily on his heart, as if a massive stone was pressing down upon him. Although Master Yuding maintained a calm demeanor, the slight furrow of his brows revealed that even he was not without inner turmoil. Xiong Xiao, breaking from her usual cheerful demeanor, said seriously, "Therefore we must become stronger. Just as Master said, only by possessing formidable strength do we deserve to live." Upon hearing this, Dao Xuan finally felt a sense of comfort. Although these two young girls were usually carefree, witnessing a true battle had undeniably impacted them. He had originally worried they would forget after the spectacle, but it seemed this trip had not been in vain. At that moment, Bai Zhe returned to Dao Xuan after consulting with Dijun, respectfully bowing and speaking. Dao Xuan, Tianzun, my lord Yao Wang has stated that now that the celestial court has perished, Panlai Island has become a land without a master. If Tianzun is inclined, you may take charge of Panlai Island as you see fit. Yao Wang also mentioned that it is a great honor for our clan that Tianzun came to observe the battle today. If you have time in the future, please visit our Yaogu clan's heavenly court. Dao Xuan's heart stirred. He thought to himself that Dijun was indeed a man of tact. He understood that he had come merely to watch the spectacle, yet he spoke so elegantly, even generously offering up Panlai Island. However, he also knew that Dijun was doing him a favor, especially since he had the Sanqing and Yuwa behind him. These figures would not idly watch the Eastern King perish. Should Dao Xuan suffer harm, these saints would undoubtedly seek him out for retribution, and at that time, even if the Yaogu clan were not annihilated, Dijun would surely meet his demise. Nevertheless, Dao Xuan did not mind that Dijun was giving face. He was not polite, smiling as he cupped his hands towards Bai Zhe. In that case, I thank the Yao Wang greatly. Once Panlai Island is properly dealt with, I will go to the heavenly court to express my gratitude alongside Nuwa. Bai Zhe repeatedly agreed, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then took his leave. After Bai Zhe had walked far, Zhao Gongming stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Master, are we truly going to take over Panlai Island?" Dao Xuan glanced at him and smiled, saying, "Why not? The celestial court has perished, the Eastern King is dead, and Panlai Island is without a master. What harm is there in taking it?" Zhao Gongming thought for a moment, and then whispered to Dao Xuan, "Master, it seems I saw a wisp of the Eastern King's true spirit being taken away just now. I believe that the one capable of taking the Eastern King's true spirit in such a situation must be." Zhao Gongming did not speak the name of Hongjun, but merely looked up at Zhixiao Palace. Dao Xuan did not expect his disciple to possess such insight, leading him to regard Zhao Gongming with a bit more. In truth, after the Eastern King self-destructed, Hongjun's intervention to protect his true spirit was something not only Dao Xuan and Yuwa could see clearly, but even Tai Yi and the others likely witnessed it. However, no one was willing to mention this matter, as even if the Eastern King left behind a wisp of true spirit to be reborn, he would no longer be the former male immortal of the Primordial Age. At that moment, Dao Xuan reached out and patted Zhao Gongming on the shoulder, then smiled and spoke. As the saying goes, the great Tao has 50 heaven revolves in 4 and 9, leaving a thread of life for the beings of the Primordial Age. The Eastern King was also a being of the Primordial Age. Is it not normal for him to have a thread of life? As for this Hongjun island, it has become a land without a master following the fall of the Eastern King. Even if he were fortunate enough to return, he would no longer be the Eastern King. Dao Xian's words were meant to inform Zhao Gongming that even if one day he died and someone could protect his true spirit upon rebirth, he would not be Zhao Gongming anymore. It could even be said that Dao Xian's words were not only meant for Zhao Gongming, but for all 5 disciples under him. After all, the most important purpose of this was to give his disciples a lesson in life. Although the current effect was good, he would not forget to deepen their impression at the final moment. Seeing Zhao Gongming and the others nodding in unison, Dao Xuan then turned to Nuwa. Nuwa Penglai Island is at least several 100,000 miles away from our Hongjun Island. This is somewhat... Nuwa glanced at Penglai Island and then replied, the reason Penglai Island remains here is that it is the Dao field of the Eastern King. Now that the Eastern King has fallen, Penglai Island has once again become a land without a master. It won't be long before this island disappears from this place. Although Dao Xuan knew that during the Fengshen calamity disciples of the Jie Jiao resided on Penglai Island, he was unsure whether that Penglai Island was in the same location as now. However, he did pick up on the key point from Yua's words, and spoke. Do you mean to say that Penglai Island has no roots and is not connected to the veins of the primordial land? Nuwa nodded, precisely because the 3 immortal islands overseas are not connected to the veins of the primordial land, they are not subject to the heavenly Tao. Dao Xuan upon hearing this could not help but feel ecstatic and immediately spoke to Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming, you must go to Amei Mountain at once, seek out the mountain driving whip, and then drive Penglai Island to the side of Hongjun Island. Zhao Gongming was taken aback, thinking to himself, Master, do you think so highly of your disciple? Finding the mountain driving whip is no problem, but even if I find it, can I really drive Penglai Island to Hongjun Island? Though he did not believe he had such ability, he could not defy his master's orders. He thus replied to Dao Xuan and headed towards Amei Mountain. Dao Xuan's action was not to put Zhao Gongming in a difficult position, but because he knew that Zhao Gongming's exclusive weapon, the mountain driving whip, was located on Amei Mountain. As long as Zhao Gongming had the whip in hand along with 30 16 high pearls to drive the sea water moving Penglai Island would not be a difficult task. Seeing Zhao Gongming leave, Dao Xuan then turned his gaze to the Sanshao and Master Yuding. While your big senior brother is not back, hurry and tidy up Penglai Island, throwing all useless things into the sea. Sanshao and Master Yuding, having received Dao Xuan's orders, each summoned their magical treasures to begin clearing the dilapidated buildings on Penglai Island. The Eastern King had managed the celestial court for countless years. The palaces and towers on the island were endless. Although they had just been shaken to pieces by the residual waves of the Zhou Tian star battle formation, and the Eastern Emperor Bel, the foundation still remained. Xiong Shao, being impatient, immediately summoned the golden dragon scissors and swept them across the collapsed temples. As the golden light passed, the crumbling walls shattered like paper, turning into countless fragments and wooden chips that fell into the sea. Bai Shao, witnessing this, became invigorated as she took out the 4 Seas bottle, releasing seawater to cleanse the entire Penglai Island. Yun Shao, on the other hand, was much more composed. She used the pure world white lotus to protect the few intact spiritual veins on the island. While working alongside Master Yuding to reorganize the shattered remnants of the formations to avoid harming the innocent Dao, Xian hovered in midair, watching his disciples display their abilities, feeling quite satisfied. Nuwa stood beside him, observing the scene, and couldn't help but nod, slightly smiling, as she said, Bai Shao and Xiong Shao were scared pale when they saw the Eastern King fall, yet now they are full of vigor. Dao Xuan shook his head, sighing as he replied, it is precisely because they have such short memories that I must let them experience more. If the death of the Eastern King can be etched in their hearts for 100 or 1,000 years, my trip will not have been in vain. Nuwa turned to look at Dao Xuan, wanting to speak, but hesitating. She had intended to ask about the heavenly marriage that Dao Xuan had just mentioned, but seeing him focused on Sangxio's busy work, she swallowed her words. She glanced at the red embroidered ball in her hand, feeling the red light on it becoming increasingly warm and occasionally pulsing gently, as if resonating with some unseen will of the universe. Heavenly marriage. Nuwa murmured softly, a thoughtful expression fleeting across her eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming was making his way towards Mount Amei, and within a few days he had reached the foot of the mountain. Zhao Gongming landed on a cloud in front of the mountain, saying, Master, said the mountain driving whip is within Mount Amei, but this mountain is so vast, how am I supposed to search for it? Zhao Gongming couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. After pondering for a moment, he decided to take out 36 sea stabilizing pearls, summoning one of them into the air, using his magical power to activate it, releasing a gentle golden light that scanned the mountain inch by inch. He thought to himself that the mountain-driving whip was an ancient treasure and it must have its unique spiritual resonance. As long as he was careful enough, he would surely be able to find some clues. Zhao Gongming nearly turned the entire mountain upside down, but still sensed no trace of the mountain-driving whip. He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious and sat down at a mountain peak to meditate. At that moment, he suddenly recalled what his master Dao Xuan had said. Whenever a treasure emerges, there will always be a corresponding omen. If you can't find it, perhaps you should think from another perspective. Zhao Gongming's mind sparked thinking, could it be that the mountain-driving whip is not in the mountain, but rather beneath? With this thought, he abruptly opened his eyes and summoned the sea-stabilizing pearl again. This time he infused his magical power into the ground, probing downwards with his divine sense. Sure enough, about 3,000 zhang deep into the mountain, he sensed a very subtle fluctuation imbued with a peculiar heavy force, as if the earth itself was breathing. Zhao Gongming was overjoyed and used the sea-stabilizing pearl to break through the mountain, heading directly into the depths of Mount Amei. Inside the mountain, there was a naturally formed stone chamber, where a pitch-black steel whip lay quietly on the stone platform in the center. The whip was solid and single-sectioned, taking on an octagonal prism shape with ridges along its body. The whip head was slightly thicker, while the whip tail tapered, fitted with an iron grip and a beastly mouth with a tassel at the end. Zhao Gongming cautiously approached, reaching out to grasp the grip. He felt an immense force of the earth surge into his limbs through his palm, as if the weight of the entire mountain was now in his grasp. This must be the mountain-driving whip. Zhao Gongming was both surprised and delighted. As he attempted to activate it with his magical power, the long whip flickered, causing the entire Mount Amei to sway slightly. He quickly restrained his power, fearing that he might accidentally overturn this spiritual mountain. Not daring to linger, he stored the mountain-driving whip in his bosom and then bowed to the empty stone platform in the chamber. As a gesture of gratitude for the treasure hidden in this place, he then rode on the cloud and hurried back to the East Sea. When Zhao Gongming returned to the East Sea, Penlai Island had already been cleaned up thoroughly by Yun Xiao and the others. The remnants of walls and ruins had long since disappeared, replaced by a serene landscape. Compared to before, this Penlai Island now resembled a blessed land. Seeing Dao Xuan and Nuwa hovering in midair, Zhao Gongming hurriedly presented the mountain-driving whip, bowing, as he said, "Disciple has successfully retrieved this treasure from the depths of Mount Amei. However, my cultivation is still low. When I tried to use it, although I could activate the whip, I felt it was beyond my strength, and I fear I cannot move the entire Penlai Island." Dao Xuan took the mountain-driving whip, weighing it in his hand and secretly nodding. Although this whip was an ancient treasure, to truly unleash its might, one would need at least the cultivation of a Hongjun golden immortal. Zhao Gongming was currently only at the mid-level of Deluo. To be able to activate it was no small feat, and to drag an entire island was indeed asking too much. However, Dao Xuan had already considered this and returned the mountain-driving whip to Zhao Gongming, saying, "With the mountain-driving whip alone, you cannot move Penlai Island to the side of the platform, but do not forget you still have 36 sea-stabilizing pearls in your possession." Hearing this, Zhao Gongming suddenly felt enlightened and immediately summoned the 36 sea-stabilizing pearls. In an instant, the previously turbulent sea surface became calm and still. As Zhao Gongming positioned the 36 sea-stabilizing pearls in different orientations, waves began to reappear on the surface of the sea. These waves rhythmically crashed against Penlai Island, as if trying to push it away. Seeing this, Zhao Gongming couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. He then infused his magical power into the mountain-driving whip. Although it was somewhat strenuous for him, it was not impossible to control the whip. Thus, every time Zhao Gongming swung the mountain-driving whip, he could coordinate with the waves to move Penlai Island. Initially, the distance moved was very limited, but as Zhao Gongming became more adept at controlling the mountain-driving whip, the distance he could drive it began to increase. Sanshao and Master Yuding, seeing this, all stopped their work and flew into the air to watch. Bai Xiao's eyes widened with excitement as she tugged at Xiong Xiao's sleeve, saying, "Second sister, look, big brother really is moving Penlai Island. I thought Master was just joking with him." Xiong Xiao was also full of curiosity, nearly rushing forward to take the mountain-driving whip from Zhao Gongming's hands to give it a try. Yun Xiao shot a fierce glare at her two younger sisters, and then summoned the 12-petal pure world white lotus to replenish Zhao Gongming's magical power. Seeing her elder sister and junior disciple take action, Master Yuding also summoned the river and mountain map and the four seas pearls to assist Zhao Gongming in moving Penlai Island. Upon seeing this, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao exchanged glances and also stepped in to help Zhao Gongming. Upon witnessing this scene, Dao Xuan could not help but reveal a smile and turned to the side to speak to Nuwa. "There is no need for us to worry about matters here. It is time to visit the heavenly court and meet Di Jun and perhaps discuss the heavenly marriage as well." As soon as the two arrived at the outskirts of the heavenly court, a streak of light rushed out from the depths of the palace and swiftly approached them. It was Bai Zhe. Evidently, he had sensed their arrival within the hall and with a smile, he clasped his hands in greeting. Baizhe greets the Saint Nuwa and Dao Xuan Tianzun. Our demon emperor has prepared a banquet for you both upon hearing of your arrival. Please follow Baizhe inside. Dao Xuan nodded and politely replied, Thank you Baizhe for guiding us. Shortly after the three reached the entrance of Lingxiao Hall. The hall doors were wide open and Di Jun stood at the entrance waiting while Tai Yi stood slightly behind him, his expression calm. Seeing Dao Xuan and Nuwa arrive, the two brothers clasped their hands in greeting. Di Jun smiled and said, Saint Nuwa and Dao Xuan, it is an honor for you to grace us with your presence. Please let us converse inside the hall. Dao Xuan returned a bow and replied with a smile, The demon emperor is too kind. I and Nuwa have disturbed you. The group entered the hall and took their seats. Inside the hall, exquisite dishes and divine nectar had already been prepared, featuring rare spiritual fruits from the primordial age. Dao Xuan glanced at the spiritual fruits before him. While he could not say he disliked them, he was certainly not very interested. He then spoke, Nuwa and I have come this time firstly to thank the demon emperor for ceding Palai Island to us. Secondly, we have a matter concerning the fate of the demon race that we hope you both would be willing to hear about. Upon hearing that Dao Xuan spoke of a matter related to the fate of the demon race, both Di Jun and Tai Yi displayed expressions of shock. Di Jun directly spoke, If Dao Xuan has a way to enhance the fortune of my demon race, we would naturally be immensely grateful. Seeing Di Jun speak, Dao Xuan smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze towards Nuwa. Nuwa did not beat around the bush as she took out the red embroidered ball and placed it on the table. The embroidered ball emitted a radiant red glow, exuding a rich Dao rhyme, subtly resonating with the yin and yang energies of heaven and earth. Di Jun and Tai Yi's gazes fell upon the red embroidered ball simultaneously, their expressions becoming serious. Uncertain of Nuwa's intent, she ignored the puzzled looks from Di Jun and Tai Yi and began to speak. Recently observing the battle between the demon race and the celestial court, although the yin and yang formations of the Eastern King and Western Queen were broken, it gave me some insights. The yin and yang of heaven and earth must be harmonized to bestow blessings upon all beings of the primordial world. Coincidentally, this red embroidered ball is the artifact designated by the heavenly Tao for presiding over heavenly marriages. I believe the time for heavenly marriage is approaching. Di Jun and Tai Yi exchanged glances, although they did not understand what heavenly marriage was. They felt that this matter was certainly not simple. Tai Yi pondered for a moment and then asked, In the view of Saint Nuwa, what direction should the heavenly marriage take as a guide? Nuwa smiled slightly, her gaze sweeping over Di Jun and Tai Yi before finally looking directly towards the direction of the Tying Star. She then spoke, The yin and yang energies each have their masters. The essence of the sun, Di Jun, is naturally deserving, while the essence of the moon. She paused slightly, and the hall fell silent, so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. Dao Xuan stood to the side, leisurely sipping from the jade cup of nectar before he slowly continued. The essence of the moon must be the two fairies, Shi and Chang Shi from the Moon Palace. I have heard that they are transformed from the essence of the Tying Star, born with the purest quality of yin, and are a perfect match for your sun essence, Di Jun. Di Jun's expression remained unchanged, but a complex look flashed in the depths of his eyes. He naturally knew of the sisters, Shi and Chang Shi. They resided in the Tying Star for many years, rarely venturing into the primordial realm, and their personalities were cold and aloof, seldom interacting with others. He had even personally traveled to the Tying Star to invite the sisters, Shi and Chang Shi, to join the demon race. Unfortunately, in the end, Di Jun could not even step onto the Tying Star, as he was blocked by the Tying Great Formation. Now hearing Nuwa say that the heavenly marriage involved him and the sisters, Shi and Chang Shi, a look of difficulty inevitably appeared on his face. Despite not knowing what heavenly marriage was, or even the meaning of marriage, Di Jun found himself suddenly enlightened, as the laws of great destiny and marriage radiated from the red embroidered ball, and he understood what heavenly marriage entailed. Thus he had such concerns. After all, if he failed to propose, it would be a great embarrassment throughout the primordial realm. Nuwa did not pay attention to Di Jun's expression or thoughts. She simply spoke flatly. As long as you, Di Jun, agree, I shall personally speak to the Tying Star. At this, Di Jun could no longer harbor any concerns, for with Nuwa taking the lead, there was a 90% chance of success. He then bowed to Nuwa and said, If Saint Nuwa can facilitate the heavenly marriage for my demon race and restore our fortune, my demon race shall honor you as our Hua Huang, sharing the fortune of the demon race. Upon hearing this, Dao Xuan could not help but furrow his brows, thinking, how could Di Jun only think of the good aspects? Helping you marry a wife has already given you a great advantage. How could you still want to drag Nuwa into your demon race? He directly shook his head at Di Jun and said, Back in the Zixiao Palace, when my master bestowed the red embroidered ball to Nuwa, he once said to let Nuwa study it carefully. The reason is that this red embroidered ball has the mission of witnessing the three marriages of heaven, earth, and humanity, and since Nuwa is the owner of the red embroidered ball, she must preside over these three marriages. Therefore, witnessing your heavenly marriage is merely Nuwa's mission. You need not use the fortune of the demon race as a reward. Nuwa naturally understood that Dao Xuan was worried about being plotted against by the demon race, which was why he spoke these words. She nodded and said, I enjoy tranquility, and let us not mention the matter of the Hua Huang of the demon race anymore. After speaking, Nuwa stood up and headed towards the Tian star, while also reminding them. Dijun, if you see the red embroidered ball flying from the Tian star to the Taiyang star, it means the Tian sisters have agreed. At that time, you can bring a gift that expresses your intentions and come to the Tian star to propose. Dijun naturally would not refuse. He respectfully bowed towards the direction Nuwa was leaving. Saint Nuwa need not worry, Dijun will prepare immediately and will not disappoint your good intentions. After speaking, Dijun turned his gaze towards Dao Xuan and asked, Dao Xuan, how should I prepare this gift? Dao Xuan smiled and replied, this gift merely represents your intention, and as long as your heart is in it, even a blade of grass can serve as a gift. After speaking, Dao Xuan did not say more as he did not wish to become the pioneer of exorbitant bride prices. Dijun, upon hearing this, revealed a thoughtful expression, and after a while he nodded and said, Thank you, Dao Xuan, for your guidance. Dijun now understands how to prepare this gift. After speaking, Dijun asked Tai Yi to entertain Dao Xuan while he left the Lingxiao Hall directly. Nuwa stepped out of the Lingxiao Hall, clouds spontaneously forming around her, transforming her into a stream of colorful light that headed straight towards the Tian star. As Nuwa flew to the outskirts of the Tian star, she indeed sensed a faint barrier. The barrier was not as rigid as a formation, it resembled the will of the Tian star itself, repelling all beings attempting to approach. Nuwa did not force her way through, but hovered outside the barrier, gently releasing a soft divine sense guided by the red embroidered ball. This divine sense passed through the barrier like a spring breeze brushing over an icy surface, quietly infiltrating the depths of the Tian star. Before long, the moonlight gathered, and two figures emerged from within the moon. The woman on the left wore a silver-white long dress, her demeanor cold as frost with a hint of aloofness in her gaze. She was Xia. The woman on the right appeared slightly softer with a warm glow in her eyes reminiscent of moonlight. She was Xuanqing. The two sisters stood side by side atop the moonlight, gazing at Nuwa and giving a slight bow. After the bow, Xia spoke, Saint Nuwa has graced the Tian star. May I ask what guidance you seek? Nuwa returned the bow, and without beating around the bush, directly held the red embroidered ball in her palm. The embroidered ball sensed the extreme energy from the Tian star, its red light growing increasingly bright, and it floated up on its own, gently drifting towards Xia and Xuanqing. Upon seeing the red embroidered ball, Changxi's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and she instinctively reached out to touch it, but Xia subtly blocked her hand. Nuwa observed this, and having gained some understanding, began to explain the matter of the heavenly marriage in detail. As Nuwa spoke, she did not deliberately embellish the significance of the heavenly marriage for the demon race. Instead, she presented the concept plainly, discussing the harmony of yin and yang, and the principle of the Tian and the sun nurturing each other. At the end of her discourse, Nuwa casually mentioned, Dijun, my friend, is the essence of the sun, while both of you fairies are the essence of the Tian. If a heavenly marriage were to be formed, it would not only benefit the fortune of the demon race, but also enhance the paths of the two fairies. Upon hearing this, Xia fell into a long silence. She turned to glance at Xuanqing. The sisters exchanged unspoken sentiments through their gaze. After a moment, Xia slowly said, Saint Nuwa's goodwill is understood by my sister and me. However, the Tian star has always been cold, and my sister and I are accustomed to living alone in the Moon Palace, unwilling to involve ourselves in the chaos of the wilderness. If it is for the so-called heavenly marriage, recklessly stepping into the mundane world may not be a blessing for us sisters. Nuwa detected the hesitation and concerns in her words, and did not rush to persuade her. Instead, she smiled gently and returned the red embroidered ball to her palm. What she has said makes sense. This Tian star has been cold for countless eras, and suddenly entering the world would make anyone hesitant. However, I have a word to share, though I am unsure whether it should be spoken. Xia nodded, saying, Saint Nuwa, please speak. Nuwa's gaze softened as she slowly said, the essence of the Tian and the essence of the sun are the two purest origins among the yin and yang energies when the heavens and earth first opened. You have gazed at each other from billions of miles away for countless eras. The heavens have granted you the fate to be born at the same time, and have also given you complementary qualities. This is no coincidence. Though I dare not say this is the mandate of heaven, I can assert that if the heavenly marriage can be realized, it will not hinder your paths, but rather elevate them. Xuanqing, listening nearby, could not help but ask softly, Saint Nuwa, does Dijun really wish to treat us sisters with equality? Or is he merely seeking to complete the fortune of the demon race with the essence of the Tian? Nuwa, hearing this, couldn't help but smile, her expression revealing a hint of understanding. Xuanqing, I believe this question should not be asked of me, but rather of Dijun himself. The heavenly marriage is a fate ordained by the heavenly Dao, not a transaction. If Dijun seeks fortune alone and disregards the two of you, the red embroidered ball will not respond, and the heavenly marriage will not come to fruition. As she spoke, Nuwa once again lifted the red embroidered ball, its red light becoming increasingly warm, as if it were a living being. It unexpectedly broke free from Nuwa's palm, floating gracefully towards Xuanqing, finally landing softly in the open palm of Xuanqing. Xuanqing was momentarily stunned, looking down at the red embroidered ball in her hand, feeling a surge of warmth flowing into her body from her palm. It seamlessly merged with the cold, desolate power within the essence of the Tian star, causing a ripple to arise in her heart, which had been calm for many years. Shiho witnessed this scene, and the coldness in her eyes finally softened a bit. She remained silent for a moment before finally letting out a gentle sigh. Since it is the will of heaven, my sister and I are willing to give it a try. However, Saint Nuwa, you must agree to one thing. If Dijun were to betray my sister and me in the future, please use the red embroidered ball as proof to uphold justice for us sisters. Nuwa solemnly nodded, saying, I swear on the red embroidered ball, if Dijun betrays the Tian sisters, I shall pursue the cause and effect of the marital law without mercy. As her words fell, the red embroidered ball suddenly burst forth with brilliant light in Changsa's palm, and a crimson beam shot up from the Tian star, piercing through the chaos of the wilderness and directly towards the sun star. The beam crossed billions of miles of starry realms, connecting the Tian and the sun into a single line, where the red light past the stars swayed, and the heavens and earth resonated. In the Lingxiao Hall, Dao Xuan was casually chatting with Tai Yi about some experiences in the wilderness, when suddenly the celestial phenomena outside the hall changed dramatically, a red light streaking across the sky, uniting the sun star and the Tian star. Dao Xuan set down the jade cup in his hand, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He said to Tai Yi, it has succeeded. Tai Yi suddenly stood up, his gaze fixated on the red light that spanned the sky, taking a long while to regain his composure. Turning to Dao Xuan, his voice carried a hint of disbelief. Dao Xuan, is this the omen of the heavenly marriage? Dao Xuan nodded, saying, the red embroidered ball has responded. The Tian sisters have indeed agreed. Next, it depends on how your elder brother prepares. Tai Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within him. Just as he was about to speak, a golden light shot in from outside the Lingxiao Hall. It was Dijun returning. Dijun's complexion was rosy, and his aura seemed denser than before, clearly indicating that when the red light pierced the sky, he too felt a form of recognition and augmentation from the depths of the heavens and earth. He strode into the hall and bowed to Dao Xuan, saying, Dao Xuan, today, I finally understand what it means to be destined by heaven. Thank you for your assistance along with Saint Nuwa. Dao Xuan waved his hand, smiling as he said, the demon emperor need not thank me. Thank your Tian sisters for believing in you. However, I must remind you the matter of the heavenly marriage cannot be taken lightly. Have you prepared your betrothal gifts? Dijun's eyes sparkled with golden light as he declared, I have thought it through. The Tian star has been cold for countless years, so I shall use the starry domain surrounding the Tian star for the betrothal gifts. I will gather 365 pieces of Tian meteorite to forge a palace for them, the Guanghan Palace. Additionally, I will use the true fire of the sun to refine 9 pieces of sun and moon heart pendants, each capable of enabling the wearer to communicate their thoughts over vast distances as if they were close by. Tai Yi, hearing this, couldn't help but click his tongue and whispered, elder brother, you're taking all the Tian meteorites from our demon clan's treasury. Isn't that only about 300 pieces? Dijun shot him a glare, saying otherwise. Can one be stingy when marrying a wife? Dao Xuan, watching from the side, found it amusing and thought to himself that this demon emperor was indeed straightforward and generous. However, he also understood that Dijun's actions were genuine and meant to be observed by the heavenly Dao. A heavenly marriage is witnessed by the heavenly Dao. If your sincerity is sufficient, the red embroidered ball will naturally sense it. If the sincerity is lacking, it is likely that the ceremony of the heavenly marriage cannot be completed, let alone marrying a wife. Dijun changed into a long robe of bright red adorned with golden patterns, a sun, true fire pendant hanging from his waist, and a 12-crest crown upon his head radiating golden light from top to bottom. He ascended the 9 dragons' Agarwood palanquin, leading the wedding procession, resplendently departing from the heavenly court, making his way towards the starry sea. Everywhere he passed, golden light paved the way, and auspicious purple mist flowed eastward with auspicious clouds following him across the heavens, radiating brilliant hues. In the wilderness, any cultivator with a bit of ability gazed up at the golden trajectory, piercing the sky, secretly speculating what the demon emperor was up to. At the same time, invitations from the demon clan's heavenly court flew, like snowflakes, to various places in the wilderness. Every prominent loose cultivator and person in charge of various caves received the jade slips sent by the demon clan. The news of the heavenly wedding spread throughout the wilderness, causing a great stir. The term heavenly wedding had never been heard before, yet to be personally invited by the demon clan's demon emperor was undoubtedly an extraordinary event. Many who previously had no dealings with the demon clan became intrigued, wanting to seize this opportunity to learn more. Moreover, the invitation clearly stated that the host of the heavenly wedding was the Saint Nuwa. Once the name of the saint was mentioned, no one dared to underestimate it. Within the purple cloud palace, Hongjun's eyelids twitched slightly, yet he did not open his eyes, simply stating the heavenly wedding has been established, and the calamity of the Wu and demon will soon begin. In the 8th Scenery Palace, Laozi was refining a batch of pills when he heard a disciple report the news of the demon clan's heavenly wedding outside the door. His hand froze slightly with the whisk, but he soon returned to his calm demeanor. He merely instructed the Grand Master Xian to prepare a gift to congratulate the demon clan's heavenly court, having no intention of attending himself. In the Jade Void Palace, Yuanshi Tianzun was explaining the Dao to Xuanqing when he heard the disciples report, his expression remaining unchanged. Sister Nuwa has always acted with propriety. Since she has agreed to this matter, she must have her reasons. Given Yuanshi Tianzun's prejudice against the demon clan, he would not have cared if Nuwa were not involved. Now he merely commanded to prepare gifts to congratulate the heavenly court, having no intention of attending him. On Golden Ao Island, Tongtian Jiao Zhu leaned on the Qingping sword, standing by the sea, gazing at the golden light in the sky that had yet to disperse, a playful smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Heavenly wedding. Interesting. It seems Dijun is truly about to make a name for himself. He turned to the Taoist duo Bao behind him, instructing prepare a congratulatory gift to be sent to the demon clan's heavenly court. It need not be too extravagant, but it must not have flaws. Indeed, Tongtian also had no intention of personally visiting the heavenly court to congratulate them, as Dijun's status was not sufficient for him to make an appearance. However, the response from the Wu clan was quite different. In the ancestral Wu hall, the 12 ancestral Wus gathered together regarding the so-called heavenly wedding with nothing but disdain. In any case, the heavenly wedding of the demon clan was merely a trivial matter to the ancestral Wus, and they did not take it to heart. Only Hutu frowned, feeling that the demon clan's heavenly wedding would have a significant impact on the future development of the wilderness. Even so, Hutu said nothing, only silently deciding to meet with Nuwa. As for the old ancestor of the river of the underworld and the likes of Zhen Yuanzi, they had all prepared congratulatory gifts, getting ready to head to the heavenly court. After all, this heavenly wedding was decreed by the Tao of Heaven. The saints may not show themselves, but that does not mean they could remain indifferent. On the Tian star, Nuwa had already resided in the Moon Palace for 7 days. During these 7 days, she chatted daily with her sisters, Shi He and Chang, she discussing not the profound principles of the Tao, but rather stories of the wilderness and the wonders of the world. Nuwa could tell that although Shi He and Chang she had agreed to the heavenly wedding, they still felt a bit apprehensive. One morning, Chang, she was picking the unique ice crystal dew from the Tian star in front of the Moon Palace. Suddenly she looked up and gazed deep into the void. She softly said, "Sister, someone is coming." She stepped out from the Moon Palace and raised her eyes to see a golden stream of light approaching the Tian star at great speed. Within the stream of light, 9 golden dragons could be vaguely seen pulling an extraordinarily luxurious palanquin, followed by a massive wedding procession. Nuwa also stepped out from the Moon Palace, glancing at the golden stream of light, smiling as she said to Shi He, "Dijun has arrived." The 9 dragons' agar-wood palanquin slowly came to a stop at the outskirts of the Tian star. Dijun adjusted his attire, then stepped out of the palanquin, standing amidst the starry realm. Unlike last time, when he forcefully breached the Tian Great Array, he solemnly tidied his appearance through the thin gauzy barrier. He then bowed deeply, his voice clear like the sound of pine trees in the mountains, penetrating the barrier and reaching the Moon Palace within. Dijun has come to seek the hand of the Tian fairy. May the 2 fairies allow me to enter the array. As his voice fell, silence enveloped the Tian star. She stood at the entrance of the Moon Palace, her gaze penetrating the barrier, resting upon Dijun. She saw the demon emperor, who usually controlled the lives and deaths of countless demons, and whose majesty was like a mountain, now bowing his head and lowering his posture to an extreme degree. There was even a hint of nervousness and sincerity. The tension in her heart finally eased a little, realizing that her worries were unfounded. She waved her hand, and for the first time the Tian Great Array, which had shrouded the Tian star for countless years, slowly opened a crack. Moonlight cascaded down like a waterfall through that crack, forming a grand road made of condensed moonlight. Dijun's heart leaped with joy, and he hurriedly urged the dragon palanquin along the path of moonlight, leading the wedding procession onto the Tian star. Nuwa stood smiling in front of the Moon Palace. She watched as Dijun stepped down from the palanquin, his steps firm and steady, yet careful and cautious. He stopped 3 zhang away from Shi He and Chang, she bowing again, his tone solemn as he spoke. Today Dijun comes bearing gifts, wishing to use 365 pieces of Tian meteorite as the foundation to build the Guanghan Palace for the 2 fairies. As a symbol of my sincerity, I present 9 sun and moon heart tokens to be worn day and night, ensuring our hearts are connected. Additionally, I offer the starry realm surrounding the Tian star, spanning 100,000 miles, as a bride price forever under the jurisdiction of the 2 fairies. Dijun said, extending his hand to signal the wedding procession behind him to unveil the gifts, revealing mounds of Tian meteorite and 9 resplendent jade tokens. She gazed at the 9 jade tokens, then at the towering piles of Tian meteorite, falling into silence for a moment. Finally, she spoke slowly. Jun, do you know that the Tian star is cold and does not care for these external things? Jun raised his head, gazing directly into her eyes, speaking each word clearly. I know the Tian star is cold, which is why I cannot bear to let the 2 fairies continue in such coldness. These gifts are merely external items. What Jun truly wishes to offer is a promise to walk alongside you. At this moment, the red embroidered ball in Nuwa's hand had already flown up, hovering above the heads of Jun and the 2 fairies, exuding waves of law and Dao rhythm. In an instant, the laws of fate flowed around them, enveloping the 3 completely. In that moment, whether it was she, he, or Chang, the traces of worry in their hearts completely vanished. Ultimately, with Jun's assistance, they sat steadily upon the 9 dragons' agar-wood palanquin. Then Jun drove the carriage, heading from the Tian star towards the direction of the Lingxiao treasure palace. Jun personally drove the carriage, welcoming Changxi and Shihi back to the heavenly court, where various powerful beings had already gathered. Finally, under the witness of Nu was officiation and the great powers of the primordial era, the heavenly marriage was successfully completed. As for the process of the heavenly marriage, it had already appeared in Nu was mind the moment it was initiated. Hence the entire procedure went smoothly, allowing the whole primordial era to understand how to complete a wedding. With the successful conclusion of the heavenly marriage, merit clouds condensed in the sky and boundless merit descended from above. The immense merit directly elevated Jun as well as the sisters, Shihi and Chang, she to the peak of Quasi Saint, just a hair's breadth away from becoming a saint. At the same time, the luck of the demon clan was also completely fulfilled at this moment, allowing countless demons to break through in their cultivation. Naturally, Nu, having witnessed the heavenly marriage, received a portion of merit as well. However, this was not what made Nu the happiest. What brought her the greatest joy was that the red embroidered ball in her hand had already taken its first step from a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure to a treasure of marriage. It only needed to witness the earth marriage and the human marriage for the red embroidered ball to successfully advance to a treasure of marriage. As Dao Xuan and Nu left the heavenly court and returned to the eastern sea, they found that Zhao Gongming had already moved Penglai Island within 1,000 miles of Hongjun Island. This inevitably pleased Dao Xuan greatly. Just as he was about to praise his disciple, he unexpectedly saw Ho Tu appear before his eyes. Ho Tu stepped forward, bowed to Nu and Dao Xuan, and said, Ho Tu has met Saint Nu and Dao friend Dao Xuan. Nu and Dao Xuan both returned the salute, with Dao Xuan further asking Ho Tu, it seems you have been here for a while. May I ask what brings you here? Ho Tu nodded and replied, when I arrived at the eastern sea, your disciple was busy moving Penglai Island. It has been several years since then. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they headed together towards Hongjun Island. Upon arriving at the Xuanqing Dao Palace on Hongjun Island, they took their seats. It was then that Ho Tu revealed the purpose of her visit. Saint Nu, you witnessed the heavenly marriage for the demon clan, allowing their luck to be fulfilled. I have come today to ask if there is a way for my demon clan to complete our luck. As expected, Dao Xuan's speculation was correct. Ho Tu's purpose was indeed to leave a glimmer of hope for the Wu clan. However, Dao Xuan did not inform Ho Tu that she should deepen the 6 paths of reincarnation, using the 9 netherworlds as a retreat for the Wu clan. Instead, he turned to Nu, eager to know how she would respond to Ho Tu's question. Nu hesitated for a moment, then spoke to Ho Tu, saying, Dao friend Ho Tu, the heavenly marriage is ordained by the Dao. Even if I do not intervene, the heavenly marriage would still be fulfilled. As for how the Wu clan can complete their own luck, I must admit this aspect has not crossed my mind. However, I believe whether the Wu clan can complete their luck does not depend on me, but rather on you, Dao friend Ho Tu. Dao Xuan did not expect Nu to perceive matters to this extent, and he couldn't help but think to himself, truly deserving of being a saint. But at that moment, a look of confusion appeared on Ho Tu's face, as she truly could not understand what she could do. Could it be that she also needed to find someone to marry? Just like the heavenly marriage of the demon clan, could it complete the Wu clan's luck? As she thought of this, Ho Tu subconsciously cast a glance at Dao Xuan. Though it was just a fleeting glance, Nu caught it. This inevitably led her to guess what was on Ho Tu's mind, and she could even clearly sense that the red embroidered ball had started to stir. Instantly, she used a secretive tone to communicate with Dao Xuan, asking, since the demon clan has a heavenly marriage, does this earth marriage need to be validated with the Wu clan? The 12 ancestors of Wu and your 4 pure ones are all descendants of Pangu. If they were to unite, it would indeed satisfy the requirements for the earth marriage. Dao Xuan's heart sank at this thought, reflecting that how could he be involved in this matter? In fact, Dao Xuan himself was unsure where the earth marriage and human marriage would ultimately fall, as there were no records regarding these marriages in the original trajectory of the primordial era. Even the red embroidered ball in Nu's hand had not advanced to a treasure of marriage by the end of the journey to the West Calamity. This indicated that the 3 marriages of heaven, earth, and humanity had not been fully realized, otherwise the red embroidered ball would have certainly advanced to a treasure of marriage. However, upon further thought, Dao Xuan felt that this matter might not be unrelated to Ho-Tu. Ho-Tu oversees the 6 paths of reincarnation, which is key to awakening the Earth Tao. If the Earth marriage were to fall upon her, it would not be unreasonable. As for the human marriage, it is highly likely connected to the human Saint Nuwa. Just as Nuwa said, she is one of the 4 pure ones of Pangu, which indeed satisfies the requirements for the Earth marriage. Moreover, before his crossing, he was a human, which also meets the requirements for the human marriage. Does this mean that both the Earth marriage and the human marriage will fall upon me? Must I marry both Ho-Tu and Nuwa? Dao Xuan thought in excitement, but quickly suppressed this excitement. I have no issue with Nuwa, but the karmic ties associated with Ho-Tu are too great. Can I bear them? Seeing Dao Xuan lost in thought, Nuwa believed that Dao Xuan had tacitly agreed to this matter. She sighed softly, and then spoke to Ho-Tu. The heavenly marriage is with the demon clan, the Earth marriage is with the Wu clan, and the human marriage is with the human clan. This is quite reasonable. However, the Earth marriage and human marriage have yet to reach their time. Even if forced, it would be of no use. But rest assured, Dao friend Ho-Tu, if one day the Earth marriage arrives and is validated upon you, I will certainly do my utmost. Upon hearing this, Ho-Tu nodded and replied, if the Earth marriage is related to me, I will naturally follow the heavenly mandate and will never refuse. At this time, Dao Xuan noticed that both Nuwa and Ho-Tu were looking at him, which inevitably made him feel uncomfortable. This happiness seems to come a bit too suddenly, and the key is that I cannot bear it. With the situation as it was, Dao Xuan could no longer remain silent, and could only speak to Ho-Tu. Dao friend Ho-Tu, I must speak frankly, the luck of the Wu clan will never be complete. As soon as Dao Xuan spoke these words, a trace of sorrow instantly appeared on Ho-Tu's face, and even Nuwa found it hard to believe. Dao Xuan did not beat around the bush, and continued, the Wu clan is a descendant of Pangu. If their luck were complete, who in the primordial era could contend with them? Therefore the heavenly Tao will never allow such a thing to happen. Completing the luck of the demon clan through the heavenly marriage is also to balance the powers of the Wu and demon clans. One day in the future there will surely be a battle between the Wu and demon clans. As for who will ultimately emerge victorious, I cannot make a prediction. As soon as Dao Xuan's words ended, Nuwa fell into deep thought, and then spoke up. Dao Xuan, your words remind me of something. Have you noticed any changes in the primordial era since we returned? Dao Xuan naturally sensed it, and replied, in the primordial era, calamity energy has already begun to quietly rise. Before long, a new calamity will descend upon the primordial era. The witch clan refines their bodies with malevolent energy, making their perception of calamity quite dull, which is why Ho-Tu did not sense any difference. After a moment of thought, a look of immense worry appeared on her face. The witch and demon clans will inevitably clash, and a new calamity is about to descend. Could this calamity be related to the witch and demon clans? Seeing Dao Xuan nod, the last shred of hope in Ho-Tu's heart vanished without a trace. If what Dao Xuan said is true, then Ho-Tu will know who will ultimately prevail between the Witch clan and the Demon clan. In the past, Witch of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans was not stronger than the Witch and Demon clans. Yet the final outcome was still their complete annihilation. The heavenly Tao complements the Demon clan's fortune through heavenly marriage, aiming to balance the power of the Witch and Demon clans, which indicates that they will meet the same fate as the ancient 3 clans. Dao Xuan did not expect Ho-Tu to perceive things so clearly, and thus looked at her and asked, since you have already guessed the outcome, how do you plan to arrange the future of the Witch clan? Ho-Tu shook her head helplessly. Even if I return to tell my brothers, they will not believe me. If that day truly comes, I beseech both Taoists to protect a shred of legacy for my Witch clan. At the very least, do not let us be completely extinguished. As she spoke, Ho-Tu deeply bowed to Dao Xuan and Nuwa. Nuwa reached out to help Ho-Tu up and said, Ho-Tu, since you are aware of the Witch clan's fate, why not prepare something for them? After all, the Witch clan exists because of the ancestral witches. If all 12 ancestral witches were to fall, what significance would the existence of the Witch clan hold? Ho-Tu realized, indeed, if there are no ancestral witches to protect us, even if the bloodline of the Witch clan continues, it would merely be a struggle for survival. At this moment, Ho-Tu's face was filled with desolation, as if she could already see the future of the Witch clan, causing her heart to ache like being pricked by needles. Seeing this scene, Dao Xuan couldn't help but sigh, and then spoke. Ho-Tu, we are both descendants of Pangu. Have you ever considered whether the primordial world created by our father is complete? At this point, Dao Xuan's words had a guiding nature, hoping to quickly unlock the wheel of fate for Ho-Tu. Sure enough, upon hearing Dao Xuan's words, a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. After a moment, she began to speak. Ho-Tu traveled from the ancestral Witch Palace to the Eastern Sea and saw countless souls drifting in the primordial world. These souls are entirely unconscious, driven only by instinct to devour one another. The level of suffering is simply unbearable to witness. Dao Xuan nodded and said, not all creatures of the primordial world are from the Witch clan. The Witch clan cultivates the physical body, but does not refine the spiritual soul. Once they die, they simply perish. However, other races are different. While the physical body dies, the soul does not simply vanish. What will this primordial world become if this continues? Ho-Tu shook her head at Dao Xuan. I have not considered this matter. After all, those souls would diminish through mutual. Although it's somewhat tragic, the primordial world is inherently a survival of the fittest. There is nothing inherently wrong with that. Indeed, the primordial world is one where the strong prey on the weak. As long as you are powerful, anything weaker than you can become your food. Thus Ho-Tu merely felt pity for those souls, but saw no issue with their devouring. This also indicated that at this moment Ho-Tu had not yet thought of seeking a path for these souls, and had certainly not considered sacrificing herself to create a cycle of reincarnation. Dao Xuan then said to Nuwa, since there's nothing pressing at the moment, why don't we accompany Ho-Tu to explore the primordial world? Nuwa naturally understood that Dao Xuan would not act without reason. Since he made this decision, there must be a rationale behind it. She nodded and said, I was just thinking of seizing this opportunity to explore the primordial world as well. As she spoke, Nuwa stood up directly, linking arms with Ho-Tu, and smilingly asked, Sister Ho-Tu, would you like to join Dao Xuan and me in exploring the primordial world? Ho-Tu nodded and replied, with sage Nuwa accompanying me, I naturally cannot ask for more. Nuwa rolled her eyes and said, don't keep calling me sage, but if you don't mind, just call me sister. From now on, let us address each other as sisters. Ho-Tu naturally would not refuse Nuwa's proposal. After all, since a sage said it, refusing would indeed be a bit ungrateful. Seeing that Nuwa and Ho-Tu had reached a consensus, Dao Xuan could not help but think, have you settled your positions already? Did you seek my consent? This thought was only in Dao Xuan's heart. He dared not say it out loud lest Nuwa take offense. Before departing, Dao Xuan also did not forget to stop by the Xuanqing divine water pool to check on the growth of his 5 lotus plants. Upon reaching the Xuanqing divine water pool, Dao Xuan discovered that the 5 lotus plants, which were previously just leaves, had now grown remarkably lush. Each plant had several leaves unfolded on the water's surface. Although there were no signs of blooming, they were far from what they had been before. When Dao Xuan returned from the Xuanqing divine water pool, Nuwa and Ho-Tu were already prepared, waiting for him to embark on their journey through the primordial world together. As the 3 stepped out of Hongjun Island, they saw Zhao Gongming already bringing Penglai Island within 8,000 miles of Hongjun Island. He approached and said, Gongming, well done. Once I return from exploring the primordial world, I will reward you heavily. Regarding Penglai Island, let it be positioned above Hongjun Island in the heavenly realm. When we find Yingzhou Island in the future, we will place it in the earthly realm, and at that time our Taoist temple will have the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity complete. Zhao Gongming naturally had no objections. Even if Dao Xuan asked him to place Penglai Island above Hongjun Island, he would do so without hesitation. After finishing with Zhao Gongming, Dao Xuan along with Nuwa and Ho-Tu headed towards the vast primordial land. This inevitably caused Bai Xiao to pout and murmur, Master is being too much, accompanying Master Nyang to explore the primordial world while leaving us to do this hard labor. Qiong Xiao beside her also nodded in agreement with Bai Xiao's words. Zhao Gongming and Yu Dingzhenren did not dare to express their opinions, for they knew that if these 2 girls focused on them, they would not fare well. Ultimately, it was Yun Xiao who brought out the bloodline suppression of the eldest sister, preventing the 2 little girls from openly criticizing their master. However, Dao Xuan was unaware of all this, as the 3 of them had already arrived by the Eastern Sea. As for which direction to explore, Dao Xuan did not specify, simply allowing them to wander freely. Although he knew that their final destination was the Blood Sea of the underworld. At this moment, the most crucial thing was for Ho-Tu to witness the plight of the souls and develop the idea of creating a path for them to return. That was of utmost importance. Ho-Tu gazed towards the direction of the Honglong continent, her expression still tinged with lingering worry. Dao Xuan glanced at her, smiled, and did not rush to speak, instead flying ahead towards the land. He flew not quickly, more like strolling through the clouds, exuding a sense of leisurely grace. Nuwa followed closely behind him, with Ho-Tu lagging slightly, and the 3 of them leisurely traversed the expanse of Honglong. During the day, everything was fine, filled with bright sunshine and endless beautiful scenery. But when night fell, everything changed, and the wailing souls could be seen everywhere. They tore at each other, devouring one another. Occasionally a certain soul would consume enough of its kind to reveal a semblance of form. But soon it would be surrounded by more souls, torn apart once again. Ho-Tu silently watched all of this, her lips pressed tightly into a line. She practiced the path of the physical body and had never cared much for matters of the soul. Yet at this moment, witnessing such a scene, she finally realized that those beings did not simply cease to exist after death. Their souls were still enduring suffering, far more cruel torment than during life. Why don't they reincarnate? Ho-Tu finally couldn't help but ask. Dao Xuan looked at her, countering, reincarnate? What is there to reincarnate? Ho-Tu was taken aback, caught off guard by the question. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but found herself unable to answer. Reincarnation. Has there ever been reincarnation in the Honglong? After a being dies, its soul either becomes powerful enough to condense itself and re-establish as a ghostly immortal, or it gradually perishes like the scene before amidst endless devouring and being devoured. No one has ever considered that these souls should have a place to return. Nuwa stood to the side, gazing into the distance at the desolate land shrouded in soul mist, and slowly spoke. Heaven and earth give birth to all things possess spirits. Where there is spirit, there is soul. Where there is soul, there should be a home. The Dark River's ancient ancestors' blood sea might just be the resting place for these souls. It's no wonder Nuwa would say this, as the Azura clan originates from souls thrown into the blood sea, then devoured by one another, ultimately transforming into what they are. Thus, before Hutu deepened the 6 paths of reincarnation, the beings of Hongjun generally believed this was the destined path for souls. Hutu's eyes brightened at this. Dark River Blood Sea, Sister Nuwa, can you accompany me to the Dark River Blood Sea? Nuwa did not immediately agree, but instead turned her gaze to Dao Xuan. Upon seeing Dao Xuan nod, she smiled, and said to Hutu, "This time Dao Xuan and I are here to accompany you, little sister Hutu, on your travels through Hongjun. Wherever you wish to go, we will naturally be by your side." Hutu's face showed gratitude, and she then headed towards the direction of the Dark River Blood Sea with Nuwa and Dao Xuan. Along the way, although they witnessed countless souls battling, the three did not stop. After all, even if they could halt one clash, they could not alter the fate of all souls in Hongjun. Years later, the three finally approached the Dark River Blood Sea. Although they had not yet seen its true form, they could already feel the overwhelming malevolence pressing down on them. Nuwa furrowed her brows slightly. The Dark River Blood Sea is just ahead. The karma here is heavier than I imagined. The three continued onward, drawing closer to the Dark River Blood Sea, the chill in the air growing ever more intense. This chill was not an ordinary cold, but a frigidness that penetrated deep into the divine soul. Soon the three finally arrived at the edge of the Dark River Blood Sea. The scene before Hutu made her gasp in shock. At that moment, at the edge of the Dark River Blood Sea, countless souls gathered, and even during the day these souls were unaffected by anything. They rushed one after another into the Dark River Blood Sea, and after being devoured, ultimately evolved into the Azura clan. However, the birth of each Azura was accompanied by the obliteration of thousands of souls. Hutu stood on the shore of the Blood Sea, long silent. She gazed at the rolling blood waves, watching the struggling souls. The shock in her eyes gradually transformed into compassion, which then evolved into something even deeper. She seemed to see that within the endless blood sea, each drop of blood was a living being's resentment, and each wave was an unfinished cause and effect. Sister Nuwa, I finally understand why your creation of humans could lead to sanctification, while the ancient ancestor of the Dark River could not create the Azura clan. The human race is naturally a species endowed with an innate Dao body and possesses extremely high, yet the Azura clan is formed from countless incarnations of cause and effect with only slaughter in their eyes. How can such a race compare to the human race? Nuwa naturally understood the differences between the Azura clan and the human race, but did not grasp the meaning behind Hutu's words. Was she merely telling herself that the humans she created were superior to the Azuras created by the ancient ancestor of the Dark River? As Nuwa pondered this, Hutu spoke again. Thus I feel that the Dark River Blood Sea is not the resting place. Dao Xuan knew that Hutu had reached a crucial moment, so he shook his head at Nuwa, signaling her not to disturb her. Indeed, not long after, Hutu sat cross-legged at the edge of the Dark River Blood Sea, gradually sinking into a state of enlightenment. At that moment, a massive wave surged from the Blood Sea, towering 100 feet high, and a figure stood at it. The person wore a dark red robe, his complexion pale as paper with eyes as crimson as blood, exuding an intense malevolence that was almost tangible. He walked on the waves, instantly appearing before the three, his gaze sweeping over Dao Xuan, then landing on Nuwa, revealing a trace of wariness in his eyes, before finally settling on Hutu. I am Mingi, the ancient ancestor of the Dark River. I have met Saint Nuwa, heavenly sovereign Dao Xuan, an ancestor which Hutu. I wonder what brings the three of you to the Dark River Blood Sea. Dao Xuan smiled slightly, and cupped his hands in greeting. Mingi, my friend, I hope you are well. I, along with Nuwa, am accompanying our friend Hutu on a journey through Hongjun. Passing by this place, we saw the unique scenery of the Blood Sea, so we decided to take a look. I hope we do not disturb you. While his words were courteous, they contained an undertone of dismissal. Nuwa raised her brows slightly, about to speak, when Hutu suddenly opened her eyes. Hutu's gaze fixed directly on Mingi, her voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable strength. Mingi, my friend, have you ever considered how the countless souls you have gathered to form the Azura clan will repay this karma? Mingi was taken aback, clearly not expecting Hutu to ask such a question. At this moment, he coldly snorted and said, "This seat created the Azura clan, which is recognized by the heavenly Dao. When did it become your place to question me here?" Hutu listened, her brows slightly furrowing. Since it is a race recognized by the heavenly Dao, why can it not reproduce on its own? Even though our Wu clan's physical bodies are honed by malevolent energy, resulting in a decline in reproductive ability, it has not affected the inheritance of our race. But what about the Azura clan you created, Mingi Dao friend? Can it truly sustain the inheritance of the race through reproduction? Hoda's words struck like a sharp knife, piercing directly into the chest of the ancestor of Mingi. Indeed, although the Azura clan has received the recognition of the heavenly Tao, it truly cannot reproduce on its own. Otherwise, the ancestor of Mingi would not continuously use the blood sea of the underworld to transform countless souls into Azuras. However, if he were to admit what Hotu said, it would represent that the race he created is not accepted by the heavenly Tao. He was preparing to retort Hotu, but noticed that her gaze had already turned to Nuwa and Dao Xuan. Hotu seems to understand, Dao Xuan thought, realizing the moment had come. He did not interrupt Hotu's comprehension, but silently took a step back, giving space to her. Nuwa also seemed to sense something, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes as she let out a soft sigh. However, at that moment, a deep roar suddenly erupted from the blood sea, as if the entire sea was trembling. The expression of the ancestor of Mingi suddenly changed, and he turned his head sharply towards the depths of the blood. Beneath the surface of the sea, a massive shadow was rapidly rising. Wherever it passed, blood waves surged, and countless souls screamed and scattered in panic as if they had encountered a natural enemy. The shadow ascended higher and higher, finally breaking through the surface of the sea, revealing its true form. It was a gigantic beast, entirely dark red in color, resembling a flood dragon, but without scales, covered in thick blood plasma. Its huge eyes were hollow and lifeless, yet exuded a chilling pressure. It opened its vast maw and let out a deafening roar towards the direction of the three, causing the very void around to tremble slightly. The ancestor of Ming's face turned ashen, and he shouted, "Vile beast, retreat." He raised his hand, unleashing a dark red beam of light that struck directly at the giant beast. Yet when the beam hit the beast, it only caused it to stagger back a few steps before roaring even more violently, charging towards the three. Dao Xuan frowned, the Hongmeng measuring ruler appearing in his hand, ready to act, but saw that Hotu had somehow already moved to the front. A surge of extremely rich earth power emanated from her, making her seem to merge with the primal earth beneath her feet, the heaviness and steadiness of her presence causing even Dao Xuan to momentarily pause. Hotu raised her right hand and gently pressed towards the charging beast. There was no earth-shattering sound or dazzling light, just a simple press. The beast, however, felt as if it had crashed into an invisible mountain, its massive body suddenly halting midair, followed by a piercing wail. It was pressed down inch by that heavy force, ultimately sinking back into the depths of the blood sea, disappearing from sight. The surface of the sea returned to calm, as if everything that had just occurred had never happened. The expression of the ancestor of Mingi turned extremely grim, his gaze towards Hotu, revealing a hint of deep-seated wariness. He realized that he had previously underestimated the strength of this ancestral witch. The earth power contained in that simple press seemed to concentrate the weight of the entire primordial world in her hands. Hotu, however, remained unconcerned, slowly retracting her hand, as if she had merely done something trivial. She turned to the ancestor of Mingi, her tone flat, yet undeniable. "Mingi Dao friend, I have an idea I wish to discuss with you." The ancestor of Ming's expression changed unpredictably. After a long silence, he finally replied solemnly, "Please speak, Dao friend Ho." Hotu took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping across the boundless blood sea, her voice growing serious and resolute. "I want to use this blood sea of the underworld as a foundation to open a true path for all beings of heaven and earth. To give those souls who have no resting place after death a destination, allowing them to reincarnate rather than endlessly devouring one another." As soon as these words were spoken, the ancestor of Ming's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He almost instinctively replied, "Dao friend Hotu, do you know that this blood sea of the underworld is the very foundation of my existence? If you want to use the blood sea as a base to carry out your so-called great deed, where would that leave my Azura clan?" As he spoke, the malevolent energy around him suddenly surged, and his dark red robe billowed without wind. Behind him, the blood sea surged, creating towering waves, as if the entire blood sea of the underworld was responding to his fury. He did not strike, but his stance made it clear if one wished to act against the blood sea, they must first pass through him. Hotu's expression remained unchanged, her gaze fixed on the ancestor of Mingi, not retreating. Her voice was still calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness. "Mingi Dao friend, I understand your concerns. The blood sea is the foundation of your existence, and the Azura clan is your people. It is only right for you to protect them. But have you ever considered that the endless devouring and slaughter in this blood sea is truly the Azura clan's path to survival?" The ancestor of Mingi sneered, saying, "The Azura follows killing as its path. The weak are meat for the strong, survival of the fittest. This is the fate of the Azura. Dao friend Hotu, you are an ancestral, which perhaps you do not understand our way of survival in this blood sea." Hotu shook her head slightly, her tone carrying a hint of compassion. "I indeed do not understand the way of the Azura, but I have seen how those souls struggle within the blood sea. This is not what those souls should endure, nor is it the origin of the Azura clan, for it does not align with the great Tao. The ancestor of Ming's expression stiffened momentarily at a loss for how to refute. After all, he also understood how cruel the birth of the Azura clan was. However, the ancestor of Mingyi would never allow anyone for any reason to influence the reproduction of his Azura clan. Even if the Azura clan's method of reproduction is too cruel, that is their own matter, it is not for others to meddle. Just as the ancestor of Mingyi was about to get angry, Hotu unexpectedly closed her eyes again, as if she had fallen into a state of enlightenment once more. This only fueled the ancestor of Ming's rage. He waved his hands, causing the blood sea of the underworld to surge with towering blood waves. As the towering blood waves were about to crash down on Hotu, Dao Xuan stepped forward, using the Hongming measuring ruler to stabilize the raging blood waves. Mingyi, Dao friend, do you truly wish to do this? Have you ever considered the consequences of your actions? Of course, if you already believe you have the strength to oppose the 12 ancestors of witches by yourself, then my words have been for naught. Dao Xuan's words momentarily stunned the ancestor of Mingyi. Though he claimed that the blood sea would never run dry, and that he would never die, what about the Azura clan he created? To put it plainly, in the current primordial world, besides the demon race, there was no other race that could stand against the Wu clan. The human race would not do, and the Azura clan would not either. Upon hearing this, the old ancestor of the Ming River's murderous intent momentarily faltered. Very well, I shall witness what revelations Hotu can derive upon this netherworld blood sea. The old ancestor of the Ming River snorted coldly, drifting backward 100 zhang, though not fully with hands clasped behind him. His blood-red robe fluttered wildly in the sea breeze. His crimson eyes fixed upon Hotu, evidently resolved to see this through. Nuwa approached Dao Xuan's side softly, whispering, Hotu's sudden enlightenment has come swiftly, as she likely is beginning to grasp a profoundly deep Dao. I sense the earth's power enveloping her body, resonating with a certain will deep within the blood sea. This resonance is extraordinarily peculiar. Dao Xuan nodded, his gaze resting on Hotu. He was well aware that soon she would comprehend her mission and transform herself into the embodiment of the 6 paths of reincarnation. That moment would be fraught with peril. Whether she could evade the calculations of the heavenly Dao hinged upon this instant. If successful, Hotu would fully awaken the earth Dao. If defeated, she would be sealed deep within the cycles of reincarnation as originally destined by the primordial wilds. Suddenly a trace of solemnity appeared on Dao Xuan's face, even causing Nuwa to be taken aback. She quietly inquired, Dao Xuan, why do I feel as though you are worried about something? Dao Xuan nodded. I have an ominous premonition. No matter what happens, you must protect Hotu at all costs. Even when facing several saints simultaneously, do not yield an inch, otherwise Hotu will surely be ensnared. Although Dao Xuan did not state it outright, Nuwa discerned the hidden meaning in his words. After all, Dao Xuan had once spoken to her of the 3 Daos of heaven, earth, and man. Now, as Nuwa's earth power resonated with the netherworld blood sea, it was highly probable that it was connected to the earth Dao. Without hesitation, Nuwa nodded in agreement. Rest assured, as long as I am present, no one can scheme against Sister Hotu. However, the 2 saints of the west appear to have sensed something. They are secretly watching from the opposite shore of the blood sea. Dao Xuan nodded upon hearing this, but did not look towards the direction Nuwa indicated. Given Nuwa's cultivation, even combined, the 2 saints of the west were no match for her. Yet for safety's sake, Dao Xuan employed a secret method to notify Tongtian, who was far away at the Bio Palace on Janeo Island. Tongtian was immersed in comprehending the myriad immortals formation, when suddenly Dao Xuan's voice resonated from the origin. Upon grasping the message, a cold expression crossed Tongtian's face. He immediately reached out into the void, and the Qingping sword materialized in his hand. With a slash forward, the Qingping sword tore through the tranquil space, creating a rift in the void. Tongtian stepped into the rift and vanished from Bio Palace. Meanwhile, the wandering souls within the blood sea seemed to sense something. The once frenzied and devouring spirits gradually quieted, gathering in dense clusters toward Hotu's location. They dared not approach too closely, stopping 100 zhang away, packed tightly together. Hollow eye sockets revealed a faint, bewildered hopefulness. This sight deepened the frown on the old ancestor of the Ming River's brow. Having cultivated the way of slaughter, he was accustomed to souls devouring one another in the blood sea. Yet to witness these souls voluntarily cease fighting stirred an inexplicable agitation within him. Feigning spirits and ghosts, he muttered lowly, yet refrained from intervening. It was not that he hesitated, but that he truly dared not act, especially after Dao Xuan's thorough analysis. Time seemed to slow at this moment. Hotu sat cross-legged, motionless, yet the layer of ochre light surrounding her body expanded outward at a glacial pace. Where the light passed, the blood waves of the sea calmed slightly, and even the pungent, killing aura in the air seemed. As Dao Xuan watched Hotu intently, ripples appeared in the space before him, and soon Tongtian emerged carrying the Qingping sword as he stepped out. Little brother, how fares our comrade Hotu? Tongtian asked immediately upon exiting the spatial rift. Dao Xuan's worries eased somewhat at Tongtian's arrival. At least with Tongtian and Yuhua present, even if the two saints of the West arrived, they could not prevent Ho-Tu from deepening her 6 paths of reincarnation. As for Laozi and Yuanshi, Tianzun Dao Xuan believed he had means to hold them back. After all, these two still cared about appearances. Even during the Fengshen calamity, Yuanshi Tianzun, though overpowering, sought a justifiable pretext. Moreover, and most crucially, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun differed from the two saints of the West. Although they both cultivated the Tao of severing the 3 corpses, they owed nothing to Hongjun. Dirty deeds and troublesome affairs were tasks the two saints of the West undertook for Hongjun, which Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun would never agree to. Just as Dao Xuan was about to speak, Tongtian's gaze fixed directly on the opposite shore of the netherworld Blood Sea. What is wrong with you two? If you want to watch, do so openly. Why hide there like rats? Wait, are you trying to prevent our comrade Ho-Tu from comprehending the Tao, then frame the Ming River comrade for it? As Tongtian spoke, the Qingping sword in his hand slashed forth, releasing a cyan sword aura toward the opposite shore. Meanwhile, Yuhua arrived beside Dao Xuan and spoke. Senior brother Tongtian is rather impatient. I was curious to see what they intended, but it seems there is no chance now. Dao Xuan sighed helplessly and was equally surprised by Tongtian's words. Third brother grows increasingly sinister. This is clearly an attempt to sow discord. From whom has he learned such tricks? Just as Dao Xuan thought Tongtian had gone rogue, the two saints of the West could no longer conceal themselves. They first evaded Tongtian's sword strike, then approached. Upon drawing near, they first kowtowed respectfully before speaking. Greetings, senior brother Tongtian. Tongtian, wielding the Qingping sword, glared at the two saints of the West and demanded, stop pretending to be close. Speak. What are you skulking there like furtive thieves? Zhuan Ti Daoren forced a wry smile and replied, Senior brother Tongtian, you misunderstand. My senior brother and I merely happened to pass by here. We saw our comrade Ho-Tu confronting the Ming River comrade and paused to observe. We never intended to cause offense, senior brother Tongtian. Tongtian, unwilling to argue with this shameless saint, responded directly. If you are merely passing by to watch the spectacle, now that the spectacle is over, you should return to your western Shumi Mountain. How could the two saints of the West possibly leave? After all, they had a mission here. How could they report back to Zishao Palace if they abandoned it now? At this moment, Jiayin Daoren spoke. Senior brother Tongtian, I foresee our comrade Ho-Tu is about to undergo a great transformation. Since fortune allows us to witness this occasion, it would be improper not to pay respects, would you not agree? At this moment, the power of the earth within Ho-Tu began to undergo a transformation as the originally earthy yellow Tao rhythm became remarkably transparent. The colorless Tao rhythm flowed and traversed continuously around Ho-Tu, eventually lifting her slowly. At this moment, the Tao rhythm beneath her transformed into a lotus platform. It dragged her towards the northwestern corner of the Nether Blood Sea. In that corner there stood a towering mountain known as Yin Mountain, marking the edge of the Nether Blood Sea. As Ho-Tu arrived atop Yin Mountain, the lotus platform beneath her shattered, turning into specks of starlight that fell toward the mountain. Immediately, Ho-Tu revealed her true form as an ancestral witch towering above the Nether Blood Sea. This sudden scene left everyone astonished, unsure of Ho-Tu's intentions. Even the two saints of the West sent by the Zishao Palace could only wait for orders and respond accordingly. However, Dao Xuan understood better than anyone that Ho-Tu was about to deepen the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the schemes of the heavenly Tao were about to descend. He immediately formed seals with his hands and began to mutter incantations. He pointed towards Ho-Tu in the void. At that moment, a jade slip hanging from Ho-Tu's waist shattered as the jade slip broke, Dao Xuan's voice echoed in Ho-Tu's mind. It turned out this was the contingency plan Dao Xuan had left for Ho-Tu, allowing her to know how to evade the heavenly Tao schemes at a critical moment. Ho-Tu, in her immense ancestral witch form, turned to Dao Xuan and offered a smile. The next moment, her ancestral witch form began to descend towards Yin Mountain. Simultaneously, Ho-Tu's voice resonated throughout the primordial wilderness. The Pangu Father God opened the heavens and created the earth, transforming himself into mountains, rivers, and seas, establishing the sun, moon, and stars, giving rise to all beings in the primordial wilderness. Yet heaven and earth are flawed, life and death, our chaotic souls have no home, malevolence erodes the land, betraying the Father God's painstaking creation. Now I, as a descendant of Pangu, bear the great virtue of the earth. Here I make a blood oath proclaiming to heaven and earth the great Tao. I am willing to abandon my undying ancestral witch body, exhaust millions of years of witchcraft cultivation, merge into the blood sea, evolve the 6 paths of reincarnation, and open the nether underworld. From now on, when the beings of the primordial wilderness reach the end of their lives and return to the underworld, they shall reincarnate according to their deeds, continuing the cycle of life and death, completing the great Tao that the Father God did not finish, and perfecting the laws of reincarnation in the primordial wilderness. From now on, Ho-Tu shall guard the 9 nether realm, and no major events shall occur without reincarnation. This oath is witnessed by heaven and earth with Pangu Father God as the witness. Should I violate this wish, my body and soul shall scatter, falling into the void forever. Hotus' oath resounded through the firmament, and all beings in the primordial wilderness heard it clearly, expressing their gratitude for Hotus' compassion. Naturally, the ancestral witches in the ancestral witch palace, such as Di Jiang, also heard Hotus' oath. For a moment they were all stunned. Xianming was the first to react, directly saying, "Sister, Hotu, why must you do that?" After saying this, Xianming rushed towards the Netherblood Sea, trying to stop his little sister from doing something foolish. The other ancestral witches quickly reacted and rushed towards the Netherblood Sea without a second thought. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, Idi Jun and Tai Yi, as well as Jin Yuanzi from Wuzhuang Temple. In short, all former guests of the Zhixiao Palace who were still alive rushed towards the Netherblood Sea at the first moment. Of course, this did not include Hongjun Laozi, as he was still in seclusion on Jinao Island. This was not because Hongjun Laozi had not heard Hotus' oath, but because he remembered Dao Xuan's instructions and would not leave Jinao Island, even if it cost him his life. Laozi from Beijing Palace and Yuanshi Tianzun from Yusu Palace also immediately employed saintly means to tear through the void. Just as Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun appeared above the Netherblood Sea, the merit golden clouds had already gathered in the sky. At that moment, Hotus' ancestral witch form began to dissolve and evolve into a gigantic wheel of reincarnation. At this time, the most anxious was Ming He Laozi, for he had clearly heard Hotus' oath. To allow souls to have a path to return to reincarnate would mean that his Shura clan would never have new members appearing again. He could not care about anything else reaching out into the void to grasp, and the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Abi appeared in his hands. Then he stepped on the 12-petaled flaming lotus and prepared to rush towards Hotu. At that moment, a blue sword light directly blocked his path. Simultaneously, Dao Xuan's voice resounded, "Ming, do you not see the merit golden clouds in the sky? If you dare to obstruct Hotu now, you will be opposing heaven. Have you considered the consequences?" As Dao Xuan spoke, Yuanshi Tianzun and Laozi arrived beside him. Though they did not speak, their gazes forced Ming He Laozi to take several steps back. In the end, he could only sigh, helplessly sheathing the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Abi, secretly thinking that without becoming a saint, he was ultimately just an insignificant insect. Meanwhile, Hotus' ancestral witch form had completely transformed into a massive jade plate divided into 6 regions, each representing a path of reincarnation. As the wheel of reincarnation fully took shape, a vast amount of merit flew in from beyond the heavens, directly landing on the wheel of reincarnation. This merit did not belong to the heavenly Dao, nor was it part of the great Dao, but rather a legacy left by Pangu for his descendants. The key to awakening this legacy was Hotus' oath to Pangu, not to the heavenly Dao, nor to the great Dao. Under Dao Xuan's instructions, Hotu made her oath to Pangu, thus naturally awakening this legacy. As for how Dao Xuan knew, the answer was of course that he did not know either, it was merely a stroke of luck. Dao Xuan only knew that he could not let Hotu swear to the heavenly Dao, otherwise she would not escape the heavenly Dao schemes. However, swearing to the great Dao would imply crossing over the heavenly Dao, which might give the heavenly Dao a reason to intervene. The main point was that now the heavenly Dao ruled the primordial wilderness while the great Dao receded. Even if Hotu swore to the great Dao, it may not guarantee a response from the great Dao. But swearing to Pangu was different, and at the very least the heavenly Dao would find no fault with it. After all, Hotu was a descendant of Pangu, respecting Pangu as her father god, and swearing an oath to her own father god, not to mention the heavenly Dao, even the great Dao would have to acknowledge it. This fortunate accident allowed Hotu to receive an unexpected opportunity. This merit descended from the heavens, directly forming a new physical body on the wheel of reincarnation. As this physical body took shape, the vast laws of reincarnation flowed around it. Ultimately, several beams of golden light rose from the wheel of reincarnation, merging with that physical body. The Hotu, who had just dissipated into nothingness under the blessing of this merit, returned once more. As the newly reborn Hotu opened her eyes, she gently waved her hand towards beneath Yin Mountain. When will the reincarnation purple lotus reveal itself, if not now? As Hotus' voice fell, the waters of the underworld blood sea parted instantly to reveal the seabed to the air. Meanwhile, Yin Mountain began to tremble incessantly, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Ultimately, a purple lotus platform flew out from below Yin Mountain, astonishingly reaching the 24th grade of blooming. Logically, the heavenly Dao would never permit the appearance of a 24th grade lotus platform, much like the 24th grade primal chaos blue lotus of years past. Yet now, as the 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus manifested, the heavenly Dao did not impose even the slightest punishment. Watching the 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus slowly rise from below Yin Mountain, the two saints of the west exchanged glances. Xuanqing had secretly grasped the 7 treasures mysterious tree, waiting for the crucial moment to strike and fulfill his task. For at the moment the reincarnation Purple Lotus appeared, the two saints of the West already knew what the command from the Xianyuan Palace was. That was to seize the book and pen held aloft by the 24th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus. As long as they could obtain it, they would complete the commission from the Xianyuan Palace. Little did they know that every move of the two saints of the West had long been under Dao Xuan's scrutiny, and he had not forgotten to order Tongtian to keep an eye on these two dogs. Thus the Qingping sword in Tongtian's hand trembled gently. Should the two saints of the West dare to make a move, he would not hesitate to unleash a sword light. As the 24th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus drew closer to Ho-Tu, the gathered saints could clearly see the book and pen upon the lotus platform. At that moment Jiayin directly bowed towards Ho-Tu and asked, "Dao friend, Ho-Tu, may I inquire which 6 paths your reincarnation comprises?" Upon hearing Jiayin's voice, Ho-Tu instinctively turned her gaze towards him. At that instant Xuan, his 7 treasures mysterious tree, was already sweeping towards the reincarnation Purple Lotus. Unfortunately, before his 7 treasures light could descend, the Qingping sword had already slashed towards his right arm. If Xuan insisted on seizing the book and pen at that moment, he would find his arm severed by the Qingping sword. At that time, even if he managed to secure the book and pen within the 7 treasures mysterious tree, it would be futile. After all, without an arm, how could he protect the 7 treasures mysterious tree? Left with no choice, he could only use his left hand to draw the empowerment divine staff to block Tongtian's sword. As a result, the 7 treasures mysterious tree controlled by his left hand inevitably deviated and slowed. In that fleeting moment of delay, Ho-Tu regained her senses and waved towards the reincarnation Purple Lotus, causing the book and pen to fly towards her. At this point, Jiayin could no longer concern himself with the details. Gripping the Jiayin treasure banner, he charged towards Ho-Tu. Even Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun felt the extraordinary nature of the book and pen. It was as if a voice were incessantly telling them that as long as they obtained this book and pen, they would dominate the 9 underworlds created by Ho-Tu. Seeing Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun's gaze also directed towards the book and pen, Dao Xuan couldn't help but sigh and began to speak. Elder brother, second brother, regardless of how you perceive the Wu clan, do not forget one thing: we are all descendants. Ho-Tu embodies the 6 paths of reincarnation to complete the deficiencies of the primal world created by our Father God. Anyone can obstruct this, but we, the 4 pure ones of Pangu, cannot. For only unfilial sons would obstruct the world crafted by their Father God from becoming more complete. This statement from Dao Xuan left Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, their gazes turned towards Dao Xuan, who gripped the primordial measuring ruler. At this moment, Dao Xuan's eyes scanned the great powers of the primal world who had arrived at the underworld Bloodsea earlier. If anyone dared to disturb Ho-Tu, one could see from Dao Xuan's expression that he would not hesitate to strike. Turning back to look at Tongtian, who was blocking Xuan, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun finally nodded in agreement. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, just as Jiayin had yet to reach the book and pen. At that moment, a coiling dragon staff and a 3 treasures rui quietly blocked Jiayin's path. Then Yuanshi Tianzun's voice resounded, "Jiayin, the matters of the East are not for you of the West to interfere. Now that Dao friend Ho-Tu is willing to embody the 6 paths of reincarnation to complete the primal world, how dare you obstruct her? What difference is there between such actions and defying heaven?" This was Yuanshi Tianzun, who at all times sought to portray himself as acting on behalf of heaven. Anyone who opposed him was acting against heaven. With these words, Yuanshi Tianzun found a reason to act. The Panga banner instantly manifested in his hand and swept towards Jiayin. The actions of Tongtian and Yuanshi Tianzun completely severed the possibility of the 2 saints of the West seizing the book and pen. Left with no option, they could only retreat, losing even the face they had in the underworld Bloodsea. Just as the 2 were about to leave in disgrace, Ho-Tu's voice rang out at that moment. "Jiayin, did you not ask me which 6 paths my reincarnation comprises? Then listen closely. The beings of heaven and earth, the truly immortal spirits, after death, the karmic forces of good and evil follow them, endlessly cycling. This is the reincarnation. The so-called 6 paths are the heavenly path, human path, Azura path, animal path, hungry ghost path, and hell path. Those who accumulate virtue and harbor the utmost goodness will be reborn in the heavenly path, enjoying boundless blessings and attaining tranquility. Those who cling to their true hearts and drift through the mortal world will enter the human path, experiencing joy and sorrow and perfecting their karma. Those who are arrogant, bloodthirsty, deeply bound by obsession, and constantly in conflict will fall into the Azura path, forever entangled in violence. Those who are ignorant, obstinate, and lost in their instincts will descend into the animal path, cycling in stupidity and be easily manipulated. Those who are insatiably greedy, miserly, and wicked and fail to know charity will enter the hungry ghost path, eternally famished and never satisfied. Those who commit heinous sins, harm living beings, and defy the great Tao will sink into the hell path, suffering countless punishments to atone for their sins. With each explanation, a corresponding light would rise from the Six Paths reincarnation disc. As Ho-Tu completed her explanation of the Six Paths reincarnation disc began to sink beneath the underworld blood sea. Immediately afterward, a tremendous merit from the heavenly Tao descended from the sky to reward Ho-Tu for embodying the Six Paths of reincarnation. Naturally, Ho-Tu would not refuse the merit of the heavenly Tao, for it was a tangible boon, and no one would eat. However, Ho-Tu did not use this merit to elevate her cultivation, nor did she integrate it into her physical body. Instead, with a wave of her hand, she sent this vast merit beneath the underworld blood sea. At the same time, Ho-Tu had already grasped the book and pen from the reincarnation purple lotus. As the book and pen fell into her hands, a giant beam of golden light burst forth into the sky. In the next moment, the projection of the book appeared in the heavens, unmistakably the life and death register of the human book, one of the three books of heaven, earth, and humanity. As for the pen, it was not an ordinary object. It was the spring and autumn reincarnation pen born in conjunction with the human book, also known as the judge's pen. At this point, all the mighty beings of the primordial age finally understood why the two saints of the West sought to seize this book of life and death. The ancestor of the Dark River couldn't help but sneer, saying the two saints of the West are quite ambitious, attempting to take this book of life and death. Fortunately, I, the Eastern Saint, am here to intervene. Otherwise, if this book of life and death falls into your hands, wouldn't the fates of the beings of the East be at your mercy? These words from the ancestor of the Dark River undoubtedly stirred up a storm, instantly turning the two saints of the West into targets of public ire. At the same time, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun also understood why they felt that way earlier. However, Ho-Tu was not concerned about what others thought or said. She gently flipped through the book of life and death and spoke as if to herself. The book of life and death records the names, birth dates, lifespans, death times, and fates of all beings in the primordial age. It also documents the karmic deeds of beings across lifetimes, determining the punishments in hell after death and the paths of reincarnation. As she spoke, Ho-Tu lifted the spring and autumn reincarnation pen, and a majestic rhythm of the great Tao of reincarnation surged toward the depths of the nether blood sea. This merged with the heavenly Tao merit she had just sent, radiating brilliant golden light. The originally formless and chaotic netherworld began to manifest its true form from the rolling blood sea below. First, the long yellow springs road unfurled with yellow sand filling the air and the weak waters gurgling, guiding countless wandering souls, a boundary separating the realms of yin and yang. Next, the three life stone inscribed with the causes and effects of hundreds of lifetimes and the fates of 3 generations slowly took shape, its surface modeled reflecting the past, present, and future paths of all beings, their past obsessions, and the merits and demerits clearly visible. At the end of the path, the majestic and solemn Xuanqing platform rose up, a solitary platform in the air, allowing wandering souls to take one last look over their mortal homeland, resolving their earthly attachments and severing the ties of the mundane, bidding farewell to the past. Following this, the most terrifying and forbidding depths of the netherworld revealed themselves. Layer upon layer, the 18 levels of hell arose from the depths of the blood sea, fortified with barriers, law chains crisscrossing, and punishments clearly defined. Each level of hell corresponded to a specific sin, with chilling winds howling, penal flames blazing, suppressing all evil deeds in the world and judging the goodness and wickedness of all spirits. The Naiha Bridge, the Huangshuan River, the Yama Palace, the Yinyang judged the ghostly capital of the netherworld. The entire complete and stringent structure of the 9 netherworld was under Ho-Tu's supreme Tao power, condensed, spread out, and stabilized one by one. With a wave of her hand, she unexpectedly created a realm which left all the heavenly Tao saints present in utter shock. At the same time, it became clear that Ho-Tu had already attained sainthood. Her cultivation was even not inferior to the 6 heavenly Tao saints. Logically, Dao Xuan should have been happy for Ho-Tu at this moment. However, Dao Xuan's expression turned exceedingly grave. The tension in his clenched fists was far greater than before, as if he were trying to squeeze water out of the air. Dao Xuan knew that this moment was crucial. Whether the Earth Tao could be awakened depended on this final moment. I hope Ho-Tu remembers my instructions, otherwise all efforts will turn to nothing. At this moment, even Dao Xuan with immense courage did not dare to openly remind Ho-Tu. Even if Dao Xuan dared to speak, his voice would likely not reach Ho-Tu's ears. After all, the heavenly Tao was no mere decoration. Thus Dao Xuan could only hope that Ho-Tu would remember his words in her heart, severing the last karmic ties with the witch clan at the critical moment. As the 9 netherworld took shape, Ho-Tu's gaze turned towards Di Jiang and the other 11 ancestral witches. Soon after, she pointed forward with the spring and autumn reincarnation pen, and a drop of essence blood coalesced in the air above the 9 netherworld. Then Ho-Tu raised the spring and autumn reincarnation pen and sent that drop of essence blood to the ancestral witch Di Jiang. Ancestral witch Di Jiang, this drop is the essence blood of Pangu that evolved from Ho-Tu. Today, I shall return it to the witch clan. Huda's words undoubtedly stunned the ancestral witches, including Di Jiang, who were just rejoicing over Huda's attainment of sainthood, now feeling as if struck by a heavenly thunder. Before Di Jiang could ask, Huda's voice rang out again in the heavens. One of the 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan, the ancestral, which Hudu has now evolved into the 6 paths of reincarnation. From now on, Hutu will no longer be a witch, but shall be the empress of the 9 netherworld. As soon as Hutu spoke these words, she completely severed her karmic ties with the witch clan. At the same time, Hongjun's hand, which had just been raised, froze in midair. Impossible. How could Huda sever her ties with the witch clan? Wasn't everything she did to leave the witch clan with a glimmer of hope? It was no wonder Hongjun felt this way. After all, he had been waiting for that moment when Hutu would enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. He had hoped to say that Hutu was no longer a witch and completely imprison her in the depths of the 6 paths of reincarnation. But now Hutu had already severed her ties with the witch clan, becoming the empress of the 9 netherworld. Even if Hongjun was shameless, he had no reason to act now. Although some matters do not require any reason, like the heavenly Dao preventing the earth Dao from awakening. Unfortunately, the primordial age was constrained by rules, and could not directly intervene in its affairs. Otherwise, he would not have needed the 2 saints of the West to stir up trouble. After all, if he were to act directly, how could the book of life and death fall into Huda's hands? Wouldn't it have been his possession long ago? Thus, even if Hongjun no longer cared for his reputation or sought reasons, he still could not act directly against it. He could only wait for Hutu to make a mistake. Even the slightest error could be magnified many times. Moreover, there was still one crucial matter to address: recruiting officials and ghost soldiers for the 9 netherworld. On the surface, severing ties with the witch clan, but secretly protecting them. If you truly do this, I will have a reason to act. Hongjun's hand lingered in the air, waiting for Huda's next move. At this time, Hutu pointed the spring and autumn reincarnation pen in a circle towards the primordial age, pulling several witch clan tribes directly into the realm beyond the 9 netherworld. You were once members of the witch clan. Do you wish to abandon your witch clan identity and enter the 9 netherworld, becoming officials and ghost soldiers from now on? The summoned witch clan members instantly showed confusion on their faces, but soon understood their situation. Immediately, countless members of the witch clan took a step forward, bowing to Hutu in unison. Willing. After saying this, they stepped into the 9 netherworld. As these members of the witch clan entered, their original bodies dissipated, and the ghostly energy of the 9 netherworld coalesced into new ghostly forms. In just a moment, tens of thousands of witch clan members abandoned their mortal forms to become ghost soldiers of the 9 netherworld. At this, even the corners of Hongjun's mouth began to twitch. After all, he never imagined that Hutu would be. As the witch clans transformed into the Inshaz and ghost soldiers, the 9 nether underworld became increasingly complete. The souls that were originally gathered by the blood sea of the underworld under the guidance of these ghost soldiers began to enter the 9 nether underworld in an orderly manner. The souls, once in a state of confusion, regained their clarity upon entering the 9 nether underworld, and memories of their past lives surfaced before their eyes. This inevitably filled those souls with gratitude, and they all knelt on the ground, paying their respects to the Earth Mother. They all called out in unison, praising the compassion of the Mother. In addition to the souls by the blood sea of the underworld entering the 9 nether underworld, portals of the underworld also began to appear throughout the vast wilderness. These portals drew in the wandering souls into the 9 nether underworld. As the first soul passed the judgment and entered the cycle of reincarnation, the sky was instantly filled with purple energy. Immediately after, an unmatched pressure began to spread across the entire wilderness, making even the saints feel a sense of reverence in that moment. At this moment, Hongjun could not help but sigh, saying, "The Earth Path has indeed awakened. Heaven Path, I wonder how you plan to respond." As he spoke, Hongjun vanished from the purple cloud palace, and when he reappeared, he found himself in a space that was both real and illusory. In this illusory space, there was a shadow that bore an 8 or 9-point resemblance to Hongjun. It is said that Hongjun embodies the Dao. From now on, the Heaven Path is Hongjun, but Hongjun is not the Heaven Path. This shadow is now the embodiment of the Heaven Path, thus, it remains merely a shadow and can never take on a substantial form. This is the limitation imposed by the wilderness on the Dao. The Dao must be impartial and cannot commit any act of injustice, or else it will face rejection from the wilderness. Thus, even if the Heaven Path desires to dominate the wilderness, it cannot directly intervene to stop the awakening of the Earth Path. Even its many schemes can only be carried out through Hongjun's hands, as it cannot appear in person. Seeing Hongjun come to the core of the Heaven Path to meet him, the shadow could not help but show a hint of anger. "How dare you ask how the Dao should proceed? Isn't this result a mess caused by the waste you arranged? If I could have seized the book of life and death and the judge's pen first and bestowed them upon the Earth Mother myself, how could she have had the chance to awaken the Earth Path?" Faced with the Heaven Path, which governs the rules of the wilderness, there was no hint of submission on Hongjun's face. Instead, he scoffed and said, If the Earth Mother does not transform into the cycle of reincarnation, and the reincarnation purple lotus does not appear, how can I seize the book of life, and the spring and autumn pen? You say that I have arranged for the two saints of the West to mess things up. Have you ever considered why it has come to this? Is it not because you still cannot control the three purities? If today the three purities and the two saints of the West acted simultaneously, how could this not succeed? Fortunately, Nuwa did not hear their conversation, otherwise she would surely ask them what was going on. Am I not a saint? Indeed, in the eyes of the Heaven Path and Hongjun, Nuwa is merely a pawn in their grand. It can even be said that Nuwa's role was to help the Heaven Path create the human race, after which she had no further relevance. The Heaven Path needed a race to become the master of the wilderness, but this race must be controllable by it. The Dragon Phoenix and Qiling clans won't do. If they truly obtained the fortune of the wilderness, they would inevitably surpass the Heaven Path one day. The Witch and Demon clans won't do either, as they also pose a risk of exceeding their control. Thus the Heaven Path will never allow them to become the masters of the wilderness. But the human race is different. The human race is weak, with a lifespan of merely 100 years. This is undoubtedly the most suitable race for the Heaven Path to control. Hence it is inaccurate to say that Nuwa borrowed the creation of humans to become a saint. It should be more accurately stated that the Heaven Path, through Nuwa's hands, created the race it desired. Thus, once Nuwa's task is completed, the major affairs of the wilderness have nothing to do with her. The key lies with the three purities and the two saints of the West. Only by controlling these five saints can one truly control the wilderness. The two saints of the West, having become saints through borrowing from the Heaven Path, were already tightly controlled by the Heaven Path. However, the three purities are different. Even under the schemes of the Heaven Path, they have exhausted their merits from the creation of the world. But they do not owe the Heaven Path anything. Therefore, in the original trajectory of the wilderness, the Heaven Path and Hongjun, through the calamity of the gods, forced the three purities to swallow the saint destruction pill. From then on, the six saints of the Heaven Path fell completely under the control of the Heaven Path, and the entire development of the wilderness began to slowly advance according to the plans laid out by the Heaven Path and Hongjun. But now variables have arisen. The Heaven Path could only watch as the Earth Path awakened, powerless to intervene. How could it not be enraged? Similarly, Hongjun felt the same, as this had completely exceeded his control. For a moment, there was silence in the core of the Heaven Path. Both the shadow of the Heaven Path and Hongjun chose to remain silent at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, the voice of the Heaven Path finally resonated, saying, "Even if the Earth Path awakens now, it cannot contend with me. So from now on, as long as I can successfully prevent the awakening of the human path and avoid a union between the human path and the Earth Path, I shall forever be the ruler of this wilderness. Therefore, you should already be aware of how the next calamity should be arranged." The conversation between the Heaven Path and Hongjun remained unknown to anyone in the wilderness, as everyone looked up to the sky. Meanwhile, the unmatched pressure continued to intensify, ultimately causing all living beings in the wilderness to kneel upon the ground. Indeed, this included all beings in the wilderness, the six saints of the Heaven Path and the Earth Mother. As all living beings in the wilderness knelt, the entire earth began to tremble rhythmically. Countless spiritual veins emerged from thin air, and numerous mountains rose from the ground. The primordial spiritual energy drifting in the air became extraordinarily rich at this moment. Some cultivators who had experienced the initial calamity of the Dragon and Han era vaguely felt that the density of the primordial spiritual energy had now returned to the level of that time. Even the area of the wilderness began to expand at this moment, reaching the level before the initial calamity of the Dragon and Han era. However, this time the expansion of the wilderness was not a uniform growth, but an outward expansion. Therefore, the existing layout of the wilderness was not affected at all. With the wilderness undergoing a qualitative change, the Earth Path successfully awakened, and the Earth Mother became the representative of the Earth Path. In an instant, the merits of the Earth Path surged forth, enveloping the Earth Mother, and her cultivation began to rise rapidly at that moment. Initially having broken through to the 5th rank of the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, due to her transformation into the cycle of reincarnation and receiving Pangus inheritance, the Earth Mother directly reached the 9th rank of the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal at this moment. But this was not the end, one could even say it was just the beginning. Next, the aura from the Earth Mother began to swell. The Earth Mother felt as if something within her had shattered, and immediately a tremendous force filled her body. The Earth Mother could sense that she had now broken through her bottleneck, reaching the realm of the Hunyuan Wajidian Great Luo Golden Immortal. At last, Huda's cultivation directly broke through to the 5th level of the Primordial Infinite Great Luo Golden Immortal. At this moment, the cultivations of the 6 saints of heaven were as follows: Laozi at the 5th level of the Saint Realm, Yuanshi Tianzun at the 4th level of the Saint Realm, and the 2 saints of the West at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm, as well as Tongtian and Nuwa at the 5th level of the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Although the differences between the Saint Realm and the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm were not significant, the combat power of the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal was relatively stronger than that of the Saint Realm. Even so, among the 6 saints of heaven, the strongest Tongtian and Nuwa had already fallen behind Hutu by a whole major realm. Of course, if it came to direct confrontation with Hongjun, Hutu's cultivation would still be insufficient, as Hongjun had already reached the 9th level of the Primordial Infinite Great Luo Golden Immortal. Only one final barrier remained before breaking through to the Dao realm. However, this barrier was not so easy. Even if Hongjun wanted to break through this last barrier, the cost would be unimaginable. Fortunately, neither Hongjun nor Hutu could directly intervene in the affairs of the primordial chaos, otherwise it would truly descend into chaos. After becoming the spokesperson of the earth, Hutu turned her gaze towards Di Jiao and the other ancestral witches, and spoke, "If one day you grow tired of the slaughter in the primordial chaos, you may come to the 9 underworlds to find me." After saying this, Hutu took the entire 9 underworlds and sank beneath the blood sea of the underworld, ultimately disappearing without a trace. With matters having come to this point, there was no need to linger, and everyone returned to their respective places. At this time, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun noticed that Dao Xuan was missing and immediately inquired of Tongtian and Nuwa about his whereabouts. This question caused concern, as even Tongtian and Nuwa did not know where Dao Xuan had gone. Just then, Hutu's voice echoed in their ears, "Dear friends, there is no need to worry about Dao Xuan. He is in my peaceful heart palace. If you have nothing to do, you may come to the peaceful heart palace for a visit and allow Hutu to show some hospitality." Naturally, the others would not refuse and nodded in agreement, vanishing above the blood sea of the underworld. For a moment, the originally lively blood sea of the underworld fell into an extraordinary silence, with only the ancestor of the underworld river standing above it. At this moment, the expression on the ancestor of the underworld river was neither happy nor sad. No one knew whether he was pleased or angry. Even the ancestor of the underworld river himself did not understand if he should feel joy or if he should be angry. If he was happy, the existence of the Azura path in the 6 paths of reincarnation represented that the Azura clan was no longer the once infertile race. At the same time, this also meant that he could no longer tempt souls to enter the blood sea of the underworld to transform them into Azuras. If he dared to do so, he believed that Hutu would not stand by idly, because that would be tantamount to disturbing the cake of the 9 underworlds and violating the rules of the earth. At that point, whether the blood sea of the underworld would not fare well was uncertain, but the ancestor of the underworld river would undoubtedly perish. At that moment, a clan member came to report, "Ancestor, our Azura clan has given birth to a child." Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the underworld river could not help but show a joyful expression, and soon followed the clan member into the blood sea of the underworld, quickly encountering the newborn Azura. The newborn Azura was exquisitely sculpted, resembling a porcelain doll, and was evidently a female Azura. Seeing this truly significant child of the Azura clan, the ancestor of the underworld river could no longer contain his joy. He promptly declared, "From today onward, your name is Luacha, and you will be my adopted daughter, the princess of the entire blood sea of the underworld." The 3 Purities and Nuwa arrived in the peaceful heart palace and found Dao Xuan sitting opposite Nuwa. Upon seeing his 3 elder brothers enter, Dao Xuan did not forget to rise and pay his respects. "Elder brothers, why are you so slow? I thought you had returned to your places after finishing your business like the 2 saints of little brother. You left without a word, causing me and sister Nuwa much worry." Yuanshi Tianzun, however, was more composed, scanning the hall and slightly furrowing his brow. Dao Xuan chuckled, pointing to the empty seat across from him, and said, "Elder brothers, please sit. This reincarnation tea cannot be found elsewhere." While speaking, Dao Xuan had already pulled Nuwa to his side, sitting side by side. Laozi took his seat first, and Tongtian did not stand on ceremony, sitting down directly. Yuanshi hesitated slightly, but also took a seat next to Laozi. Once everyone was seated, Hutu finally began to speak. If it weren't for the assistance of several friends today, the 2 saints of the West would likely have succeeded. If the human book of life and death and the spring and autumn reincarnation brush had fallen into their hands, the 9 underworlds would likely have faced great difficulties. Although Tongtian thought this was a trivial matter, merely a matter of raising a hand, he could not speak up now as his elder brother was present. As the head of the 4 Purities, Laozi was the only one qualified to speak on their behalf, so he directly said, "Hutu, Dao friend has sacrificed her true body to complete the primordial chaos created by the Father God, evolving the 6 paths of reincarnation. As brothers of the true lineage of Pangu, how could we stand by and watch the efforts of Hutu, Dao friend, go to waste?" Hutu smiled and nodded. "No matter what, I will remember this kindness." For a moment, the entire peaceful heart palace was filled with formalities, making Dao Xuan feel quite uncomfortable. At the same time, Dao Xuan understood that this mode of communication was the most suitable for the current situation. Fortunately, this atmosphere did not last long, and everyone soon took their leave. Although Hutu still wanted to keep Dao Xuan and Nuwa, she also recognized that this was not the right time. She personally escorted everyone to the outside of the 9 underworlds before returning to the peaceful Heart Palace. After Dao Xuan and the others left the 9 underworlds, they did not return to their respective places, but instead headed together towards Hongjun Island. Arriving beneath the Daoti tree on Hongjun Island, everyone took their seats as host and guest. Xiao and Bixiao promptly brought out the innate Dao tea. Tongtian raised his teacup, took a sip, and smiled as he said, "It is still comfortable to drink the innate Dao tea made by little brother." Not only did Tongtian think so, but even the usually stern Yuanshi, Tianzun nodded in agreement, raising his teacup to take a sip. After placing down his teacup, Yuanshi Tianzun then addressed Dao Xuan, saying, "Little brother Hudu, transforming herself into the 6 paths of reincarnation seems to be related to you." Dao Xuan hurriedly waved his hands in response, saying, "Not at all, I was merely accompanying her on a tour of the primordial chaos." Laozi's face revealed a rarely seen smile as he spoke. If it were merely a tour of the primordial chaos, why would such immense merit from the heavenly Tao be allocated to you? Little brother, don't think that just because you returned that merit to Hutu at the first opportunity, my elder brother didn't notice. At that time when Dao Xuan returned the merit he had obtained to the Geo underworld, he anticipated that the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao would discover it. Yet Dao Xuan resolutely proceeded, for he harbored no fear of others knowing. He had long prepared his explanation. Now as his 3 elder brothers pressed him relentlessly, a faint smile surfaced on Dao Xuan's face before he spoke. "If I were to keep that merit, would it not be tantamount to entangling myself with Hutu in karmic cause and effect? She is a true saint of the earth Tao, and such karma is not easily repaid. To avoid becoming tainted by karmic retribution, little brother feels it best not to accept the merit." Dao Xuan spoke with heartfelt sincerity, causing Tongtian to nod repeatedly in agreement. As Tongtian nodded, Laozi spoke to Dao Xuan. "Little brother, are we asking why you returned the merit? What we are truly questioning is how you came to obtain that merit in the first place. Do not evade the matter with distractions." Upon hearing this, Tongtian realized he had once again been led astray by little brother. He could not help but muse inwardly. All being of Panga's true lineage, why do I always feel that elder brother, second brother, and little brother are all more astute than I am? While Tongtian questioned his own judgment, Dao Xuan smiled and replied to Laozi, "I merely assisted Hutu in blocking the ancient river lord, preventing him from disturbing her at the crucial moment of her Tao enlightenment." In any case, Dao Xuan would never admit that he knew Hutu would deepen the cycle of the 6 paths of reincarnation, thus prompting her in many ways to understand her mission. Though Nuwa was fully aware of this, she would never undermine Dao Xuan's position and even aided him with subtle. "Senior brother Laozi, at that time I was guarding Hutu's Tao path. Had Dao Xuan not stepped forward, the ancient river would have unleashed the underworld blood sea, drowning Hutu. Although the underworld blood sea could not take Hutu's life, it might have prevented her from embodying the 6 paths of reincarnation. A precarious balance indeed." Yuanshi Tianzun harbored 100 doubts, thinking that he had also helped Hutu fend off the guide Taoist, yet he had seen no merit bestowed upon himself. He immediately addressed Nuwa. "Junior sister Nuwa, since you also aided Hutu in embodying the 6 paths of reincarnation, why did you not receive merit like little brother?" Without hesitation, Nuwa replied, "Of course the merit was obtained, but I gave it to Dao Xuan. After all, we are all already saints of the heavenly Tao. What difference does it make to possess merit or not?" Yuanshi Tianzun naturally did not witness Nuwa transferring the merit to Dao Xuan, but since she was firm in her words, he had no recourse. Laozi perceived that no matter how much he pressed, if Dao Xuan did not wish to reveal more, no answer would be gained. Thus he chose not to dwell further on the topic. Instead, he directly addressed Dao Xuan. "Little brother, now that Hutu has severed her karmic ties with the Wu clan, she is no longer the ancestral Wu of the tribe. This outcome results in the loss of the 12 ancestral Wu, dismantling the 12 capitals' heavenly fiend array. Without this array, how can the Wu clan withstand the demon race? When that time comes, the vast wilderness will be bereft of the Wu clan's foothold, forcing them to abandon their mortal form and retreat into the Juyo underworld. Since this realm will inevitably fall to the demon race, little brother, do you have any thoughts on this matter?" Dao Xuan raised his gaze at Laozi, then sighed, and said, "Little brother does not believe the demon race will become the rulers of this vast wilderness. If the demon race truly possessed such fortune, then elder brother, you would have founded the demon sect instead of the human sect." At this moment, Dao Xuan was fully aware that Laozi was trying to extract information from him. Hearing Dao Xuan's reply, Laozi furrowed his brows and thought silently. "It seems this little brother is far more thoughtful than I imagined. Extracting future insights from him will not be easy. Alas, lacking the ability to peer into the river of time, I must resort to such schemes, even with my own brother." With this in mind, Laozi once again addressed Dao Xuan. "Do you mean to say that the human race will ultimately triumph?" Dao Xuan nodded and said, "The human race, inheriting the golden core Tao passed down by elder brother, has long since surpassed its former self. Moreover, even if the Wu clan loses Hutu, their foundation remains. The demon race will have to pay a heavy price to defeat them. When that time comes, elder brother need only raise his arm and rally the human race to annihilate the weakened Wu and demon clans. Then will not this wilderness belong to the humans? As the leader of the human sect, elder brother is master to all humans. Surely the fortune of the human race will fall squarely upon you. Once elder brother amasses sufficient fortune, he could awaken the human Dao just as Ho Tu did. When the three Dao of heaven, earth, and humanity reach perfection, elder brother will be the supreme ruler of this vast wilderness. Dao Xuan's words stirred a fervor within himself, let alone Laozi. Even Yuanshi Tianzun began to ponder whether he should accept a few humans as his direct disciples. After all, once the human race becomes the sovereign of this vast wilderness, recruiting disciples then would be far less effective. Yet Tongtian felt something amiss in Dao Xuan's words. No, little brother's words are flawed. Perplexed, Tongtian looked up and saw the composed expression of Nuwa, immediately discerning the inconsistency. I knew it, the flaw lies with junior sister Nuwa. Although elder brother is the leader of the human sect, Nuwa is the holy mother of the human race. Since the humans were created by Nuwa, how could the arduous task of awakening the human Dao possibly fall upon elder brother? Little brother is too clever to overlook this, yet he still tries to mislead elder brother. What is his true and— No, I must not speak now. Little brother's mind is too sharp. If I speak, I might inadvertently ruin his grand design. Resolved, Tongtian chose silence, quietly observing Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun. A trace of pride arose within him, thinking, even I, Tongtian, am not always foolish. You elder brother and second brother have their moments of folly as well. Dao Xuan never imagined that his seemingly casual flattery could plunge Laozi into deep contemplation. It appears everyone enjoys hearing pleasant words, even a saint of the heavenly Dao like Laozi. He then spoke again. Elder brother, yet obtaining the fortune of the human race is no simple matter. Merely relying on your position as leader of the human sect is far from sufficient. Elder brother must also take practical actions, such as having disciples of the human sect walk among humans to assist them in overcoming difficulties. Or when the human race faces hardships, elder brother must intervene personally to alleviate their troubles and earn their gratitude. Laozi's eyes were slightly closed, his fingertips gently tapping on the stone table, unsure if he was contemplating the profound truths of Dao Xuan or pondering his own fortune. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzun finally caught a key piece of information from Dao Xuan's words. Dao Xuan is indeed calculating, wanting my elder brother to assist Nuwa in protecting the human race. If it weren't for the human race being exceedingly weak and having a short lifespan, even I wouldn't be able to see through it. Indeed, in Yuanshi Tianzun's perception, the human race was akin to ants possessing a congenital Dao body, yet incredibly frail. Especially their brief lifespan, which was simply insufficient for them to comprehend the Dao and embark on the path of cultivation. Even with the golden core Dao passed down by Laozi, how many could truly succeed? It was merely like observing flowers in a mirror or gazing at the moon in the water. At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzun spoke to Dao Xuan, saying, what my younger brother says does hold some merit. My elder brother establishing the human teach and imparting the golden core Dao is indeed a tremendous virtue. But whether the human race can bear the title of the Lord of the primordial world depends on their own destiny. If the human race lacks fortune, even if my elder brother exhausts his efforts, it would likely be in vain. Dao Xuan simply smiled at this and did not refute. He understood his second brother's temperament all too well. Stern and valuing lineage, he had always looked down upon the inherently weak human race. If Yuanshi Tianzun could be easily swayed by the human race, then he would not truly be Yuanshi Tianzun. I knew you wouldn't believe that the human race could become the lord of the primordial world. So even after saying this today, you wouldn't place your hopes on the human race. I just wonder when the disciples of the two interceptors gain merits, but you of the Chan teaching do not, what expression will you have? In fact, Yuanshi Tianzun was not mistaken. Dao Xuan's true purpose was to draw Laozi into the fray, for soon it would be the demon race's turn to slaughter the witch with the slaughtering witch sword. At that time, the human race would suffer a disastrous fate, and 9 out of 10 humans would likely perish in this calamity. Yet as the holy mother of the human race, Nuwa would be unable to act at this critical moment, because the Dao had clearly indicated that it would use this calamity to eliminate the congenital human race that Nuwa had personally created, leaving only the postnatal humans in the primordial world. Only then could the Dao be utterly at ease with the human race. In such circumstances, the Dao and Hongjun could not fail to have contingencies to prevent Nuwa from intervening. Thus, when the demon race slaughtered the human race to forge the slaughtering witch sword, even if Nuwa wanted to act, she might not be able to leave the Huahuang palace. Therefore, Dao Xuan had to make arrangements in advance, which was to find someone to protect the human race in Nuwa. Moreover, Dao Xuan's plans extended beyond this, reaching into the future calamity of the Fengshan. If he could truly make Laozi believe that his influence over the human race would surpass Nuwa's, he could become the spokesperson of humanity. Then he would not be easily drawn into schemes against Tongtian by Yuanshi Tianzun. Without Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzun could not play a solo act. Laozi slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Dao Xuan, and spoke with a hint of a smile. Very well, the words my younger brother spoke, I will certainly ponder. If the human race is in trouble, I will not stand idly by. However, with Ho Tu severing the causality of the witch clan, the earth path, awakening the game of the primordial world, has fundamentally changed. The balance between the witch and demon races has been disrupted. The demon race's fortune is complete, and the 12 heavenly gods of the witch race are not whole. The ensuing situation will likely be a series of good plays. Dao Xuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Laozi had been swayed by his words. Although Laozi had not made any direct promises, the statement about not standing idly by if the human race was in trouble was enough to ease most of Dao Xuan's concerns. Given Laozi's character, once he opened his mouth, he would never easily go back on his word. Tongtian, listening in from the side, felt confused, as if he had grasped something, yet also felt as if he had grasped nothing. He glanced at Laozi, then at Dao Xuan, and ultimately lifted his cup to gulp down, swallowing all his questions. Yuanshi Tianzun, however, maintained a calm demeanor, lightly tapping his fingers on his knees, seemingly lost in thought. Nuwa, sitting next to Dao Xuan, had yet to speak, simply listening quietly to the conversation between the men. Her clear water-like eyes occasionally glided over Dao Xuan's profile, carrying a hint of contemplation. She understood better than anyone how much thought was hidden within Dao Xuan's previous words. Although it was for the purpose of drawing Laozi into the fray to protect the human race, every word Dao Xuan uttered was clearly aimed at Laozi's concern for fortune. Laozi practiced the Tao of tranquility and non-action, but when it came to his obsession with fortune, he ranked second among the 6 saints of the Tao, and no one dared to claim the first spot. After all, he was the leading figure of the orthodox Pangu and the Taiching saint, establishing the human teach and imparting the golden core Tao. Which of these was not for the sake of fortune? Dao Xuan had grasped this point precisely, which was why he dared to use the concept of a spokesperson for humanity to bait Laozi the big fish. Afterwards, the few of them chatted casually for a while, and Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun took their leave from. Before departing, Dao Xuan did not forget to bring them some congenital Tao comprehension tea. In short, whether in substance or appearance, Dao Xuan had done his utmost, to the point that even Yuanshi Tianzun could find no fault. After sending off Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun, Tongtian moved closer to Dao Xuan and whispered, "Younger brother, were the words you just spoke to elder brother true or false?" Dao Xuan glanced at him and replied with a smile, "What does third brother think?" Tongtian scratched his head, thinking seriously for a moment, then said, "I think it's half true, half false. The matter of elder brother becoming the one to command the primordial world is likely false. But the human race becoming the lord of the primordial world is likely true." Dao Xuan's heart stirred, and he secretly nodded. His third brother, who usually seemed reckless, was never careless about major matters. His earlier words were clearly a ruse aimed at swaying Laozi, yet his judgment about the future of the human race was entirely truthful. Dao Xuan smiled at Tongtian and said, "Since third brother has seen through it, then I will not hide it from you." Although Tongtian did not believe that his younger brother would deceive him, he still found Dao Xuan's words somewhat strange. Dao Xuan helplessly glanced at Tongtian and said, "Third brother, I am not deceiving you. Every word is." When I peered into the river of time for the future of humanity, I saw that for humanity to become the master of the primordial world, it must undergo several trials to achieve completion. The most crucial trial comes from humanity itself. After all, one must conquer oneself to reach the pinnacle. Although I have not fully comprehended what this trial entails, I have vaguely seen that it is related to the teachings of third brother. That is why I said that whether humanity can awaken or not, third brother is absolutely the key. Of course, third brother should not think that he will become the representative of humanity, as that belongs to our sister Nuwa. As he spoke, Dao Xuan also pulled Nuwa closer to him. Tongtian couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Don't worry, third brother, I won't fight with my sister-in-law." Usually Tongtian referred to Nuwa as junior sister, but this was the first time he called her sister-in-law, causing helpless Nuwa could only change the subject and asked Dao Xuan, "Aren't you afraid that my elder brother will hold you accountable for deceiving him?" Dao Xuan chuckled and said, "Based on my understanding of elder brother, would he really offend the demon race for humanity? Rest assured, elder brother will definitely choose to observe before making a decision. If he loses the opportunity, it is entirely his own doing. It is not I who deceived him." Even Tongtian, who was beside him, couldn't help but nod. What the younger brother said is right. The elder brother is indeed such a cautious person. Hearing Tongtian call him cautious, Dao Xuan couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "If you ask me, that's not caution, that's being two-faced and opportunistic. Compared to second brother, elder brother is the most terrifying. After all, second brother's arrogance is evident, but elder brother's nonchalance is hidden deep within." Meanwhile, in the ancestral witch palace, the 11 ancestral witches wore grim expressions. They simply could not understand why Hotu would sever ties with the witch race. Zhurong angrily spoke up. "Hotu is a white-eyed wolf who all the kindness we her elder brothers and sisters have shown her has long been forgotten. Just after attaining sainthood, instead of protecting our witch race, she hurriedly wants to sever all ties with us. What kind of sister behaves like this? As soon as Zhurong said this, even Gonggong, who usually disagreed with him, couldn't help but nod. As for the other ancestral witches, although they did not express such sentiments as directly as Zhurong, their thoughts were not much different. Only Di Jiang and Xianming held a different opinion. Though their expressions were somber, they pondered the true intentions behind He's actions. Seeing his elder brother silent, Zhurong decided not to say anything further, but the anger on his face had not dissipated in the slightest. At this moment, Xianming finally spoke. Brothers, have you ever considered that our little sister Hutu might be acting out of necessity? As soon as Xianming finished speaking, the other ancestral witches revealed puzzled expressions and immediately turned their gazes toward him. Seeing the attention focused on him, Xianming did not beat around the bush and directly said, when our little sister Hutu transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, my elder brother and I were the first to arrive at the Nether Blood Sea. At that time, Hutu summoned the reincarnation Purple Lotus. The 2 saints from the west wanted to take advantage of the chaos to seize the Book of Life and Death and the Spring and Autumn reincarnation pen. Then Xianming detailed the events that occurred before the other ancestral witches arrived at the Nether Blood Sea. After hearing this, the anger on the faces of the ancestral witches gradually dissipated, replaced by heartache for Hutu. Little sister, even if you cannot attain sainthood, what does it matter? Why must you allow yourself to be manipulated by others? Zhurong was still the one to speak up, as his fiery temper could not contain any hidden feelings. At this moment, Di Jiang also spoke. Do you all remember what our little sister Hutu's last words were? As soon as Di Jiang finished speaking, the ancestral witch palace fell into utter silence. After a long time, no one could recall what Hutu had said in the end. This made Di Jiang sigh helplessly and then glance at Xianming. Xianming said, our little sister Hutu said that if we grow weary of the slaughter in the primordial world, we can go to the 9 nether underworld to find her. Di Jiang nodded and said, I have always wondered what our little sister Hutu meant by that. Only just now did I finally understand the key. That is to say, our little sister Hutu is telling us that the last glimmer of hope for the witch race lies in the 9 nether underworld. As the saying goes, the window paper won't break until you push it, but once it's broken, the sunlight shines through. Now that Di Jiang had spoken to this extent, naturally someone would grasp the key point. Zhu Jiuyin said, elder brother, do you mean that our little sister Hutu transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation to seek that glimmer of hope for our witch race? If so, does that mean our battle with the demon race is destined to end in defeat? Is the master of the primordial world meant to be the demon race? As soon as Zhu Jiuyin finished speaking, Zhurong's voice rang out again. On what basis? What right does the demon race have to become the master of the primordial world? Don't forget, this primordial world was opened up by the Father God, and we are the descendants of the Father God, destined to be the rulers of this primordial world. Di Jiang cast a helpless glance at Zhurong. Although he did not say anything, it still made Zhurong close his mouth. Seeing that Zhurong had stopped shouting, Di Jiang finally spoke. Whether the witch race will become the master of the primordial world, I cannot say, but the demon race absolutely cannot. In fact, the most likely outcome is that our witch and demon races will end up like the dragon phoenix and Qilan races, with no clear victor. As soon as Di Jiang finished speaking, Xianming, with a grave expression, said, elder brother, do you still remember what the Book of Life and Death is, which records the life and death of beings in the primordial world? Di Jiang nodded and said, the Book of Humanity, one of the 3 books of heaven, earth, and humanity. Di Jiang paused, then shock appeared on his face as he spoke. Could it be that the one who can become the master of the primordial world is the human race? As for the witch and demon races, they are merely passers-by in the primordial world. Unfortunately, as soon as Di Jiang's speculation came out, it was rejected by the ancestral witches, especially Zhurong, who shouted at the top of his lungs. Elder brother, don't joke around. The human race is as weak as ants. How can they become the masters of the primordial world? If it weren't for our witch race driving away the demon race, those humans would have long been the blood food of the demon race. It is no wonder that Zhurong reacted so strongly. After all, the current human race is indeed too weak, so weak that they have already been overlooked by the witch race. Just then, Xianming's voice rang out again. Elder brother, we should notify all our witch race tribes that starting today they are no longer allowed to arbitrarily imprison humans.